Chapter 147, Qi Refining to Refining Spirit from Qi. Can the immortal city envoy withstand my fist? Green Cloud Peak. During Liang Sheng's 100 years of closed-door cultivation, he finally reached the last moment of his breakthrough. As long as he crossed this threshold, he would become a genuine nascent soul master. Previously, his body shone with golden light. However, at this moment, the color slowly faded away. The explosive power contained within his body did not disappear but instead invaded a deeper level of his meridians. The human body was so complex that there were deeper meridians among them. Through introspection, Liang Sheng saw this perfect body structure, feeling deeply shaken and at a loss for words. Now Liang Sheng did not look as awe-inspiring as he did before, like a god or an immortal. Instead, he seemed to have no special features, appearing to have returned to his natural state. Liang Sheng's entire body returned to the color of an ordinary person as time passed. The blood inside his body turned red again, flowing through his meridians and blood vessels. Even his previously densely packed golden bones returned to their original white, and his internal organs no longer shone with golden light. However, his entire body was full of life and vitality. Deep within his heart, Liang Sheng did not feel any panic or fear. Only he knew that at this moment, he was incomparable to his past self. He did not even know how strong his physical body was at this point. Like a diamond, it appeared to be just a clear and radiant stone but was incredibly hard. At this moment, while Liang Sheng's entire body returned to its original state, a life essence suddenly emerged from within him, slowly rising and then spreading throughout his body. His body, which had almost returned to its original state, began to shrink gradually. The explosive power within his flesh was slowly transforming into this essence, gathering and growing. Refining spirit from Qi. At this moment, Liang Sheng felt his heart shudder, knowing that this was the necessary stage for his body to achieve perfection under the influence of ancient techniques. But for some reason, Liang Sheng seemed to sense a heavenly force guiding him. He instinctively took out a high-grade nascent soul pill and swallowed it directly. In an instant, it was as if water had been splashed into a hot oil pan, making a sizzling noise. The slow transformation of Qi in his body was instantly accelerated. The special aura contained in the high-grade nascent soul pill surprisingly merged harmoniously into Liang Sheng's body, making the essence in his body become even more substantial. The condition of his flesh also improved significantly. The shrinking of his body was instantly slowed down, as if the consumption of his flesh had been reduced. Upon seeing this, Liang Sheng immediately knew that taking the nascent soul pill had an effect. Without hesitation, he directly swallowed another high-grade nascent soul pill. As a result, the situation within Liang Sheng's body was positively impacted and formed a positive cycle. The speed of the transformation of Qi within his body became faster and faster. Finally, as the essence rose to Liang Sheng's upper dantian, his body maintained its original state with the help of the nascent soul pill, regaining its delicate and elastic state. At this moment, the essence within his body suddenly rose. Even before he could react, there was a loud bang in his mind. It was like the sound of the morning bell and evening drum. Even though he couldn't hear anything clearly, in an instant, his whole being seemed to be cleansed. In the blink of an eye, it felt as if he had traveled through thousands of years in the river of time. He was like a passerby traveling through time. He looked back on his past life and saw everything he had experienced flash through his mind, with every detail coming alive before his eyes, even those he hadn't paid attention to before. The next moment, Liang Sheng's consciousness sank and completely returned to his body. Then, his body suddenly surged with an unprecedented vitality. This vitality filled his body in an instant, and within it was an immense power, like a thunderbolt that brought everything back to life. At this moment, he discovered that there was a shadow in his body that resembled him, merging together as one. Liang Sheng, with tears streaming down his face, was in awe of the world and the persistence of life. At this moment, he understood why he felt this way. Refining spirit from Qi, success. At this moment, Liang Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of brilliance shone in them. Previously, when breaking through, he couldn't control the energy from his breakthrough. However, now, he had complete control, without leaking even a bit. The sea of consciousness at the center of his eyebrows had completely opened. Before, this divine sense was used for perception, but now, his sea of consciousness extended above his brows, as vast as a river or ocean. However, at present, the divine sense sea that Liang Sheng could use was only the size of a lake, but this was still a vast improvement compared to before. The next moment, with a thought from Liang Sheng, a doppelganger identical to him appeared. It was the same shadow that he perceived and merged with his body. Or perhaps, this was his nascent soul. This was the primordial mysterious techniques chi refining and divinity transformation stage, a nascent soul that was different from anyone else's. Under modern cultivation methods, the nascent soul of a true monarch sits within the upper dantian and appears as a translucent figure a few centimeters in size. Although it's small, it was the perpetual motion machine of a nascent soul master. But a nascent soul as big as the one before his eyes was probably unheard of, right? Now, Liang Sheng could feel that the me opposite him was more akin to an illusion. However, the power of God was contained within the illusion's physique. Perhaps we could refer to this me as my primordial spirit, not my nascent soul. At once, with just a thought, the primordial spirit returned to Liang Sheng's body, and his consciousness and physical body merged into one. Looking at his body now, his skin was as smooth as jade, shiny and hairless. Without rushing, his complexion returned to normal at a mere thought and his body hair reappeared as well. At this moment, every bit of Liang Sheng's body was under his control regardless of the health cultivation methods. Liang Sheng glanced at his hand, seemingly ordinary with nothing special. But he knew that a single punch from him could probably shatter mountains and rivers. Right now, he utterly dared not test the strength of his physique alone, fearing any disturbance within the Danding sect. Nevertheless, he knew he became incredibly powerful. His battle strengths could take on someone beyond his level. Even a nascent soul master under modern cultivation techniques would probably stand no chance against him in the early stages of refining spirit from Qi. He wondered how his combat power compared to a divinity transformation expert. Under his talent, seeking fortune and avoiding evil, he soon got his answer. Unpredictable, as calm as an ancient well. The result wasn't promising as there wasn't assurance of victory. It only confirmed that no life-threatening danger existed, which depicted the answer as calm as an ancient well. Liang Sheng felt extremely satisfied. After all, even though nascent soul masters had often appeared in the desolate regions over the years, there has never been a record in history of a cultivator breaking through the nascent soul late stage. A few exceptionally talented individuals may have made it to the middle nascent soul stage, but that's the most. Based on this situation, it suggests that within the desolate regions, I am invincible. With this thought, Liang Sheng couldn't help but smile. After 1,000 years of hard work, he was finally starting on the path of immortality. At the very least, he was utterly invincible within the desolate regions. Thus, he could focus on his cultivation and continue to become stronger, striving to extend his lifespan to 40,000 years. After a long time, Liang Sheng settled his excitement. Since he was so strong, he needed to lay low in the desolate regions. After all, there are always higher heavens, and people beyond people. Outside of the desolate regions lies Immortal City. With his long lifespan, it would be best to focus on growth and remain hidden. Immortal City should be avoided. The best course of action would be to silently develop his powers, especially when his cultivation wasn't bottlenecked. Thus, after deciding to focus on his growth discreetly, he carefully switched cultivation methods, breaking through the upper pure immortal scripture and pure yang pill scripture. His recent breakthrough to the Qi refining and divinity transformation stage, or the nascent soul realm in modern cultivation, extended his lifespan by another 3,000 years. Finally, Liang Sheng's data panel showed the following. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 1042. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, primordial mysterious technique, 4th layer, upper pure immortal scripture, 16th layer, pure yang pill scripture, 16th layer, 20 health maintenance techniques, 22nd layer, nail head 7 arrows technique, curse. Realm, Qi refining and divinity transformation stage, nascent soul early stage. Lifespan, 35,284. When Liang Sheng saw his updated data, he was overjoyed and was about to leave the secluded area when a sudden hunch made him stop. Since his body was under full control and he had a nascent soul inside him, could he pretend to be someone else? Without hesitation, he immediately started to experiment. With just a thought, his appearance instantly changed into Shen Wuqi's. Under the changes brought about by the nascent soul, even his qi became incredibly similar. Soon, he changed back to Xiang Chen, again without any issues. However, his qi slightly differed from those he copied, but unless someone knew them personally, they probably wouldn't notice. Liang Sheng even tried to change into Jin Guangxiu. His appearance was just the same, but the qi was vastly different. He might fool strangers, but deceiving familiar people was going to be tough. Liang Sheng didn't feel discouraged, knowing that there were certain cosmic rules that made it impossible to perfectly copy someone's qi. Otherwise, what would be the use of life tokens in the sect? The ancient cultivation world was filled with people like him. Imagine the chaos if everyone could change appearances. In truth, even the ancient immortal cultivators didn't practice qi refining and divinity transformation as flawlessly as him. The size of the modern cultivation nascent soul was actually not much different from the ancient ones. It was just the physical strength that varied. However, since there were no more ancient cultivators in this world, Liang Sheng became the only heir. Besides him, no one else could successfully cultivate and reach the refining spirit from qi stage. However, not all the news at this time was good. When he made the breakthrough, he felt a slight palpitation. It had nothing to do with personal safety. Instead, he could finally sense some form of repression in the desolate regions, as if he was pressure from heaven and earth, stifling his breath. He couldn't help but think of Jin Guangxiu's previous sigh, pitying that everyone is born in the desolate regions. Could it be that the desolate regions have some special heavenly and earth rules? However, Liang Sheng did not have an ominous feeling in his heart. Since his cultivation did not have any bottlenecks, he was able to practice ancient techniques even though heaven and earth disapproved. So what if the desolate regions have limitations? At worst, his cultivation speed would be incredibly slow, and it might take him countless amounts of time to make a breakthrough. But was he still afraid of lacking time? Now, his own self-awareness was becoming more and more keen. Under the seeking fortune and avoiding evil art, he vaguely felt that it would not be long before his health cultivation method would break through again. By that time, he would break through 40,000 years of lifespan, and he wondered if the sects in the desolate regions could last 40,000 years. Alas, living a long life is also a worry. Danyang Peak. Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. At this time in a private room on the second floor, Shen Wuqi couldn't help but yawn. He had just broken through to the Golden Core Daist stage 50 years ago, and he was still far from the mid-stage Golden Core. So, as usual, he practiced his techniques step by step, but his life was quite boring. Because he had become a Golden Core Daist, he was not as free as before. Now he had an additional identity, Elder of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. As an elder of the sect, how could he be as willful as before? Alas! Shen Wuqi couldn't help but sigh at this time. Fortunately, he was now at Danyang Peak where the sect master was his own master. So, he could occasionally go to chat with his master and not be too lonely. He was still the same unchanging youth, but in reality, he had already felt that his past self was long gone. He had never thought before that he would have the initiative to find his master to chat. He used to eagerly hope that his master and eldest senior brother would let him go, so that he could play around by himself. His master was loving, but ultimately upheld the rules. As for eldest senior brother, he was very qualified, but was too strict for him. Only junior brother matched his temperament. It's just that his junior brother had already closed himself off, and it was not known when he would come out. Thinking of this, Shen Wuqi couldn't help but smile bitterly. But just then, he suddenly looked up and saw Green Cloud Peak, and his face showed a hint of joy. Next moment, he had disappeared from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, and by the time he arrived outside Liang Sheng's cave mansion at Green Cloud Peak, Jin Guangxiu and Xiang Chen had already arrived. However, seeing Shen Wuqi come over, they didn't say anything, just nodded in greeting. There was also a young disciple besides Xiang Chen. With an early foundation establishment stage cultivation level, he was a genius like their junior brother Yang Cheng, both establishing their foundation at 100 years old. This was eldest senior brother Xiang Chen's disciple, Fang Xiang. Fang Xiang wanted to greet Shen Wuqi, but seeing Jin Guangxiu and the others not speaking, how could he dare speak up? The four of them stared closely at the entrance of Liang Sheng's cave mansion, even though one of them was the sect master and another was the Green Cloud Peak master, and one was the manager of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. However, since it involved Liang Sheng, they couldn't help but be a little nervous. At this moment, the golden core qi inside Liang Sheng's cave mansion was gradually getting richer. They had all gone through similar experiences before, so they naturally knew what was going on. Cheng, junior brother, was trying to break through the golden core realm. As the qi inside Liang Sheng's cave mansion became more and more dense, the more attentive they became. Just then, Jin Guangxiu's mouth curved slightly upward, and both Xiang Chen's expressions completely relaxed. The next moment, they saw the cave gate open, and a figure appeared at the entrance, followed by a long howl that echoed throughout Green Cloud Peak. The inner sect foundation building disciples on Green Cloud Peak all rushed towards the direction of the sound when they heard it. As for the other main peaks, the Golden Core Deists naturally noticed the situation here, but at this time, Jin Guangxiu's nascent soul aura was released, so they didn't rush over temporarily. Since the sect master was there, how could anything go wrong? The inner sect disciples of Green Cloud Peak, as they approached the place where the sound was coming from, their long-lost memories resurfaced once again. Isn't this where sect master's junior disciple Yang Cheng's cave is located? With such a big commotion just now, could it be that he has already broken through the foundation establishment stage? No one had thought that Yang Cheng, who had not been heard from for 100 years, would make such a big scene as soon as he appeared. It was simply beyond everyone's expectations. Master, eldest senior brother, second senior brother, it's been a long time. Liang Sheng bowed and saluted, and Jin Guangxiu's face was full of smiles. He looked up and down Liang Sheng, finding that his qi was stable and had already consolidated his golden core realm. He was very satisfied in his heart. Junior brother, you're really amazing. You've actually broken through to golden core just by closing yourself off for 100 years. You're much better than me. Xiang Chen was also smiling at this time, while Fang Xiang was full of curiosity, staring dumbfounded at the small master's uncle he had never seen before. Hearing Shen Wuqi's praise, Liang Sheng only grinned and didn't say anything. Jin Guangxiu was in a great mood at this time. Chen, you go and prepare. Tonight, we, master and disciples, will all go to your cave and have a good celebration. Don't worry, master. However, at this moment, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they waited until almost all the inner sect disciples of Green Cloud Peak had gathered before they transmitted their voices over 1,000 miles. Yang Cheng of Green Cloud Peak broke through to the Golden Core Deist stage today. The sect celebrates. Although Shen Wuqi had also experienced a similar situation when he broken through the Golden Core stage before, having another Golden Core Deist meant that the sect was becoming more prosperous. All the inner sect disciples of Green Cloud Peak looked at Liang Sheng with envy. 50 years ago, they had experienced the same situation. At that time, the protagonist was right beside Liang Sheng, Shen Wuqi. It turned out that not only is the sect master a cultivation genius, but after the beast tide, he became the first nascent soul master among the 2 sects and 6 paths. His disciples are also equally amazing. 3 personal disciples have now broken through the Golden Core realm, and perhaps one day someone among them will become a nascent soul master, which isn't impossible. However, at this moment Jin Guangxiu and others don't care about their thoughts. After Liang Sheng became a Golden Core Deist, they disappeared from their sight. When they arrived at Xiang Chen's cave mansion, it was time for the master and disciples. Other than them, only Xiang Chen's disciple Fang Xiang was attending to them. Junior brother, I forgot to introduce you. This is my disciple Fang Xiang, who I took in 60 years ago. Just like you, both are geniuses who built the foundation at the age of 100. Xiang, come and meet your junior uncle. At this time, Fang Xiang didn't hesitate and performed a ceremonial bow. Liang Sheng thought about it and took out a 4-pattern magical instrument longsword from his storage bag. Fang Xiang's eyes couldn't help but light up. This is a magical weapon longsword I once received in Hua Tian sect. Today, I will give it to you as a meeting gift. I hope you can forge ahead in your cultivation path from now on. Thank you, junior uncle. Xiang Chen didn't stop the interaction, as this was a gift from his junior brother to his disciple. Why should anyone refuse? As for Fang Xiang, who got the 4-pattern magical instrument longsword, there was no unfamiliarity at this time. Of course, he was familiar with such a generous junior uncle. Shen Wuqi suddenly stood up at this moment. Little junior brother, you are unfair. I just gave my junior nephew a 3-pattern alchemy furnace. By doing this, aren't you disregarding me? So, you must be punished with wine, and you have to drink 3 cups. When Shen Wuqi stood up and spoke loudly, Fang Xiang was startled, thinking that Shen Wuqi was really angry. But seeing that neither Xiang Chen nor Jin Guangzi reacted and seeing Shen Wuqi forcing Liang Sheng to drink wine, he realized that Shen Wuqi was joking and relaxed. However, he also put away the longsword. He couldn't help but remember his master's rant about Shen Wuqi before. He really did act somewhat bizarre. As the wine passed around 3 times, they were already a bit tipsy and didn't force the alcohol out with mana. At this moment, Shen Wuqi seemed to remember something and suddenly spoke up. Master, since junior brother also broke through the Golden Core realm, why not let him take up the position of managing elder in the miscellaneous affairs hall? I wouldn't be so lonely then. As he said this, Shen Wuqi winked at Liang Sheng. The timing of his junior brother's breakthrough into the Golden Core realm was perfect. But to their surprise, Jin Guangzi shook his head at this moment and directly refused his suggestion. I have arranged plans for your junior brother. On the contrary, I think you have been too slacked off recently. Although I don't expect you to break through the middle stage of the Golden Core soon, you cannot be so unrestrained, wasting your time. Have you forgotten that if you weren't extremely lucky, and your destiny circled back from the brink of failure to perfection, could you have broken through into the Golden Core realm? By the way, Chen, although you are the Green Cloud Peak Master and are busy with your duties, you have been in the Golden Core realm for more than 300 years and have not yet reached the middle stage. Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? In an instant, the harmonious atmosphere turned icy cold. Shen Wuqi seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water and was stunned in his place. What's going on with Master? Xiang Chen was also a little helpless, glaring at Shen Wuqi. If it weren't for his big mouth, would he scold himself? However, he indeed should have closed door cultivation. His junior brother had already broken through the Golden Core realm, and he couldn't let him catch up. Master, rest assured, I will work hard in cultivating from now on. I will strive to break through the middle stage of the Golden Core realm earlier. As for second elder brother, I will often visit the miscellaneous affairs hall to supervise him and won't let you disappointed. You must remember that in the path of cultivation, you must never slack off. Otherwise, when your life is about to end, it will be too late for regrets. After speaking, Jin Guangzi glanced at Liang Sheng again. Cheng, you will stay in Green Cloud Peak for now. I have plans for you, so don't worry. After speaking, Jin Guangzi looked at Shen Wuqi, who was bowing his head, feeling that his words just now seemed a bit too excessive, affecting the atmosphere. As for Fang Xiang at this moment, he had already been scared out of his wits. Thinking of this, Jin Guangzi didn't stay any longer and simply left hurriedly, claiming he had something to attend to. Liang Sheng watched Jin Guangzi's receding figure, somewhat puzzled. What was going on with Master? Why did his mood change so suddenly? After Jin Guangzi left, the 3 senior brothers of Xiang Chen relaxed slowly. Liang Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Second elder brother, next time, please never do this again. It seemed that Master was really angry just now. Shen Wuqi was also a bit frightened. I won't dare to do it again in the future. I think Master is afraid that I will lead you astray, so he is warning me. As long as you understand, you should prepare to cultivate well from now on, otherwise. Xiang Chen's words were interrupted by Shen Wuqi. Senior brother, in front of my junior nephew, can you at least give me some face? Fang Xiang, at this moment, kept his eyes lowered as though he didn't hear anything. Xiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. His second elder brother was indeed a slacker. Xiang Chen simply didn't think about it anymore. The atmosphere was warm again as the cups and dishes were exchanged. The night passed just like this. Green Cloud Peak. After the celebration that night, Liang Sheng stayed at Green Cloud Peak for 3 days before Jin Guangzi summoned him to the Sect Master Hall, and his assignment finally came down. Elder in charge of the inner affairs. This appointment led everyone's thoughts to run wild, but Jin Guangzi did not explain, and Liang Sheng did not refuse. The elder in charge of the inner affairs could review all the scrolls in the scripture repository, otherwise, others would not think that Jin Guangzi's move indicated that he was most optimistic about Yang Cheng taking over. Of course, if Yang Cheng wanted to become the sect master, his cultivation level would be the key factor. Only by breaking through the nascent soul realm could he be considered secure in the position. Immortal City. Right envoy Minjiao looked gloomy at the moment, not expecting to be played by left envoy Qing Feng. He could only say that his attention had been focused on the internal affairs of Immortal City for so many years, and he had underestimated Qingfeng. Fortunately, City Master Zhen Yuan hadn't come out of seclusion, but only a divine sense incarnation appeared, so the situation could still be remedied and it hadn't become a big mistake yet. However, now was not the time to play around. After this matter was over, it wouldn't be too late to settle the score with Qingfeng. Just as Liang Sheng broke through the Qi refining and divinity transformation stage, the divine sense incarnation of City Master Zhen Yuan suddenly appeared and immediately called Qingfeng and Minjiu over. Do you know what's going on with the marginal domain marked with letter Yi? When Minjiu heard this, she was immediately moved. Could it be the issue with the merit energy in the Yi-marked marginal domain a few hundred years ago? At that time, she had discussed it with Qingfeng, but Qingfeng didn't care at the time, so the matter was dropped. After all, it was just a marginal domain, and there was no need to care about it. The territory of Immortal City was the most important thing. Moreover, she had laid the groundwork at that time, so even if something really happened, Qingfeng would be the one to take the blame, although the probability of that happening was minimal. She didn't expect that the City Master's incarnation would actually ask about this matter now, and Minjiu couldn't help but feel delighted in her heart, as if heaven was helping her too. However, Minjiu remained calm on the surface, as if she was extremely impartial, and recounted the origins of the situation at that time. City Master, actually, this matter is also my dereliction of duty. At that time, I just let Qingfeng left envoy investigate it and did not strongly dissuade him. That's why such a thing happened today. However, I've always been in charge of internal affairs, and the marginal domain is an external affair. I don't want Qingfeng left envoy to misunderstand that I'm too active because I want to take over power, so I didn't emphasize the importance to Qingfeng left envoy. Looking back, actually, my vision was too small. This matter is ultimately my fault. If the City Master wants to punish me, I am willing to bear the responsibility. At this moment, Qingfeng glanced at Minjiu with a faint smile and scolded her in his heart for being sinister. Seeing that the City Master's incarnation had already looked over this matter, Qingfeng quickly spoke up. However, they didn't notice that there was something odd about the City Master's incarnation's eyes. Qingfeng spoke calmly at this time, but how could little Minjiu know his methods? Reporting to the City Master, I actually already understood the ins and outs of the situation back then. According to the report from the caretaker of Codename Yi Marginal Domain, at that time, Codename Yi Marginal Domain had actually experienced a beast tide, and a demon saint was born. In the end, it was the nascent soul masters of the sect who perished together with the demon saint, which caused the beast tide to subside, but also led to the reduction of merit energy. Now, Codename Yi Marginal Domain has already started to prosper, and two nascent soul true monarchs have appeared. I think that in a few hundred years, the merit energy will be restored, and there will be no problems. Huh? After listening to Qingfeng's account, Minjiu couldn't help but raise her head abruptly, staring at him in shock, and cursing in her heart, treachery. Didn't you say you didn't care about the marginal domain situation before? It turned out that you had already planted a caretaker there. Despicable. However, Minjiu couldn't be blamed for not knowing this. With countless marginal domains under the jurisdiction of Longevity Immortal City, how could she know the situation in all of them? After all, the marginal domains were just desolate lands, not worth mentioning in their eyes. Which Immortal City cultivator would have them in their sights? It could only be said that Qingfeng, who was in charge of the outer sect affairs as the left envoy, had already arranged the marginal domains in secret, leaving no trace. It was just that she had underestimated him, thinking that he really didn't care. As Minjiu thought about this, her face immediately brightened into a warm smile. Left envoy Qingfeng is indeed amazing. With you in charge of the outer sect affairs, City Master, you can be at ease in the future. At this moment, Minjiu expressed her praise wholeheartedly. After all, with the situation as it was, she wanted to minimize the losses. However, the look in City Master Zhen Yuan's incarnation's eyes was quite strange, and it took a long time for the incarnation to speak unhurriedly. Actually, I'm not talking about the issue with the merit energy, I suspect that the desolate aura has appeared in the marginal domain marked with letter Yi. Can you investigate what's going on with this? Ah! The faces of Qingfeng and Minjiu changed drastically upon hearing this. The marginal domain didn't matter, but the desolate aura was a big problem. They were not allowed to have desolate aura in the marginal domain, or rather, within the entire territory of Immortal City. In fact, for Immortal City, whether it was internal or external affairs, the appearance of desolate aura was the top priority. At this moment Minjiu didn't care about fighting with Qingfeng anymore. She immediately obeyed the order, stating that they would cooperate well, investigate the matter immediately, and they would not let it go even if they made a mistake. As soon as they had the results, they would report it immediately. After the two left the city lord mansion, Qingfeng and Minjiu looked at each other, and then Minjiu spoke first. Left envoy Qingfeng, we still need to work together on this matter. After all, it concerns the safety of Immortal City. We are like two grasshoppers tied to the same rope on this matter. Qingfeng nodded without objection. I will notify the caretakers right away, and soon there will be emissaries going to investigate the situation. Don't worry, I know the priorities, and I won't mess around with this matter. Afterwards, the two looked at each other and nodded deeply, without any doubt about each other's sincerity. After all, this was the desolate regions, a terrifying existence. Danding sect. Danyang Peak. Liang Sheng, who was immersed in the secret scrolls of scripture repository these days, was overjoyed. At this moment, many secrets in the desolate regions were no longer a secret to him. Why did Immortal City exist, but the sects in the desolate regions never thought of going there for cultivation? Liang Sheng had this question for a long time. Actually, it wasn't that the cultivators in the desolate regions didn't want to go, they couldn't. They didn't know why, but when the cultivators from the desolate regions arrived in Immortal City, their cultivation level would plummet. Also, if they wanted to cultivate again, the resistance they encountered would be more than 10 times that of the desolate regions. That is to say, if the people from the desolate regions went to Immortal City, they would have no way to cultivate. On the other hand, even if the people from Immortal City came, there would never be any strong individuals above the divinity transformation stage. As Liang Sheng was engrossed in various confidential scrolls in the scripture repository, he received a summons from sect master Jin Guangxiu. Although Liang Sheng was somewhat reluctant to leave the scripture repository, he promptly rushed to the sect master hall and greeted Jin Guangxiu as soon as he saw him. Disciple pays respects to master. Cheng, do you still remember what I told you before, that our Danding sect is the spy placed in the desolate regions by the Immortal City? Liang Sheng immediately nodded, as he could not possibly forget this matter. He even decided to enter closed-door cultivation because of this reason. I received news from Immortal City a few days ago that an emissary from the Immortal City will soon descend into the desolate regions. Today, you will accompany me to welcome them. Ah! Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng was shocked. The seeking fortune and avoiding evil ability allowed him to sense that the arrival of the Immortal City emissary was not a good thing, just as if they were coming for him. This feeling was so obvious, and if it were indeed so, he wondered if the Immortal City emissary could withstand his fists, which grew tremendously after refining the spirit from Qi. Chapter 148, You are arrogant, you are high above all, so you can go die, alright? Immortal City. As soon as Bright Moon left, Qingfeng took out a communication jade slip. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a cultivation level of a middle-stage nascent soul master appeared. Subordinate Chen Quan, pays respects to the left envoy 1. Qingfeng nodded slightly. Chen Quan, this is the town desolation stele. Take it and go to the marginal domain marked with letter Yi, where a desolate aura is suspected to have appeared. There's no need for me to say much about this situation. You must be careful and cautious during your investigation. Any mistake could displease the city lord, and you wouldn't need to return. If you genuinely encounter a desolate aura, do not act recklessly. Report the details first, and wait for my subsequent orders. Yes. Upon hearing this, Chen Quan didn't hesitate. He took the town desolation stele and left the left envoy's mansion immediately. He then went to the city lord's internal affairs office, obtained a task waste token for this mission, adjusted the direction to the marginal domain marked with letter Yi, and directly entered the teleportation array. Under the Immortal City and the Internal Affairs Office, there are naturally teleportation arrays within the jurisdiction of the Immortal City, and even in the areas that the Immortal City doesn't care about in the marginal domain, there are similarly connected teleportation arrays. Though the conditions in the marginal domain are harsh and disliked by the Immortal City, they can generate meritorious chi for the Immortal City, hence they hold their value. Besides, the marginal domain has certain specialties. If nothing happens, it doesn't matter, but if something does occur, the Immortal City would be concerned immediately. Right Envoy Minjiao was in charge of internal affairs. As soon as Chen Quan obtained the task waste token and was teleported to the marginal domain marked with letter Yi, she received the news. Have you marked the task waste token? Minjiao asked casually. A man beneath her nodded and bowed, displaying a fawning attitude stripped of all the dignity of a nascent soul master. Right Envoy, rest assured, everything has been properly arranged. Report any situation to me immediately. Having said this, Minjiao no longer cast a glance at the nascent soul master beneath her, who stealthily retreated, taking the hint. Marginal domain. Far East. Jin Guangxiu walked through the forest with Liang Sheng in silence. At this moment, Liang Sheng was marveling at the formidable power of the Zhou family bloodline ability. Because the route passed down by Danding sect almost perfectly circumvented the Zhou family's hidden dark veins. Although the destination of Jin Guangxiu and Liang Sheng's journey was the same as that of the teleportation array Liang Sheng had used before, there was no way for Jin Guangxiu to detect the hidden dark veins of the Zhou family disciples along his path. Before Jin Guangxiu had set off, he had reminded Liang Sheng that this matter must be kept a secret, and should not be revealed to anyone. Of course, Liang Sheng agreed at this moment. His choice to accompany Jin Guangxiu was also based on his auspicious ability to avoid evil, which had told him that the arrival of the messenger from the Immortal City was related to him. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have involved himself in this complicated situation. If it wasn't his concern, he could just stay in the marginal domain and quietly develop. What would be the need to pay attention to the Immortal City? In the face of a long period, whether it's the Immortal City or the marginal domain, all things come to pass like fleeting clouds. After a while, the desolate temple that Liang Sheng had seen before, appeared in front of Jin Guangxiu and Liang Sheng. At this point, Liang Sheng still had a doubt in his heart, what exactly is the method of contact between the Immortal City and the Danding sect? Since there are teleportation arrays set up between the Immortal City and the marginal domain, it is evident that they are quite far apart, so ordinary communication methods may not work. However, he didn't ask Jin Guangxiu. Being overly curious about the Immortal City wouldn't match with the persona he was currently portraying. There was no rush. As he had the auspicious ability to avoid evil, he was sure that there would be no danger this time. Soon, Jin Guangxiu and Liang Sheng stood in the temple, looking at the teleportation array underground. Liang Sheng pretended to be curious and looked at the murals around the temple. Jin Guangxiu didn't pay attention and let him watch freely. He now held high hopes for Liang Sheng's future. Since he had already told Liang Sheng about the relationship between the Danding sect and the Immortal City, there were only two possible outcomes for him. One is that he successfully breaks through to the nascent soul realm and succeeds him as the head of the Danding sect, taking over the contact with the Immortal City. In this case, his early knowledge of the secrets of the Immortal City wouldn't matter much. The second possibility is that Liang Sheng fails to break through, and he will have to stay in the Danding sect for the rest of his life, as he needs to keep this secret and no longer has other choices. Jin Guangxiu could accept the outcome of both situations. After all, as a nascent soul master, if his disciple couldn't break through to the nascent soul realm, with the lifespan of the Golden Core realm, he feared that he would have to personally see him off on his last journey in life. Jin Guangxiu sat quietly at this moment, waiting for the arrival of the envoy from the Immortal City. However, his serene exterior hid a tumultuous heart. In all the years that the 3 sects and 6 orders have been active in the marginal domain, aside from the one time they requested support during the Beast Tide, the Immortal City had never intentionally sent anyone there. The last time someone from the Immortal City had come, it was just a coincidence. The Danding sect had proactively contacted the city, and 2 Golden Core elders had been requested to set up a mountain protection formation. This time it was the first that the Immortal City had deliberately sent someone. Over the past few hundred years, since the last major Beast Tide disaster, conditions in the marginal domain had seemed a bit off. Plus, with the city deploying people this time, Jin Guangxiu naturally had some apprehension. He hopes that this wouldn't be a bearer of bad news. Just then, it seemed Liang Sheng had finished looking at the murals. His expression seemed a bit confused, but Jin Guangxiu didn't feel like explaining at that moment. Because when it was time for him to know, he would naturally know. If he didn't meet the requirements to know, then it was better for him not to know. Just at this moment, the teleportation array in front of them emitted a faint light, and the two immediately turned serious, closely watching the movement of the teleportation array. The next moment, an immortal-looking Chen Quan appeared in the array, and Jin Guangxiu's heart trembled. A middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. In the history of the desolate domain's 3 sects and 6 factions, middle-stage nascent soul cultivators were few and far between. As expected from Immortal City, even a casual emissary was so formidable. Unfortunately, he himself was from the desolate domain, and in this life, he would have no chance to see the grandeur of Immortal City, which was a regret in life. While Jin Guangxiu was surprised, Liang Sheng was inwardly delighted, as his feeling about the incoming person was very straightforward at the moment. He could kill the opponent with one punch. In other words, he was safe and sound, and this Immortal City emissary was not his opponent at all. At the early stages of the ancient cultivation path refining spirit from Qi, he was already invincible in the nascent soul realm. His previous premonition might not have been wrong. As someone equivalent to the early nascent soul realm, perhaps he could really escape from a divinity transformation expert's hands. And the nascent soul cultivator in the teleportation array was Chen Quan, who opened his eyes and saw Jin Guangxiu and Liang Sheng. However, he only glanced at Liang Sheng before losing interest, as he was just an insignificant golden core cultivator from the desolate regions. His attention was focused entirely on Jin Guangxiu, who was a nascent soul master and just barely qualified to have a conversation with him. "Are you Jin Guangxiu from Danding sect?" Jin Guangxiu bowed hurriedly, reporting to the emissary, "This poor deist is the current sect master Jin Guangxiu of Danding sect. This is my disciple Yang Cheng, who has come especially to greet you." Jin Guangxiu still wanted to recommend his disciple, but Chen Quan didn't care about Liang Sheng at all and frowned. This desolate domain was truly a place abandoned by the heavenly Dao, and an oppressive feeling he had never experienced before in the Immortal City lingered in Chen Quan's heart. However, he could only suppress his discomfort in his heart, as he had come with a mission and had to complete it as perfectly as possible. With this in mind, Chen Quan focused on the task at hand and asked, "Has anyone else in your sect learned of my arrival to the desolate domain?" Jin Guangxiu shook his head immediately, "Emissary, rest assured, I know it in my heart and wouldn't dare to reveal your arrival to the desolate domain." Hearing this, Chen Quan was slightly satisfied. If the Danding sect did not know of his arrival, it would be even less likely for the other sects to know. The truth was indeed so. Over the years, the Danding sect had never revealed their relationship with the desolate domain, so Jin Guangxiu would naturally not advertise the news of the emissary's arrival from the Immortal City. "Very well, I have a mission this time, and you need to be by my side at all times to follow my orders. The time is uncertain, do you need time to arrange your sect's internal affairs?" "I will follow the emissary's instructions, and I am well prepared. There is no need for any special preparation. If there is anything the emissary needs, please don't hesitate to instruct me." Hearing this, Chen Quan's gaze toward Jin Guangxiu softened a bit. It seemed that the other party was someone who knew his place, and as for Liang Sheng beside him, he still didn't care. "All right, next I need to secretly investigate the situation of the desolate domain sects. Is there still a nascent soul master in the Huatian sect at this time?" Jin Guangxiu immediately nodded, and Chen Quan couldn't help but feel more relaxed in his heart. This way, his investigation of the desolate domain would likely go smoothly. With this thought, he took out the town desolation steel and looked at Jin Guangxiu, saying, "Fellow deist Jin, can you infuse a strand of inner breath into this steel?" As Chen Quan said this, he stared intently at Jin Guangxiu, who didn't hesitate at all and placed his hand directly on the town desolation steel. As Jin Guangxiu's mana was infused into the steel, it began to emit a faint green light, and Chen Quan secretly nodded when he saw this. Then he let Jin Guangxiu retract his hand, but didn't say much else. The town desolation steel could detect whether a cultivator's body carried the aura of wilderness, and the green light just now had proven that there was no issue with Jin Guangxiu. At this moment, Liang Sheng's heart tightened in the sidelines, as he immediately understood that the object in front of him was most likely related to him as he had sensed earlier. At this moment, Chen Quan's gaze also turned to look in his direction, and Jin Guangxiu immediately reacted, hurriedly calling Liang Sheng over. "Sheng you come and try too." "Perceptive." Chen Quan heard this sentence and looked at Jin Guangxiu with some appreciation. With such a responsive ability, he should be able to save some trouble later on. It seemed that he wouldn't have to worry too much about his journey later on, after all, having an observant helper would save a lot of trouble. With his mood greatly improved, Chen Quan even took the initiative to restrain the pressure coming from his body for fear of startling Liang Sheng, and spoke to reassure him. Since Jin Guangzhou was so perceptive, he naturally had to give some face. Yang Cheng, isn't it? Don't worry, we're just testing if the mana within your body has been contaminated by anything unclean, it's just a formality. Hearing this, Liang Sheng's heart moved, and as he stepped forward, the techniques within his body had already completely switched to the pure Yang pill scripture. When his hand was placed on the town desolation steel and the mana produced by the pure Yang pill scripture was infused, the steel emitted a faint green light just as well. Liang Sheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart, that he had bet correctly. It was fortunate that he could switch techniques at will. He was now more certain than ever that the person from the Immortal City was most likely looking for him. But why was that? Liang Sheng simply couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Chen Quan saw the green light shining on the town desolation steel and immediately withdrew it. He then stopped paying attention to Liang Sheng, and directly began to discuss the current situation in the desolate regions with Jin Guangzhou. After a short while, Chen Quan had a general idea in his heart. Having discussed some details, they got up and left the desolate region's temple. The first place Chen Quan visited was the Danding sect. After all, the Danding sect was the spy of Immortal City in the desolate regions, so eliminating their suspicion was necessary in order to carry out the following tasks more effectively. On the way back to the Danding sect, Chen Quan also inquired in detail about the situation before and after the beast tide had occurred. When he learned that there was only one demon saint in the beast tide, which caused the demise of 7 nascent soul true monarchs, Chen Quan's first thought was disdain. As expected of cultivators in the desolate regions, they were no match for the heavenly Dao's abandonment, for they couldn't even win 7 against 1. Cultivation in the desolate regions was indeed hopeless. Especially when he learned that there were only 2 nascent soul true monarchs in the entire desolate regions, including Jin Guangzhou, he couldn't help but sneer even more with disdain in his heart. How could such a declining desolate region possibly have a desolate aura? Perhaps, under these circumstances, he would have to investigate the beast tide further, as the means of that demon saint were clearly extraordinary. However, this was just his guess and not necessarily the truth, as there had also been storm tides in the past in the marginal domain marked Yi where Immortal City requested assistance. A demon saint was born among the demonic beasts at that time, unrelated to the desolate regions. As for the situation that followed, it would certainly depend on the circumstances. The Danding sect. Chen Quan quietly entered Danyang Peak without attracting anyone's attention. Under Jin Guangzhou's cooperation, Chen Quan hid in the shadows and observed the chi of the Danding sect's foundation establishment disciples one by one. After confirming that the results of their investigation were fine, Chen Quan took the town desolation steel and followed Jin Guangzhou to the place where the closed-door cultivation disciples were. Chen Quan was being cautious, not letting go of any suspicious characters. As for not investigating the chi-refining disciples, the answer was naturally that they weren't qualified. Without foundation establishment, how could they possess the desolate aura? After ruling out the suspicion of everyone in the Danding sect, Chen Quan immediately shifted his attention to other sects. However, the situation with the other sects was different from that of the Danding sect. Since the Danding sect was the Immortal City's spy and Jin Guangzhou cooperated, they maintained a peaceful presence and investigated in a neutral manner. Although it was just a desolate region sect, Chen Quan only wanted to complete his task quickly and, although he investigated discreetly, he didn't have to worry too much. He planned to enter the mountain protection formation of the sect, but after hearing Chen Quan's plan, Jin Guangzhou couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. In this way, he was afraid that he would offend the other sects. However, Chen Quan's thoughts also weren't wrong. After all, he was a high-ranking emissary of Immortal City and a middle nascent soul stage true monarch. How could he care about the desolate region sects? Jin Guangzhou couldn't help feeling uneasy in his heart. Naturally, he was unwilling to offend Immortal City, but if he agreed to Chen Quan's demands, Danding sect might be suspected by other sects of having ulterior motives, losing their neutral status afterward. Just as Jin Guangzhou was hesitating, he saw Liang Sheng standing in the corner and suddenly had a bright idea. This little disciple of theirs had a unique situation. If they let their little disciple go to the other sects for relationship building, the other party might not be able to stop laughing. After all, they had been eager for Liang Sheng to visit their sects as a guest before. If Liang Sheng were to With that thought, his eyes lit up, and he immediately shared his idea, adding that if other sects really had a problem, he, as the leader of the Danding sect, shouldn't go without reason, as it might alert his enemies. After listening to Jin Guangxiu's reasoning, Chen Quan also felt that the other party made sense while also looking at Liang Sheng with surprise. It was quite unexpected that an insignificant golden core deist could have such fortune to help others increase their chances of success during their breakthrough. In fact, among the cultivators of Immortal City, there was also a concept of fortune. However, in the history of Immortal City, this kind of person generally had fortune verified within themselves. As for those who benefited others, they were almost unheard of. He just didn't know if Yang Cheng's situation was a coincidence or if he truly possessed such fortune. Regardless of the situation, it actually didn't matter. After all, he was a person from desolate region, and Chen Quan would not dare to get involved, even if his fortune was strong. Fine, if that's the case, let your disciple come with me. Chen Quan knew Jin Guangxiu's difficulties at this time. As long as he could complete the mission, he was willing to provide some convenience for Jin Guangxiu. After all, the latter's actions over the past few days had made him feel at ease, so they then finalized all the plans together. As for Liang Sheng, he had no right to argue and followed Chen Quan to their first destination, the Huatian sect. At this time, Chen Quan had already disguised himself as an ordinary golden core true person, and with his middle nascent soul stage cultivation level, no one else could see through him. The Huatian sect had unexpectedly received a message from Jin Guangxiu the day before, stating that Yang Cheng would deliver the required elixirs for each sect. However, they didn't expect Liang Sheng to arrive so quickly. Surprised, the Huatian sect's heart was filled with excitement. As for Chen Quan, who was with Liang Sheng, no one paid any attention to him. Everyone looked at Liang Sheng and sighed in their hearts, not expecting Yang Cheng to become a golden core true person in just 100 years. How wonderful it would be if he was a disciple of our own sect. As per the plan previously discussed with Chen Quan, Liang Sheng gave out elixirs after entering the Huatian sect, and arranged to stay temporarily in the sect's cave mansion that very night. However, Chen Quan had not expected this Yang Cheng to genuinely be so popular within the Huatian sect, with golden core deists even coming to visit regularly. Had Liang Sheng not excused himself for being somewhat tired, they might not have had any peace. After nightfall, Liang Sheng watched as Chen Quan took out the town. Desolation steel and started to cast spells, causing fluctuations that quickly enveloped the whole Huatian sect. By this time, the techniques within Liang Sheng's body had already transformed into the pure Yang Pill scripture. However, his divine sense was extremely keen, and he felt a pulling force at a mere thought in his heart. Yet, this pulling force seemed to bypass him, enveloping all the foundation establishment disciples of the Huatian sect. This automatic discerning method truly astounded him. Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh internally. It seemed that Chen Quan must have previously taken good care of Danding sect due to his relationship with it, given that his examinations there were only ever conducted on an individual basis. Now he enveloped everything within a large scale, it made him wonder if there would be any side effects. At this moment, all the disciples above the foundation establishment stage in the entire Huatian sect were completely unaware, while Yu Longzi, a nascent soul master, sensed a slight abnormality. However, he himself didn't feel any discomfort, and since the sensation passed in an instant, it felt like an illusion. Having thoroughly checked and found nothing, Yu Longzi could only speculate, not bothering to put more thought into it. After all, he was a nascent soul master, a peak cultivator in the desolate regions, who could possibly hide anything from him. Meanwhile in the cave mansion, Chen Quan appeared nonchalant about his actions, unaware that Liang Sheng had sensed the fluctuations from his spell casting. When he saw the town desolation steel emanating green light, he immediately confirmed that there were no issues within the Huatian sect. However, at that moment, a few cries of agony burst out from within the Huatian sect. Liang Sheng couldn't help but turn to look at Chen Quan. The latter was still expressionless, immovable. After some thought, Liang Sheng left the cave mansion, but Chen Quan did not mind. At that time, he saw the sky above the Huatian sect filled with flashing lights. Just as a golden core deist was passing by their temporary cave, Liang Sheng hastily inquired about what had happened. But the cultivator didn't look too well, his words vague. Liang Sheng thus knew immediately that the cultivator didn't want to say much, and so he refrained from further questions. The cultivator advised him to stay in the cave for the night, and not to go out temporarily. Without further ado, Liang Sheng returned to the cave. He had some speculations in his heart, but when he got back to the cave, Chen Quan didn't explain anything. Instead, Chen Quan said that they would bid farewell to the Huatian sect tomorrow and move on to the next sect. Liang Sheng immediately guessed that this disturbance must be related to the town desolation stele held by Chen Quan. However, since the latter didn't want to talk about it, Liang Sheng decided to keep silent as well. He could even sense from Chen Quan's eyes that the latter simply didn't consider the cultivators in the desolate regions as any threat. Perhaps this was the aloof demeanor of the cultivators from Immortal City. The next day, Liang Sheng prepared to say his goodbyes. He asked Chen Quan if he wanted to stay in the cave until he had bid farewell, so that they could set off together, but Chen Quan refused. Isn't it a waste of time to make two separate trips? He understood Liang Sheng's concerns, that he was worried about leaving and potentially revealing some flaws before the Huatian sect master. But how could that possibly happen? Chen Quan was even somewhat disgruntled. How could the cultivators from the desolate regions understand the profound techniques of my immortal city? Even the cultivation techniques of the desolate domain sect were imparted by the immortal city. If he hadn't thought well of Jin Guangzhou, he wouldn't have agreed to the current plan of action, which he regarded as a complete waste of time. As a disciple of Jin Guangzhou, this Yang Cheng, his perceptive skills are still lacking. Fortunately, I am generous enough to not stoop to his level. Seeing this, Liang Sheng said no more. After all, he had already reminded Chen Quan, so whatever happened next had nothing to do with him. When Liang Sheng went to bid farewell to the sect master hall of Huatian sect, stating that he intended to distribute elixirs to other sects, they would have normally tried to retain him. However, at this point, they no longer had such inclinations. At this time, Liang Sheng learned about what had happened the previous night. Several golden core deists who had been in closed-door cultivation experienced turmoil in their internal energy and damage to their cultivation base. The cause, however, remained unknown. No one in the Huatian sect would suspect Liang Sheng or Chen Quan at this time. After all, who could believe that a golden core deist could use a method that even a nascent soul master like Yu Longzi could not detect? Upon seeing this, Chen Quan inwardly sneered. In his eyes, none of the cultivators of the desolate regions could discern his methods. He even glanced at Liang Sheng. Frogs at the bottom of the well, these are the supreme methods of my immortal city. However, there was one thing Chen Quan had failed to account for. Just then, a golden core deist descended from the sky, wearing a face of sorrow. Apparently, a golden core deist had entered a demonic state the night before and was completely terminated today. Upon hearing this, Yu Longzi also showed grief and immediately prepared to send Liang Sheng and Chen Quan off, without any further formalities. At just that moment, the golden core deist who had just arrived looked at Chen Quan next to Liang Sheng, and his complexion changed. Upon hearing in secret transmission from the golden core deist, Yu Longzi glanced at Chen Quan with a bewildered look in his eyes. At this moment, Liang Sheng also recognized the golden core deist. He was a disciple from the Zhou family. Seeing this, Liang Sheng immediately worked out what was taking place. Almost immediately after, he saw that Chen Quan hadn't reacted yet, but Yu Longzi was looking at him suddenly. "Fellow deist, would you like to stay in our Huatian sect for a few more days?" Immediately following, the golden core deists around Yu Longzi surrounded Liang Sheng and his companion, turning the situation around rapidly in an instant. At this moment, Yu Longzi looked towards Liang Sheng. "My apologies, young friend Yang Cheng." As his voice fell, several golden core deists took action at once, subduing Liang Sheng and quickly pulling him away from Chen Quan's side. Upon seeing this situation, Chen Quan knew that something unexpected had occurred but showed no panic. However, there was anger in his eyes. He did not look at Yu Longzi, but rather at the previous Zhou family bloodline golden core deist, asking expressionlessly, "How did you detect that something was wrong with me?" At this moment, Chen Quan did not make any excuses. He simply disdained the people from the desolate regions and saw no need to lower himself to do meaningless things. However, he still found it somewhat unbelievable in his heart. How could the people of the desolate regions possibly notice his schemes with their methods? But, the fact in fiction was ridiculous. It seemed that his plan had to be forcefully changed. He was afraid that upon learning of this matter, Qing Feng left envoy would see him as incompetent. After all, how could his ability not count for anything when dealing with people from the desolate regions and still encounter such a leak? Thus, Chen Quan's first thought was that this matter must not be leaked, and not a single person present could be left alive. After dealing with them, he would quickly investigate the situation of other sects. As for whether the desolate regions were in chaos or not, what did it have to do with him, Chen Quan? At this moment, the most important thing was not to let others know the embarrassing situation he found himself in. As long as he could investigate the situation in the desolate regions thoroughly, that would be enough. Seeing the arrogance of his opponent, Yu Long's eyes widened in anger. How could the people in the Danding sect dare to behave like this? In an instant, Yu Long's fingertip tapped lightly, and a terrifying aura enveloped Chen Quan's body. But at the next moment, Yu Long's face changed dramatically, fear evident in his eyes. A horrifying power soared exponentially. All the golden core deists in the room immediately knelt down under the pressure of the aura, but how could Liang Sheng possibly kneel? However, he couldn't expose himself, so he pretended to lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Only Yu Longzi, in his fear, still managed to maintain his consciousness. He could still speak shocked. Middle nascent soul stage. It must be known that under modem cultivation methods, the difference between one realm and another is enormous, and there is no possibility of any encounter. If the sect leader of Upper Green sect back then was in the middle nascent soul stage, even with Hua Tian sect being home to 2 nascent soul stages and backed up by spirit tools, they would not have dared to completely fall out with Upper Green sect. However, Chen Quan did not pay any attention to Yu Longzi at this moment, but instead turned to face the Zhou family bloodline golden core deist. With a flick of his mana, his opponent was brought to him. Speak. At this moment, in his heart, the Zhou family bloodline golden core deist couldn't help but regret. Why did he have to target Chen Quan just now? He could only say that he was deceived by the disguise of the other golden core deist. Otherwise, why would he have dared to come out? Senior, I just sensed a great misfortune from you earlier. And since only you and fellow deist Yang Sheng are here in our Hua Tian sect today, I wanted our sect master to keep you here to clear things up. Is it that simple? Chen Quan couldn't help but feel both amused and annoyed. Was it that because of the other party's intuition, it has led to the current situation? How infuriating! Could Hua Tian sect be so casual? How could they believe just anything? How could he know that the status of the Zhou family disciples in the Hua Tian sect was established by repeatedly accurate predictions and authority confirmations? Chen Quan simply could not accept this situation, as it was an insult to him. He himself was exposed for such a reason? If Qing Feng left envoy were to find out, he would never be able to remove the hat of incompetence. Thinking of this, a murderous glint flashed in Chen Quan's eyes. Seeing this, Yu Long's face changed drastically, and he was about to speak senior. But at this moment, Chen Quan was already relentless. To make a mistake in the hands of these simple-minded cultivators from the desolate regions was a huge insult. Only by killing all of them would nobody know of this matter. Hence, Chen Quan decided not to hold back. In an instant, under the bright sun, a meteor fell from the heavens and starlight flashed. Even the sun in the sky seemed to be overshadowed at this moment. Damn it! These 2 words were what Liang Sheng complained in secret. Was he considered innocent? However, he remained motionless at this moment. He could not act against Chen Quan for the lives of Yu Longzi and the others, not because he was worried about Chen Quan, but because he was worried about the immortal city behind Chen Quan. If they died in the desolate regions, the immortal city would certainly not let it go, creating a chaotic situation there. Although he was indeed unparalleled as the nascent soul realm, there were obviously those who were above the divinity transformation in the immortal city. Without safety guarantees, he might as well go die. Plans still couldn't keep up with changes. He originally wanted to take advantage of Yang Cheng's identity and retire in peace in the desolate regions as the Danding sect was the spy of the immortal city. That is to say, the immortal city would notify the Danding sect of any action in the desolate regions, which could be said that the Danding sect could know the immortal city's actions in the desolate regions. Just like now, Danding sect would know immediately that Chen Quan, the emissary of the immortal city, had arrived in the desolate regions. In this way, once he, Yang Sheng, became the master of the Danding sect for at least a few thousand years, his safety would be completely guaranteed. How could there be any danger if he was invincible in the desolate regions and could control the information of the immortal city at any time? Moreover, Liang Sheng had even made a puppet plan, since creating a golden core puppet was not difficult. As long as the materials were sufficient, he would always succeed in creating an invincible golden core without any flaws. In this way, he could even pass it down from generation to generation, becoming the eternal master of the Danding sect and allowing his cultivation to have no worries. That's why Liang Sheng was so obedient to Jin Guangxiu's arrangement, since he saw the greatest benefit from it. Unfortunately, the plan had failed now. He never imagined that Yang Cheng would die like this. However, so far, under his seeking fortune and avoiding evil, there was no sign of danger, as Chen Quan's attack couldn't affect him at all. He could only blame the opponent for being too arrogant. If Chen Quan had listened to him, he would have stayed in his cave mansion, waiting for him to say goodbye to the Hua Tian sect. How could an accident have happened then? As for how to create Yang Cheng's death, the method was also straightforward, since Yang Cheng had a life token in Danyang Peak's internal affairs office. The principle of the life token was simple: it sensed the cultivator's life soul and qi. As long as the cultivator was alive, his life soul and qi would exist. No one could hide their life soul and qi, but Liang Sheng was an exception due to the existence of the attribute panel, which allowed him to perfectly hide Yang Cheng's life soul and qi. As Yang Cheng's life soul and qi disappeared, the life token in the Danding sect's Danyang Peak Internal Affairs Office would shatter instantly. At this moment, Liang Sheng could only lament his bad luck. Chen Quan's attack had also completely landed. Those golden core deists had lost their ability to move under Chen Quan's suppression, and in an instant, they were turned into scorched earth along with the Hua Tian sect main peak. As for Yu Longzi, his body had already been pierced by Chen Quan, with his nascent soul shattered. He died instantly. In front of the middle nascent soul stage, the early nascent soul stage simply had no battle strength. Chen Quan took one more look at his results, and with one intention, the entire mountain peak collapsed instantly. At this moment, Hua Tian sect was in chaos. They watched the end of the world of their main peak with a horrified expression, utterly at a loss. Was this the end of the world? At this moment, they didn't dare to approach the Hua Tian sect main peak. Now it could be said that whoever got close would die, because Chen Quan was still using his means. As for Chen Quan himself, he was already on his way to other sects, summoning Jin Guangxiu to join him. Quick battle and quick decision. The Danding sect. Danyang Peak. The disciples of the Internal Affairs Office felt sleepy, but suddenly a sound of the shattering of a life token awakened them. When he saw whose life token it was, he immediately turned pale and rushed towards the sect master hall in panic. Jin Guangxiu had just received a communication from Chen Quan, wondering what had happened, when he saw the disciple from the Internal Affairs Office run in, crying, "Sect Master, it's not good. Master's brother Yang Cheng's life token has shattered." The next moment, Jin Guangxiu's face turned pale. Chapter 149, Not Dead Even at the Nascent Soul Middle Stage? Soul Control Technique, I Am the Wilderness. Danding Sect. Danyang Peak. Jin Guangxiu arrived at the Internal Affairs Office as soon as possible and saw the life token representing Yang Cheng completely shattered. He couldn't believe it. He knew that Cheng'er was with the envoy from Immortal City. How could he have died? Unless... Thinking of this, he couldn't help but pick up his communication jade slip again. It contained a message from Chen Quan. Jin Guangxiu immediately stood up and left the Internal Affairs Office. At the Sect Master Hall, Jin Guangxiu rang the bell for the first time. Then the bell rang 6 times, and everyone in Danding sect who wasn't in closed-door cultivation looked towards Danyang Peak. Not long after, all the Golden Core deists who were not in seclusion arrived, gathering in the Sect Master Hall, looking anxious. "Sect Master, what happened?" Throughout the years of Danding sect's establishment, the bell ringing 6 times was actually quite rare. However, Jin Guangxiu didn't immediately answer or explain, but directly arranged tasks. "Today, I will leave the sect. You must activate the second mountain protecting array and guard the sect with all your strength. Maintain the closed-door state of the mountain closure without any news from me. Otherwise, unless a new nascent soul sect master appears, no one else can inherit the position of sect master. I have sealed the inner room of the sect master hall. Xiang Chen, you will guard the outer room from today onwards." If my life token shatters or any catastrophe befalls the sect, you must enter right away. Apart from this situation, no one is allowed to step inside. Sect Master. Everyone was shocked to hear Jin Guangxiu's words. After all, the situation of ringing the bell even during the beast tide never occurred. Why is this happening now? Xiang Chen and Shen Wuqi didn't know what was going on either. But Jin Guangxiu didn't say a word to them. Instead, he rose into the sky and flew out of the mountain gate. At the next moment, the second array of Danding Sect's mountain protecting array was activated. The head of Internal Affairs Department, as if realizing something, hastily summoned the disciple who had just entered the sect master hall to report. What? Yang Cheng's life token has shattered. Xiang Chen and Shen Wuqi were dumbfounded when they heard the news. How could their junior brother suddenly die? Didn't he follow master's orders to deliver elixirs to other sects? How did he suddenly die? Did something happen to the sect alliance? Moreover, master's abnormal behavior today indicated that these two events must be connected. But at this moment, they could only worry themselves. The second mountain protecting array was already activated, and they couldn't leave. Junior brother, what exactly happened to you before? The other Golden Core Deists were also wandering in their hearts, leaving only one idea. That was to follow Jin Guangxiu's orders. With the years of sect master's character, he would never act rashly. So, following his orders would not go wrong. Just then, a disciple from the guest hall suddenly stumbled in, his face frightened. Chief, a letter from the Huatian sect arrived today. Master Yu Longzi and several of Huatian sect's grand elders have all perished. The sect master peak has completely collapsed and turned into scorched earth. What? This news once again shocked everyone. They all looked in the direction Jin Guangxiu had left. No wonder the sect master was in such a hurry. It seemed that the heavens in the desolate regions had indeed changed. But what exactly happened in the desolate regions? Why did the sudden catastrophe happen without any warning? However, they didn't know that Jin Guangxiu actually didn't know about the news from Huatian sect. But due to a series of coincidences, the outcome was the same. Sect master, you must return safely. At this moment, on Danyang Peak of Danding sect, everyone's hearts were filled with worry and fear. Huatian sect. Within the scorched earth of the sect master peak, a figure suddenly appeared and then instantly teleported away. It didn't attract anyone's attention and completely disappeared inside the Huatian sect. This person was none other than Liang Sheng. Fortunately, he still had Danding sect's clothing in his storage ring, otherwise he might have had to run naked. But after leaving, Liang Sheng's face didn't look good. After all, how could a disciple of a sect master suddenly become a loose cultivator? If it weren't for the threat of Immortal City, Chen Quan would have been killed long ago. Did master and senior brother know about Yang Cheng's death and would they be sad? Sigh, it's ultimately bad luck. It seems that seeking fortune and avoiding evil is only based on one's true strength for prediction. Otherwise, with Yang Cheng's identity, following Chen Quan would have been a sign of great misfortune previously. Just then, Liang Sheng was stunned because he had just thought of Jin Guangxiu and his disciples, and he faintly sensed uneasiness in his heart. Is master in danger? The source of the danger, however, came from the direction of the Sky Solar sect. Liang Sheng couldn't help but look up, and then he rushed towards the Sky Solar sect without any hesitation. Master, please don't let anything happen to you. Facing the master who had cared for him for hundreds of years, he ultimately couldn't be heartless. Sky Solar sect. In mid-air, the gale was biting. At this moment, someone was looking far into the Sky Solar sect. It was the envoy from Immortal City, nascent soul master Chen Quan. At this time, the Sky Solar sect was also full of radiant lights. Their mountain protection formation was already fully activated. Seeing this situation, Chen Quan immediately guessed the reason. It must be the news from Huatian sect that had arrived. However, he wasn't worried at all. If it weren't for not alerting the enemy, he would have used force by now. However, a violent attack would cause a commotion and alert other sects, which could make those with ulterior motives hide away. That's why he sent a message to Jin Guangxiu to come and let him enter Sky Solar sect quietly so that he could test their members safely. If anything unexpected happens afterward, he would suppress the Sky Solar sect. After all, they don't even have a single nascent soul master, controlling them would be too easy. After that, he planned to take Jin Guangxiu to the next sect in a similar way. In short, he didn't want any accidents that could alert people with plans and waste time. At this moment, Chen Quan had lost his patience. He wanted to settle the affairs with the sects first, and then investigate the locations of loose cultivators based on the situation in the desolate regions. After all, only those above the Foundation establishment realm could possibly carry the desolate aura, so it's almost impossible for it to appear among loose cultivators. Just then, a streak of light in the sky quickly approached Chen Quan. Without making any move, Chen Quan allowed the light to reach him. It was Jin Guangzhou. Deist, what happened? Nothing much, just some minor accidents. You, under the name of Danding sect, will pay a visit to the Sky Solar sect. After we enter their mountain gate, I'll take action. There's no need for you to do anything. After saying that, he was about to fly towards the Sky Solar sect's mountain gate. However, he noticed that Jin Guangzhou hadn't moved. Froing, he remembered Jin Guangzhou's previous sensible behavior and decided to give him another chance. Chen Quan frowned. Fellow Deist Jin, what's the matter? Why are you not hurrying up? But Jin Guangzhou still did not move. This time, he didn't lower his head obediently but stared intently at Chen Quan. Deist, why did my disciple, Liang Sheng, die? Did he encounter any trouble? Can you tell me what happened? Chen Quan really didn't expect Jin Guangzhou to dare to question him at this time. Furious and humiliated from his previous encounters with Huatian sect, he finally had a chance to vent. Jin Guangzhou. How dare you question me? I am an envoy from my immortal city, and you, beings from the desolate regions, are nothing more than dogs under my immortal city. Who are you to question me? During my investigation of Huatian sect, your disciple got into an accident and died. What's there to ask? Moreover, it's his honor to die for my immortal city. Even the death of Huatian sect master Yu Longzi is insignificant, let alone him. What? Fellow Deist Yu Longzi also perished. Jin Guangzhou only realized then what had happened to Huatian sect. Was it because the sect had some forbidden items that caused these accidents? No. If there really was a problem with Huatian sect, why would his disciple Liang Sheng die? Chen Quan could handle Huatian sect all by himself. This meant that there must be something hidden going on. Thinking of this, he looked up at Chen Quan again, but this time his voice was much softer. Deist, I just want to know how Chcnger died. After all, he must have had a reason for his death. He was a Golden Core Realm true person after all, how could he have died for no reason? At this time, Chen Quan became furious to the point of laughter. Jin Guangzhou's words were too provocative for him. It was like a billionaire being pressed by a beggar to admit whether or not he took $1 away, humiliating. The murderous intent flashed in Chen Quan's eyes. Jin Guangzhou, do you really think that I need your help and that you can do whatever you want? Jin Guangzhou remained neither servile nor overbearing, as he quietly looked at Chen Quan. After all, he had to investigate the death of his young disciple. Once she died and he was powerless to do anything, he vowed never to let someone die by his side without reason again. This is his Deist creed. Seeing Jin Guangzhou's reaction, Chen Quan became angrier. How dare such a little servant from the wilderness look at him with such eyes? When Chen Quan compared Jin Guangzhou's previous humble attitude and behavior to his current one, he felt even more humiliated and enraged, sneering viciously. Jin Guangzhou, do you want to know how your disciple died? It's simple. I wasn't in a good mood and killed him with an indiscriminate attack. And, you must not really think that just because I need your help, you can act without fear? Don't use your desolate region tactics to gauge my immortal city's supreme law. Besides, your desolate region's cultivation techniques were originally bestowed upon you by my immortal city. If it weren't for the sake of collecting your merits and energy, you wouldn't even be worthy of cultivating the immortal law. A bunch of low-level bloodlines, who can only reach the nascent soul realm and have no hopes of entering the great Dao, can't even understand their own position and is utterly ridiculous. Today, I will show you the supreme power of my immortal city's soul control technique. Do you think that if you don't want to cooperate with me, I can't control you to work for me? As he said this, in the blink of an eye, Chen Quan had reached Jin Guangzhou's side before he could even react. But in the hasty moment, a spirit light shot straight into the sky. Spirit tool self-destruction. It turned out that Jin Guangzhou was really determined. He had prepared the spirit tool from the start, proving that he had come with the intention to die. However, as a middle nascent soul stage cultivator, Chen Quan's reaction was incredibly fast. He instantly retreated 1,000 meters by unleashing the solar aura surrounding him. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand such an attack, but as a body that was worth 1,000 gold, how could he take the risk of getting hurt here? However, the more Jin Guangzhi resisted, the angrier he became in his heart. These people from the desolate regions are the dogs of my immortal city. How dare they treat their master like this? At the next moment, he saw an immortal sword appearing in his hand. It was also a spirit tool. Chen Quan no longer wanted to waste time, as the commotion on his side had already caused turmoil in the Sky Solar Sect. Although he wasn't at the nascent soul realm, the Sky Solar Sect could still feel the movement on this side at this moment. Damn it! It seems that he must resort to violent measures today, even if it causes chaos in the desolate regions. Naturally, it is to cover up his incompetence. He never expected that his journey would be so difficult. He had made up his mind that he would stay in the desolate regions longer from now on. Because the longer he stayed in the desolate regions, the more thorough he could erase the traces he left behind. Moreover, he was just investigating the desolate aura. If he accidentally sensed an abnormal aura in the beast swamp, he would enter the swamp to investigate, and it should not be excessive to spend 10 years in the process, right? Although Qingfeng left envoy said that he wanted results in a short time, in front of such great cultivators like them, 10 years were just fleeting moments. With this in mind, Chen Quan's eyes hardened, and he stopped showing any mercy in his attacks. In an instant, he rushed to Jin Guangziu's face. At this moment, Jin Guangziu's face was full of despair. In front of a middle-stage nascent soul, he had no strength to resist at all. Chen Quan's cold voice rang in his ear the next moment. Don't worry, after I control your soul, I'll do a soul search on your memory. Since you care so much about your disciple, you can rest assured that I'll make sure everything you care about will follow you to death, without leaving a single one. Jin Guangziu's face changed drastically at these words, but he was powerless. As a nascent soul master, he found himself as helpless as a baby in front of an adult, without any ability to resist Chen Quan. All he could hope for now was that Danding Sec's mountain protection formation would last a little longer, and that after Chener saw his life token shattered, he would enter the sect master hall inner room and follow his instructions to inform Immortal City. If Chen Quan's actions were Immortal City's intentions, then everything was meaningless and there was no loss since they would all die anyway. But if this was not Immortal City's intention, at least Chen Quan should pay the price. But just then, the smile on Chen Quan's face suddenly froze. Is the middle stage nascent soul realm so powerful? A brief sentence suddenly sounded behind Chen Quan. Feeling shocked and doubtful, Chen Quan instantly teleported away, not caring about Jin Guangziu anymore. But at the next moment, he saw a fist getting bigger and bigger in front of him. Who is it? When Jin Guangziu was still closing his eyes and waiting for death, he suddenly heard a third person's voice. He quickly opened his eyes and saw a cultivator dressed in Danding Sec's attire, punching Chen Quan right in the face. Huh? Who is this? Could it be a senior of my Danding sect? By now, Liang Sheng had returned to his appearance in the mortal world, completely changing his aura. Under the influence of the primordial mysterious technique, his power reached its maximum. At this moment, Chen Quan felt a scorching heat at his waist. This was the town desolation steel placed at his waist, emitting a faint yellow light. Desolate. So there really is a desolate aura. Who on earth are you? Chen Quan was first shocked, then overjoyed. Now that the desolate aura had appeared, it meant that there was no longer a need for the marginal domain marked with the letter Yi to exist. He had already made up his mind about what would happen next. After withstanding the other party's attack, he would immediately send a message to left envoy Qingfeng. By that time, no one in the desolate regions would survive. However, his thoughts were nice, but he overestimated his own strength. At the moment, Liang Sheng's aura was only at the early nascent soul stage, but his strength was comparable to that of a divinity transformation existence. It could only be said that Chen Quan didn't know how terrifying Liang Sheng's strength was under the influence of the ancient techniques. At the next moment, the fist wind had arrived. Chen Quan hurriedly tried to raise his hand to block, but to his surprise, he found himself unable to move. Immediately afterward, a violent force directly invaded his body, as if it was able to uproot and decimate it, occupying his entire body in an instant. Thus, while he was still flying in the air, he fell straight down like a cannonball. In midair, the solar wind was fierce. Having grown accustomed to the solar aura protecting him, Chen Quan felt as if he had returned to the time when he had just started cultivating and was flying with the guidance of his master, being battered by the wild wind. But even worse was his current physical condition, as the mysterious person had already grabbed the back of his neck with one hand. The other party's power continuously invaded his body from the left hand, rendering him, a middle-stage nascent soul true monarch, as helpless as a disabled person, unable to move. He had no chance at all to mobilize the mana in his body to communicate. He could only watch helplessly as the other party looked down at him indifferently from a high position. Under the terror of life and death, he wanted to beg for mercy, but found that his divine sense was completely dead, apart from still having consciousness. Is this the desolate? Can the other party even suppress my divine sense? This was what Liang Sheng had tried after merging his nascent soul into divine and uniting it with his body. He discovered that his power could not only suppress mana but also suppress divine sense. Liang Sheng didn't kill him, because Chen Quan couldn't die yet. The reason was that there must be a method in Immortal City to know his life and death. So Liang Sheng's original idea was to imprison the other party, delay as much as possible, and then think of a way to deal with this matter. However, Liang Sheng now had a better method, and this method was revealed by Chen Quan himself. Soul Control Technique. It could also search for souls. Right after hearing Chen Quan's threat to Jin Quansheng, almost in the blink of an eye, Liang Sheng came up with a perfect plan. But whether it could succeed depended on how smoothly the plan would go. At this moment, suppressing and controlling Chen Quan was actually just the first step of the plan. At this time, Chen Quan's body was cold, but as soon as he fell to the ground and found himself still alive, he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope for survival. As expected, the other party was still wary of the Immortal City behind him. At this moment, his eyes were full of the desire to live as he looked at Liang Sheng. At this moment, he was naturally willing to submit temporarily, as the most important thing was to ensure his own survival first. However, Liang Sheng didn't care about his thoughts at all and directly took his storage ring off his finger with brute force. Chen Quan couldn't help but widen his eyes in terror. His finger was broken. Liang Sheng examined Chen Quan's storage ring for a moment and then let out a sigh of relief in his heart. The structure of the storage ring seemed to be no different from those of the desolate regions, so it seemed that he didn't need to force the person to open the storage ring. At this time, Jin Guangzhou, who was in the sky, had already regained his ability to move. Realizing the situation, he immediately hurried to Liang Sheng's side. Who exactly is this senior in the sect? Why had he never appeared before? Since the other party was able to subdue Chen Quan so easily, he must be a nascent soul late-stage great cultivator. Unexpectedly, there was such an extraordinary talent in the desolate regions. Unfortunately, this was the desolate domain bloodline, and reaching the nascent soul late stage was already the peak for them. They could never hope to achieve divinity transformation. When he landed and saw that Chen Quan was still alive, a disappointed look flashed in Jin Guangzhou's eyes. However, Jin Guangzhou could understand. After all, Chen Quan was a man of Immortal City. How could the senior just kill him easily? But as long as Chen Quan can be taught a lesson not to mess around, it's a fortunate thing. Since Chen Quan had admitted to killing Cheng'er, it was his own will. As long as Chen Quan doesn't die, Immortal City won't blame them. With the protection of Senior, even if Chen Quan harbors grudges, he would not dare to come and cause trouble in the desolate regions again. It was a pity about Cheng'er. Jin Guangzhou still wished that Chen Quan would die, but he found that he couldn't do it himself. Senior. At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't have the time to deal with Jin Guangzhou. With a flicker of his divine sense, Jin Guangzhou was immobilized, instantly unconscious and completely unaware. Liang Sheng had no choice but to do this. Jin Guangzhou couldn't know his next plan, it was better for him and the Danding sect. Next, Liang Sheng carefully searched through Chen Quan's storage ring, and after a while, he relaxed. Found it. His plan progressed smoothly once more. If he hadn't found this item, he would have had to interrogate Chen Quan personally, not knowing if other unforeseen events would happen. The next moment, a jade slip appeared in Liang Sheng's hand. Seeing this, Chen Quan's heart tightened, but he couldn't even move his pupils. Soul Control Technique. After a while, Liang Sheng opened his eyes with a look of awe, not expecting such a profound method to exist in the world. No wonder Chen Quan had said that he could control Jin Guangxiu and make him act according to his wishes completely. However, since that was the case, why didn't he control everyone in Hua Tian sect when he was there earlier, so he wouldn't have to worry about leaks? It could only be said that he looked down on the desolate regions too much. Feeling like a dog had bitten its master, Chen Quan was filled with anger, wanting to quickly settle everything. At this moment, Liang Sheng thought for a moment, grabbed Chen Quan's neck with his left hand, caught the unconscious Jin Guangxiu with his right hand, and flew into the air. It took a long time for a golden core deist from Sky Solar Sect to sneak over here. Although there was no destruction here, the previously shocking chi still made him feel fearful. What on earth had happened here? Could there be some major changes happening in the desolate regions again? Far East. Ancient Temple. If Jin Guangxiu were awake at this moment, he would completely believe that Liang Sheng was a senior from his sect. Otherwise, how could the other party know about this place? However, Jin Guangxiu couldn't open his mouth since he was now unconscious. His situation was slightly better than Chen Quan's since Liang Sheng wasn't physically controlling him. But at this moment, Chen Quan had been in a state of panic. He wished he was also unconscious like Jin Guangxiu. That's because Liang Sheng was cultivating soul control technique. The only thing that comforted Chen Quan at this moment was that the soul control technique was very difficult to learn at the entry level. Only those with natural affinity and extraordinary talent could succeed in cultivating it. Even Chen Quan himself took nearly 100 years to achieve a breakthrough at the entrance stage, and within a year, he had reached a high level of mastery. Yes. Soul control technique was one of those difficult to learn, easy to master spells that had high requirements for innate talent. If one could learn it, they would, but if they couldn't, they wouldn't. He could only pray that Liang Sheng would not be compatible with the soul control technique and could not learn it. However, Liang Sheng didn't think so much at this time. His innocent talent indeed made his cultivation slow, but he was never afraid of not being able to break through. Moreover, as his realm improved, it became much easier for him to cultivate earlier spells to a higher level as his power increased. However, he was still in the entrance stage, so, in the end, his cultivation was still slow, and time passed day by day. Chen Sheng and Jin Guangxiu had been unable to move for more than a month. If they weren't nascent soul masters, they would have needed to replenish their energy by now. However, after witnessing that Liang Sheng had made no progress in a month, Chen Quan completely put his mind at ease, as 1 month was the time limit for testing whether one could cultivate the soul control technique. Since that was the case, he probably didn't need to worry about being soul-searched and controlled by the other party. But, seeing that the other party hadn't given up, Chen Quan felt a perverted sense of pleasure. Even if you practice for another year, it will be useless. 2 months later. Chen Quan suddenly felt terrified and couldn't believe what he saw. As he looked at Liang Sheng, he only had one thought: how is this possible? Liang Sheng, on the other hand, couldn't contain his joy, as he had finally succeeded in entering the soul control technique. After entering the soul control technique, Liang Sheng was greatly shocked and secretly exclaimed that it was truly a divine ability from the immortal city. Fortunately, there were no such techniques in the desolate regions before, otherwise, many of his plans would have been impossible to execute, and he might even have been in danger for his life. However, if it weren't for Chen Quan mentioning these incredible techniques previously, Liang Sheng might not have decided on his current plan. His current plan was actually very simple: to not let Chen Quan die, first searching and controlling all his memories, and then seeing whether he could impersonate him. The key to this plan was whether he could control souls. By doing so, impersonating Chen Quan and returning to the immortal city would ensure that what happened in the desolate regions wouldn't be exposed. As a result, the immortal city wouldn't make a move on the desolate regions. Liang Sheng had previously experimented that he could transform into anyone else, although their auras would be slightly different. Ancient techniques were like this, but Liang Sheng was different because under his talent of innocent foolishness, there were no bottlenecks in this world, and as long as he continued to practice, he could always make his aura completely identical to anyone else's. So combining all these conditions, he formulated his current plan, as there was no one in this world who could be so perfect except him. Next, Liang Sheng naturally prepared to master the soul control technique proficiently, at least reaching the minor accomplishment stage. Otherwise, he would also be afraid of accidents, after all, he was about to absorb other people's memories. But the situation that followed was beyond his expectation, and within only 3 days, the soul control technique had already been greatly successful. Immediately, Liang Sheng looked at Chen Quan, who was holding onto his back neck with his left hand. They had been maintaining this posture for more than 2 months. Chen Quan's heart was in such turmoil that he couldn't describe it, but what could he do now? Even his divine sense had been frozen. At the next moment, Liang Sheng instantly activated the soul control technique, Soul Search. Afterwards, Liang Sheng's face turned extremely red, as this was the memory of a nascent soul master. How huge must the amount of information be? Fortunately, Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness was vast. Under the ancient cultivation method, the qi refining and divinity transformation stage of him was almost entirely composed of nascent soul, making his divine sense several times more powerful than a nascent soul master from the modem cultivation method. But if it weren't for that, how could he be so confident that he could successfully escape even in the face of a great might at the early stage of divinity transformation? Half a day later, Liang Sheng slowly came back to his senses. By this time, Chen Quan's eyes were already lifeless, still immersed in the backlash of the soul control technique Soul Search. Liang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he held Chen Quan's Town Desolation Steel in his hand and activated it with a trace of mana, making the Town Desolation Steel turn slightly yellow. When Liang Sheng's mana circulated as the Pure Yang Pill scripture and the Upper Pure Immortal scripture, the Town Desolation Steel showed green light again. This is the aura of the desolate. Does it refer to those who practice ancient techniques? Am I the ancient one they are looking for? Unfortunately, Chen Quan didn't know the specifics, only knowing that once the aura of the Ancient One appeared in the desolate regions, the Immortal City's next action would be to obliterate the entire desolate regions. In the face of the Ancient One's aura, things like merit and qi were not worth mentioning. Liang Sheng also learned another piece of good news at this moment, which was that he had at least 10 years to arrange his next plan. For the Immortal City, 10 years would not be considered too long. Liang Sheng understood this, as 10 years were not worth mentioning for the city lord of the Immortal City. Left envoy Qingfeng sending Chen Quan to investigate wouldn't think that the 10-year period was too long either. At this moment, Chen Quan finally came back to his senses from the soul search, looking at Liang Sheng with full hatred. But Liang Sheng wasn't bothered by him at the moment. Was there any need to care about someone who was about to die? It's just that the other party couldn't die yet. Right after, Liang Sheng took out Chen Quan's cultivation method, Ascending Immortality scripture, from his storage ring. Without any hesitation, Liang Sheng sat down and began to cultivate. At this moment, under the qi refining and divinity transformation realm, it was extremely easy for him to cultivate the Ascending Immortality scripture. 1 year later, under the full effort cultivation of the Ascending Immortality scripture and not practicing any other techniques, Liang Sheng quickly succeeded in cultivating to the 15th level, reaching the early nascent soul realm. Although his aura's strength was slightly different from Chen Quan's, the difference was negligible. Although Chen Quan had reached the 16th level of the Ascending Immortality scripture, compared to Liang Sheng, who practiced ancient cultivation, the power of his 15th level was even more vast and intense than the 16th level. Chen Quan had no idea about the changes within Liang Sheng's body, and Jin Guangxia remained unconscious. However, at the next moment, although Chen Quan couldn't move, his heart was filled with horror. Because at this moment, Liang Sheng had changed to look exactly like Chen Quan, and even his aura was 3/4 similar to Chen Quan's. What on earth does he want to do? As time went on, Chen Quan became more and more horrified. At this moment, he only had one thought: no wonder the Immortal City chose to obliterate the desolate regions when the Ancient One's aura appeared. This was truly terrifying. How could there be someone in this world who could create an almost identical aura of another person? It was a good thing that it couldn't be exactly the same, but it was enough to deceive people who were not well acquainted. However, after 1 year, Chen Quan was completely hopeless, but Liang Sheng's mouth curved up slightly, and he made up his mind. Success! Under the talent of innocent foolishness, he had simply altered his aura to match Chen Quan's aura completely. Of course, the process was also a matter of slowly correcting himself. To put it simply, it was just a matter of constant practice. With this, Liang Sheng's plan was almost ready to begin. Of course, he needed to conduct an experiment first, just to be sure. Liang Sheng brought out 2 life tokens. One of the life tokens was used to extract Chen Quan's aura, while the other was used to extract his own current aura. In the end, he put the two life tokens together for comparison, and after that, Liang Sheng immediately burst into laughter. They were perfectly identical. The plan was complete. Now that he has all of Chen Quan's memories and his appearance and aura are completely identical, he is Chen Quan, the envoy from the Immortal City. At the next moment, before the desperate Chen Quan could react, he felt Liang Sheng's left hand explode with power, causing Chen Quan to fall silent, lifeless, and without any aura. However, the two life tokens in Liang Sheng's hands were still intact. Who would know that Chen Quan from the Immortal City is already dead? Chapter 150, Unexpected Surprise, Middle Nascent Soul Stage, 41,000 Lifespan Entering Immortal City. Desolate Regions. The Far East. Desolate Valley Divine Temple. Liang Sheng looked at the unconscious Jin Guangxiu in front of him, thought for a moment, and without much hesitation, brought him back to the previous battlefield outside the Sky Solar Sect. Before this, Liang Sheng had specifically sent a message back to the Immortal City. At this time, he couldn't deny the powerful cultivation method of the Immortal City. The means of communication had also become countless times stronger. Of course, applying such a method also requires a certain level of cultivation. After all, to communicate across the desolate regions back to the Immortal City, at least requires the nascent soul realm's cultivation level. After a short while, Liang Sheng received a reply from Qingfeng of Immortal City, only 5 words. Okay, continue the investigation. Great. So, he still had 10 years to make arrangements. Only then did Liang Sheng express interest in checking out what was inside Chen Quan's storage ring. Previously, due to time constraints, he didn't have the mind to care about what exactly was inside this storage ring. But now, Chen Quan is himself. Having successfully dealt with the matter, he started to relax and to take a look at the rewards he had earned. Although he had Chen Quan's memories, it's likely even Chen Quan was rather unclear about the many things he had collected over thousands of years. Given the circumstances, Liang Sheng could only painstakingly sort through it all. First was a spiritual weapons longsword. Liang Sheng didn't really care as he already had as many as 12 spiritual tools. It wasn't anything remarkable to him. There was no need to talk about the jade slip of the ascending immortality scripture since he had already successfully cultivated it. Next, he saw several hundred top-grade talismans, each of which possessed power not inferior to one strike of a nascent soul true man. These talismans aren't bad. There were also quite a few top-grade cultivation materials, such as top-grade refining materials. According to Chen Quan's memories, he had apparently wanted to further enhance his spiritual tools. Furthermore, there were 13,000 top-grade spirit stones, 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and all kinds of other things, such as spiritual pills, anyway, all things of great value. However, after checking, Liang Sheng did not feel overly surprised. It seems that Chen Quan's wealth is just that of an average middle-stage nascent soul true monarch. Even Liang Sheng was more wealthy than him. He shouldn't have expected too much. Liang Sheng felt somewhat disappointed. The wealth of Chen Quan, comparable to the foundations of an entire sect in the desolate regions, was now insignificant in Liang Sheng's eyes. Forget it. He should start handling the aftermath in the desolate regions. The thought crossed Liang Sheng's mind and he vanished in an instant. By the time he arrived outside Sky Solar Sect. After a while, Jin Guangxiu slowly regained consciousness. It took him a good while to completely wake up. However, upon first laying eyes on Liang Sheng, he blurted out 2 words. Immortal Envoy. However, as soon as the words had left his mouth, his expression changed again. What about the senior of his sect he'd seen before he fell unconscious? Jin Guangxiu, you're lucky. If it wasn't for your sect senior's intervention, you'd be dead by now. However, considering your sect senior's assistance in spending 2 years investigating the desolate regions, you can be considered to have made amends. Let this matter be swept under the rug. Your disciple Yang Cheng's matter is over. You may feel regret, but you should be grateful that I spared you this time. But if you're still so insensible as to create troubles, believe me, your Danding sect will no longer need to exist, even with the help of your sect senior. 2 years. You. Seeing Chen Quan's arrogant and indifferent words, Jin Guangxiu's heart was full of sorrow. His disciple Liang Sheng was truly dead without any justification. But, Jin Guangxiu's courage had been exhausted. Like a person who had been rescued from suicide, he no longer had the courage to commit suicide for the second time. Most people would choose to continue living, because they would have more fetters. Now, Jin Guangxiu had already sought justice for his disciple Liang Sheng once. Thus, he now had to consider for the Danding sect. And, he had actually been in a coma for 2 years? Jin Guangxiu was deeply distressed. He nodded silently. Afterwards, he did not speak, remained silent. Chen Quanstiyu had an expression of indifference. Since you've thought it through, you may return to your sect now. Going forward, I will no longer need your assistance. Jin Guangxiu did not speak. At this moment his back was somewhat hunched, and finally, with a hoarse voice said goodbye to Chen Quan. Then, this poor deist will not disturb the immortal envoy, farewell. After speaking, Jin Guangxiu took to the air and disappeared into the distance. At this point, Liang Sheng managed to regain his facial expression, showing a look of helplessness. Master, today our master-disciple fate has come to an end, henceforth I will no longer be your disciple. But, at the next moment, Liang Sheng cheered up, looked at the sky solar sect not far away. The mountain protection formation of the solar sect had already been turned off and returned to its regular functionalities as usual. After all, almost 2 years had passed without any incident, and the Huatian sect's case remained unsettled to this day. Some even said it was a heavenly punishment. After all, if it's not heavenly punishment, how could Yulongzi, a nascent soul true monarch, have not made a single movement before his death? This is a nascent soul true monarch. Even after other sects investigated with no results, they felt a bit relieved in their hearts. Wrongdoing will eventually lead to self-destruction. Those cultivating immortality, believe most in destiny, and also in cause and effect. However, the path of cultivation is against the heavens. If spoken out loud, it seems like a joke. At this time, Liang Sheng wasn't thinking too much. With only 10 years left, he naturally had to expedite his investigation of the secrets of the desolate regions. Having received all of Chen Quan's memories, Liang Sheng understood more about the desolate regions, but this also made him want to explore deeper for the secrets hidden within. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng didn't hesitate at all, concealing his qi and sneaking into the Sky Solar Sect. At this time, the highest cultivation level in the Sky Solar Sect was just a golden core deist. How could they detect him? It's no wonder that Liang Sheng is in such a hurry. It's only because Chen Quan's character setup is problematic. In Immortal City, he is cowardly to the strong, flattering to the higher UPS and arrogant to the lower ones. He couldn't possibly change his personality this time. He could only try to find all the secrets in the desolate regions as much as possible, to supplement Chen Quan's memory and add bargaining chips for himself. In fact, Liang Sheng was somewhat relieved. If Chen Quan were a man of integrity, that would be really fatal. Now it's not too bad. After all, with Chen Quan's cultivation level, he would only bow his head to late-stage nascent soul cultivators and above while acting arrogant to those below middle-stage nascent soul cultivators, which he can still accept. After all, under divinity transformation, I am invincible. With divinity transformation as my enemy, I flee for my life. In the following month, Liang Sheng visited the other 2 sects and 6 paths, except for Huatian sect and Danding sect. He didn't go to Danding sect because he had already turned over the scripture repository of Danyang Peak, and the Huatian sect repository had been turned into scorched earth under Chen Quan's previous attack. What a sin! At this moment, aside from being unable to find the Huatian sect's top refining technique, Liang Sheng already had the most advanced methods of the other sects in hand. Although the techniques in Immortal City are vast and boundless, the Desolate Domain sect has developed for many years and has its unique features. Taking the essence, removing the dregs, is not a bad compliment. After all, I have no bottleneck in my practice. What if it's effective? Take for instance the nail-head 7 arrows technique. Many cultivators do not practice such thankless techniques, which are clearly suicidal rather than killing the enemy. But in Liang Sheng's hands, it became a rare attack method. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng shook his head. Now that he had the essence of the Desolate Domain sect, it was time to put on a full act. Beast Swamp. If I lied that I would go to the Beast Swamp to investigate the situation, how could I deceive Qingfeng and the others if I didn't go? Soon Liang Sheng arrived at the ruins of the Upper Pure sect. Back then, it became the main camp of the beast tide in the desolate regions. So after the end of the beast tide, the back mountain hunting grounds of Upper Pure Sect were sealed off by the 2 sects and 6 paths. But how could it block Liang Sheng? Liang Sheng had long been invincible in the desolate regions. He really didn't want to leave here. Who would want to take risks when safety was guaranteed? However, it was his cause and effect with the Danding sect that ultimately led to today's result. With that in mind, Liang Sheng no longer hesitated and directly entered the back mountain hunting grounds. In a short time, he found the blocked entrance to the beast swamp. He sensed no danger at the moment, so he directly opened the passage into the beast swamp. The next moment, the scene changed. Liang Sheng had entered the beast swamp through the passage and looked at the dim sky. In an instant, he felt suffocated. As expected of the beast swamp, it is indeed a poor place with bad waters. The concentration of spiritual energy here is actually similar to that of the desolate regions, but it is mixed with miasma, which requires filtering even for cultivation. In this environment, the cultivation efficiency is greatly reduced. Liang Sheng just took a quick glance and sealed the passage he had come through, making a mark and choosing a direction to continue forward. What he saw along the way was grey, and he never thought that the beast swamp would be in such a bad state. He had thought that the beast swamp would be full of demonic beasts, but he was wrong. Within hundreds of miles, he hardly encountered any demonic beasts. At this time, Liang Sheng held back his doubts and continued to move forward. After not knowing how far he had walked, Liang Sheng gradually had a ridiculous idea. The beast swamp seemed to be much larger than the desolate regions, and after every major area, there was some change in the scenery, as if it was put together in pieces. Liang Sheng's doubts grew as he realized that even Chen Quan's memory had little information about the beast swamp, only knowing that it was a low-grade area. As for the desolate regions, the 3 sects and 6 orders had been guarding against the beast swamp, and both sides were mortal enemies. And besides the beast tide battles, the 3 sects and 6 orders only occasionally sent demonic beasts into it as a training ground for disciples. But he never thought that the beast swamp would contain such a situation. No wonder the demonic beasts would launch a beast tide and invade the desolate regions in order to survive. Thinking about this, Liang Sheng sighed and continued to move forward. The sporadic demonic beasts on the roadside didn't interest him. After another month, Liang Sheng's spirits couldn't help but be shaken. Demon King. Below him was a tribe of demonic beasts, numbering over 100,000. Liang Sheng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After so long, he finally saw a proper large group of demonic beasts. Now this is the beast swamp he had imagined, full of demonic beasts, ferocious and sinister. At this moment, Liang Sheng concealed his breath and the beasts had no perception of him. He pretended to experiment with the town desolation steel. It emits a faint green light. After discreetly investigating and sensing that this was just an ordinary demon beast horde, without anything special or useful clues, Liang Sheng directly proceeded to the next location. 1 year later, Liang Sheng had encountered hundreds of demon beast hordes of various sizes along the way, which confirmed that the beast swamp was indeed vast. Although the beast swamp is sparse in creature due to its large size, the number of demonic beasts is indeed very large. However, the number of demon kings is relatively small, no wonder the beast tides in the desolate regions are not frequent. Unless there's a demon saint leading them, or a top-level demon king with extraordinarily strong abilities, it is then possible to connect various beast groups and invade the desolate regions. Liang Sheng discovered another secret of beast swamp. It is not only connected to the desolate regions where the 3 sects and 6 orders are located, but also to other desolate regions. However, Liang Sheng did not delve deeper. He only has about 9 years left, so he doesn't have the time to investigate further for now. Besides, he already roughly understood the situation in Beast Swamp. It's like pieces of a puzzle connecting to the desolate regions, and is merely blocked by cultivators sealing the passages. Only when the strength of the beast groups reaches a certain level, do they have the ability to break the seal and invade the desolate regions. However, this circumstance would require at least several thousand years, as the growth cycle of the demonic beasts is just too long. After more than a year of exploration, Liang Sheng finally generally understood the structure of Beast Swamp. He even had a ridiculous idea. If it were not for the gloomy sky and harsh environment, the situation in Beast Swamp was almost indistinguishable from the desolate regions. It was like pieces of desolate regions stitched together. After finding no gains, Liang Sheng prepared to return to the desolate regions of the 3 sects and 6 orders. It was about time to wrap things up. However, he didn't know that somewhere in Beast Swamp, quite a distance away, there was an oasis at this moment. A demon king arrived here with an excited look. 200 years, finally, I found the Holy Land. Blessings of the Holy Ancestor. The demon king suddenly cried, and in his excitement, he plunged straight into the waters of the oasis. The original clear water changed instantly with his jump in, showing a green radiance and bursting with vitality, and after a quarter of an hour, he was thrown out of the water by some strange force. He felt unwilling, but he still knelt down in worship, and after this he hastily left. As he turned around, the oasis disappeared. The Demon King seemed to have expected this. He turned his head and saw the scene. He wasn't too surprised, instead he felt the power in his body surge. 2,000 years. In 2,000 years, he could break through to the Demon Saint realm. By then, he would definitely lead his demon tribe warriors to reclaim a desolate region territory. As long as he could do it before the longevity immortal city's reinforcements arrived, and take the human desolate regions, they wouldn't be able to make a move. After all, despite the Holy Ancestor cooperating with the human clan and pledging a heavenly Dao oath, resulting in the Holy Ancestor's downfall due to a word trap in the oath. Still, the basic regulations hold, and as long as he can plan properly and successfully seize the desolate regions before the immortal city can react, everything should go smoothly. His previous plan was almost successful, if not for an unexpected mishap halfway through. However, he has learned his lesson and will prevent such a situation from happening this time. At this moment, Liang Sheng was planning to return to the desolate regions. He is unaware that a demon king is sharpening his knife, plotting the wasteland. He now feels that there's not much left to explore in the beast swamp. All the situations are more or less the same. If it weren't for the natural opposition between humans and demons, he would even sympathize with the harsh living conditions of the demonic beasts. Just then, an oasis suddenly appeared before his eyes. Huh? It wasn't an illusion, nor a mirage. Inside the beast swamp, surprisingly, there really was an oasis. Upon detecting this, Liang Sheng cautiously started his investigation, but under his auspicious ability to avoid evil, he felt only a great fortune omen. Moreover, he had never felt such an intense omen of great fortune before. It seemed to be the greatest opportunity he had gotten since he acquired his auspicious ability to avoid evil. Liang Sheng had no idea what was going on, but he didn't doubt his ability to sense good luck and evil. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and carefully moved forward and slowly entered the oasis. As soon as he entered the water, it instantly turned green and was bursting with vitality. Liang Sheng felt an immense vitality flooding into his body and he willingly sat down to cultivate, allowing himself to sink to the bottom of the lake. Primordial Mysterious Technique. Lifespan Cultivation Technique. The 21 techniques in his body were practicing simultaneously, with clear differences between their respective meridian pathways. At this moment, he was like a voracious beast, greedily devouring the green chi from the entire oasis lake and integrating it into his body. After all, Liang Sheng had reached the chi refining and divinity transformation realm. His physical body and primordial spirit were like a black hole, madly absorbing the power of the oasis. This was plundering. If the previous Demon King saw this scene, he would probably feel like crying. The oasis that their demon clan painstakingly sought was being wildly plundered by a human. This was robbery. However, Liang Sheng at this moment did not have time to think about anything else. He only felt a boundless force of vitality constantly pouring into his body. He instinctively cycled through his techniques and greedily absorbed, with the primordial mysterious technique of the chi refining and divinity transformation realm operating at maximum speed. The lifespan cultivation technique was wildly snatching away the vitality of the oasis. He didn't know that the originally lush green oasis was slowly showing signs of decay and turning grayish-white. In less than a quarter of an hour, the oasis fled like a terrified girl, hurriedly disappearing. For the next 10,000 years, the oasis did not appear in the desolate regions. The demonic beasts thought their holy ancestor had abandoned them, but that's a story for another time, so it won't be discussed here. The oasis retreated, but Liang Sheng was still immersed in cultivation. The vitality in his body was more horrifying than after he had taken a nascent soul pill, by no one knows how many times. In a blink of an eye, 9 years had passed. Liang Sheng probably didn't expect his plan to deviate, as he unexpectedly ended up cultivating in the beast swamp for 9 years. At this moment, Liang Sheng finally woke up. His eyes sparkled with light, and within them was an unmatched force. Following a long howl, the sound echoed throughout the beast swamp for hundreds of miles, scaring the sparse demonic beasts into submission. His body suddenly expanded, then rapidly shrank, but he didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he only felt the billowing power within him. Boundless mana. Liang Sheng surprisingly felt an invincible illusion. His sea of consciousness expanded again, doubling in size. Now, he could easily defeat 10 of his past selves. However, Liang Sheng didn't care about that. In his heart, there were only 3 words: great opportunity. He was indeed blessed with deep fortune. Unexpectedly, in order to hide himself better and enter the immortal city without revealing any flaws, he came to the beast swamp to investigate, encountering such an incredible adventure. At this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't wait to look at his data panel, as his realm had broken through after 9 years. Not only had his realm broken through, but the health cultivation method had also advanced, which was simply unbelievable. After all, he possessed the talent of innocent foolishness. How could he break through again in such a short time? But that was the reality. Name: Liang Sheng. Age: 1052. Talent: innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques: primordial mysterious technique, 4th layer, ascending immortality scripture, 16th layer, 20 life nurturing techniques, 23rd layer, nail head 7 arrows technique, curse. PS, the upper pure immortal scripture and pure yang pill scripture will not appear after this, they are omitted. Realm: refining spirit from Qi, middle nascent soul stage. Lifespan: 41,274. 41,000 year longevity, who else can match it? This sentence inexplicably appeared in Liang Sheng's mind. He had never been so confident and proud before. He never thought that in just 10 years, he would break through to the middle nascent soul realm. What was the oasis encountered earlier? Why did it have such miraculous effects? Today's encounter was the most extraordinary adventure Liang Sheng had experienced in his many years of cultivation. It should be known that he achieved this effect under the talent of innocent foolishness. If it were someone else, they might have gained even greater benefits. Of course, if someone else were in his place, the result might be different. After all, he could cultivate without bottlenecks, while others might simply store the tremendous power within their bodies, slowly digesting it, and then gradually loosening their own bottlenecks in order to break through their realm. In Liang Sheng's more than 1,000 years of life, he had actually seen too many talented individuals who ultimately perished uncomfortably under their bottlenecks. At this time, Liang Sheng turned his head toward the center of the beast swamp, feeling an impulse to continue searching for the oasis. However, reality did not allow him to do so. As the 10-year deadline had arrived, he had to return to the immortal city. Fortunately, he successfully broke through and awakened just at the 9-year mark, otherwise, if he had delayed another year, who knows what actions the immortal city would take. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng no longer hesitated. He forcibly suppressed the urge in his heart and hurried towards the marked passage he had made before. Far East. Ancient Temple. Liang Sheng looked at the teleportation array before his eyes, feeling inexplicably emotional. He turned to look at the desolate regions once more, experiencing a slight sense of farewell. He was already 1052 years old. He had spent nearly 800 years in the desolate regions, never thinking that he would eventually have to say goodbye. If he had acquired the ancient cultivation techniques back in the secular world, perhaps he could have enjoyed a carefree life there. This also showed that as soon as you come into contact with the outside world, you are bound to have cause and effect. Fortunately, he had some self-preservation power now, which was consoling. As for divinity transformation realm cultivators, according to Chen Quan's memory, there were very few in the immortal city. For cultivators above the nascent soul realm, breakthroughs were even more difficult. Otherwise, why would he be entrusted with such an important task by left envoy Qingfeng to investigate the real situation in the desolate regions? Calming his emotions, Liang Sheng activated the teleportation array with a mid-grade spirit stone as the foundation, illuminating the array. Immortal City. Sky City. Upon reappearing in the teleportation array, Liang Sheng immediately handed over his mission waste token, then headed straight to left envoy Qingfeng's palace. Bright moon, who was in charge of internal affairs, learned of this immediately and temporarily put down his tasks, keeping a close eye on King Feng's movements. If Qing Feng were to urgently enter the city lord mansion that night, it would mean that Chen Quan had found the source of the desolate aura, which would be a great achievement. How could he miss out then? After all, Qing Feng was a cunning one. If he didn't stay by the city lord's side, who knew what kind of benefits Qing Feng might deceive the city lord into promising, which would cause trouble. Fortunately, not long after Chen Quan entered King Feng's mansion, he left. And Qing Feng did not visit the city lord that night, allowing Bright Moon to let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the code-name Yi Desolate Region was unharmed, and this was nothing more than a farce. However, this event was a wake-up call for him. Although he was in charge of internal affairs, he couldn't completely leave external affairs in King Feng's hands. Otherwise, if something really big happened and he was in the dark, wouldn't he be punished by the city lord? At this point, he had already investigated King Feng's practices in various desolate regions. It turned out that he merely supported certain sects, making them his spies. Since that was the case, things became very simple, all he had to do was follow the same method. Over these past 10 years, Bright Moon had not been idle. He had planted spies in nearly all the desolate regions under the jurisdiction of Longevity Immortal City. If you, Qing Feng, can do it, why can't I? Thinking of this, Bright Moon slowly closed his eyes. He refused to appear weak in front of others and wanted to prove that he was the most capable assistant to the city lord. At this point, Liang Sheng knew nothing about Bright Moon's plans. After reporting to Qing Feng, he handed over the town desolation stele. Qing Feng had no surprises about this, as he had not believed that a desolate aura would appear in the marginal domain marked with letter Yi from the beginning. What era are we in now? Countless eras had passed since the ancient cultivation times, and the desolate aura should have long been purified. If it weren't for their city lord saying there was suspicion of desolate aura, he would not have sent someone to investigate. According to his usual practice, dealing with this kind of thing, there was indeed a simple method. As long as there were suspicions of desolation, there was no need for investigation, just carry out indiscriminate attacks and carry out a big annihilation. There were countless desolate regions beneath the Immortal City, and they wouldn't miss this code-name Yi domain, but this time the desolate region wasn't important, what mattered was giving the city lord an account. Since this was a misunderstanding, it was no longer urgent. At this moment, the city lord had already gone back into closed-door cultivation, and he would have to be stupid to disturb the city lord. As for Chen Quan's completion of the task in the desolate region, Qing Feng simply made an oral promise and let the other party go. At this moment, thinking of Chen Quan, Qing Feng couldn't help but reveal a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He indeed was a loyal dog, clever and understanding, he didn't need to worry about him too much. That's why over the years, he actually hadn't cared about what others said about Chen Quan being arrogant and domineering when he was outside. As long as it wasn't a matter of principle, he had to protect his dog. Otherwise, if he didn't care about his own dog, how could he tame other people to become his dogs? Under the city lord, there are left and right envoys after all. He was not only one person below, with tens of thousands of people above, but there was also one person who was on equal footing with him. Chen Quan was now walking in the Immortal City. The streets were bustling with activity, and it seemed like a secular city. The only differences were that the roads were more spacious, and both sides of the street were cultivators. The spiritual energy density was even more concentrated here than in the desolate regions by countless times. At this moment, the scene from Chen Quan's memory was slowly merging with the scene before his eyes. In this place, there was little difference between ordinary cultivators and mortals. With great concealment in plain sight, as long as one doesn't cause trouble, they can grow safely. However, many people who saw Liang Sheng would voluntarily avoid him. The class here could be said to be far apart. Lower cultivators had no rights in front of higher ones. With no expression on his face, Liang Sheng moved through the secular city. It didn't take long before he stopped in front of a mansion. Chen Mansion. The Immortal City closely resembled a secular city, with the city lord mansion resembling the imperial palace. The cave mansions of nascent soul masters like them were like grand residences. In the families of these great cultivators, they also signed heavenly Dao oaths for servant contracts, as their servants had far better conditions than ordinary loose cultivators. At this moment, the gatekeepers at the door were all at the foundation establishment stage. Their faces were full of energy, and even in the desolate domain sect, foundation establishment stage cultivators were considered superior. But now, Chen Mansion had foundation establishment stage cultivators as gatekeepers, and upon seeing Liang Sheng, their expressions immediately changed to surprise and joy. "Patriarch, you're back." Chen Quan nodded but didn't speak, and instead walked straight into the mansion. As the main gate opened, it seemed like another world. There was a flowing stream in the courtyard, surrounded by towering mountains and exquisite craftsmanship. Winding to the west, there were spiritual plants and immortal trees everywhere, standing tall and verdant, with intertwining roots and branches, looking like coiled dragons. Although he had seen this scene in Chen Quan's memory, Liang Sheng was still stunned by it when he saw it with his own eyes. This was the kind of residence that a great cultivator should have. Perhaps it was to show off one's status, or maybe it was for their own cultivation. After all, at this time, Liang Sheng felt that the spiritual energy in the air was much richer than outside the mansion, and it was at least twice as strong. This was not just a mansion, but clearly a hidden dimension disguised as a mansion. At this moment, the servants had already begun to inform everyone in the mansion. "The Patriarch has returned." Soon, they saw the servants lining up on both sides, bowing their heads in salute, while the cave gates within the mansion opened one by one, revealing Chen Quan's relatives. Big brother, uncle, patriarch. Various titles were called out continuously. Liang Sheng surprisingly discovered that there was even an early nascent soul stage cultivator among them, more than 30 golden core cultivators, and several hundred foundation establishment stage cultivators. As for the younger generation of Qi refining realm, there were simply too many to count. This was only because they were the descendants of the Chen family. Otherwise, they would have no qualifications to enter Sky City at all. The rules of the Immortal City were simple. In Sky City, ordinary cultivators must be at least at the foundation establishment stage to enter. This was a true cultivation family. Seeing the crowded family juniors, Liang Sheng felt somewhat troubled. Moreover, there were quite a few ladies mixed in with them. After all, such a large cultivation family would naturally need deist partners to reproduce and continue the lineage. Fortunately, only those family juniors who felt that their own path to immortality had been cut off would consider having children. So at this moment, Chen Quan was still in a stage of vigorous progress and didn't have a deist partner. Otherwise, there would be one more person beside his pillow, and he would have to consider how to silently get rid of his partner. Although this was a bit cold-blooded, safety comes first. At this moment, Liang Sheng only slightly nodded his head, still maintaining a cold expression, and the others didn't mind. It was just the patriarch's nature. What was so strange about it? Next up was naturally the welcoming feast for Chen Quan to cleanse the dust from his journey. After all, once Chen Quan returned, the backbone of the family would be back. It is necessary to know that all members of the Chen family were a bit sullen during the past 10 years. After all, they had learned Chen Quan's temper very well, and they were arrogant and domineering toward those below them. But thankfully, they knew their own limits. Since Chen Quan was not around, if they continued their behavior, they would have been probably beaten up unknowingly and not even find the perpetrator. But now that the patriarch is back, what do they have to fear? They can return to their previous state, carefree and at case. After all, their own patriarch was a trusted subordinate of left envoy Qing Feng. After his return, who would dare not give them some face? At this moment, a few reckless and arrogant young disciples had already thought about how to regain the lost face of the past 10 years, but they didn't notice that Liang Sheng's peripheral vision had already swept over everyone. Those troublemaking juniors had no idea that their patriarch had already made up his mind to find an excuse to quietly deal with them. It would be best if none of the troublemakers were left behind. In the Immortal City, Liang Sheng just wanted to develop quietly because safety comes first. Since you like stirring up trouble, then shut your mouths forever and don't appear in the Immortal City to cause problems. Just think about it. After all these years, Liang Sheng had almost always acted cautiously, but he was still involved in cause and effect, to the point where he had to flee to the Immortal City now. So, these reckless and arrogant young disciples, although they knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong, in case they annoyed someone like a useless young man who had been renounced from a marriage or an illegitimate child who had suffered family injustice, wouldn't he become a scapegoat? Chen Quan still had nearly 2,000 years of lifespan left. Naturally, he hoped to spend these years safely and ideally break through to the divinity transformation realm without any worries. In the immortal city, one should be careful and cautious, and when it's time to act, don't hesitate. For example, get rid of these troublemaking juniors. Chapter 151, A Auspicious Sign, Contemplation of God's Law. Immortal City. Time flows leisurely with a year passing in a blink of an eye. Nevertheless, for the immortal city, everything remains unchanged. In the sky city above, cultivators are still striving hard, pushing forward their cultivation, for better elixirs, for stronger opportunities. After all, everyone wants to aim further. In Dao Valley Pavilion on the eastern side of the immortal city serves the finest spirit tea, which can purify one's foundation, elevating one's state. After prolonged daily consumption of spirit tea, it may play a significant role in overcoming one's cultivation bottleneck. However, a cup of spirit tea costs 100 low-grade spirit stones, which equates to 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and such luxury is not affordable by many. There's also the Bodhi array of the Wind and Thunder Hall, which can condense one's spirituality. Paired with the Gathering Spirit array, it provides excellent cultivation results. It's rumored that the strongest pairing of such formations might equate 5 days' worth of cultivation in just a single day. However, this aspect also faces a similar problem. Renting the Bodhi array for a day isn't cheap, and even the most basic formation requires 30 low-grade spirit stones as a starting price. If one hopes to achieve the effect of 5 days of cultivation, the cost is even higher. How many can afford such a price? What's the difference between this immortal city and the secular world? There's no difference, except for the fact that the immortal city is filled with cultivators with long lifespans and intense power. Yet, these circumstances are more suitable for cultivators of higher realms. The stronger the strength, the greater the profit. Most of the world's population are struggling in the abyss, striving upwards, seeking for a sliver of opportunity. At this moment, Liang Sheng sits in Dao Valley Pavilion, savoring spirit tea, looking relaxed. He has been in the immortal city for a year now and feels not the slightest unease, even more carefree than he was in the desolate domain. Sect. There are factions here and conflicts, just like in the secular world, yet, the definitive factor is one's own power. In the immortal city, any conspiracies are additive, and not decisive factors. Just like the left and right envoys, both of them are more like rivals because neither has a clear upper hand over the other. If they really want to determine the winner, it would have to be through someone making a breakthrough first and then overpowering the other. Otherwise, they can only trip each other up, making the other side upset. After all, City Lord Zhen Yuan of Longevity Immortal City would let them handle most matters, paying little attention to worldly affairs. Regardless of whether it is Qingfeng or Bright Moon, neither would act recklessly. Neither of them harbors any rebellious thoughts under the firm hand of City Lord Zhen Yuan's mighty power. This is what differentiates it the most from the mortal world, the supremacy of strength. Apart from the City Lord Mansion, which suppresses the immortal city, there are various cultivation families attached to it and there are some scattered sects and factions present. After all, once a cultivator's strength grows, their thoughts will change. As long as you have the ability, whatever you want to do is possible. As for Liang Sheng, such a situation is good news. After all, with his current mid-nascent soul stage level and backing from Qingfeng left envoy, as long as there are no accidents, his days can be very comfortable. Therefore, coming to the immortal city is not a bad choice. At least in comparison to the desolate regions, under the rich spiritual energy here, Liang Sheng's cultivation speed has increased several times over. Not to mention, there is the divine spirit tea, albeit the cost is in spirit stones. He has many spirit stones at his disposal, and he even dares to say that even in the immortal city, there are no nascent soul masters wealthier than him. Moreover, in more than a year's time, Liang Sheng has handled all the troublemakers in the Chen family with his superb skills unbeknownst to anyone. An element of the troublemakers was discharged to the boundless lower city beneath immortal city. These are the less problematic individuals. The reason is simple: let them develop spiritual fields to contribute to the family. As beneficiaries residing in the family and enjoying the benefits, of course, they will not object. As for the domineering troublemakers that are likely to cause major issues, Liang Sheng's method is incredibly simple: to make them disappear. It's normal for cultivators to perish. Unfortunately, the Chen family has suffered several unfortunate incidents during this year. Many family juniors fell into madness, either their meridians got severed, or they lost control on the spot. Either way, they lost their lives in the process. Oh, these were all the elites of my Chen family. It's a pity they left too early. What can Liang Sheng do? He can only sigh in sorrow, saying their luck was insufficient. Who could have thought this was all Liang Sheng's doing? With his skills, he can deceive even a divinity transformation stage great power if they're not careful enough. However, after more than a year's time, as the head of the Chen family, it can be said that Liang Sheng has been living leisurely. What satisfies him most in Immortal City is the presence of shared female cultivators of the giving bodhisattva, although Liang Sheng has not yet had the opportunity to see the exact situation. The Immortal City has existed for countless eras. Over such a long period, there will always be female cultivators who, for the sake of taking a shortcut, cannot resist the temptation in this secular-like system, and thus choose to take another path. The situation is simple: in front of cultivation, men and women are equal. It's extremely hard for a female cultivator to gather 3 mid-grade spirit stones in a month by painstakingly creating talismans or other auxiliary means. However, by becoming a shared female cultivator of the giving bodhisattva, they can potentially earn 3 mid-grade spirit stones in one night. The difference is unimaginably large. Therefore, there will always be female cultivators who want to fight their way up the ladder. Since that's the case, someone will accept these unique cultivation paths. After all, why should others' one-year effort be equivalent to her decades of hard work? In face of cultivation, who can say who is nobler? Moreover, it's not that there's a lack of dual cultivation techniques in the Immortal City. Which one of the shared female cultivators of the giving bodhisattva isn't proficient in the dual cultivation method? Otherwise, how could these male cultivators enjoy it simply out of lust? It's also a form of cultivation, just a different kind of consumption. This world is so absurd. The class system within the Immortal City is even more rigid and blatant than in the secular world. Only the high and mighty aristocracy can enjoy freedom. Take Chen Quan's Chen family for example. The children born in their family are far superior to ordinary loose cultivators. Of course, people born in Sky City are also fortunate, as they are far luckier than those in the lower city beneath the Immortal City. These cultivators in the lower city have to reach the foundation establishment stage at least to enter the Immortal City, yet the probability of success is less than 1 in 10,000. Observing Chen Quan's memory reminded Liang Sheng of how steady the operation of the Immortal City was. Under such a system, how many ordinary people can leap over the Dragon's Gate? Overcome the shackles of destiny? It's extremely difficult. It seemed everyone had been labeled from birth, destined for different levels of good luck and fortune. What can be done about this? Liang Sheng, at this moment, had no intention of changing the framework of the Immortal City. He just wanted to cultivate peacefully until he obtained the Dao protection for immortality. He has never considered himself a good person. He's just an ordinary person with a bottom line, always prioritizing his own safety. Liang Sheng asked himself, if he wasn't capable of opposing Chen Quan at the time, would he have taken action for Jin Guangxiu? Maybe. At this moment, after a cup of spirit tea went down his stomach, he felt a significant boost to his spirit. He opened his eyes after a while, feeling comfortable and ethereal. Great tea! The fruit wine he had years ago did not compare with this spirit tea. Feeling uplifted, Liang Sheng left the Dao Valley Pavilion. Mr. Chen, take care, said the foundation establishment stage waiter at the tea house, brimming with flattery while seeing Liang Sheng off. Without a word, Liang Sheng wobbled off towards Chen Mansion. That year, Qing Feng didn't give any instructions, and Chen Quan was still a relaxed deputy colonel in the cleaning department. Of course, this is the normal state of the Immortal City. With its solidified social structure existing among cultivators with long lifespans, how can anyone incite significant unrest? After all, should any dissidents step out of line, one punch would suffice to quell all disturbance. Strength is the real authority in the Immortal City. The work of the cleaning department is just like that. However, it had been 600 years since the last time the cleaning department took down a reckless cultivator organization. The peaceful city of immortals. Chen family residence. Homeowner's cave mansion. At this moment, with a thought from Liang Sheng, an invisible talisman appeared in mid-air. At the end of Liang Sheng's spiritual power outline, the talisman in mid-air flashed with golden light. When the qi around him moved, it seemed as if Liang Sheng had already prepared a trap within a few meters radius. Suddenly, there was a stir. Given Liang Sheng's skills, the trap he set himself would not even be detected by cultivators at the early nascent soul realm. Boom! The talisman in mid-air instantly shattered, and then a huge power poured out. Even a cultivator at the early nascent soul stage, facing such power, would likely choose to temporarily avoid it. The techniques and spells of this immortal city are really incredible, like this amazing talisman in the air. It would be impossible to exist in the wilderness. Before, when Liang Sheng made a talisman, he naturally had to prepare cinnabar and talisman paper. But in the immortal city, these are actually methods only lowly cultivators use. As long as they're cultivators above the golden core realm, they have begun to cultivate this method of making talismans in the air. Not only is it convenient, but it also saves cultivation resources. As for other auxiliary methods like array magic, there are alternative methods that work in the same way as a talisman. Even if one doesn't need to use real items to create the array, a massive amount of mana is needed for support. Therefore, when it comes to array magic, even a nascent soul stage cultivator uses physical items to set it up, as this can make the array stable and long-lasting. After all, unlike talismans which are one-time use items, the fact that the magic techniques in the immortal city are amazing is undeniable. Although Liang Sheng didn't experience any realm advancement that year, he gained a few more offensive techniques. His strength has greatly increased. As for other techniques like pill and weapon refining in the immortal city, although they are also exquisite and subtle, whether it's due to the abundance of cultivation resources in the immortal city, they are inferior to the techniques of wilderness in the details. After all, the cultivators in the wilderness have scarce resources for cultivation, and they specialize in their respective fields. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, they have made achievements in certain fields, which is not impossible. Even in some detailed areas, the wilderness is actually not inferior to the immortal city, and may even be better. In the sects of the wilderness, apart from the main peak of the Huatian sect being destroyed, leading to their top-tier weapon refinement techniques not being acquired, Liang Sheng netted all of their other high-grade techniques. During his first year in the immortal city, apart from cultivating, Liang Sheng was also getting accustomed to various other cultivation techniques. Whether it is refining pills, talismans, spells, or arrays, Liang Sheng had almost a complete cultivation plan. Since he has already broken through to the age of 41,000 years, which is only his temporary lifespan stage for now, and since he had no crisis in the immortal city for now, he naturally needed to cultivate other auxiliary techniques whilst practicing. It is, after all, a way to pass the time. As for the previous talk about the giving bodhisattva shared female cultivators within immortal city, Liang Sheng actually had no intention of getting involved in it for the time being. He had only arrived in immortal city for a year now, and although he possessed Chen Quan's memories, Chen Quan was extremely strict and had never been involved in the red light district. Since he himself didn't fully understand the situation, how could Liang Sheng mess around? It's like when he first arrived in Jinzhou city after crossing over, he also waited for a while before starting to frequent brothels and listen to music. Just then, there was movement outside the cave mansion, and Liang Sheng quickly eliminated all the traces of the talisman experiment. Soon, a modest voice sounded. Patriarch, Lord Huangzhen has come to visit. It was the voice of a servant from the Chen family, and it was transmitted into Liang Sheng's cave mansion through a specific method of transmitting sound. Liang Sheng immediately made a move, and it seemed that his plot had succeeded, and he could now count on having another useful person. Please let Lord Huangzhen wait in the living room, I will join him shortly. Huangzhen, whose real name is Huangqiang, is at the early nascent soul stage in his cultivation, also served under Qingfeng left envoy. He was a team leader in the cleaning department and did not belong to Chen Quan's command. However, he and Chen Quan were considered to be from the same lineage, and although their relationship was not close, they had contact. Particularly during this year, the relationship had improved, the reason being Liang Sheng's deliberate efforts. Brother Huang. Commander Chen. From the way they addressed each other as deist friend and commander, it is evident that the two were of different status. After greeting each other, they both sat down on the cushions. At this time, tea had already been prepared in front of them, with wisps of heat bubbling up. Has Brother Huang come over tonight because there is news already? Huang Qiang vigorously nodded his head, his expression somewhat excited. Yes, thank you for pointing it out, deist Chen. This time, I found the cave mansion of an unnamed cultivator in a wilderness area of the lower city. Thus, I have come to visit and express my gratitude today. At this moment, Huang Qiang was genuinely full of gratitude. Although they had lost 2 golden core deists from the Huang family during the exploration of the nameless cave mansion this time, the result was worth it. 10 nascent soul pills. This was the most significant discovery in that nameless cave mansion. As for the other treasures in the mansion, they had long lost their spirituality and were not worth mentioning. However, the fact that Chen Quan was willing to give such information about the nameless cave mansion to himself showed that Chen Quan was sincerely helping the Huang family. Brother Huang, you are too polite. You also know that I have just returned from the marginal domain marked with the letter Yi, so it is not convenient for me to take action personally. I need to avoid any suspicion. Moreover, I'm afraid that the left envoy would ask about the desolate regions again, so it is not advisable for me to leave Immortal City. It is fortunate that everything went smoothly for you, and we should celebrate. As for showing such gratitude, you are slapping at my face. What is our relationship? We are both part of the cleaning department, led by the left envoy. Furthermore, I heard that last time, you were caught by the right envoy and the Internal Affairs Office because of me. As a result, your salary has been deducted by the Internal Affairs Office, and you never complained. I know that you are in a difficult position and understand that you are doing it for the left envoy and to make up for my mistakes. That's why you are acting like this. Since my Chen family dare not stand up for you for the sake of our self-preservation, I, Chen Quan, admit that I am a real petty person. I indeed don't want my Chen family to get involved, but when it comes to helping you, I will do my best. Hearing this, Huang Qiang was even more moved. After all, such genuine words were rare now. There were many in the world with hidden motives who loved to add flowers to the brocade, but few who sent help in times of need. So, at this moment, after hearing these words, Huang Qiang didn't say more and drank in one gulp as if toasting with wine instead of tea. Afterwards, his eyes brightened. Spirit tea. Liang Sheng nodded. You also know that I completed my task in the marginal domain marked with the letter Yi quite well and gained some benefits. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been targeted by the Internal Affairs Office. This time, the rewards given by the Qingfeng left envoy are plentiful. I ordered some spirit tea leaves from Dao Valley Pavilion. When you leave later, you can also take some with you. Daoist Chen is so generous. At this moment, Huang Qiang felt that the world had misunderstood Chen Quan greatly. Although Commander Chen's behavior seemed scheming, flattering towards superiors, and overbearing towards subordinates, he was indeed a truly petty person and a frank individual. He did not have a two-faced nature like others, who appeared as smiling tigers, often addressing each other as brothers, yet laughing at Huang Qiang behind his back. It seemed that in the future, he would have to apply to become a subordinate of Commander Chen. In this way, even if he had to bear the blame, there would at least be compensation. Huang Qiang, at the early nascent soul stage, and Chen Quan, at the middle nascent soul stage, had a difference of just one step, yet their treatment was worlds apart. A year ago, when he escorted Chen Quan back to Immortal City, he was then caught by the Internal Affairs Office. Since he did not dare to speak recklessly, his salary was deducted by the Internal Affairs Office, and he was also fined quite a few resources. Even the industries of the Huang family in the lower city were affected. Fortunately, he gained quite a bit from the lower city this time thanks to Liang Sheng's information, which compensated for some of the losses. 10 nascent soul pills have already resolved Huang Qiang's urgent need. At least there will not be a shortage of nascent soul pills for the family in almost 100 years. As they relaxed, Huang Qiang and Chen Quan became more and more engaged in their conversation, and unknowingly, the topic shifted to the marginal domain marked with the letter Yi. Huang Qiang's job in the cleaning department involved investigating the movements in some desolate regions. After all, since City Master Zhen Yuan had intervened in the past, Qingfeng could not take it lightly. Perhaps the city master is no longer concerned now, but Qingfeng, as the external affairs left envoy, has to be fully prepared. Commander Chen, you may not know that in this year since you left the marginal domain marked with the letter Yi, something big has happened there. According to the information reported by a spy in Danding sect, the once strongest sect, Hua Tian sect, has been wiped out. Now, the marginal domain marked with the letter Yi is governed by one sect and 6 schools. I can only say, watching his tall building rise, then see it collapse, if my Huang family were to decline, I'm afraid it would have the same fate. Fortunately, Commander Chen, you have helped us resolve this urgent matter this time, and the Huang family is willing to go through thick and thin together with the Chen family." Before the word retire was finished, Huang Qiang's words were interrupted by Liang Sheng. "Brother Huang, you must be joking. We are all under left envoy, and we all follow his orders. How can there be any crisis of decline? If we cannot break through, in the end, we will only die a normal death. Left envoy is wise and insightful, how could our family decline?" Huang Qiang instantaneously broke into a cold sweat, almost causing another disaster, just like before when he carelessly let his words slip and was caught by the Internal Affairs Office. Afterwards, Huang Qiang chatted casually for a while before he took his leave. Liang Sheng watched his retreating figure and closed his eyes in contemplation. Unexpectedly, the situation in the desolate regions has become so severe that the previously strong Hua Tian sect has been annihilated. As for the disciples of the Zhou family, given their bloodline abilities and the existence of dark veins, they should be safe. But it's funny that the Danding sect is the only one with nascent soul masters, yet they remain unmoved like a mountain, while other sects have pounded the drowning dog, directly annihilating the Hua Tian sect. One can only say that the changes in the world are astonishing. It is only possible to calmly watch the clouds roll and unfold with a prolonged lifespan. At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't regret coming to Immortal City at all, feeling as leisurely as he used to be in the Dian earthly dynasty. Although his cultivation level hasn't progressed much over the past year, his sea of consciousness has grown slightly, even though it's not noticeable without close inspection. It's good that the Danding sect is untroubled. The nameless cave mansion that Huang Qiang had previously explored was actually a fake created by Liang Sheng, just to bestow kindness on Huang Qiang and then naturally learn about the situation in the Yi-coded desolate regions. Huang Qiang is the leader of a small group in the cleaning department, responsible for coordinating with some of the desolate regions under Immortal City, and the Yi-coded desolate regions just happen to be within his supervision range. As for mutual assistance among those from the same lineage, relationships truly aren't that strong, but they still have value within Immortal City's cultivator classes. Liang Sheng inherited Chen Quan's memories and knows that the power struggle within Immortal City is complicated. He originally thought he would have to struggle to survive in the cracks, but it turned out to be much simpler than the secular world. After the long time, Immortal City is indeed somewhat complicated, but if you divide time into smaller units, even 100 years as a dimension, Immortal City is extremely peaceful. Because the ruling class of cultivators is high above, in the face of absolute strength, where can there be so many troubles? Just like Huang Qiang being punished, but since he has not committed a capital offense, as long as he doesn't die, even if the Huang family declines, they still have about 2,000 years to rise again. If after 2,000 years, the Huang family has not produced a new nascent soul true monarch, they deserve to decline, and cannot blame anyone else. I have only sold a kindness. As for Huang Qiang's emotional words before, I, Liang Sheng, do not believe a single one. If I make a mistake, especially a big one, I'm afraid the other party won't be so friendly, not stepping on me would already be mercy. Within Immortal City, there are friendships between cultivation families, but those friendships are not very strong. However, knowing that everything is fine with the Danding sect, Liang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, and this result couldn't be better. Since this is the case, I should focus on cultivating, growing slowly, as people from the desolate regions who come to Immortal City will suffer losses in cultivation and face infinitely magnified bottlenecks, but Liang Sheng has none. He is still the same as before, as long as he has enough time, he can break through smoothly and there will be no problems at all. Cleaning Department. After briefly dealing with the public affairs, Liang Sheng prepared to leave, but Huang Qiang came in with a smile on his face. Half a month ago, Huang Qiang had successfully used his connections and paid a huge price to buy off the strategic department officer under Left Envoy Qingfeng, and became one of Liang Sheng's subordinates. Commander, today I heard that a female cultivator at Quivai Pavilion is a disciple of Confluence True Monarch and to cultivate with her is no less beneficial than the Bodhi array. Shall we go and see the situation? Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng's heart moved, but he still shook his head. The more he investigated giving Bodhisattva, the more he discovered that it was not that simple. For instance, he still hasn't found out who the mastermind behind Quivai Pavilion is. This isn't the secular world, this is the place of cultivation. So for safety reasons, Liang Sheng can only control his desires. After all, there is plenty of time for him to listen to music at brothels, as long as it's under safe conditions. Seeing this, Huang Qiang quickly switched track. However, spending all day with female cultivators is indeed not that interesting. I also heard that Dao Valley Pavilion has a new tea that is no less effective than spirit tea, but the effect is visible on the body. Would you like to try, Commander? Hearing these words, Liang Sheng smiled and nodded. Call your brothers together and let's go. I'll treat you today. Commander. No need to say more, you're being so fussy, it's not like my men. Just go and call everyone. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiang's heart was even more resolved, to firmly support as long as Chen Quan's life wasn't in danger. It is said that the commander flatters his superiors and is arrogant and domineering towards his subordinates, and it is true. But he also protects his subordinates. For them as Chen Quan's subordinates, this is a good thing, because who doesn't want a reliable superior to depend on? A superior who only passes the buck is not respected. Yes. Before long, cheers could be heard from next door, especially from the Foundation establishment cultivators. After all, how many times could they visit Dao Valley Pavilion in a year? They were quite embarrassed about their lack of wealth. Liang Sheng thought and decided it would be appropriate to invite all three of his squads since he did like to protect his calves. With this thought, Liang Sheng sent out his intention, and two burly cultivators strode in, showing extreme respect. Subordinates Chen Xiao, Yang Quan, greet the commanded. Call all your subordinates and brothers to join us at Dao Valley Pavilion today. I'll be treating everyone. Ah! Thank you, commanded. The two immediately left excitedly. Since they were veterans, they would not act reserved like Huang Qiang. Following Liang Sheng, they headed straight for Dao Valley Pavilion with a large crowd. However, halfway there Liang Sheng found it odd that he suddenly had a feeling of a great fortune omen. Could there be some lucky event happening soon? But this is Immortal City, where could such unexpected delight come from? Liang Sheng couldn't understand, but he didn't bother to think about it too much. Since it was a great fortune omen, he would naturally understand when the time comes. Upon arriving at Dao Valley Pavilion, the manager of the pavilion had already personally greeted them at the entrance. Although he seemed composed on the surface, he looked a bit nervous. Naturally, it was because of the large group of people behind Liang Sheng. This was the cleaning department, one of the organizations responsible for handling disturbances and dirty work for the City Lord Mansion. It was a sharp weapon under Left Envoy King Feng's command. Furthermore, the leader was Chen Quan, who was known as Left Envoy's loyal dog. How could he not be nervous? Chen Quan, known as Left Envoy's loyal dog, had a bad reputation. Did he inadvertently offend them previously? No matter how the manager thought about it, he couldn't figure out where he went wrong and could only brace himself as he stepped forward. Master Chen, this is 6 brought my brothers to eat. You shouldn't have any guests now, right? Of course not. We always have room for you. Feng Ziai, lead the way, will you? The Foundation establishment attendant nearby hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully led the way. With a satisfied nod, Liang Sheng continued walking but not before leaving a message. I heard you have a new tea with excellent effects. Make sure to brew a few pots for my brothers. They're all thirsty. Okay. The manager immediately smiled upon hearing this, and his heart was no longer uneasy. As long as they were really here to eat, it was all good. Although the pavilion's boss was a nascent soul late-stage cultivator, they still preferred not to offend the cleaning department if possible. After all, offending them wouldn't result in anything good. Business would be difficult if someone came to cause trouble every day. Of course, organizations under the City Lord Mansion wouldn't bully merchants like Dao Valley Pavilion with strong backgrounds unless they had absolute strength. They would generally lift the sedan chair together. After all, no one was a fool, and everyone was experienced. It was only because of Chen Quan's reputation and the large number of people with him that the manager had become nervous. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. For Liang Sheng and his group, Dao Valley Pavilion prepared one of the largest VIP buildings, the Mountain and Sea Building. Dao Valley Pavilion occupied a vast area after all, this was Immortal City, and without some influence, it couldn't sustain such a large establishment. This was also the reason Liang Sheng had never made it to the Giving Bodhisattva. Without figuring out their background, he felt uneasy. Since he couldn't completely see through their intentions in seeking fortune and avoiding evil, he naturally wouldn't act recklessly. As the attendant led the way, Liang Sheng's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the small private booth next door. On the surface, nothing changed, but his heart tightened. Was the source of the great fortune omen from here? What was going on inside? But Liang Sheng remained expressionless, placing only a part of his divine sense into the small booth while casually leading his subordinates to the mountain and sea building. He didn't let the great fortune omen confuse him. Impatience wouldn't help, so he watched to see what exactly was happening. As they entered the mountain and sea building and sat down according to their respective positions, the newly launched 9-tum spirit tea from Dao Valley Pavilion was served. Liang Sheng was very generous, and they ordered dishes containing essence of demonic beasts above the third realm and top-grade spirit grass ingredients. Upon receiving the news, the kitchen hurriedly prepared the feast. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Commander Chen was truly extravagant. Although Chen had a bad reputation, his subordinates enjoyed a good life. At this moment, Huang Qiang's subordinates were even happier. Their captain's decision was indeed right. Otherwise, with their cultivation level salary, they wouldn't be willing to visit Dao Valley Pavilion for tea. Following Liang Sheng's lead in raising his cup, sipping the 9-tum spirit tea, the others could hardly wait to pick up their own glasses. Instantly, a sense of etherealness filled the room, spreading from their lips and teeth to their entire bodies. Those with lower cultivation levels inside the room experienced even greater effects, with green smoke faintly emanating from their pores. It might not completely cleanse their muscles and bones, but it would greatly nourish their bodies. Good thing Huang Qiang and the other two were nascent soul masters, so they quickly became aware of this effect and couldn't help but praise it. This 9-turn spirit tea is truly top grade. Thank you, Commander, for allowing us to taste such fine tea. With a hint of spiritual power in Huang Qiang's voice, the Foundation establishment team members were startled and hurriedly praised Chen Quan. Liang Sheng didn't mind and waved his hand. Why waste your breath? Drink the tea quickly, it won't have as great an effect when it cools. This is all made from real spirit stones. With that said, the room filled with laughter, and Liang Sheng downed his cup in one shot. The others also followed, and in an instant, the aroma of tea enveloped them. After they had almost digested the 9-turn spirit tea, Liang Sheng ordered Dao Valley Pavilion to serve dishes and fine wine. All these dishes were greatly nourishing. For a while, a harmonious atmosphere filled the room amidst the toasts and laughter. Surprisingly, Liang Sheng didn't use his mana to dispel the effects of the alcohol. No one leaves until drunk tonight. The others naturally followed suit. As for why Liang Sheng did this, the reason was quite simple. Visualization divine method. It turned out that today's great fortune omen was the visualization divine method that could only be made by a divinity transformation stage great power. Moreover, not every divinity transformation stage cultivator would be willing to create one. Only when they were about to die would they possibly leave their divine sense and cultivation behind to condense the visualization divine method. But this wasn't a guaranteed success. Only with a powerful divine sense method could they succeed. Liang Sheng never thought he would encounter this opportunity today. It seemed he, Liang Sheng, truly had a deep and profound fortune. Chapter 152, The Praying Mantis catches the cicada, the sparrow waits behind, and the Chen family is destroyed. Immortal City. Dao Valley Pavilion. At this moment in a private room, 3 people were quietly talking with somewhat tense expressions, yet their voices revealed a hint of excitement. Are you sure this information is correct? There's absolutely no mistake. Though it's understandable for you to doubt, who could have imagined that there is actually a divinity transformation expert hidden in the lower city, and no one knew about it until his passing? It's only by the grace of heaven that we have this opportunity. However, if we want to find the visualization divine method hidden in his cave mansion, it's going to take some time. That's why I risked coming back here. According to the orders of the church's elder, he hopes you can initiate the plan ahead of time. This plan is bound to involve sacrifices, but it's necessary to keep the attention of those decade higher UPS away from the lower city and prevent them from interfering with our search for the visualization divine method. By the way, remember to investigate the situation of Chen Quan from the cleaning department too. A year ago, he suddenly sent his family juniors to the lower city without reason. The dismissing location was not far from the nameless predecessor's cave mansion. This situation is too strange, so it's best for you to find out what happened. If Chen Quan's actions are indeed problematic, then we will change the previous plan's location and launch it at Chen Quan's cave mansion. What's going on? At this moment, listening to the mysterious conversation inside the private room, Chen Quan couldn't help but feel a bit dumbfounded. Is this a great fortune omen or a great disaster omen? Unexpectedly, without provoking anyone, there is someone planning against him. However, thinking about it, this time their operation plan is indeed related to him. After all, it's about the visualization divine method, and he happened to send his family juniors to a random location in the lower city before. Anyone who saw this situation would question his intentions. However, upon reconsidering, Liang Sheng thought this was actually a good thing. After all, if they are going to cause trouble in Chen family's cave mansion, they will be targeting Chen Quan's family juniors. This will definitely make a huge commotion. Without making a huge commotion, how could it be more convenient for them to go to the lower city and explore the nameless senior's cave mansion? But as for himself, why would there be such a good thing? After all, what does Chen Quan's family have to do with Liang Sheng? In a split second, after countless thoughts in his mind, Liang Sheng had almost decided on the next plan, always paying attention to the movement inside the private room. After a while, Liang Sheng suddenly stood up. Huang Qiang and others couldn't help raising their heads to look at him. Liang Sheng waved his hand, his face flushed. Don't mind me, I'm going out to sober up, not coming back until I'm drunk tonight. Huang Qiang and others wanted to follow, but they were stopped by Liang Sheng. Then, Liang Sheng left the mountain and sea building, staggering. Only a few steps after he left, a glint flashed in his eyes, and no trace of drunkenness remained. Not only Liang Sheng himself, but the others in the cleaning department at the mountain and sea building, except for a few foundation establishment stage children whose strength was not up to par, were affected by Dao Valley Pavilion's immortal brew. Most of them were pretending to be drunk. After all, they were all old foxes, and they wouldn't show their true drunkenness. What if they said something wrong? Thinking of Huang Qiang before, he had only spoken a few inappropriate words in secret and was caught by the hair. Liang Sheng didn't know how he had survived in the past. At any rate, they were all people with long lifespans and had witnessed too many tragedies of loose talk. They wouldn't make such foolish mistakes. At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't care about all these things. With his head lowered and flushed with the wine aroma, he saw the private room door opening as the three people prepared to leave. Then, without a sound, 3 imperceptible qi traces attached themselves to the trio. They didn't realize it at all. At this time, Liang Sheng had his back turned, and the 3 people didn't pay attention to him, thinking he was an ordinary guest. Some of them were still preoccupied with what's on their minds, pondering how to plot next. As a result, they ignored the danger around them. Liang Sheng lowered his head and smiled faintly. With his divine sense in the process of refining spirit from qi and the tracing technique modified by the soul control technique, it was likely that even divinity transformation experts wouldn't discover it unless they specifically checked. Liang Sheng had initially disguised himself as Chen Quan to enter Immortal City to settle the cause and effect between him and Jin Guangxiu and the others. Secondly, because of his own strength and seeking fortune and avoiding evil, he could ensure his own safety while making his choice. At that time, his strength and means had already given him the ability to protect himself. Who would have thought that his journey to the beast swamp would further enhance his strength and leave him with no worries? At this moment, even if Liang Sheng faced an early-stage divinity transformation expert, it was uncertain who would live or die. This was his confidence. So, dealing with those 3 nascent Soul Realm Church of All Beings sect rebels earlier was relatively simple. They left Dao Valley Pavilion in a hurry without noticing that Liang Sheng had already laid his eyes on them. At this moment, sensing the 3 remote qi auras, Liang Sheng looked up at the distance and then naturally returned to the mountain and sea building. Next, let's see how the all-living beings sect rebels would act. When the right time came, he would naturally step in. That night, Liang Sheng was drunk. Chen Mansion. After treating his subordinates to a feast at Dao Valley Pavilion, Liang Sheng was back at the Chen family, sitting in his own patriarch's cave mansion. His visit to Dao Valley Pavilion today cost him more than 100 mid-grade spirit stones, which was quite a generous move. However, Liang Sheng didn't care about that. With countless spirit stones in his hands and the unexpected harvest tonight, he was already quite satisfied. Visualization divine method. In fact, Liang Sheng had come to know about this miraculous technique from Chen Quan's memory, but never thought he would get it in such a short time. For one, even in the immortal city, the visualization divine method is extremely precious, and secondly, he didn't know if the method would have any effect on him. Why is the visualization divine method so precious? Because it helps to condense the sea of consciousness and has a certain effect on breaking through and resolving the bottlenecks of a cultivator's realm. But to cultivators, the cultivation bottleneck is the biggest obstacle on the road to immortality. However, Liang Sheng himself doesn't have this worry. But besides its effect on the bottleneck, the visualization divine method has another function, that is, it may contain some special means that Liang Sheng is interested in. Divine ability. When the great might above the divinity transformation realm creates the visualization divine method, it will naturally form a unique method that resonates with heavenly Dao. Because this method is invisible and extremely powerful, it is called divine ability. As the saying goes, techniques are easy to come by, but divine abilities are hard to find. So Liang Sheng still had some interest in the visualization divine method, but who could have imagined that his punishment of the Chen family would make the Church of all beings wary and want to test the Chen family, and even possibly take action? How could such good fortune happen in the world? This is not that Liang Sheng is crazy, but because this situation is indeed a good thing for him. After all, he is not the real Chen Quan. So the more Chen family members die, the less cause and effect he has to bear as Chen Quan. In short, the safer he will be. For example, today's incident was actually caused by the large number of Chen family members inadvertently. It would be so much better if he were the only one free and unrestrained. Today's incident is undoubtedly a great fortune omen, so Liang Sheng had no intention of arresting the three on the spot. Most of the tasks of the cleaning department under Left Envoy Qingfeng of Immortal City are actually to clean up the rebels from the Church of all beings. An ordinary person might be surprised, after all, who could imagine that even in Immortal City, there is still an evil sect that wants to overthrow the ruling class like in the secular world? But that's the way it is. When the class solidification happens, and 99% of all interests in the world will be gained by the existing class, in any world, there will always be people who want to overthrow this system. However, in the current world, the strength of cultivators is the foundation. These rebels of the Church of all beings are nothing but street rats. After all, cultivation is a competition for resources. In this case, how can they possibly shake the ruling class of the Immortal City? The fate of most members of the All Beings sect rebels is usually just the ruthless suppression of the Immortal City, but no matter how many people are killed and how long it takes, the All Beings sect is like rats that can never be completely killed off, like an endless source. Because there will always be people who want to fight for their own rights. As long as they cultivate to a certain realm, broaden their horizons, and feel that the world should not be so unfair, there will be people who resist. Liang Sheng actually appreciates this situation but will definitely not sympathize. It's just a matter of individual choices. Some people are great, but Liang Sheng just wants to focus on himself. At this moment, Liang Sheng is in his cave mansion, sensing the location of the qi he had set remotely. He could vaguely sense that two of them had already started to gather helpers, and the number of notified cultivators was not small. But the more people on the other side, the better. In this way, the Chen family is sure to be hit. The more Chen family members die, the more at ease and safe he will become. Servants. Soon, the Chen family servants began to follow the orders of the family master, sending messages to notify the Chen family disciples outside to return home. As for the Chen family disciples already in the Chen mansion, they were instructed not to go out for the next few days. The family master did not elaborate on the reasons. The servants simply said that it was the family master's order, and there was a rumor that Chen Quan felt his family members had become lazy recently, so he wanted them to work harder. In order to make them more diligent, Chen Quan had deliberately spread the news that he would add some elixir portions to each disciple's monthly allotment. With this incentive, they would cultivate at home, and since there were more benefits to be had, although they were unclear as to why the family master was in such a hurry about their cultivation progress, no one was going to refuse. After all, who wouldn't want their cultivation level to be even higher? In just a few days, the entire Chen family had entered a closed-door cultivation state. Not long after, this matter was known to some people in Immortal City, but many of them didn't care. Some even praised Chen Quan's foresight. It seems that Chen Quan has a long-term vision and is not a short-sighted person. He has started to make his family members work hard so early. It's said that those who lack foresight must have immediate worries. As deputy commander of the cleaning department, Chen Quan indeed has some skills. Many people can't help but sigh in their hearts. After all, not everyone is willing to spend real gold and silver on resources, they prefer a slow and steady approach. After all, cultivation cannot be rushed. It can only be said that Chen Quan is quite ambitious about improving his family's strength. As for Liang Sheng himself, he still goes to the cleaning department every day to sign in, then leaves right on time to return to his mansion, or goes to various taverns in the Immortal City to taste immortal ambrosia and heavenly delicacies. Huang Qiang once asked Liang Sheng privately if he had received any news. After all, Chen Quan is a protective father, and these days there are fewer Chen family disciples in Immortal City, which means fewer conflicts. But Liang Sheng just laughed and said, "You just think too much. I just feel that my family members have become lax. How can one slack off on the path of cultivation?" Huang Qiang heard this and it made sense to him. Their family had just weathered a storm, and even Chen Quan was being so cautious at this moment, how could he relax? Therefore, Huang Qiang began to urge his family to go into closed-door cultivation. Luckily, Immortal City was so vast, and they were merely a small part of it. So, their actions were not conspicuous. At most, people would laugh and chat about it after dinner. Time passed quietly, and half a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. Liang Sheng was beginning to feel anxious. Why hasn't the Church of All Beings taken action yet? If they don't act soon, the disciples of the Chen family might start to come out of their closed-door cultivation. Luckily, Liang Sheng did not have to wait too long. The day when the Church of All Beings was to take action finally arrived, and Liang Sheng called Huang Qiang over on that day. "Huang Qiang, I'll need to go to the lower city in the next few days to see if my young ones have made any progress. If they've done well in cultivating their spiritual fields, I'm thinking of bringing them back." The fact that Chen Quan had previously punished his disciples by sending them to the lower city to reclaim spiritual fields had been widely spread throughout the Immortal City, and many people knew about it. Had he not been so stern, the effect of his order for his disciples to go into closed-door cultivation this time might not have been so excellent. It's a deterrent, letting the Chen family disciples know that the patriarch is serious this time. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiang couldn't help but be astounded. At this point, Liang Sheng said, "You don't need to worry about any issues. I have reported to the commander and even received an exit token from the Internal Affairs Office. Everything has been arranged." Only after hearing this did Huang Qiang confirm that there were no omissions, and he immediately assured, "Commander, you can go. I was just afraid that you would be caught by the Internal Affairs Office. In the past few months, they've been like mad dogs, constantly causing trouble for us. I don't know when the left envoy will allow us to fight back." "Huang Qiang!" Liang Sheng suddenly raised his voice. Huang Qiang quickly shut his mouth. He realized that his words just now were somewhat reckless. What if the Internal Affairs Office heard them? However, it wasn't Huang Qiang's fault. For some reason, he was finding himself more and more trusting of Chen Quan after this long period, often speaking without thinking. Seeing that Huang Qiang had realized his mistake, Liang Sheng didn't blame him. In any case, the higher-ups have their considerations, you just need to do your duty, I leave it all to you. After giving Huang Qiang his instructions, Liang Sheng, seemingly contented, descended to the lower city, where his disciples had been exiled. During this period, Huang Qiang and the others had grown more and more trusting of him. In reality, he had secretly manipulated them with the soul control technique. With his innate talent bestowed by the heavens, Liang Sheng had already reached the perfect state of soul control. Coupled with his potent divine consciousness bestowed by the ancient cultivator at this moment, Huang Qiang and the others were unknowingly being influenced by the soul control technique without their knowledge. As for why Liang Sheng chose to descend to the mortal world at this time, it was because the disciple from the Church of All Beings who was set to retrieve the visualization divine method had descended. The other party might start their move against the Chen mansion soon, and he naturally wanted to be away from the scene at the first moment. He had advised all members of the Chen family to go into closed-door cultivation. In his absence, their fighting power would definitely be inadequate initially. He hoped that the personnel from the Church of All Beings would not disappoint him. It would be best if he returned home to find that the family had suffered heavy losses, which would make Chen Quan disheartened and uninterested in meddling in the secular world too much. Of course, he would adjust according to the final result. His thoughts now were entirely on the visualization divine method. The lower city. The territory of the lower city was vast. Compared to the desolate regions, it was just like a single desolate region among thousands. There was no end in sight. But the situation in the lower city was much more secular, filled with various powers. Not only were there cultivators, but there were also a few ordinary people. Those normal people were at the bottom of society, unable to gather the resources to reach the Qi cultivation realm, and were even lower than servants. If a cultivator from the lower city managed to reach foundation establishment stage, many would choose to leave the lower city and fight for a place in Sky City. However, those who succeeded in reaching Sky City would ultimately still be in despair. They probably wouldn't be able to break through to the next realm by the end of their lifespans without good fortune. In the end, they could only return to the lower city and spread their lineage in the hopes that their descendants could break their fetters and have a standing in Immortal City. At this moment, Liang Sheng was like an ordinary cultivator, walking along the country road. The cultivators in the fields were still painstakingly tending to their spiritual fields. These should all be cultivators tenanting the Chen family's fields. In a short while, he stopped in front of a large group of buildings. Looking at the name Chen's village on the stone table, he could not help but sigh that the Chen family in the lower city had indeed become king-like, their family and businesses were flourishing. At this moment, there were already quite a number of people waiting in front of Chen's village. As soon as they saw Liang Sheng, their eyes lit up. "Patriarch, you're here." Chen Xiang took the lead in saluting Liang Sheng, his attitude extremely respectful. He didn't want to stay in the lower city for another moment. But since being banished to the lower city by the family patriarch, they had not received any new orders and had gradually begun to compromise and accept their fate. However, their patriarch was ultimately overprotective. After all, how could he possibly abandon them? Therefore, after learning that Liang Sheng would come to the lower city, they had been sending people to wait at the entrance of the village, just wanting to welcome Liang Sheng at the first moment of his arrival. Liang Sheng looked at Chen Xiang and showed no emotion, merely saying, "Let's discuss it inside." Afterwards, for the Chen family disciples who had been banished, it was torment. No matter what good news they told, the patriarch remained expressionless. It seemed that their desire to return to Sky City could not be realized at the moment. Seeing this, they begrudgingly left, leaving only Liang Sheng in the best room of the villa. However, they weren't aware that Liang Sheng's attention wasn't on them at all. He hadn't expected the nameless cave of the god transmutation to be so close. No wonder the member of the sect of all beings suspected him of knowing something. Yet, after his surprise, Liang Sheng didn't act immediately. It was clear at the moment, the sect's treasure hunting operation was not going smoothly. After all, that cave mansion once belonged to a divinity transformation expert, could it be easily opened? However, the strength of the sect of all beings was indeed commendable. The person leading them this time was a nascent soul late-stage true monarch. It seemed they were resolved to get the visualization divine method. Liang Sheng had no intention of acting. He was prepared to reap the benefits later, he only wanted to get the final visualization divine method for himself. At this moment, Liang Sheng remained motionless, quietly watching the members of the sect bustling in front of the nameless cave of the god transmutation. To his surprise, they made no progress even after 3 days. Just as Liang Sheng was getting impatient and contemplating whether to intervene, the sect members cheered softly, the cave mansion of god transmutation was finally opened. This lifted Liang Sheng's spirits. If he waited any longer, he would lose his patience. Under his auspicious ability to avoid evil, what came to his mind were 4 words: great fortune omen. Meanwhile, outside the Chen family residence in Immortal City, some commotion finally began. At this moment, not far from the Chen family mansion, a group of people were hiding in a mansion. Their expressions were serious, and the 2 leading them were the nascent soul cultivators who had been in the private room of Dao Valley Pavilion earlier. They had positioned themselves here 5 days ago and, after carefully concealing their qi, no one had discovered them. Now, they were waiting for the final command. At that moment, the communication jade slip held by one of the leading nascent soul masters began to vibrate. Upon reading the message on the jade slip, a look of joy crossed his face. "We've succeeded." Elder Huang and his team have successfully opened the nameless cave of the god transmutation. Now is the time for us to act. Upon hearing these words, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. They had waited so long for this moment. It was finally time to make their sacrifice. By coming here, they had accepted that they might not be able to retreat successfully. Brothers and sisters, tonight is the night we sacrifice ourselves for a brighter future for all cultivators under heaven. Whether this operation succeeded or failed, if we are caught by the city lord's mansion's scum, remember the oath we made. Rest assured, Elder, we have come prepared to make sacrifices. We will not mess up the big picture. The future will surely be great. Well said. Everyone's emotions were heightened at this moment. Everything they were doing today was an attack on the rotten immortal city. Their sacrifices were for a future that was free of a rigid class system. After a while, when everyone had calmed down, all of them began to prepare their strongest spells under the guidance of the two nascent soul cultivators. They were planning to create a big disturbance to attract the attention of all of Immortal City. They were unsure if their operation to retrieve the visualization divine method from the lower city would cause a commotion. However, according to their records, the emergence of the visualization divine method in the cave mansion would trigger a particular prohibitive chi fluctuation. They didn't want Immortal City to find out. Elder, we hope everything goes smoothly for you. After silently praying in their hearts, they didn't hesitate any longer. Their chi erupted instantly, and all the attacking spells in their hands were directed straight at the Chen family residence. Attack! The surprise attack, led by two nascent soul masters, was so destructive that it directly rained down on the Chen family mansion. Most of the Chen family disciples were still in closed-door cultivation and had no time to react before they were enveloped by this terrifying attack. The highest cultivation level among the servants and cultivators of the Chen family was the Golden Core realm. Faced with the sudden attack by the two nascent soul seniors from the sect of all beings, they couldn't react in time. Had Patriarch Chen Quan been present, with his middle stage nascent soul cultivation level, he would have responded instantly to the attack. After all, two early stage nascent soul cultivators were no match for Chen Quan in his middle stage nascent soul realm. Unfortunately, Chen Quan was not present at that moment. In an instant, the Chen family mansion, under this cataclysmic attack, was entirely destroyed and turned into ruins. Only one or two of the old nascent soul elders of the Chen family were able to respond in time to protect a small area of the Chen family residence. The rest of the place had completely disappeared. Looking at the members of the sect of all beings who launched the attack, their eyes were blood red. Damn it! Just as the members of the sect of all beings launched the attack, the attention of all of Immortal City was immediately drawn to them. The cleaning department. Huang Qiang and others who were on duty at the time felt a strong aura of battle and they looked in the direction of the Chen family with shocked expressions. It's trouble at the commander's mansion. Go! Upon saying this, Huang Qiang and others charged towards the Chen family's mansion immediately. The cultivators led by the other members of the cleaning department were a beat slower, before they followed suit. The city lord's mansion, on the other hand, was the first to detect the occurrence. The left and right envoys of Clear Wind and Bright Moon immediately turned furious. The remnants of the sect of all beings are incredibly audacious. This act was a total disregard for them, and an outright provocation to the city lord's mansion. How dare they behave like this? In an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the Chen family's territory within a range of hundreds of miles inside the city lord mansion. However, left and right envoys Qingfeng and Minjiu didn't take action at this time. Their current display of their might was simply to prevent the remnants of the Church of All Beings from escaping and trapping them within the Chen family residence. After all, if they needed to take action in Immortal City, then there would be no need for the subordinate agencies of the internal and external offices to exist. At this time, other people in Immortal City also realized what was going on. Under their divine senses, many people couldn't help but sigh in surprise. The Church of All Beings had such a big appetite, this kind of thing hadn't happened for so many years. The Church of All Beings stressed unity and love, and they least liked to see their people sacrificed. What exactly did Chen Quan do to provoke such a determined retaliation from them? Even Qingfeng and Minjiu were somewhat at a loss at this moment. But at this time, the people from the cleaning department had already rushed to the Chen family residence, and even met the factory department of the Internal Affairs Office halfway on the road. The cleaning department and the factory department actually shared the same responsibility, but one belonged to King Feng's External Affairs and the other to Internal Affairs Office. If it were an ordinary time, they would even argue when they met, but now that the Chen mansion was facing a crisis, Huang Qiang and others simply had no mood for it. At this time, the surviving nascent soul powerhouses of the Chen family looked at the furious church members of the Church of All Beings, and at the ruins of the Chen family. How dare these remnants of the Church of All Beings do such a thing? They took action for the first time to intercept the retreat route of the other party because they knew that within the Immortal City, they would definitely have support. And the two nascent soul masters leading the Church of All Beings took action without regard for anything, only wanting to break through the encirclement. However, the two nascent soul men of the Chen family desperately intercepted them, and they couldn't leave for a moment. Just then, the cleaning department and the factory department finally arrived together. "Brothers, it seems we can't make it. Since our deaths are inevitable, let's take some people down with us." The Chen family's nascent soul cultivators who were fighting them didn't even have time to respond to what happened when they saw the other party showing a cold smile and moving closer to them, followed by a startling explosion. Self-destruction. The Chen family's nascent soul couldn't react in time, let alone the cleaning and factory departments. Several of them charged too fast, directly leading to their deaths together with the enemies. Madmen. The church members of the Church of All Beings were madmen. Immediately afterward, like a chain reaction and like the sound of firecrackers, all the remnants of the Church of All Beings found someone to die with and self-destruct. Few people could survive. Looking at the completely unrecognizable ruins of the Chen family, Huang Qiang couldn't help but feel weak in the legs at this moment. How would he explain this to the commander? Lower City. Just as the followers of the Church of All Beings were attacking the Chen mansion, the nameless cave mansion in the Lower City finally opened. Liang Sheng, looking at the lifeless sect followers who were still probing how to enter the cave mansion, couldn't help but smile. There was no danger within this cave mansion, and Liang Sheng's great fortune omen in his heart became more and more apparent. However, he didn't hurry, waiting for those people to enter the cave mansion before carefully following behind. Not to mention that his strength far surpassed the others, as long as he had the attribute panel, they couldn't discover them. "Elder, it's true what the records say, there are so many spiritual pills here, perfectly preserved. There are spirit stones here too. Wow, there's even a high-grade spiritual artifact, perfectly preserved." The people of the Church of All Beings were extremely excited, as this matched the records on the scrolls. However, the elder's gaze was tightly fixed on the scroll above with its lively aura. Visualization Divine Method. However, he didn't act impulsively but let his subordinates take away the other resources before carefully approaching the scroll. There was a protective means, but as long as he was careful enough, he should not make much commotion. Besides, the action on the Immortal City had already begun, and no one would care about the Lower City. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated, and following the methods recorded in the scrolls, he formed hand seals and reached out to the scroll with a specific technique. At this moment, a sudden breath erupted from the Visualization Divine Technique scroll, and immediately afterward, his mind was momentarily frozen like an ice block, temporarily losing consciousness. Not only has the means left on the Visualization Divine Technique scroll, but Liang Sheng has also taken action, taking the opportunity to add the means under the Soul Control Technique. Liang Sheng was not impulsive at this time. After confirming that the elder's consciousness was temporarily frozen, he looked at the Visualization Divine Technique scroll. At this moment, the scroll's prohibition completely disappeared, and the timing was just perfect. Then, without any hesitation, Liang Sheng directly reached out and took the scroll. After that, Liang Sheng didn't hesitate at all. The Visualization Divine Technique scroll had already unlocked its prohibition, and he still had the great fortune omen in his heart, so why would he shrink back at this time? With Liang Sheng's powerful divine sense instantly enveloping the Visualization Divine Technique scroll, in the sea of consciousness, a lively sense transformed into a Visualization Divine Method. Barren land thousandly drought. Within a moment, Liang Sheng opened his eyes, sighing that it was worthy of being the Visualization Divine Method. However, he did not study it carefully after copying the Visualization Divine Method. There was plenty of time later, he should first leave the scene. As soon as his thoughts moved, Liang Sheng disappeared. As Liang Sheng left, the next moment, the elder's consciousness returned, but he didn't know that he had been controlled for a few breaths of time. He only looked at the scroll that had its prohibition removed, feeling inexplicably delighted. Success! At this moment, he didn't hesitate at all and directly put the scroll into his storage ring. When he returned outside the cave mansion, and the others saw him nodding, confirming that he got the visualization divine method, their eyes flashed with joy. Let's go! Immediately afterward, they took action, covering and burying the cave mansion with the eradication tactics recorded in the scrolls, and then several people disappeared in an instant. At this time, Liang Sheng also emerged from the shadows, his face bearing a smile. Who would know that he had already got the visualization divine method? He just didn't know the situation in Immortal City now. The next moment, the communication jade slip vibrated. Huang Qiang's message arrived. Chapter 153, Chen Quan's Mad Dog, is this courting death? Immortal City. Chen family residence. To be precise, the Chen family ruins. Huang Qiang and the others knelt on the ground. Liang Sheng silently looked at the ruins in front of him, then suddenly soared into the sky and went to the City Lord Mansion. Commander! But Liang Sheng paid no attention to it and still resolutely went in the direction of the City Lord Mansion. Huang Qiang couldn't help but slap himself on the ground. I have failed the commander. At this moment, Huang Qiang was afraid that Liang Sheng would act impulsively. If he clashed with the left envoy, he didn't dare to think about it any further, and he didn't have the courage to follow Liang Sheng. He didn't dare to go because behind him was the entire Huang family. What Huang Qiang could not imagine, however, was that it was not Liang Sheng who voluntarily went to see the left envoy Qingfeng but that he had received a message the moment he arrived in Sky City. Liang Sheng was just a little unsure in his heart, seeing the complete destruction of the entire Chen family. He then sighed in relief, feeling as if the whole person was suddenly set free, and went to the left envoy mansion. One less shackle, how delightful! Qingfeng's mansion. Left envoy, Chen Quan is here. Dismiss him. Hi! The manager was instantly stunned. Wasn't it you who specially asked him to come? Why would you not see him when Chen Quan arrived? At this time, left envoy Qingfeng leisurely spoke, tell him, if he has any resentment, go and trouble the remnants of the all-living beings sect. As the deputy commander of the cleaning department, he doesn't work hard to investigate the traces of these rebellious remnants on weekdays. Now that there's a problem, what's the use of coming to me to cry about it? By the way, remember to tell him directly that he, Chen Quan, has never shown any mercy to the remnants of the all-living beings sect. The other party is just returning an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Chen Quan is not wrong this time. After saying that, Qingfeng calmly took a sip of tea, glanced at the puzzled manager standing below, and couldn't help but frown. Why are you still not leaving? Ah! Yes. Outside the mansion, Liang Sheng was now neither sad nor happy, but everyone dared not look him in the eye. Regardless of Chen Quan's identity, he was still a nascent soul master, dignified and extraordinary. Everyone was guessing that perhaps the next immortal city would be in chaos for some time. Chen Quan, who was meticulous about every detail, would come to seek the help of left envoy today, possibly resulting in a massive killing spree. However, why weren't the rebellious members of the all-living beings sect more cautious? They should never have provoked this meticulous Deputy Colonel Chen, of all people. But when the manager of the left envoy mansion came out, everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, even though the manager was still puzzled, he repeated Qingfeng's words. His. Someone heard this, couldn't help but gasp. Hadn't Qingfeng left envoy been very fond of Chen Quan before? How come today, when the Chen family had just encountered a catastrophe, his attitude suddenly changed? At this time, Liang Sheng's face turned red and then calmed down. He glanced at Qingfeng's mansion, said nothing, and turned away. Huh? Why did Chen Quan change his temperament this time? If it had been before, he would have probably fallen to the ground crying for help and then gained the assistance of the left envoy. Following that, the immortal city would have been filled with bloodshed. Chen Quan was the dog of the left envoy. But now, both Qingfeng left envoy's attitude and Chen Quan's performance were contrary to their expectations. Could it be that they have fallen out? That's impossible. People around who saw this situation couldn't figure out why it ended like this. On the way back, Liang Sheng's eyes flickered. Had it not been for witnessing too many intrigues and schemes during his time in the secular world, he might still be kept in the dark now. How deceitful was this immortal city? Don't assume that Qing Feng appeared to have not told anything and seemed a bit indifferent. In fact, he had already said everything, just extremely subtly. Or perhaps he didn't care whether Chen Quan could understand his intentions or not because he knew Chen Quan's character. Under the circumstances of the Chen family's nearly complete annihilation, this was an enraged dog. As for the enraged dog, it would have its value. In Qing Feng and Minjiu's eyes, the all-living beings sect was nothing but a laughingstock. What they cared about were both parties only. At this moment, Liang Sheng's expression slightly changed, and he thought to himself that it was indeed the case. He was indeed a tool. At this time, he had already spread his divine sense to the left envoy mansion without any sound or indication, and even left envoy Qing Feng had not discovered his means. Since the situation was confirmed, Liang Sheng weighed the pros and cons and decided to follow Qing Feng's script for the time being. After all, under the ability to seek fortune and avoid evil, this choice was a great fortune omen. Liang Sheng didn't expect this outcome. In that case, he would make it a bit more chaotic. In fact, Qing Feng's deliberate refusal to see him was to make him lose his senses. In addition to the manager's words, given Chen Quan's nature, he would immediately go to the trouble of the Internal Affairs Office. The left envoy managed the external affairs, and his cleaning department was responsible for external security. However, the cleaning department's intelligence sources often came from the Internal Affairs Office. Why was it said that the cleaning department and the factory department had a bad relationship? It was because they were fighting for merit, and the factory department belonged to the Internal Affairs Office. They were the ones close to the water, thus getting the moon first. Unfortunately, under Qing Feng's deterrence, the Internal Affairs Bureau Investigation Department did not dare to conceal information. Hence, most of the time, relying on the cleaning department's rich experience, the factory department was no match for the cleaning department. But it was still disgusting. At this time, Liang Sheng's heart moved, and he completely obliterated the divine sense he left in Qing Feng's mansion. Since he had this idea, he would be more thorough in his actions next. After all, just now, when Qing Feng muttered to himself, the implication was that he would benefit from this incident if he achieved merit. It was precisely because of this statement that Liang Sheng believed seeking fortune and avoiding evil would lead to a great fortune omen. However, he had to go, and think about how far he could go. He was sure that he would have no trouble, as Qing Feng left envoy would never let anything happen to him, otherwise, wouldn't it be like losing to the right envoy Ming Yu? In this case, if Liang Sheng could handle this operation well, he might not only gain rewards from left envoy Qing Feng but also have the chance for an unrestrained life. With that in mind, Liang Sheng hesitated no more and made a U-turn in front of Qing Feng's mansion, then headed towards the Internal Affairs Office. While Huang Qiang and others were still waiting outside the Chen family residence, one of their subordinates hurriedly reported, "Sir, the left envoy did not see Commander Chen, but he went to the Internal Affairs Office." Internal Affairs Office. Not good. Brothers, follow me quickly. This time, Huang Qiang didn't hesitate. He had a vague idea but couldn't figure it out clearly. However, he knew Qing Feng left envoy's style. If their deputy colonel went to cause trouble at the Internal Affairs Office, they, as subordinates, had to follow, or else they would suffer later. Why did Chen Quan receive favor from the left envoy previously? It was because when the left envoy told him to go east, he would never go west. But the left envoy didn't see Commander Chen, so why did Commander Chen go to the Internal Affairs Office at this time? At this moment, not only was Huang Qiang puzzled, but many people in Immortal City were also wondering. They thought that when Chen Quan returned from Lower City, he would retaliate against the remnants of all living beings sect. Why did he suddenly seem to have problems with the Internal Affairs Office now? Wasn't that seeking death? In a dark corner of Immortal City. This place was a stronghold of the Church of All Beings. At this moment, an inconspicuous old man, looking in the direction of Chen Quan's ruined mansion, had slightly bloodshot eyes. "Children, you all did well. Your deaths will not be meaningless. You died for the dawn of all living beings. Rest in peace." All those who participated in the Chen family operation, including the two nascent soul masters, were dead. The old man had already ordered all his subordinates to stop all activities, regardless of the situation. However, at this moment, he looked up in confusion towards the Internal Affairs Office. He couldn't figure it out either. This was not Chen Quan's usual style of doing things. Of course, there were also people in Immortal City who could see the whole situation clearly from outside the chess game. They couldn't help but sigh. Ultimately, those who hadn't reached the divinity transformation realm were mere chess pieces, being manipulated by others. However, Chen Quan was not someone they should offend. Unexpectedly, under the circumstances of his family's demise, whether he was calm or going all out, he was actually making the right choice at the first moment. It could only be said that if his cultivation level were higher or if his performance this time were perfect, perhaps the colonel of the cleaning department would have to be replaced. However, would he really dare to go all out? Or to put it another way, how much could he achieve in King Feng's eyes this time? At this moment, the attention of all those who cared about the situation in Immortal City was focused on Chen Quan. Naturally, Qing Feng left envoy also heard the report from his subordinates. Afterward, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up a bit. Not bad. In the end, it was still his dog, not exceeding his expectations. He just didn't know if Chen Quan had guessed his thoughts. If Chen Quan had figured out his intentions, then his loyal dog had improved. In fact, having loyalty alone was not enough, one must also understand his master's intentions. If Chen Quan truly understood his intentions so quickly, it seemed that his previous sending of Chen Quan to the desolate regions for over a decade had been somewhat of a waste of talent. However, there was still a gap in Chen Quan's cultivation level. If he satisfied Qing Feng this time, why not give him an opportunity? It remained to be seen if he could seize it. But in King Feng's heart, he had already made a decision. Even if Chen Quan couldn't seize the opportunity this time and couldn't advance in his realm, Qing Feng would still reuse him. After all, how could one discard a loyal dog that still cared for its master fully? Of course, whether Chen Quan could, or was worth, Qing Feng investing heavily in developing him would depend on his performance in the future. Internal Affairs Office. At this moment, Liang Sheng's pace was not fast, as he took one step at a time towards the Internal Affairs Office, his eyes determined. Upon seeing this, the gatekeeper of the Internal Affairs Office immediately blocked his way. Commander Chen, do you have any urgent matters to address? I can report them for you now. As the left envoy was in charge of external affairs, as the deputy colonel of the cleaning department, Liang Sheng needed a task waste token to enter the Internal Affairs Office. Just like when Chen Quan was sent to the desolate regions, he also got King Feng's approval and the Internal Affairs Office's task waste token. However, this time Chen Quan didn't even look at the opposition and said bluntly, "Get out of my way." The gatekeeper was stunned and then sneered in his heart. This Chen Quan had a lot of nerve. But the gatekeeper didn't say anything. He still bowed humbly without any tiger-like efforts because Chen Quan was a nascent soul master, not someone he could afford to offend. At this time, Liang Sheng had fully entered his acting mode, showing off arrogance and domineeringness. He looked at the opponent coldly and then forcefully pushed through to continue towards the Internal Affairs Office. This Chen Quan is really looking for death. Seeing Chen Quan without any hesitation stepping inside, the gatekeeper immediately sent out a signal. In an instant, the alarm of the Internal Affairs Office sounded loudly. What happened? Go out and have a look. Various departments of the Internal Affairs Office didn't know what had happened and quickly sent people to investigate the situation. And those with intention in Immortal City sensed this situation with their divine sense, feeling somewhat astonished in their hearts. Only one thought lingered in their minds. Is Chen Quan really that brave? Soon Chen Quan was heavily surrounded by people, but Chen Quan didn't even glance at them, and spoke directly. Call Commander Feng Xiang of the Inspector's Office. I just want to ask him a few questions. Commander Chen, do you have your task waste token? Those who break into the Internal Affairs Office, regardless of who they are, will die. At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Quan with hatred. This was the rule after the right envoy Minjiu took charge of internal affairs. Did the people from left envoy not understand the rules? Originally, there had been factional struggles between the left and right envoys. However, no matter what they did, they would never cross each other's bottom lines. But this time, Chen Quan broke tradition, and the people of the Internal Affairs Office didn't dare to directly use force. Unless they received clear orders from right envoy Minjiu, they had to weigh their options. What if this was at the behest of Qing Feng left envoy? What would they do then? After all, in front of left envoy Qing Feng, they were just small fries. So it was best not to provoke any conflicts, and wait for the right envoy to resolve any major trouble that arose. And their current thoughts were actually quite simple. If Chen Quan didn't have the support of left envoy Qing Feng, would he dare to be so arrogant? I'll say it once more, have Feng Xiang come to see me. It was still an arrogant tone, but the people of the Internal Affairs Office became even less daring to make a move. Seeing this, Chen Quan became even more domineering. Where are the dogs of the inspector's office? Why haven't they come out yet? Aren't they supposed to watch over Immortal City, without any lapses? Huh? Did he come to accuse them of something? The situation with the Chen family had been widely known throughout the Immortal City, but they didn't expect Chen Quan to come here for that matter. According to his temperament, he would normally bully the weak and fear the strong. Shouldn't he be looking for trouble with the Church of All Beings at this time? Why is he targeting the inspector's office? Damn! At this moment, those who quickly realized the trouble turned around and rushed back into the Internal Affairs Office to find Commander Feng Xiang. However, the eyes of those left unresponsive were amusing. This person seemed to only have a bit of cleverness. Could a small golden core true person like him get involved in such a vortex? Thinking about this, these people couldn't help but quietly step back. If conflict did break out later, it would be better for them to stay away from danger. Internal Affairs Office, Inspector's Office. What? Chen Quan has come to cause trouble for my inspector's office. Feng Xiang had been paying attention to the movement in the front courtyard, but he was also considering whether he should go out or not. But seeing the subordinate now reporting the situation in the front courtyard, dark clouds crossed his heart in a flash. How could he have such a stupid subordinate? Did he really think he was the only clever one? If he hadn't come to report, he could have pretended not to know anything. Now that he rushed in to tell him about it, did he have any other choices? After settling this matter today, the man in front of him seemed more suited to investigate information in the lower city. After all, being so clever, how could he not do more work to justify his intelligence? Clever people always need opportunities to show off. Feng Xiang patted the other party's shoulder with a kind expression on his face. Good, luckily you notified me in time, or else a big mistake would have been made. I'll go and take a look at the situation first, and then I'll promote you afterwards. Thank you for the recognition, Commander. The one who rushed to report was overjoyed. He didn't waste any time coming to report, and the commander now considered him a close confidant. Internal Affairs Office, Front Courtyard. At this moment, Chen Quan's face was already full of impatience. Is Feng Xiang not coming out? Are you going to let me in or force me to take action? The cultivators of the Internal Affairs Office who were surrounding Chen Quan remained unmoved. Using force was impossible, but they couldn't let him in either. If they did, the right envoy would let them know what punishment meant. At that moment, Feng Xiang's voice came out, and those people immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around and made way, as it was none of their business anymore. Commander Chen, what exactly do you mean by this? Chen Quan stared closely at Feng Xiang. In an instant, his anger subsided and his voice remained steady without any disturbance. Feng Xiang, did you not detect any traces of rebellion from the Church of All Beings earlier? Or did I, Chen Quan, offend you in any way? Otherwise, why would you stand idly by and watch the warriors of my Chen family become the scapegoats for the Church of All Beings' retaliation? Feng Xiang's face darkened at these words. Did he think he was taking personal revenge? He couldn't bear this blame. So, Feng Xiang acted very simply at this time and admitted his fault, because a true man knows when to bend and when to stretch. In the face of a long time, what's wrong with losing a little face? Lives are the primary goal. What if he could advance further? Commander Chen, I feel deeply guilty about this matter as well. I didn't manage to investigate the rebellion of the Church of All Beings, and indeed, I neglected my duty. I will be responsible for this later on, and I will find out who is in charge of the spy who was assigned to the Chen family area. As soon as there is a result, I will come to apologize personally. Hearing this, Chen Quan suddenly laughed crazily, like a madman. Feng Xiang, do you still think I'm stupid and can stall for time to trivialize this matter? I can tell you clearly that I don't want to be muddled by you right now. Give me an explanation now, or I, Chen Quan, will never give up, till death. You. Feng Xiang was shocked and angry at this moment. He was now in a dilemma. If he admitted his mistake, wouldn't that be slapping the face of the right envoy? But not admitting his mistake, seeing Chen Quan's crazed appearance, he was afraid he would also suffer. Damn it! He had previously planned to send that report to his subordinate, but now the other party had been sentenced to death, he really couldn't understand it. Feng Xiang's mind raced, and in the end, he made the final decision, which was to endure, because now it was not the problem of their inspector's office but Right Envoy Minjiao's face issue. Commander Chen, the remnants of the Church of All Beings are so cunning that if our inspector's office could control their every move, why haven't we eliminated them by now? It was also very helpless for the Chen family to suffer such a heavy blow this time, but this is not the reason for you to come to the Internal Affairs office and run wild on my inspector's office. I understand that your emotions are very unstable today. As long as you rein in now, I am willing to forgive and forget. Otherwise, do you really think my inspector's office has no one? As soon as these words came out, Feng Xiang's words, like thunder and lightning, resonated powerfully, and the horror of the late nascent soul realm was revealed at this moment. The complexions of the cultivators around them changed drastically, looking at Feng Xiang with astonished faces. This was the might of a nascent soul master. When a true monarch was angry, blood would splatter for thousands of miles. But at this moment, although Chen Quan's face was pale, he stood opposite Feng Xiang, almost completely accepting Feng Xiang's oppressive aura. However, he slowly straightened his chest, the corner of his mouth even carrying a touch of madness. I am Chen Quan, Deputy Commander of the Cleaning Department. I know that the Church of All Beings regards me as a thorn in their side, but why have I never compromised? Commander Feng, do you still remember the guarantee your inspector's office made to us external staff in front of the left and right envoys? So why weren't any of your inspector's office personnel present when my Chen family was destroyed? What about the promised covered protection? Or are you saying that your inspector's office is actually just paying lip service, and treating Right Envoy Minjiao's words as nonsense? Right Envoy Minjiao did say that as long as the cleaning department under the command of the left envoy carried out external tasks, the Internal Affairs Office would definitely ensure our rear support, and nothing would threaten our rear. But now that my Chen family has nearly been destroyed, that was the work of two nascent soul masters, with such a huge oversight, how could Right Envoy Minjiao's previous words be considered nonsense? You tell me. The last three words, Chen Quan suddenly raised his voice, and Feng Xiang's pupils couldn't help but shrink. At this time, he looked deeply at Chen Quan, and his heart sank. How malicious is Chen Quan? This was definitely not the scheming of a single person. Feng Xiang knew all too well what kind of character Chen Quan was. This kind of turning passivity into aggression must have been guided by someone behind the scenes. He didn't expect Chen Quan to come here not for his family's destruction, but use it as an excuse to challenge the right envoy. This can't go on like this, or else no matter what the outcome, he will have lost the face of the right envoy, and he doesn't dare to think about what will happen to him in the end. Commander Chen, I can explain this matter, but it concerns secrets. Can you come to my inspector's office and let me explain it to you in detail? Fine. Hi. Chen Quan agreed so readily. Feng Xiang hadn't expected that, but it would be best if they could resolve the matter privately. But just as the smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, he saw Chen Quan suddenly surge in strength, and his clothes burst open. Commander Feng, before we talk privately, why don't you take a look at the scars on my body first? At the moment, the densely covered injuries on Chen Quan's body should have been healed since he had already become a nascent soul master with an impeccable body. Even if he had injuries, they would have healed. But Chen Quan had retained them. Previously, Chen Quan had pretended to do so in front of left envoy Qing Feng to curry favor, but he did not expect to be used by Liang Sheng. Chen Quan then said calmly, pointing at the injuries on his body, "Do you know why I kept them? Because these are the souvenirs left from my battles with the remnants of the Church of All Beings. I have been loyal to the City of Longevity, heaven and earth can attest to it. Since you want to explain in detail, let's go over each one of them. 1,300 years ago, outside of Immortal City, the Church of All Beings held a curse array. I and the cleaning department were the first to arrive. Where were you, Inspector's office? At that time, I was desperately blocked by an elder of the Church of All Beings. If I hadn't been lucky, this knife would have broken my dantian and directly hit my nascent soul. And look at these burn scars, which were caused by a mistake in your inspector's office intelligence 900 years ago, leading our cleaning department brothers into a trap set by the Church of All Beings. If we weren't lucky, and we had the support of our cleaning department brothers, I would have been dead long ago. And here, it happened 500 years ago. At this moment, Huang Qiang had already led his men here. Hearing Chen Quan's words, their eyes gradually turned red. Although Huang Qiang was not a subordinate of Chen Quan before, they had participated in many battles together. Unconsciously, they had become united against a common enemy. Liang Sheng's voice continued, I have been a mortal enemy with the Church of All Beings, why didn't your inspector's office station someone around my Chen mansion to guard it? Didn't the right envoy say that when we are fighting abroad, we are meritorious officials, and that the Internal Affairs Office will guarantee our rear safety? So is the destruction of my Chen family the so-called protection and safety you promised? Do you want to explain it to me? Is it the same as 300 years ago when you asked us to let everything go for the sake of the right envoy's face? Feng Xiang's face turned completely black. Chen Quan was truly going all out, daring to bring up the matter from 300 years ago? Previously, he thought that Chen Quan was the left envoy's dog, but the other party would also consider his retreat. Now that Chen Quan was being so direct, did he want to die? Wait, with only 1 out of 10 of the younger generation of the Chen family remaining, what retreat does he even consider? At this moment, seeing that Chen Quan was still talking, Feng Xiang could no longer endure. He couldn't let the other party continue speaking. Just now, the other party was clearly stalling for time, trying to make a big scene out of it. If the incident from 300 years ago were to be exposed, the right envoy would definitely not let him off. At this moment, only Chen Quan's voice remained in the Internal Affairs Office. The expressions on the faces of the others were equally ugly. Chen Quan had directly placed the conflict on the table, and they didn't dare to imagine how ugly the right envoy's face must be at this moment. Left Envoy Mansion. At this time, a smile appeared on King Feng's lips. He had not expected Chen Quan to go this far. Was it really because his family had been attacked, and it stirred up Chen Quan's fighting spirit? Previously, although Chen Quan was his dog, he still didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of Minjiu. Today, Qing Feng just wanted to take advantage of the situation and cause trouble for Minjiu, but he didn't expect Chen Quan to directly turn the tables. Before, he was still hesitating about whether to give the reward, but now, he instantly decided to give the opportunity to Chen Quan after this matter. He wanted everyone to understand that being King Feng's dog meant having a worry-free cultivation. Come, let's go to the Internal Affairs Office. The manager outside the door was stunned upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure and prepared the left envoy's imperial chair. After Qing Feng sat down, they went straight to the Internal Affairs Office. Internal Affairs Office. Complete nonsense. At this time, Feng Xiang no longer considered the consequences of killing Chen Quan. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Since the other party had already given up, now that only he was here, he naturally had to take responsibility for it. But now, the first priority was to minimize the damage. And the only solution was for Chen Quan to die. After all, no matter what a dead person says, it no longer matters. But as long as he stayed alive, the right envoy would truly lose face. Feeling Feng Xiang's killing intent, the expressions of those around changed. With a nascent soul late-stage attack, Chen Quan would surely not survive. But at this moment, Chen Quan was still facing him calmly, without even a trace of defensive action. Under Liang Sheng's seeking fortune and avoiding evil ability, there were still only 4 words. Great fortune omen. Just like the beast swamp back then, what kind of opportunity was this? After all, the trip to the beast swamp allowed him to break through to the middle nascent soul stage and enter the immortal city without any worries. Could it be that he was really suited for the intricate environment of the immortal city? It was the same back in Jinzhou City, giving him the opportunity to rise. However, it was precisely because of this that the Chen Quan he played would be so mad. If it wasn't for this, why would Liang Sheng do this? Moreover, his divine sense at this time had already silently covered the territory of several thousand miles centered on the Internal Affairs Office within the immortal city. Qing Feng has already come. Since this was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Seeing Chen Quan so nonchalant, Feng Xiang became resolute in his heart. Once he made his move, Chen Quan would surely die, and he would definitely be in trouble too. But at least it would save the right envoy's face, he would definitely know his intentions. As long as he made a move, he would immediately go to the right envoy's mansion to plead guilty. After that, even if the right envoy punished him, his life would not be in danger, and all of this originated from the Chen Quan before him. As he made his move, Feng Xiang's heart was filled with extreme anger. Since you, Chen Quan, want to die, why do you have to drag me down? We are both chess pieces, yet why did you have to target me? At the next moment, like the stars exploding, Feng Xiang's power made everyone present shudder. They couldn't help but flee from the scene, not wanting to be swept away by the aftermath. However, Huang Qiang and the others did not escape. In their hearts, they seemed to want to stand with Chen Quan as they were people from the cleaning department. Fortunately, Huang Qiang remained rational and stopped them. If they stepped forward, they would simply be seeking death, and it would be useless. But Chen Quan was still just staring intently at Feng Xiang and not making any moves. Was Chen Quan really seeking death? Many thoughtful people speculated this after probing with their divine sense. Currently, no one knew what Chen Quan was thinking. In fact, with him alive, the Chen family still had hope of rebuilding. If he died, there would be no hope at all. At this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Unexpectedly, a seemingly ordinary and peaceful qi appeared, but under the influence of this qi, Feng Xiang's world-destroying attack was annihilated. Under the pressure, Feng Xiang couldn't make any move. Left envoy took action. Feng Xiang's heart was shocked, and then he saw left envoy Qing Feng's imperial chair appear immediately between him and Chen Quan. However, left envoy Qing Feng didn't even glance at Feng Xiang. Instead, he looked at the empty space on the left front, and at the next moment, he heard right envoy Ming Yu's voice. Nonsense! Right envoy Ming Yu appeared, his face with a smile, completely concealing his true thoughts. Right envoy Minjiu, my subordinate is stubborn. Today, he was also stimulated and acted thoughtlessly. It's busy inside the Internal Affairs Office, and there must be mistakes. How can we blame you for this? Moreover, those remnants of the Church of All Beings that night were already wiped out by my cleaning department, which arrived in time to support you, and avenged my ignorant subordinate. Now, it's his fault that he's angry with the inspector's office. The inspector's office has always been steady, and they aren't trash, so what does it have to do with them? Hearing this, Minjiu immediately waved his hand with a smile. Indeed, it's our negligence in the Internal Affairs Office. We not only failed to send anyone to guard the families of our City Lord Mansion's external staff, but we also knew nothing about the actions of the Church of All Beings remnants. We were indeed guilty. As soon as his words fell, Feng Xiang immediately fell to his knees with a pained expression, only for Ming Yu to make a decisive move, directly suppressing Feng Xiang. Since this tragedy was caused by Commander Feng's inability to lead, he must pay a price for it. Summon those who were responsible for the security of Commander Chen's home, find them, and then take them to the punishment platform. Execute their entire clans to give an explanation to Commander Chen. As soon as Ming Yu's words fell, Feng Xiang's face suddenly bled from his 7 orifices, and then he slumped to the ground, looking utterly hopeless. Middle nascent soul stage. It turned out that during Ming Yu's move just now, he had shattered Feng Xiang's foundation, causing his realm to fall. From now on, it would be almost impossible for him to return to the nascent soul late stage. Is Commander Chen satisfied with this? Rest assured, there will be more follow-up punishments. Today, we're only punishing the chief culprits. As for the Church of All Beings, they can't escape either. Inspector's Office, Factory Department, pass on my order from the Internal Affairs Office, immediately fully investigate all the remnants of the Church of All Beings in the upper and lower cities of the Immortal City to apologize to Commander Chen. Make sure all of you listen well, even if it's the lower city, I don't care what means you use, turn it upside down and don't let any exposed remnants of the Church of All Beings escape. Understood. At this moment, everyone looked sympathetically at Chen Quan. This time, Chen Quan, the mad dog, had thoroughly offended the right envoy. Chapter 154. The cosmic mustard seed of the City Lord's Mansion, the spinal column of heaven and earth breaks through again. Seeking monthly tickets for 8K joint. 1. Internal Affairs Office. As soon as the words of right envoy Clear Wind fell, Chen Quan started to cry loudly, completely disregarding his image as a nascent soul master, regardless of the look of the people around him. Thank you, right envoy, who is indeed insightful and magnanimous. All this is in fact the responsibility of the Internal Affairs Bureau Investigation Department, and what does it have to do with the right envoy? It's just a pity for my entire Chen family. As he spoke, Liang Sheng turned suddenly and bowed to Clear Wind, left envoy, now my heart is like dead ashes, and I have no desire to continue as the commanding officer of the cleaning department. Moreover, what I did today did not consider the overall situation. I can be said to be incompetent and undeserving of my position. I only hope that such a tragedy will not happen again in the cleaning department. Now I just want to return to the lower city to enjoy my old age, cultivate the last blood of my family into talent, and not be remembered by the Church of All Beings anymore. I am incapable and really afraid. Commander. At this moment, it was Huang Qiang and the others from the cleaning department. Upon hearing Liang Sheng's words, they couldn't help but feel some compassion, and involuntarily felt sympathetic. Commander Chen is joking. Today's faults lie with me, the Internal Affairs Bureau Investigation Department. Why do you blame yourself so much? However, before Liang Sheng could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Right Envoy Minjiu. Left Envoy Qingfeng looked at the other party, still keeping his smile, but he was very pleased in his heart. Chen Quan's words today were fantastic, undoubtedly intending to kill a person's spirit. At this time, Commander Feng Xiang of the investigation department was lying on the ground, but dared not look at Chen Quan. However, there was deep hatred in the depths of his eyes. Of course, he had already fallen out of his realm. Now, if he were to compete with Chen Quan, he might not know if he would win or lose. After hearing Minjiu interrupt Liang Sheng, Feng Xiang simply lay on the ground motionless and closed his eyes in despair, admitting his complete defeat today. Minjiu then turned her head smiling and said to Clear Wind, left envoy, having such a loyal subordinate like Chen Quan must be so enviable. Clear Wind seemed not to understand the sarcasm in her words, but instead laughed and said, yes, having a subordinate like Chen Quan is my good fortune. Chen Quan, you should not be so guilty and self-blaming. Rest assured and take your family here. I believe that the Internal Affairs Office will definitely ensure their safety in the future. And you said that you want to resign from the post of Deputy Colonel, won't I be missing a powerful aide in the future? I will pretend that I didn't hear this, and you don't need to mention it again. Then he turned to look at Huang Qiang and others. With his status, he only knew Huang Qiang, who after all, was also a nascent soul master. Huang Qiang, isn't it time to help your commander get up? Since Chen family mansion has been temporarily destroyed, take your commander to my mansion first. Yes. At this moment, a flash of joy crossed Huang Qiang and the others' hearts, and then they directly rushed to Chen Quan's side and helped him up. Chen Quan was just about to speak, his face excited, thank. However, before he could finish, he directly passed out. Everyone present couldn't help but sigh at the fact that he had no sense of shame. Would a nascent soul master pass out due to emotional fluctuations? I don't think so. However, Huang Qiang and others looked panicked, and helped Chen Quan up in a flurry, causing a commotion at the scene. Looking at this situation, Clear Wind couldn't help but feel emotional. He didn't expect Chen Quan to make progress. How did he do such shameless things so naturally? At this moment, the unconscious Chen Quan and Feng Xiang who was being punished and fell to the ground formed a stark contrast. Clear Wind felt as refreshing as drinking a glass of iced water on a hot summer day. His heart was filled with joy, while Minjiu had a smile on his face but was thinking of murder. Damn Chen Quan, why does he like to kill people's spirits so much? But the more he behaves like this, the more he can't die. Because if Chen Quan is dead, many people would instinctively deflect the blame to Minjiu. It's infuriating. However, Minjiu couldn't say anything. It seemed like Chen Quan was losing his dignity, but it was actually Clear Wind's calculation against him. Because everything has to do with his overt and covert struggle with Clear Wind. At this time, there was all smiles on his face as if he didn't care about the situation today at all. Friend Qingfeng, since Commander Chen has fainted from extreme anger, why don't you take him back to rest? As for the disciples of the Chen family arranged in the lower city, I will immediately send someone to safely bring them to the upper city, so you don't have to worry. Thank you, then, deist friend Minjiu. Clear Wind expressed his thanks, and Minjiu smiled and responded that it was a small matter. The two seemed to have no grudge, but Minjiu knew that he was belittled by Clear Wind today. But who would have thought that Chen Quan was acting so recklessly in this emergency? It was really difficult to deal with, and there was no choice but to accept. All he can say is that Clear Wind has found a crazy dog as his subordinate. At this time, Clear Wind saw that the situation was favorable and called for a retreat. His chariot rose in the sky, and Chen Quan was surrounded and escorted by Huang Qiang and others to the left envoy mansion. Minjiao didn't say a word on the ground. Seeing Clear Wind leave, she rose into the sky and left directly, leaving the Internal Affairs Office silent. It wasn't until Feng Xiang stood up at this time and ordered the people in the investigation department to come here, go to the lower city to get the Chen family disciples back to the upper city, make sure nothing goes wrong. Yes. Then suddenly, the captain of the factory department appeared. He and Feng Xiang looked at each other, then issued orders directly with a low voice. All personnel immediately cooperate with the investigation department to quickly search for the base of the renegade Church of All Beings members. Remember, once there is news, kill without mercy. Yes. Immediately, a murderous look filled the Internal Affairs Office. Left Envoy Mansion. At this time, Liang Sheng was no longer pretending to be unconscious. Clear Wind looked at him and couldn't help a smile. Are you still angry that I didn't meet you before? Liang Sheng shook his head immediately. If it weren't for the incompetence of the Internal Affairs Bureau Investigation Department, how could my Chen family end up like this? Moreover, if it weren't for the left envoy behind me, I'm afraid I would have died today, and how could I make the investigation department pay for it? That's right. Qing Feng was very satisfied when he heard this and nodded. Chen Quan, you are indeed loyal to me. Since that's the case, I won't let down my own people. In a few days, I will give you a surprise. However, whether you can seize this opportunity depends on yourself. As soon as Qing Feng said these words, Liang Sheng's heart swelled with the great fortune omen. So that was it. It seems that his opportunity should lie with Qing Feng. He couldn't imagine what exactly the opportunity that the other party was talking about was. But for these few days, you'd better stay here with me. As for your mansion, I will send someone to repair it. You also have your family juniors to pick up, and you don't have to worry about them not having a place to stay. As long as your mansion isn't completed, they can be sent here. If something happens to my subordinates, I will take responsibility. Naturally saying this, the left envoy looked at Huang Qiang and the others who didn't dare to make a sound. Remember, as long as you are loyal to me, Qing Feng will always be behind you. Huang Qiang and the others immediately paid their respects to show their loyalty. Each of them was resolute, and Qing Feng didn't say much, just telling them to do their jobs well in the days to come. During these days, Chen Quan will stay here and rest. Huang Qiang, remember to temporarily replace him and take care of the affairs of the cleaning department. Don't let the Internal Affairs Bureau catch any flaws. Left Envoy, rest assured, if something goes wrong, I'll offer my head directly without letting you lose face. What do I need your head for? You make it sound like I'm not approachable. Get going and do your own business. In Immortal City, no one could have imagined that the final outcome would turn out this way. It can only be said that if a barbarian plays tricks, it's indeed difficult for others to handle. At this moment, many people had a thought in their hearts. That was, unless it is absolutely necessary, they should never have a conflict with Chen Quan, the mad dog. It seemed that facing the near destruction of the family juniors, Chen Quan the mad dog no longer had concerns about repercussions. Now, this is Qing Feng left envoy's most powerful mad dog, who bites whomever is pointed at. Even the right envoy Ming Yu suffered a great loss and couldn't get any revenge. This was originally the deadliest situation. After all, who dares to offend the right envoy unless they don't want to survive? But now, Chen Quan is extremely safe. At least within 100 years, Chen Quan will definitely be safe. As long as Chen Quan dies, no matter how the truth turns out, Qing Feng left envoy will definitely take advantage of the opportunity. The two envoys, left and right, have been fighting for thousands of years without a result. They can all endure it, so the impact of Chen Quan's affairs will gradually surface in the future. At this time, the atmosphere in Immortal City was somewhat tense, with a somewhat suspicious feeling of fear. The various powers have been careful recently. The Internal Affairs Office this time was an all-out attack. After all, the right envoy Ming Yu lost face. As their subordinates, how could their lives be easy? The only consolation was the secretly hidden Church of All Beings. Fortunately, they had already gone silent and stopped all activities before this. Moreover, because the Chen family mansion was completely destroyed, they didn't leave any trails behind. In a short while, they couldn't find any clues, and the investigation department was quite troubled. As for the Chen family descendants in Lower City, they were also a little confused. They never imagined that it would be the Internal Affairs Office who came to pick them up, which was unimaginable before. But with the task waste token from the Internal Affairs Office, and 3 nascent soul masters guarding them, in the end, they didn't hesitate and obediently followed them back to Sky City. After all, if the other party wanted to harm them, there was no need to pretend with 3 nascent soul masters. Their patriarch's cultivation level was just like that. On the way back, they learned that the Chen family mansion had been destroyed, and they were the only remaining bloodline of the Chen family. They found it a little hard to accept for a while. But when they arrived at Left Envoy Mansion, they were even more frightened. They knew it was the Left Envoy's private forbidden area, but now they had become guests there. Had the status of their patriarch in the Left Envoy's heart been raised? No one could answer that question, but while they were temporarily staying at the Left Envoy Mansion, all they could do was practice diligently. The spiritual energy in the Left Envoy Mansion was so rich, and on top of that, the Left Envoy would occasionally have people send over top-grade spirit food, which made them feel extremely flattered. Among these people, the one with the highest cultivation level was only at the early stage of the Golden Core. At this moment, under the supply of the Left Envoy, they would not miss the opportunity to practice hard and improve their cultivation level. At this time, they suddenly had an extremely disrespectful thought. From now on, the Chen family only had them. Would their resource treatment in the future be the same as their current top-level configuration? Maybe for the Chen family, being attacked by the Church of All Beings was a tragedy, but for them, it was a blessing. No one dared to express this thought, but happiness was hidden in their hearts. They are truly blessed. The Left Envoy Mansion. At this moment, Liang Sheng was sitting on a cushion. At this moment, he didn't bother with anything happening outside. He honestly stayed in the Left Envoy Mansion and didn't go anywhere. Even when the Chen family disciples from Lower City returned, he didn't show much enthusiasm. Afterward, he just hid in the room alone, as if he hadn't snapped out of it yet. At this moment, he had already used his divine sense to sense everything, and he didn't find any surveillance chi present. At that time, he shook his head. He was accustomed to being cautious. How powerful was Qingfeng Left Envoy that he should have the confidence to feel that nobody could deceive him right under his nose? However, Liang Sheng was no ordinary person. Under the concealment of the attribute panel, no one could see through his true capabilities. Yet at this time, Liang Sheng also dared not act recklessly, especially as he still holds a visualization divine method in his hand and is looking for an opportunity to cultivate it. But he was still in the Left Envoy's mansion, and if he caused any disturbance while cultivating the visualization divine method, he would be courting trouble. Therefore, he still had plenty of time and was in no hurry. As for humiliating Right Envoy Mingyu, he was not worried at all, because both Left Envoy Qingfeng and Right Envoy Mingyu had to consider the so-called bigger picture. Under the leadership of the City Lord of Zhenyuan in the City of Longevity, they, Left and Right Envoys Qingfeng and Minjiao, were in a deadlock, neither able to do anything to the other. Their relationship was better explained in terms of the politics of secular power. Perhaps due to the passage of an excessively long time, they had long become accustomed to this power struggle. After all, no one could get the better of the other, and that was why he could survive in this situation. Therefore, he was quite safe at the moment. Even if someone wanted him dead, the first one to jump out and protect him would be Left Envoy Mingyu, who was the least likely to want anything to happen to him. However, Chen Quan had no way out now. He used to be King Feng's dog, and now he is King Feng's mad dog, with no way out. But he was Liang Sheng. After this storm passed, what did the troubles caused by Chen Quan have to do with him? As for the Chen family's disciples now residing in the Left Envoy Mansion, he was even less worried about them. Whether Qingfeng bought people's hearts or took them hostage, it was irrelevant to Liang Sheng. If the Chen family's disciples died, it would be even better, reducing some cause and effect, making it easier for him to break free from the cage of Chen Quan. At this moment, what Liang Sheng looked forward to most was the surprise mentioned by Qingfeng. The last time he had such a strong feeling of a great fortune omen was when he made a breakthrough in the beast swamp to the middle nascent soul stage. So what did Qingfeng have that could give him such a feeling of anticipation? However, Qing Feng said that the opportunity would come in a few days, so he decided to wait patiently. Many times, especially with surprises, one should not be too anxious. 5 days later, the Chen family mansion was completed. This was the speed of the immortal city going all out. A complete mansion has already appeared at the former location of the Chen family mansion. It was even better than the previous Chen family mansion, as Right Envoy Ming Yu personally ensured the delivery of numerous top-grade materials during this period. This made the spiritual energy of the Chen family mansion even stronger. However, Liang Sheng did not move into it, but Right Envoy Qing Feng arranged for the Chen family disciples to move in. The servants of the Chen family had already been arranged by Qing Feng, and Liang Sheng naturally did not refuse this. After the Chen family disciples moved into the new mansion, they were placed under house arrest by Chen Quan, and nobody was allowed to leave. The reason was simple: the immortal city was still somewhat chaotic, and the Internal Affairs Bureau Investigation Department and Factory Department were still searching for traces of the Church of All Beings. Since this incident was caused by Chen Quan, the surviving Chen family disciples, not being stupid, decided to stay in the new Chen mansion. As for the outside of Chen mansion, there was a nascent soul master secretly guarding it at this time. Because the security of the Chen mansion was not only a concern for the Chen family but also to ensure Ming Yu's face was saved. If something happens to Chen mansion again, it would truly prove the saying that the Internal Affairs Bureau Investigation Department was worthless. At this moment, the people in the Internal Affairs Bureau were rather miserable, as many of them had received the assignment to protect the families of the cleaning department. The cleaning department was quite proud this time. Each time they went out, they specially walked past the guards and secret inspectors of the factory department. This made the people in the factory department feel rather humiliated, and they also held grudges against the investigation department. If they hadn't been so useless before, why would they have to deal with this mess now? They were rather helpless. If the factory department had received the news earlier and stopped the incident from happening to the Chen family, why would they have suffered this humiliation? However, under the arrangement of Ming Yu, the Internal Affairs Bureau was fully functional. So, the upcoming immortal city, despite its bustling noise, was actually extremely safe and stable. The Church of All Beings didn't dare to show their faces at this time. On this day, Liang Sheng finally waited for the surprise he had been yearning for. Qing Feng had been quiet for a while, and he thought he would have to wait quite a while to see the so-called surprise. However, just when he had calmed down, the surprise came unexpectedly. Liang Sheng followed the steward of the left envoy's mansion to Qing Feng left envoy. When he saw the latter's smiling face, he knew something was up. Chen Quan, the best I can do for you this time is to fight for this opportunity. However, how much you can get depends on your own abilities. Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng was taken aback, but then he felt a force coiling around his waist. However, Liang Sheng forcefully resisted the urge to struggle, allowing the force around him. Immediately, he was lifted into the sky by Qing Feng left envoy, heading directly to the city lord's mansion. This made Liang Sheng nervous. Did the lord of Shen Yuan city come out? However, when he landed on the ground, he found that Right Envoy Ming Yu had been waiting in front of the city lord mansion. Seeing Liang Sheng for a moment, Ming Yu immediately understood what was going on and couldn't help but sigh. Deist friend Qing Feng, I was wondering why Chen Quan was willing to do such a crazy thing to offend me for you earlier, and now I see why. In this regard, I am indeed inferior to you. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng just smiled. Bright Moon Deist friend, you think too much. Every 100 years, we have to do this, and we already know the results in our hearts. It's almost impossible for me to advance further now, so why not give him an opportunity? Moreover, there are no outsiders here, and his previous actions show his loyalty, so he deserves to be treated this way. Bright Moon could not help but nod slightly upon hearing this, because what Qing Feng said made sense. In fact, he himself was well aware that it was almost impossible for him to break through with this once-in-100 years opportunity. However, it was not that he was unwilling to accept this fact, he simply had no better options at his current realm, so why not try again? Qing Feng was willing to exchange this for the loyalty of his subordinates. In this regard, he was ultimately more decisive than Bright Moon. Perhaps you are right. However, Bright Moon did not admit defeat. In fact, winning or losing at that moment had no significance for them. As long as their cultivation levels were comparable, there would never be a clear winner or loser. Liang Sheng could also guess this from their conversation at the moment. Although he didn't know what the opportunity was, Bright Moon had clearly accepted the fact that he had been humiliated by them last time. It was only right for the left and right envoys to have their own foundation. Their path of cultivation was long, and this was just a small splash along that path. At this moment, the main gate of the City Lord Mansion opened wide, and the manager of the City Lord Mansion appeared, looking somewhat surprised at the sight of the three people. Elder Su, Clear Wind and Bright Moon immediately greeted him and bowed. Liang Sheng also bowed hurriedly, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was no wonder that this was the City Lord Mansion, because the cultivation level of Elder Su in front of him was not inferior to the left and right envoys. At this time, Elder Su looked at Qing Feng and asked, "Do you really intend to let him go in for you this time?" Qing Feng nodded, "Yes, as I understand my own situation. Going in this time will only solidify some foundations and have no great use. This young man has shown great loyalty to me, so why not let him have a try? If he can seize the opportunity, then I will have another master under me who can better serve me. Why not? Alright, since you've made up your mind, there should be no big issue in giving up your spot to him even though the city lord hasn't left seclusion yet. I will take him and the right envoy in now, and you can go back first. After all, we don't know how long we will have to wait." Qing Feng left envoy did not find Steward Su's tone harsh because it was indeed true that he was not suitable to stay here since he had given up his spot. After thinking for a moment, he gave some instructions, "Chen Quan, don't overthink anything. It's your luck if you can get the opportunity, and it's normal if you don't. Just don't feel any psychological burden." Left envoy Liang Sheng pretended to be somewhat nervous but was interrupted by City Lord Steward Su, "Alright, you guys can follow me now." After saying that, Elder Su took the lead to leave. Bright Moon followed immediately. Liang Sheng looked at left envoy Qing Feng, and under his nod, he hurriedly followed them. Immediately after, the main gate of the City Lord Mansion closed. Before leaving, Qing Feng suddenly had a thought. Could Chen Quan seize this opportunity and make a breakthrough with his cultivation level? In this case, the Internal Affairs Office would lose one late nascent soul realm Feng Xiang and he would gain one late nascent soul realm Chen Quan. It would be a huge profit. Were the results good? Inside the City Lord Mansion, Elder Su led the way, and Liang Sheng did not dare to lift his head at this time. He appeared somewhat anxious, not daring to look at the surrounding scenery or even know what the layout of the City Lord Mansion was like. At this moment, Bright Moon's voice suddenly rang out, "You're so timid, why were you so reckless earlier and dared to humiliate me?" Liang Sheng was taken aback but did not hesitate to reply directly, "Left envoy, you overpraise me. It was just a matter of serving our respective masters." Bright Moon had thought that the other party would pretend to be loyal and devoted, or even ask for his forgiveness, but he did not expect him to answer so honestly. For some reason, Bright Moon's killing intent had diminished a bit. He had felt this way before, after all, he was not born this strong. Strength was the foundation for everything. All actions were backed by strength. With this in mind, he suddenly reminded Liang Sheng. "This time, don't let Qing Feng left envoy down. I hope you can gain something and not return empty-handed." After that, he did not speak again. Liang Sheng opened his mouth to say something but remained silent, following behind Elder Su and continuing to move forward silently. In a short while, they stopped in front of a small stone in a backyard. Liang Sheng was somewhat surprised, but in the next moment, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Did he shrink? No. It wasn't that he had shrunk, but that there was actually a high mountain inside the City Lord Mansion. Liang Sheng had never thought of this before, as he had not been able to see it earlier. "Every time I come here, I am in awe. The City Lord's Mustard Seed Sumi divine ability is truly amazing." Mustard Seed Sumi? Divine ability? Could it be that the City Lord's visualization technique is accompanied by the Mustard Seed Sumi divine ability? However, at this time, Liang Sheng could obtain very little information, making it impossible for him to judge the current situation. At this moment, Elder Su pointed to the cave entrance ahead and said, "Alright, you can go in now. By the way, I can give you some good news. It seems that there is a lot of heaven and earth spine this year, far more than in previous years. As for how much you can get, it depends on your own luck and destiny." Heaven and earth spine? Another new term, which Chen Quan's previous memories didn't have any information about. Now Liang Sheng was truly dumbfounded. What exactly is going on? However, at this moment, under the influence of the seeking fortune and avoiding evil ability, Liang Sheng's heart still held four big words. Great fortune omen. Then Liang Sheng saw right envoy Minjiu step in without any hesitation, and naturally, he did not hesitate either. At this moment, he was even somewhat excited deep down. What exactly is the heaven and earth spine, and why does it give me such a great fortune omen? The next moment, Liang Sheng felt the world spinning. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a vast space, surrounded by a grey haze that made it difficult to see the environment clearly without careful examination. At this moment, a slightly puzzled voice sounded next to him. It was right envoy Minjiu who looked at him strangely. I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. Is there something special about your divine sense? Liang Sheng's heart tightened when he heard this, but fortunately, he had a flash of inspiration and didn't answer. Instead, he shook his head after a while, as if he had just woken up. He looked puzzled at right envoy Minjiu, who then smiled and thought he must have misunderstood just now. However, this was the normal situation. He didn't expect that Chen Quan could still maintain a normal appearance when his mind was unclear, which showed that his psychological quality was indeed strong. At this time, he ignored Liang Sheng and jumped into the lake in front of him. The water was faintly green, giving a sense of vitality. In fact, no one knew how shocked Liang Sheng was at this moment, like a vast tide, because he had seen this situation before. It was the oasis that suddenly appeared in front of him in the beast swamp, where the water was the same as it is now. So, the energy that had allowed him to make a breakthrough to the middle nascent soul stage back then was the so-called heaven and earth spine mentioned by Elder Su. However, the situation was different this time, as there were clearly traces of spells and divine abilities here, as if someone had used tremendous mana to create such a magical place. Under the suppression of the mana, Liang Sheng put away the shock in his heart and then dived into the lake without any hesitation. Since this was where he had previously gained the energy to make a breakthrough, what was there to hesitate? It truly was a great fortune omen. The next moment, though, Liang Sheng felt that something was wrong. Previously, in the beast swamp, the majestic power had entered his body on its own, but now the lake water remained still. He could still see left envoy Qingfeng swimming upstream, and he initially intended to catch up. However, at this moment, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Previously in the beast swamp, he had subconsciously activated the primordial mysterious technique. Since that was the case, why not try it again? With this thought, Liang Sheng didn't hesitate. The next moment, as he activated the techniques within his body, the ascending immortality scripture immediately transformed into the primordial mysterious technique. Immediately, a majestic power surged into Liang Sheng's body. However, this time, he didn't dare to absorb the power for cultivation, and instead attempted to store the heaven and earth spine's power in his upper, middle, and lower dantians. It was because he didn't want to cause any commotion in the city lord mansion. When he made the decision, his heart didn't hold any ominous warning. Immediately, Liang Sheng joyfully noted that the majestic life force obediently stored itself within his upper, middle, and lower dantians. There was no change in the outside world, which made Liang Sheng more at ease. He didn't expect that the spell method of creating this place would actually help him as well. This was originally a method to suppress and collect the so-called heaven and earth spine, but it also allowed Liang Sheng to absorb the heaven and earth spine without causing any commotion. Since that was the case, what was he waiting for? In an instant, Liang Sheng's body transformed into a gluttonous divine beast, frantically absorbing the heaven and earth spine within the lake water. At this moment, if someone could perform introspection on Liang Sheng's body, they would find that his upper, middle, and lower dantian were brimming with green light. Soon, his lower dantian was already filled. Despite being a small lower dantian, the power it contained was probably half of what he had absorbed in the beast swamp earlier. Yet, at this time, Liang Sheng was still continuing to absorb, and his middle dantian soon filled up, even more than the lower dantian. Liang Sheng saw that there were still no disturbances in the outside world, and completely relaxed, continuing to absorb the energy. Soon, his upper dantian was filled halfway. However, at that moment, Liang Sheng's heart suddenly stirred, and a mysterious force emerged. He did not resist at all, and in an instant, his internal techniques changed into the ascending immortality scripture. The next moment, Liang Sheng returned to the outside of the cave from before, arriving back inside the city lord mansion. Elder Su's gaze upon him slightly odd. Elder Su. Liang Sheng felt a little uneasy under his gaze and couldn't help but speak up. Elder Su waved his hand. It's fine, since your fortune isn't enough, there's nothing that can be done. Go back first. Immediately after, Liang Sheng felt his body wrapped by a force, as if he couldn't resist. The next moment, he was outside the city lord mansion. Left envoy mansion. Qing Feng opened his eyes abruptly, his face full of disbelief. Could Chen Quan's body attributes be incompatible with the heaven and earth spine? Why else would he be rejected so quickly by the secret land? Elder Su had already informed him earlier, and although it was unbelievable, he arrived outside the city lord mansion in the next moment. Qing Feng looked at Liang Sheng with pity but didn't blame him, saying, Chen Quan, it seems your fortune is still not enough. Perhaps out of disappointment, or fearing that Chen Quan might be depressed, Qing Feng went on to explain. As it turned out, every 100 years or so, as the left and right envoys of the City of Longevity, they would have the opportunity to enter the Longevity secret land once. There, they collected all the heaven and earth spine within the territory, including those in the desolate regions. The heaven and earth spine was a deeper level of power than condensed spiritual energy. However, to absorb the heaven and earth spine, one would need at least a golden core realm cultivation level. Otherwise, without strength as a backing, they might be blown apart by the berserk power. But if a cultivator's body attributes were incompatible and couldn't absorb the heaven and earth spine, they would be ejected from the secret land. This situation had almost never happened before, but now Chen Quan had become the first cultivator to be thrown out like this. Liang Sheng naturally had a disappointed expression, but Qing Feng patted him on the shoulder. Don't be like this. Even I only managed to catch a few strands of heaven and earth spine each time, so that's why I said it's useless for my cultivation. I originally thought that this time your body could undergo the baptism of the heaven and earth spine, making your cultivation smoother, but it's a pity. Since you don't have this kind of fortune, just let it go and don't think too much about it. After all, cultivation itself is about fortune, which should not be forced. After that, Liang Sheng was personally escorted by Qing Feng back to the new Chen family mansion. Since the Chen family mansion was completed, there was no reason for Chen Quan to continue staying in the left envoy mansion any longer. Previously, since Chen Quan was sent to the city lord mansion to absorb the heaven and earth spine, he was allowed to stay a little longer, but there was no need to do so now. Qing Feng sighed inwardly. It was a pity that this good dog could not take on greater responsibilities and higher positions, since they needed considerable strength to match. As soon as Qing Feng left, Liang Sheng immediately went into closed-door cultivation. Because this time, he knew he was about to make a breakthrough. Chapter 155, Breakthrough Nascent Soul Late Stage, Contemplating God's Law Variation, Manifestation of Three-Legged Golden Crow. Immortal City. Chen Family's Mansion. Having returned, Liang Sheng stuck to his old ways, as caution has been deeply ingrained into his bones. Therefore, after returning, he did not impulsively enter closed-door cultivation immediately but first took out a top-grade spirit stone and used the most powerful means to set up layers of protection formations. In this way, he can hide his qi to the greatest extent. After that, he joyfully checked the situation within his body. In fact, he was already somewhat unable to control the explosive power within his body, so as soon as everything was ready, Liang Sheng immediately entered closed-door cultivation. As the primordial mysterious technique within his body went crazy, he felt like he was back in the lush waters of the Beast Swamp Oasis. In the midst of this vitality, a surge of monumental force that could split heaven and earth burst forth from the upper, middle, and lower danshan. Then, with the crazy operation of the primordial mysterious technique in his body, every bit of energy stored in the danshan slowly permeated every inch of his flesh. Because once he entered the qi refining and divinity transformation realm through ancient cultivation methods, Liang Sheng's physical realm was already different from modern cultivation methods. He was now almost completely unified with his physical body and primordial spirit, except that his primordial spirit was akin to a huge nascent soul. At this moment, like a starved man who was seeing food after days of hunger, he was crazily absorbing the power of the heaven and earth spine from the upper, middle, and lower danshan. This cycle of cultivation passed without disturbance. In the blink of an eye, a year passed, and the divine sense of Liang Sheng, who was immersed in cultivation, gradually awakened. No wonder the legend in the ancient cultivation world said that once you start cultivating, time flies. At this moment, he finally understood why. Liang Sheng himself had not expected to be so immersed in cultivation that a year would pass in a blink of an eye. This never happened before because there wasn't such an enormous source of power in his body, or perhaps the environment of many hidden dimensions in ancient times was saturated with rich spiritual energy. Not all was calm this year. The cleaning department and the internal affairs office were in full effect, naturally to find the traitors of the Church of All Beings. Halfway through, Left Envoy Qingfeng specially sensed the current situation of Liang Sheng. After all, the latter had suddenly entered closed-door cultivation for so long, so he naturally reacted. But Liang Sheng was well prepared. With the protection measures and the attribute panel concealing property, Qingfeng found no abnormalities. As a show of appreciation for Chen Quan, he entrusted important tasks to the juniors of the Chen family. He placed all disciples of the Chen family in the Jindan stage in the cleaning department. Qingfeng's idea was simple. He originally allowed Chen Quan to go to the city lord mansion to absorb the heaven and earth spine for a chance. He didn't expect it to end in disappointment. Furthermore, coupled with the near destruction of the Chen family, Chen Quan probably felt deep guilt towards himself. If he were stronger, perhaps these things wouldn't have happened. If not for that, why would he suddenly work so hard and choose to close the door to cultivation as soon as he left the city lord mansion, and has yet to come out? However, the path of cultivation is not gained simply by determination. He hopes that once Chen Quan finishes his closed-door cultivation, he can adjust his mentality. Qingfeng's thoughts were also very simple, as he didn't want to lose such a suitable and obedient subordinate. In the first few months of Chen Quan's retreat, Qingfeng still paid some attention to his movements. But in the following months, as Chen Quan didn't stir, he simply stopped paying attention. After all, Immortal City was vast with many things happening every day. He was busy with foreign affairs, and also had covered fights with Bright Moon, so where does he have the time to worry about Chen Quan? But he didn't do nothing either. He still instructed the disciples of the Chen family to work hard in the future, not to let down their patriarch Chen Quan's expectations. In this situation, when Liang Sheng woke up, it was finally time for his breakthrough. At this moment, the feeling of increasing power in Liang Sheng's physical body was not very obvious, as after reaching the qi refining and divinity transformation stage equivalent to the middle nascent soul stage, his cultivation mainly used divine sense to feed the physical body. Therefore, Liang Sheng had never felt that his divine sense was so strong before. In the middle of his brow, the sea of consciousness within the void had expanded by more than tenfold, hadn't it? When the sea of consciousness expanded to its limit, there was a storm within it, like a raging sea. But Liang Sheng was not at all panicked at this time, because he knew this was just a sign of his impending breakthrough. Sure enough, when the turbulence in the sea of consciousness reached its peak, the entire sea of consciousness became extremely calm in an instant. Then he could sense a peculiar force being born from the void and flowing into every part of his body from the sea of consciousness. His body, which had already returned to its original state, sparkled with gold again, just like when he first practiced Hunyuan Qian Gong. This was the second breakthrough of the physical body after the last one had reached its limit, but Liang Sheng didn't have time to worry about these. Because he was carefully watching a small lake that had emerged miraculously inside his upper dantian. This was only a phantom, but it was reflected in the sea of consciousness at the center of his eyebrows, like a spare sea of consciousness for Liang Sheng after he refined his qi and his god. Is this the anomaly during the qi refining and divinity transformation stage equivalent to the late stage of nascent soul? Why is it so amazing? This was actually like a modern-day cloud server, with the spiritual sea as the main server and the upper dantian constructing a backup server, thus forming a cloud service. In other words, his body had an additional backup perpetual motion machine, which could directly share power without using the body's divine sense and physical strength. And it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but rather it multiplied geometrically. Now, he finally had the real strength to challenge across great realms. To put it simply, facing the great might of a divinity transformation spiritualist, he could now kill them without any accidents, unlike before when he could only preserve his own life. At this moment when this thought arose, Liang Sheng couldn't help but open his eyes. However, this time, there was no brilliant flash moving heaven and earth, he still seemed ordinary. However, if one looked deeply into his eyes, they could see that his eyes actually contained the universe and carried heaven and earth. Reached the ancient cultivation stage of Qi refining and divinity transformation, nascent soul late stage. This time was indeed a great opportunity. Who could have imagined that in just 3 short years of entering the immortal city, he had already completed the realm breakthrough that he had previously thought would take thousands of years. I, Liang Sheng, indeed have deep blessings and fortune. At this time, he remembered the arrangements he had made in the mansion before and couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that he had done some useless work. It turned out that after breaking through the Qi refining and divinity transformation realm, as long as the divine energy was integrated, he could already control his movements in the outside world very well. So during this breakthrough, there was only a huge upheaval within his body, but there was no leakage of Qi at all, and it did not affect the outside world. Modern cultivators under the cultivation method wouldn't be able to achieve the ease he was able to at the late nascent soul realm breakthrough. After this breakthrough, with Liang Sheng's cautious nature, he naturally switched the cultivation methods within his body and didn't reveal any flaws. Chen Quan's identity probably still had a lifespan of 1,000 or 2 years. He naturally wouldn't take this lightly, but as Liang Sheng was happy, he was very satisfied with the attribute panel data. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 1054. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Primordial Mysterious Technique, 4th Layer, Ascending Immortality Scripture, 17th Layer, 20 Life Nurturing Techniques, 23rd Layer, Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique, Curse. Realm, Qi Refining and Divinity Transformation, Late Nascent Soul. Lifespan, 41,272. Finally reaching the late nascent soul realm, Liang Sheng couldn't measure his current battle strength. He thought about fighting the left and right envoys and finally felt no sense of impending crisis with his auspicious ability to avoid evil. It seemed that with his current strength, he should have achieved the true ability to challenge across great realms. The ancient cultivation method was indeed the most suitable cultivation method for himself. Liang Sheng finally has the ability to protect himself in the immortal city. As long as the longevity city lord doesn't show up, he will basically not face any danger. When thinking of longevity city and city master Zhen Yuan, Liang Sheng still has a sense of ominous premonition in his heart. This showed that Liang Sheng's current strength was still inferior to the longevity city lord and not an opponent. However, with Liang Sheng's cautious nature and the fact that he almost never intersected with the longevity city lord, there wasn't any major problem. After all, how could Liang Sheng take the initiative to deliver his head? Now in the immortal city, he can eventually live a somewhat more carefree life. It's a pity that he can't return to the desolate regions now. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would truly be carefree. To return to the desolate regions, he has to go through the teleportation array, which can't escape the perception of the Internal Affairs Office. In order not to cause trouble, it is naturally safer to stay in the immortal city first. However, if he hadn't arrived at the immortal city, he probably would have needed thousands of years to gain his current strength. It can only be said that this move is a blessing in disguise. At this moment, Liang Sheng was in a happy mood and had no intention of immediately leaving seclusion. After all, it was more appropriate to take this opportunity to advance further. At this moment, his divine sense strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. In just an instant, the situation within a radius of several hundred miles appeared in his mind. The Chen family mansion was still operating normally at this time, and there was no abnormality. And no one was secretly investigating the Chen family mansion. Since that was the case, Liang Sheng finally felt at ease and took out the visualization divine method he had obtained from the Church of All Beings before. At this time, his strength had gone up another level, and he should be able to easily conceal his actions when practicing the visualization divine method. As his strength increased, he could now make better use of arrays and enhance his protection methods. After all, when his divine sense was strengthened, his control over arrays became more and more natural. As long as City Master Zhen Yuan didn't make a move, who could compete with him? If it weren't for the fear that City Master Zhen Yuan was still in closed-door cultivation in the Immortal City, Liang Sheng might have already let out a long howl to vent his joy. In these 3 years of entering the Immortal City, he seemed calm, but he was actually walking on thin ice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to follow Qingfeng at all costs and offend Bright Moon. Although part of the reason for this situation was that he felt a great fortune omen, it was also because he was sure he could escape from the hands of the left and right envoys. Of course, who would want to offend them without a threat to their lives? At this moment, Liang Sheng shook his head, no longer thinking about these annoyances. Then, under his powerful divine sense, he enhanced his protective measures once again. At this moment, it was finally time for him to unveil the secrets of the visualization divine method imprinted within his sea of consciousness. He had the visualization divine method for more than a year, only because he was Liang Sheng, otherwise, anyone else would have already succumbed to the temptation of cultivating it. This was a visualization divine method that could only be condensed possibly by divinity transformation experts. The next moment, Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness instantly changed, filled with blazing divine flames and a boundless ocean of fire, as if the entire space was burning mountains and boiling seas. With the unveiling of the memory seal of the visualization divine method by Liang Sheng, such a magnificent view suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. An ethereal figure appeared amidst it all, and Liang Sheng faintly sensed two words: drought. At this very instant, Liang Sheng immediately felt a surge of heat ravaging his body, and he couldn't help but open his mouth and exhale a ball of white-hot flame. Burning rivers and boiling seas. Flames strengthened. It seemed that the divinity transformation cultivator in the past was skilled in fire attribute techniques, leaving behind such a fire attribute visualization technique. The figure of the drought was vague and could not be fully sensed, seeming more like a world-destroying fireball with blazing flames. The next moment, Liang Sheng's expression moved. He directly withdrew from the visualization technique, and then shook his head somewhat doubtfully. Wasn't it said that during the cultivation of the visualization divine method, since it imprints into the sea of consciousness, one's divine sense would be consumed greatly, necessitating periodic cultivation and ample time for recovery? However, Liang Sheng at this moment was still full of vigor, without the slightest sign of fatigue. Could it be because his divine sense was too powerful that imprinting this drought visualization divine method was not considered a consumption? At this time, Liang Sheng couldn't help but show a grin as he looked at the projection of the sea of consciousness in his upper dantian. If that's the case, then what is he waiting for? After all, he possessed the talent of innocent foolishness. To fully master the visualization divine method relied on accumulating time, and he didn't have to worry about the bottleneck of visualization existing. Originally, Liang Sheng thought he would need to cultivate intermittently for recovery, which would waste time. However, now he realized that for him the divine sense consumed by this visualization divine method was only a drop in the ocean. If that's the case, then what is he waiting for? Under such circumstances, Liang Sheng naturally wouldn't hesitate. In the next moment, within his sea of consciousness, there was another burning of rivers and boiling of seas, and even the heaven and earth changed colors amidst the violent flames. 1 month later. In Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness, the drought figure suddenly became somewhat solid, followed by a brilliant golden light before finally transforming into a ball of flame that condensed in the sky above his sea of consciousness. Has it succeeded? At this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel overjoyed as he looked at the suddenly formed fireball imprint that was engraved in his spiritual sea. Yet, at the next moment, a thought crossed Liang Sheng's mind. His body suddenly felt a wave of heat assaulting him, making him appear as if he was shining in the midst of flames. It seemed like he was being burned by raging flames, but Liang Sheng felt nothing at all at this moment. The drought flaming visualization technique was a success. It turned out that the visualization divine technique's master was most proficient in fire attribute attack methods, ultimately condensing the drought visualization technique. At this moment, Liang Sheng was overjoyed. From now on, when facing fire attribute attacks, he would have partial immunity. That is to say, weaker fire attribute techniques might have no effect on him at all. On the other hand, his fire attribute techniques would be instantly enhanced, like the ordinary fireball technique, which would be unrivaled in power at the same realm. The most terrifying thing was that he now had an additional divine ability in his mind. After cultivating the visualization technique, he could obtain its associated divine ability. Of course, if others were to cultivate the visualization divine technique, they would definitely need to break through the bottleneck to obtain the imprinted divine abilities within. These abilities could communicate with heaven and earth and be urged by divine sense, almost instantly released, with infinitely powerful effects. This was called a divine ability. The divine ability of Liang Sheng was simple and straightforward. 1,000 miles of barren land. This divine ability was a group-based divine ability. Under this ability, as long as Liang Sheng's divine sense power inside him theoretically didn't extinguish, his 1,000 miles of barren land divine ability would never extinguish. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. Just as Liang Sheng was overjoyed, a sudden insight flashed through his mind. At this moment, within his sea of consciousness, a flame imprint floated above the sea. This appearance resembled a splendid sun closely. He couldn't help but shake his head, as even though this flame imprint was unrivaled in power, it was ultimately still insignificant compared to the sun. However, the essence of visualization divine technique was also a cultivation method. Once the imprint was successfully engraved in the sea of consciousness, it would already be at the level of grand accomplishment. The power of the divine abilities under the visualization divine technique was determined only by the amount and strength of one's divine sense within. The upper limit had almost reached its peak. But this situation was only true for others. Liang Sheng himself possessed the talent of innocent foolishness. Under the talent of innocent foolishness, there were no bottlenecks in the cultivation of all laws in the world. Just like the lifespan cultivation technique, when it broke through its limits in Liang Sheng's hands, he achieved the appearance of immortality. So, when he imagined the flame imprint in his mind as a sun, this idea instantly stirred up his sea of consciousness like pouring water into an oil pan, causing it to boil. At this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel frightened. However, his ability to seek fortune and avoid evil led him to ultimately choose to remain calm and watch the changes. At this moment, Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness was reflected within his upper dantian, connected to his divine sense strength, and provided an endless supply of divine power to the flame imprint. At this moment, even Liang Sheng's physical body seemed to be enveloped by flames, his blood boiling. Yet, the flames felt as if they were non-existent, with no sense of burning at all. Within the sea of his consciousness, the mark of flames began to expand under the irrigation of the divine sense, and not long after reached its limit and exploded with a thunderous boom. At this time, Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness was like the creation of a new era, and then a bird's song echoed throughout his sea of consciousness. However, at this moment, Liang Sheng tried to move but found that he couldn't. He felt lightheaded as his entire consciousness seemed to be floating. Under the ancient cultivation techniques, in the early stage after refining spirit from qi, his body and primordial spirit were one. His primordial spirit could not separate from his physical body. But at this moment, Liang Sheng felt his consciousness separating from his body. He felt like a bystander, watching helplessly as his whole body burst with mana, then combined with the divine energy and entered his sea of consciousness. All these strengths surged into the explosive light spot in the sea of consciousness, namely, the visualization flame marker that was previously. It's finished. Liang Sheng sighed involuntarily. The protection measures he had arranged couldn't resist such a commotion. Yet, he was unable to control himself at this time. All the power in his body was continuously delivered to the sea of consciousness, providing energy for the visualization flame marker. What to do now? With the remaining power of his divine sense, Liang Sheng directly explored the external world, and the result let him sigh in relief. He thought that this sudden commotion would attract the attention of all the masters in the immortal city. He had even prepared to flee as soon as he regained the ability to move. But the reality went beyond Liang Sheng's expectations. There indeed was a great commotion in the outside world, but no one was actually paying any attention to him. Or perhaps, there was indeed a restless atmosphere in the mortal city, and everyone's eyes were indeed on the direction of the Chen family mansion. The Chen family mansion was actually extremely quiet at this moment. He thought the mansion would be disturbed by his commotion, but the commotion didn't occur where he was in seclusion, it was in the sky. In the sky above the immortal city, a burst of intense flame appeared, hanging in the sky like a grand sun. But how could there be a grand sun at night? When the anomaly occurred, the left and right envoys appeared directly in the air not far from the Chen family mansion. They stared at the bizarre sun that had suddenly appeared, feeling uncertain inside. They seemed to be not far from that grand sun, but under such close distance, there was no burning sensation that should have been felt. There was no sense of this feeling at all. The clear wind and bright moon looked more serious as they saw this. However, they didn't speak. They exchanged a glance and acted simultaneously. In an instant, everything within 1,000 miles was still. The two divinity transformation spiritualists, the left and right envoys, acted simultaneously. Within 1,000 miles of the immortal city, aside from the city lord mansion which had no movement, everything else blacked out. Also above the Chen family mansion, it seemed to have been split. No matter how one tried to probe with their divine sense, they couldn't see the state of hundreds of miles around the Chen family mansion. What has happened? Everyone had this question, while the experienced nascent soul masters couldn't believe it. Did the divinity transformation spiritualists gather the visualization divine method? Who would have thought that today there would be a concealed divinity transformation spiritualist, suddenly forming the visualization divine method, and such a grand scene, comparable to the advent of a grand sun, which is rarely seen in millions of years? Which of the concealed divinity transformation spiritualists in the longevity immortal city could it be? The left and right envoys might not even have such strength. It is well known that the power of the visualization divine method condensed by different divinity transformation experts varies because of their different strengths. But now, gathering the terrifying scene of the grand sun for the visualization divine method is unheard of, rarely seen. At this moment, the clear wind and bright moon watched the grand sun in the sky, their expressions involuntarily becoming grave. Even they knew that when they reached the point of gathering the visualization divine method, they wouldn't be able to make such a big commotion. Who is the other party? At this moment, they only respect the strong in their hearts. Therefore, when the other party is gathering the visualization divine method, it means that the other party does not have much remaining lifespan. Otherwise, why would the other party do this? However, the thought in their hearts was followed by greed. Such a powerful visualization divine method, if they could get it, their strength would probably greatly improve. Overwhelm the clear wind, bright moon, when the time comes, will be effortless then. The balanced situation of the left and right envoys of the immortal city for thousands of years would be broken instantly. Because they directly sealed off this area just now, they don't want others to disturb them. They didn't act afterwards, but just quietly watched the grand sun condensing in the sky. Suddenly, a bird's song appeared. The faces of clear wind and bright moon once again changed greatly. What? Are there more changes? With the sounding of that bird song, the flaming grand sun in front of them suddenly transformed into a domineering three-legged giant bird. Its golden light flickered, and it was domineering, but it still seemed to appear in emptiness, causing no sensation in reality. But clear wind and bright moon knew that it was the final stage of the unnamed strongman gathering the visualization divine method. If the other party succeeds, the scene at this moment will be projected from nothingness into reality, and this three-legged giant bird also has its name. Grand Solar Golden Crow. This was such a horrifying phenomenon, probably rare to see in hundreds of thousands of years. Could the senior be in the late stage of divinity transformation or even beyond? Or, beyond divinity transformation? They dared not imagine further because in longevity immortal city, there was only one above the divinity transformation realm, and that was City Lord Zhen Yuan. However, the situation before them now, even from a distance, made the hearts of the two tremble. How could such a powerful person have not made a name for themselves before? Just when the two were puzzled, suddenly there was another bird cry in the sky. This time, the cry reverberated throughout the entire immortal city. The restrictions on clear wind and bright moon were instantly shattered by the cry, and the three-legged golden crow emerged, leaving no trace of starlight in the night sky at this moment. In the sky, only the grand solar golden crow reigned supreme. All the people looked up to the sky, and clear wind and bright moon in mid-air became a mere backdrop. Such a mysterious visualized divine method and the resulting phenomenon might have never been seen by the cultivators of the present-day immortal city. City Lord Mansion. Su Jintian, the manager of the City Lord, who previously led Liang Sheng and Bright Moon into the secret land, was also squinting at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. However, City Master Zhen Yuan was still in closed-door cultivation at this moment. He had not appeared under such circumstances, which meant that he must have gained something during his cultivation, otherwise, he would not be absent. But this in turn might not be a good thing. Thinking of this, he quietly moved his fingers, seemingly sending out a signal. Su Jintian then continued to stay in the City Lord's mansion, seemingly indifferent to the phenomenon of the grand solar golden crow in the sky. At this moment, the bird cries in the sky became increasingly high-pitched, and the originally intangible three-legged golden crow caused the temperature to suddenly rise within a range of several hundred miles. Instantly, cultivators below the golden core realm felt a wave of heat surging into their bodies, and those standing closer even burst into flames, instantly turning into a ball of fire, without a sound. Retreat. Clear Wind and Bright Moon immediately took action at this moment, fearing greater losses. Although the two were competing with each other, they were once known as the unparalleled double pride and had a tacit understanding. As the two took action together, a barrier that covered more than half of the immortal city instantly appeared in mid-air, blocking the tilting heat wave. This grand solar golden crow visualized divine method seems to be successful. Controlling the heat wave, the left and right envoys stared unwaveringly at the scene in front of them, waiting for the moment the visualized divine method succeeded, they would rush to the location where the visualization technique fell. They wanted to obtain this visualization technique and see who was behind it. If they could offer this visualization divine method to the city lord, it would definitely be a great merit. Furthermore, if they could practice such a visualization technique, their battle strength would be greatly increased, and clear wind, bright moon, would have no right to stand equal with them. However, at this moment, the expressions of the two changed once again. In their many years of life, they had never experienced such emotional ups and downs. The condensing actually failed. At this moment, the three-legged golden crow suddenly let out a scream, and then it seemingly self-destructed, turning into a rain of fire, falling instantly. The barrier from earlier was instantly broken. Clear wind and bright moon immediately stepped in to stop it, but the next moment, they stepped back, because they couldn't hold back. Even if they could hold back, they would have to pay a heavy price. How could they possibly block such a terrifying disaster for the cultivators of the Immortal City? The Immortal City would never lack people. At the next moment, just as it seemed that the territory under Sky City was about to be engulfed by a sea of fire, and countless cultivators were about to be annihilated by it, a sigh suddenly sounded. Poor Deist falls short by one move after all, heaven does not help me. No one knew the specific direction of this voice, only feeling that the voice sounded right in their ears. At this moment, the cultivators who were previously motionless and waiting for death under the sea of fire regained their ability to move. They instantly fled to the distance. The next moment, another violent force suddenly emerged in the mid-air, barely stopping most of the flames, preventing a tragedy from happening. Since the condensation has failed, you all perish with me. At the next moment, apart from some scattered rain of fire falling, the sea of fire in the sky disappeared, and the entire sky became calm again. The voice from before did not appear again. Senior. Clear wind and bright moon reacted immediately, they greeted the mysterious person, but there was no response from the mysterious person anymore. City Lord Mansion. Su Jintian's face was full of astonishment. Surprisingly, there was such a powerful expert within the Immortal City. Why didn't they appear before? The only explanation was that the thoughts of great mights, who were above divinity transformation, were too unpredictable. Maybe they just like this kind of secluded quietness. Just then, a mournful voice suddenly appeared below the Immortal City. Heaven, why do you treat my Chen family like this? What crime has my Chen family committed? Huh? Clear wind and bright moon heard the voice, immediately looking down with a somewhat strange expression on their faces because the Chen family mansion was gone again. The Chen family mansion was unfortunately hit by scattered fiery rain, and what was more tragic was that only Chen Quan's chi was still there. All the other Chen family disciples were buried in the rain of fire, dead and lost. Was Chen Quan annihilated? Clear wind couldn't help but wonder at this point, what kind of fate did Chen Quan have? But since it was such a state of bad luck, Clear wind didn't want to get close to Chen Quan at that moment. Bright moon, however, felt quite refreshed at that moment. Previously, her face had been shown up, but now she was able to vent her anger. Friend Qingfeng, why don't you go and comfort your subordinate? Hearing this, Clear wind couldn't help but sneer. Chen Quan had suffered one tragedy after another, which had now led to the annihilation of his family. His fortune had recently run out. Otherwise, how could he be so unlucky? What's more, Clear wind himself didn't want to touch Chen Quan at the moment, for he was a divinity transformation expert and was also afraid of being infected with bad luck. So Clear wind immediately made an excuse, smiling and saying, we'd better find that mysterious expert first. Even if he blocked the backlash of the condensed visualization divine method with his body, it's highly likely that he has perished now. But we have to find the remains of that person. Otherwise, how will we explain to the city lord when he asks? Besides, you are still in charge of internal affairs. Bright Moon heard this and naturally stopped laughing at Clear Wind because finding the anonymous expert was indeed a top priority. Although Clear Wind didn't want to deal with Chen Quan at the moment, he thought about it and then sent a message to the cleaning department. After all, with such a big blow, if Chen Quan did something bad out of despair, the situation would be completely terrible. By the time Huang Qiang from the cleaning department arrived with his subordinates, Liang Sheng was sitting in the ruins with a blank expression, nowhere near the demeanor of a nascent soul master. Huang Qiang stepped forward and spoke cautiously. Commander. Let me be alone. I'm fine. You all go. Don't worry about me. Hearing Chen Quan say this, Huang Qiang and the others exchanged glances, not daring to say more or disturb him, and carefully retreated several hundred meters away. Captain, so what do we do now? Wait. At this moment Liang Sheng seemed to be heartbroken, but in reality, he was filled with joy because, after this, his Chen Quan family's cause and effect were gone. From then on, he would be alone and without worries, which was naturally a celebration. Originally, the Grand Solar Golden Crow Visualization Divine Method's condensation had not failed at all. It was just that Liang Sheng had suddenly changed his plan on a whim and staged a grand play that lasted a whole year. He did this to have the Chen family killed in the disaster, so he would no longer have any concerns or cause and effect. As for the sea of consciousness inside himself, at this moment, above the sky, an arrogant three-legged golden crow mark was happily roaming. The three-legged golden crow visualization divine method had succeeded. Chapter 156, Ingenious Calculation, Dual Cultivation with Nascent Soul True Monarch, so terrifying. Immortal City. At this time, Sky City was still in tumult. Both the Foreign Affairs Mansion led by the Left Envoy and the Internal Affairs Office headed by the Right Envoy, including their subordinate cleaning department or factory department, were all frantically searching in the vicinity of the Chen family mansion within a few hundred miles range. They were looking for the whereabouts of that mysterious divinity transformation expert, with even the Left and Right Envoys Qingfeng and Minjiao keeping their guards up, fearing they might miss the target. Perhaps due to the failure in condensing visualization divine method, the person might have perished, but they could also be lingering on their last breath. Regardless, whether the person was still alive or not, they were of immense value to them. After all, a cultivator who reached the divinity transformation realm was considered extremely fortunate. Who could guess what kind of opportunity the person might leave behind? The Grand Solar Golden Crow phenomenon, said to be visualization divine method condensed only by those in the late divinity transformation realm or even higher, it's impossible for the Left and Right envoys not to covet it. Both of them were divinity transformation experts, but had no confidence in achieving such a feat. In this frantic search, skirmishes broke out. Due to a fortuitous coincidence, the search team of the City Lord Mansion found traces of the Church of All Beings within the Immortal City. There was a moment of chaos, but the battle soon subsided, leaving only the pursuit by the City Lord's mansion. The Immortal City was somewhat chaotic right now, but had nothing to do with Liang Sheng. At this moment, his data panel underwent another change. He had finally gained an additional life-saving divine ability. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 1054. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Primordial Mysterious Technique, 4th Layer, Ascending Immortality Scripture, 17th Layer, 20 Health Maintenance Techniques, 23rd Layer, Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique, Curse, Grand Solar Golden Crow Visualization Technique, Divine Ability. Realm, Refining Spirit from Qi, Nascent Soul Late Stage. Lifespan, 41,272. Even though the sea of consciousness within Liang Sheng hadn't undergone any substantial alterations at the moment, it was imperceptibly imbued with a burning power. Should there be a struggle of equally matched divine senses, his divine sense came with a burning effect, significantly boosting its lethality. Only his innate innocent foolishness has allowed Liang Sheng's visualization technique to evolve from drought to the Grand Solar Golden Crow. In simpler terms, among cultivators of the same realm, his visualization divine technique approached invincibility, with the Grand Solar Golden Crow's dominance reigning supreme, capable of boiling seas and incinerating rivers. Of course, this was a normal outcome. Without this unbeatable effect of the Grand Solar Golden Crow visualization divine method, neither Qingfeng nor Minjiao, the Left and Right envoys, would have subconsciously thought that the cultivator who initiated this visualization method was at least more potent than them. The person had possibly broken through divinity transformation. Hence, no one in the Immortal City would suspect that the person causing this phenomenon was Liang Sheng. At this moment, Liang Sheng was kneeling in the ruins of the Chen family mansion, his face still showing unbearable grief. He was staring at the wreckage of the Chen family mansion, mourning as if his heart could die. Of course, no one knew the immense joy in his heart. From now on, there wouldn't be any cause and effect in the Immortal City. Who could tie him down? Moreover, with an unexpected accident occurring, since his family had been exterminated, if he were disheartened and gave up, perhaps no one would care, right? Of course, he still had to act conscientiously. After all, he had to bid farewell to the Chen family with Chen Quan's alias. You all take care on your journey. The immortal city was destined to spend a sleepless night. Unfortunately, all the movements of the city lord mansion were in vain. Who could have foreseen that such a phenomenon was caused by a cultivator with a middle nascent soul stage appearance? Although they didn't find the perpetrator, Xingfeng and Minjiu, the left and right envoys, did not express despair. Because neither of them found anyone, it could be considered a stalemate. Is there anything worth fussing over? Moreover, the city lord mansion had not shown any response up till now, indicating that the city lord had not emerged. It also implies that the perpetrator of the Grand Solar Golden Crow phenomenon didn't have significant involvement with the Immortal City and didn't influence the overall layout of Longevity Immortal City. Otherwise, City Master Zhen Yuan would have appeared at the first instance of the incident. It wouldn't have been as quiet as it was now. Put simply, even with such a chest-thumping incident, everything in Longevity Immortal City was within City Master Zhen Yuan's control. It's hard to say if the mysterious cultivator was already within the city lord's expectations. Not only were they thinking this, but all the people in the immortal city also shared their sentiments. Even old Su, the manager of the city lord mansion, had the same idea at present. However, old Su let out a sigh of relief when dawn broke, relieved that only minor problems were exposed last night without damaging the essence. Thinking of this, he left his room, his demeanor quickly returning to its usual calm. He then began instructing the servants of the city lord mansion to continue carrying out their tasks as usual. I wonder when will the immortal city finally witness some real changes? Dao Valley Pavilion. Commander, don't drink any more. At this moment, Huang Qiang looked at Liang Sheng gulping down wine, feeling somewhat helpless. It had been exactly 10 days since the Grand Solar Golden Crow phenomenon. Liang Sheng had spent the first 7 days wrapping up the affairs of the Chen family, bidding his Chen family members a final farewell at last. Others thought everything was over. Who could have known that the current Chen Quan hardly resembled the deputy commander of the cleaning department? He was practically a drunkard now. Huang Qiang, you came just in time, come, sit down and join me for a drink. Huang Qiang originally wanted to persuade him not to drink, but Liang Sheng, with a drunk grin, pulled him over. Not paying any heed to his words, Huang Qiang could only show a helpless expression. Who could have imagined that Chen Quan, who had dared to offend right envoy Luo Minjiu just before, had now fallen so deeply? Commander, we have a mission today and can't drink. Yesterday we received a tip from the Internal Affairs Bureau Investigation Department, and they've already found clues about the Church of All Beings. Didn't you say you wanted to take revenge for the Chen family disciples? This is your chance. Let's go investigate now and annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. However, Liang Sheng remained unresponsive, muttering instead, why bother about all that, come, drink with me. As a middle nascent soul stage true monarch, at this moment, he didn't use his spiritual power inside his body to resolve the spiritual wine. This made him look intoxicated, and Huang Qiang couldn't help but feel annoyed by his lack of ambition. But this could be understood. After all, the blow was too great. If it were Huang Qiang now, if his family was annihilated and only he was left, he would likely be in low spirits for a while too. Looking at Liang Sheng, who was so drunk he didn't know his location, Huang Qiang could only sigh and temporarily give up on trying to persuade him. He turned and left Dao Valley Pavilion. The path of cultivation is full of ups and downs. Huang Qiang had no confidence in whether he could break through the middle nascent soul stage because his lifespan was running out, with only 1,000 years left. However, Chen Quan was different from him, with nearly 2,000 years of lifespan left. He still had hope to break through the nascent soul late stage. Even the divinity transformation stage could be within his reach. But now, Vice Captain Chen Quan has long lost his previous vigor and spirit. All one can say is that the world forces people to succumb, leaving them helpless. The moment Huang Qiang left, Liang Sheng, who was still drinking, had a flash of brightness in his eyes. In Immortal City, who would have more experience in being a waste than him? At first, he was the legitimate heir of his family. But in the end, wasn't it true that he outlasted everyone and was left completely carefree in the world? Presumably, by now, the rumors he deliberately spread disguised while going out have made their way to everyone in Immortal City. This could explain why he had given up on himself. Afterwards, Liang Sheng calculated his plans for the next few days. Seeing no problems, he once again hazily raised his glass to the moon. The deputy commander of the cleaning department, Chen Quan, had become a complete drunkard. Left Envoy Mansion. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Qing Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. How could Chen Quan be so useless? Isn't he just a junior descendant of the family bloodline? If he is alive, the Chen family still exists. Why should he be like this? At this time, a person standing below thought for a moment and finally decided to speak up for fear of being scolded if the left envoy found out he had deliberately concealed something. With that thought, he stood up and reported softly, "Left envoy, I recently heard some news that it seems like Vice Captain Chen Quan had severed his essence meridians to break through the nascent soul true monarch realm, seeking perfection for himself, making his body flawless. So, although he appears unharmed and can still engage in dual cultivation, he has lost the ability to continue his bloodline." Hearing this, the left envoy was taken aback. He had never thought of this situation. With this explanation, the impact of Chen family disciples' demise and Chen Quan's subsequent downfall seemed somewhat justified. So that's how it is. The left envoy thought for a moment and said, "Then let the inspector's office issue an announcement allowing Chen Quan to take a leave of absence. His duties as vice commander will be temporarily supervised by Huang Qiang. After some time, he should be able to recover, as time can heal everything, and time is the best medicine. Chen Quan has nearly 2,000 years of lifespan left. He will definitely figure things out. If he can continue to break through, the divinity transformation realm may be achievable for him. By then, with the method of dual cultivation of divine senses, it's not impossible for him to have offspring. Tell him my thoughts and let him cheer up and work hard on his cultivation." Having said that, left envoy Qing Feng no longer spoke. As a divinity transformation cultivator himself, he knew how difficult it was to break through the divinity transformation realm. Beyond wealth, loss, and territories, one also needs luck and opportunity to even have a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. Even the left envoy doubted he would be able to make it this far if he were to walk the path of cultivation again. Otherwise, why would there only be two divinity transformation experts, the left and right envoys, besides the city lord in the vast immortal city with countless inhabitants? Of course, there must be hidden world experts in the city, like the one who condensed the grand solar golden crow visualized divine method earlier. However, thinking about this, the left envoy couldn't help but feel helpless. More than 10 days had passed, and there was still no news from the opposition, leaving him unsure whether they had already fallen. By the way, make sure that the investigation into that grand solar golden crow senior doesn't stop. Inform me immediately as soon as there's any news. Yes. Right envoy residence. With many affairs to handle in the Internal Affairs Office, Qing Feng was quite busy. Despite the stability that came with managing internal affairs, many of the tasks were extremely tedious. It was only after completing today's tasks that the right envoy had time to rest for a while. His subordinate, thinking of certain rumors and wanting to gain favor with the right envoy, decided to mention them during this break. "Right envoy, do you happen to know about a piece of news recently?" "What is it?" Not raising his head, Ming Yu heard his subordinate continue, "It turns out that Chen Quan can no longer have children, so after the Chen family's bloodline was severed, he completely fell into despair." There's such a thing? Is the source of this information reliable? After listening to his subordinate's words, Bright Moon couldn't help but smile, though his tone was skeptical. He thought to himself, so, that's how it is. No wonder Chen Quan dared to disrespect him back then. It turns out he had nothing to worry about now. After all, when Chen Mansion in the upper city was destroyed, it was natural for him to risk everything to get on the good side of left envoy and seek justice. Moreover, under those circumstances, had he not been calm and something really happened to him, left envoy Qing Feng might have used the Chen Quan case as an example for his subordinates, rewarding the Chen family with more benefits beyond imagination. It's a pity that Chen Quan himself didn't make any gains during the Heaven and Earth Spine event. The Chen family mansion had just been built when it experienced such a catastrophe. The fact that no heart demons were bombed could already be considered fortunate. Alright, let's not bring this up anymore, it makes me seem petty. But this resentment is the most difficult to endure. Since that's the case, have someone keep an eye on him. Don't let him wake up from his pain. Since he chose to degenerate, then he shouldn't think of making a comeback. Just let him continue his descent honestly. Yes, I understand. 1 year later. At this time, not many people paid attention to Chen Quan anymore. Almost everyone in Immortal City knew about someone who chose to degenerate because they couldn't have offspring due to their solidified essence. Of course, no one dared to speak about this in front of him. After all, Chen Quan was still a middle nascent soul stage true monarch. Wouldn't offending him be equivalent to seeking death? Even those with the same or higher realm wouldn't dare to offend him easily. He could now be referred to as the breadwinner of his entire family, and such people should never be provoked. Since Chen Quan had no more concerns, if he were to be agitated and take action, he would naturally do it without restraint. Only a fool would provoke him. So over the past year, Chen Quan lived a carefree life. In name, he was still the deputy commander of the cleaning department, but he had never visited the cleaning department again. Under these circumstances, the left envoy did not make things difficult for him. After all, Chen Quan used to be his most loyal dog at the core. Now he's just indulging in self-destruction, and the left envoy hasn't lost anything either. Why would the left envoy give others the chance to criticize him? He even acted perfectly, taking great care of Chen Quan. Even though Liang Sheng had indulged in self-degeneration, the left envoy still took care of him with extra consideration. This situation made the subordinates of the Foreign Affairs Mansion even more loyal to the left envoy. For now, Chen Quan had become a living example for them. As long as you're loyal, without any hidden agenda, and perform your duties to the best of your abilities, even if you make minor mistakes, there won't be any punishment. Under such circumstances, who in the Foreign Affairs Mansion wouldn't be loyal to the left envoy? However, no one knew that at this time, Liang Sheng was having an exceptionally comfortable life. He only needed to muddle through for another 2,000 years, and he could completely free himself. By that time, he would surely have made another breakthrough, and perhaps no one in Longevity Immortal City would have the strength to threaten him. Even the Longevity City Lord wouldn't be able to do that. In that case, what's wrong with being a waste for 2,000 years? Having strength while being a waste would mean a life of supreme freedom. Now within Immortal City, almost everyone from the inner and outer mansions to the left and right envoys regarded him as an insignificant person. His acting skills ultimately deceived everyone, but who within Immortal City could waste their time like him? Cultivating is all about grasping every second. In this regard, who would suspect his play acting? After all, he hasn't seriously cultivated for a whole year. Dao Valley Pavilion. After drinking up, Liang Sheng staggered out of the door. The shopkeeper personally escorted him out. As soon as he returned, he slapped the servant in the face. Just now, the servant had murmured under his breath, "This drunkard seems really beyond redemption." No wonder the servant would say that. In the past year, Chen Quan had been in a drunken state every day. Where was the grace of a nascent soul true monarch? Little four, this is the last time I'm hitting you. If I hear you talking nonsense again, you can leave Dao Valley Pavilion. Master, please don't be angry. I know I was wrong. I promise I won't talk nonsense again. The shopkeeper didn't speak again and returned directly to the counter. But, catching a glimpse of Liang Sheng leaving from the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but shake his head. A year ago, Chen Quan was still full of vigor, winning against the right envoy in an unexpected way and becoming famous for a while. Now he had become a drunkard. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a nascent soul true monarch and that the left envoy still held on to old affections, things would be even more miserable for him. But this also showed the rules of Immortal City. Strength is the foundation. Let Chen Quan try being an ordinary golden core deist. The left envoy wouldn't even care, and where would he find such a carefree life? When Chen Quan returned to his mansion, he went straight to his bed. But at this moment, he didn't have a trace of drunkenness left. He hadn't expected that there would be so many complicated situations in Immortal City. Even the business of giving bodhisattva required some kind of background to be successful. Over the past year, Liang Sheng appeared to be idle and degenerated, but in fact, he was observing everything with a critical eye. He saw many things clearer than others. Perhaps it was because he became an outsider that he could see things more clearly. After all, who in Immortal City would care about a drunkard that lived in a world of dreams? Just like the businesses of giving bodhisattva, the left and right envoys' backgrounds were more or less involved behind them. It seemed that these red light districts had all become the spy network of the left and right envoys. However, this was normal. Even places like taverns, where information spread, had their own backgrounds. So, how could a red light district be any different? After all, cultivators were also human beings, and they had desires too. As long as there were desires, there would be spies and arrangements. The immortal city needed stability, and this was just a routine method. However, there was one place that had taken Liang Sheng by surprise. It was the Qivai residence that Huang Qiang and the others were looking for earlier. It seemed that its background had nothing to do with the left and right envoys but was related to several families in the city. However, under Liang Sheng's observation, he found that the person behind it was actually Steward Su from the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion controlled the left and right envoys, and both the inner and outer city were under the city lord's control. So why did he need to bypass the left and right envoys and establish the Qivai residence separately? Moreover, if it wasn't for Liang Sheng's wide coverage of his divine sense and that no one could detect it, he might not even have discovered that the true master behind the scene was Su Jintian. Because of this, Liang Sheng specifically investigated Su Jintian's situation. The more he investigated, the more he felt that he couldn't see through the other party. One could only say that the current situation in the immortal city, apart from powerful cultivators, was no different from worldly intrigues and secular affairs. However, Liang Sheng didn't care too much about it. What did it have to do with him? He was just a waste after his family was exterminated. As for what it meant for Su Jintian to be the city lord's steward, what did it have to do with Liang Sheng? Liang Sheng deliberately investigated the forces behind so many giving bodhisattvas for a very simple reason: how could a waste like him not indulge in wine, wealth, and pleasure? Furthermore, a cultivator who had lost the ability to produce offspring would probably be completely self-destructive if he frequented the red light district. There would be no way for him to regain his spirits, right? Perhaps by then, he would be regarded as self-destructive, useless, and incapable of doing great things. That was the effect he wanted. Moreover, at that time, due to his status as a nascent soul true monarch, no one would be willing to provoke him. This was simply the best example of a way to idle away his life. It was even more carefree than when he was the useless eldest son in Jinzhou City back then. At that time, Liang Sheng didn't have the power to protect himself. So, Liang Sheng had already calculated the time for his next plan. He planned to proceed step by step, striving to become utterly useless within the next year. This year, he had already become a despised drunk, and next year, he would become even more outrageous. Unfortunately, even the best plans could have accidents. He had already made plans, but the next day, he was suddenly summoned to the left envoy's mansion. However, he wasn't worried about this at all, because under the seeking fortune and avoiding evil method, there were no signs of great misfortune. On the contrary, it seemed to give him a slight sense of relief. What exactly was the good news? The left envoy was his lucky star. Liang Sheng had no concerns in his heart. Even if it wasn't good news, he wouldn't be too nervous. As long as City Lord Zhen Yuan didn't make a move, who in this immortal city could be his opponent? At present, he was at the Qi refining and divinity transformation stage in the ancient cultivation, equivalent to the late nascent soul realm. Coupled with his grand solar golden crow visualization divine power, even the current left and right envoys were no match for him. In the longevity immortal city, I am invincible with only one person below me. When the left envoy saw Liang Sheng, he couldn't help but frown. Although he knew about his self-destructive state, seeing it with his own eyes still made him feel somewhat disappointed. At this moment, although Liang Sheng had not been drinking, the thick smell of alcohol on him clearly indicated that he had just woken up from a hangover. It was only because Chen Quan was a nascent soul true monarch that he didn't need to worry about the damage caused by alcohol and indulgence. Otherwise, any low-level cultivator would suffer physical harm if they didn't use their mana to refine the spiritual wine. After reaching the nascent soul realm, there was no need to worry about these minor damages, as the body would automatically recover under the strong strength. Chen Quan, last year you went to the lower city to visit the younger generation of your Chen's village. Did you notice anything unusual? Liang Sheng heard this and had a thought. It seemed that the left envoy had discovered the cave mansion of the divinity transformation realm where the Church of All Beings had once excavated the drought visualization divine technique. At this moment, Liang Sheng shook his head and couldn't help but cry out. If only I hadn't let the Chen family disciples in the lower city return. If they had stayed there, they wouldn't have died. Hearing this, the left envoy couldn't help but feel annoyed. How could Chen Quan display such a woman's demeanor? Where was the slightest trace of a nascent soul true monarch's elegance? Chen Quan, stop crying. Think carefully, did you notice anything unusual around Chen's village at that time? This is the information sent by the Internal Affairs Bureau Investigation Department. Take a look at it now and think carefully. Don't disappoint me. Liang Sheng had no choice but to take the jade slip and realized what had happened in the lower city after his divine sense moved. As he had anticipated, the cave mansion of the hidden divinity transformation realm had been discovered. Even if Liang Sheng was pretending to be useless, he couldn't help but frown at this moment. After all, if it weren't for the Church of All Beings exterminating the Chen family disciples in the Sky City, how could he have brought the Chen family disciples from the lower city back? Moreover, the situation at that time was too coincidental. It was very simple to analyze the reason from the content of the jade slip. The Church of All Beings might have deliberately targeted the Chen family to cover up their movement in the lower city. Left envoy, are you saying that all of this was done by the Church of All Beings? They deliberately targeted my Chen family to cover up their movement in the lower city. The left envoy nodded and felt relieved. Luckily, Chen Quan was only degenerate and not really useless. When he saw the results of the investigation, he could guess the general truth. So, it was the Church of All Beings that actually caused the demise of my Chen family. If it weren't for their actions, the bloodline of my Chen family would not have been severed, right? Upon saying this, Liang Sheng suddenly looked up, a flash of inspiration in his heart. He came up with a new idea. He could take advantage of the situation and completely distance himself from the whirlpool that was Sky City. Left envoy, I request permission to go to the lower city to investigate the truth. If I can't find anything in a year, I'll stay there for 10 years. If I can't find anything in 10 years, I'll stay there for 100 years. Anyway, my fight with the Church of All Beings will never end. Once I have the results, I only hope that you, Left envoy, can give me a chance for revenge. Seeing the sudden fighting spirit in the Chen Quan before him, the left envoy was somewhat pleasantly surprised. If he had known this earlier, why would he have wasted a year letting Chen Quan fall into such depravity? Indeed, desire is the driving force for all cultivators, whether it is greed or hatred. In fact, they are all desires from one's inner self. Without much thought, the left envoy nodded directly and agreed to Liang Sheng's request. All right, whatever manpower you need, I will have people cooperate fully. Liang Sheng shook his head. I am enough on my own. With more people, the target will be too big. Considering the rebellious nature of the Church of All Beings, having more people is not a good thing. Moreover, I am now just waste. If I go to the lower city alone, no one will pay attention to me, right? Upon hearing this, the left envoy nodded repeatedly. It was no wonder that he had once favored this subordinate. As long as his spirit was restored, his thinking was always crystal clear. Fine, then do as you say. Moreover, to make it easier for you to go to the lower city and investigate the truth, I can give you a hand. After listening to what the left envoy had to say, Liang Sheng nodded. No wonder someone who had struggled with the right envoy for thousands of years had such a dirty heart. However, at this moment, Liang Sheng finally confirmed one thing: he could really kill the left envoy without any danger. Temporarily, he had the power to protect himself. And anyway, going to the lower city was good for him, because that was where his true freedom lay. In the lower city, neither the left and right envoys nor the internal affairs cleaning department would pay much attention. Lower city rarely had golden core stage true people, who else could rule but himself? This was perfect. One day later, Chen Quan was scolded by the left envoy and demoted to the lower city. The left envoy personally declared that Chen Quan could return to the upper city once he got his act together. The news quickly spread, and everyone sighed that the left envoy was truly kind and generous to Chen Quan. If Chen Quan continued to decline like in the previous year, he would be truly wasted. The spiritual energy in the lower city was far inferior to that of the upper city. Under such harsh conditions, any cultivator would find it unbearable. Otherwise, why would the vast population of the lower city try so hard to climb upwards? Even if it took 100 years to correct Chen Quan, it would be no problem compared to his lifespan. The left envoy could afford to wait patiently. It could only be said that the left envoy was kind. Otherwise, who would care about an underling who willingly fell into depravity? In Sky City, there were more than enough cultivators trying to climb upwards. Upper City. A certain dark corner. Are you sure that Chen Quan was really demoted to the lower city after angering the left envoy, and there is no other reason? No, according to the spies in the left envoy's mansion, when the left envoy was extremely angry, he even broke his own chair. So this time, there is no problem with Chen Quan going to the lower city. That's good. However, Chen Family Manor is still close to the cave mansion where the divinity transformation cultivator passed away. At this moment, you have to make some arrangements. Remember, you must keep an eye on Chen Quan's every move. Don't take it lightly. Even after confirming that there is no danger, you can't let your guard down. I understand, Elder. You can rest assured. Now that the formalities are out of the way, let me tell you some good news. There are already several nascent soul masters in our sect who have successfully practiced the visualization technique. Heaven blesses our sect of all living beings. This time, our strength has greatly increased, and our dream is getting closer and closer. Really? That's great news. Indeed, it's a good thing for our sect of all living beings. By the way, do you have any clue about the whereabouts of that anonymous cultivator who condensed the Grand Solar Golden Crow contemplation method a year ago? The high level of our sect unanimously believe that he has such cultivation level but has always kept it hidden, implying that he's not in line with those corrupted people of Immortal City. So, if we can find where that senior person is or if he has already passed away, we must locate his legacy. It will be of great help to the development of our sect. Elder, we still haven't received any information on the whereabouts of that senior person for now. However, there has been no progress on the City Lord Mansion side either. It appears that the cultivation level of this senior person might be at least at the divinity transformation late stage, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hide so well. But rest assured, Elder, we will find that senior person as soon as possible and beat those hounds of Immortal City to it. I'll leave it all to you. For all beings. For all beings. Lower City. While the Church of All Beings was plotting, Liang Sheng had already arrived at Chen's village in the lower city. At this moment, he didn't care about the secret observer watching him. Acting as if he hadn't noticed anything, once he entered the manor, he had the servants remove all the spiritual grass in the spiritual field and replant it. His reasoning was absurd. The spiritual field of Chen Family Manor should only grow spiritual plants for brewing spiritual wine. This news was explosive in the lower city. But who would dare to advise against the family lord's order in the Chen Family Manor? That would be seeking death, right? This matter was so outrageous that it even reached the Sky City because many families had businesses in the lower city. As the upper class remains fixed, the exploitation and oppression of the lower class continue. However, when the left envoy heard about this, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Chen Quan, who had regained his mind, was still useful. Moreover, because the left envoy let Chen Quan go to the lower city, his subordinates became even more loyal. After all, everyone wants to follow a conscientious boss. Now all that's left is to see what kind of surprise Chen Quan will give him. Left envoy was pleased, and the secret observers of the Church of All Beings who were watching Liang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, figuring that he was just a useless freeloader. Even if he was a nascent soul true monarch, as long as he didn't cause trouble, the Church of All Beings would be safe. However, the unfolding situation made everyone watching Liang Sheng somewhat incredulous. Because there were so many people in the lower city and many of them couldn't attain proper cultivation, naturally there were plenty of industries for them to vent. Such as taverns. Such as the red light district. There was even a beast fighting arena, where those who craved excitement could enter and fight to the death. However, what interested Liang Sheng most was the red light district. After all, to be a debauchee, one shouldn't disregard his hedonistic side. As for the giving bodhisattvas here, compared to the upper city, they were a bit lacking in charm. After all, the giving bodhisattvas here had low cultivations, so how could the effects of dual cultivation be as obvious as in the upper city? But still, nascent soul true monarch Liang Sheng went there anyway. Most surprisingly, the giving bodhisattva who served Liang Sheng achieved chi refinement completion all at once, and even got a foundation establishment pill, directly breaking through to foundation establishment. Instantly, Liang Sheng became the cultivator that the giving bodhisattvas in the lower city most wanted to serve. The effect of dual cultivation with a nascent soul true monarch was terrifyingly powerful. Chapter 157, The Church of All Beings is courting death and Liang Sheng is manipulating the world like a chess game. Immortal City, Lower City. Time flew, and 3 months had passed. Over these 3 months, Liang Sheng had been living an extremely comfortable life, even his meals were exquisite rarities. He was the deputy colonel of the cleaning department and a nascent soul master in the upper city. He was considered to be among the higher beings. What more could be said about him being in the lower city, where foundation establishment experts were rare? In the lower city, countless cultivators wanted to form connections with Chen Quan or even just show their faces in front of him. If Chen Quan could remember them, it would be an enormous blessing. Look at the giving bodhisattva who had been favored by a nascent soul master and directly progressed to chi refinement completion. Moreover, it was said that she even received the reward of a foundation establishment pill and succeeded in her foundation establishment in one fell swoop. So, everyone was trying to gain favor from Liang Sheng. They had sunk into the world and struggled desperately to establish their foundations, but all their efforts seemed like a joke at this point. This woman was nothing more than a lowly cultivator with a despicable profession, the lowest rung of the spiritual hierarchy, the most contemptible existence. But reality was ridiculously cruel. She easily became a foundation establishment stage cultivator, an existence that they could only look up to. Who would dare to say anything in front of a foundation establishment stage cultivator? Only those who didn't cherish their lives. It was rumored that the woman wanted to voluntarily become Chen Quan's servant and serve him until her death, but Chen Quan directly rejected her. When they heard this news, everyone secretly cheered. How could such a person from the lowest rung of society have such foolish thoughts? However, the final result was still hard for them to accept. This giving bodhisattva had successfully entered the upper city and became one of the higher beings they had always dreamed of becoming. There were rumors that the spiritual energy density in the upper city was extremely rich, and those cultivators who were used to the density of the lower city would mostly feel dizzy the first time they entered the upper city. One's whole life of diligent cultivation could not compare to the fortune of a giving bodhisattva. It could only be said that heaven was truly unreasonable. This also led to the cultivators of the lower city who were constantly watching over Chen Quan's mansion, wanting to seize any available opportunities. After all, what if their relationship could bring them luck? Liang Sheng naturally ignored all of this. However, since he once praised the taste of the food outside, there had been all sorts of food streets right outside his mansion. If you liked it, then they tried their best to satisfy your appetite. They dreamed of one day being in Chen Quan's good graces. Although the lower city was not comparable to the upper city, the spiritual energy density in the lower city was much richer than in the desolate regions. Therefore, the quality of the ingredients and food produced here was naturally outstanding. It was the first time Liang Sheng had leisurely enjoyed life since entering Immortal City. Wasn't pursuing an immortal life all about living such a carefree day-to-day life? During this time, Liang Sheng would taste food and stroll around during the day, while admiring all sorts of flowers at night. Occasionally, when he was in a good mood, he would sprinkle some fertilizer on the flowers, like the giving bodhisattva who completed her chi refinement in one fell swoop. Although Liang Sheng was slightly intoxicated at the moment, no one minded. They were only more enthusiastic towards him, feeling as if they were the next lucky ones. While Liang Sheng lived an unconstrained life, the members of the Church of All Beings who were monitoring Chen Quan were gritting their teeth in anger. How could such a rotten person be worthy of the title Nascent Soul Master? What kind of creatures were raised under the fixed hierarchy of Immortal City? Nevertheless, amidst their anger, they were somewhat relieved. After all, Chen Quan, who indulged in wine and revelry, would definitely not cause any trouble. His debauchery was, in fact, an act of self-abandonment. It seemed that even the left envoy of Immortal City could not tolerate him, so he threw him down from the upper city to spare his own eyes. When the spies of the Church of All Beings reported Chen Quan's recent actions one by one to the top, the whole church gradually calmed down. However, they still didn't let their guard down, as the lower city was the foundation of the Church of All Beings. Only the hard-working cultivators knew how unfair the world was and would choose to wait with them for the dawn to arrive. The situation is still under control, but you must continue to monitor him, and don't be careless. As long as Chen Quan is in the lower city, you must keep an eye on him at all times. No matter what, he's still a nascent soul master, and if something goes wrong, our church will surely suffer a great loss. Elder, rest assured. I have already let old Yang disguise himself as a vendor at the wonton shop outside his manor. With old Yang's skill, Chen Quan will definitely take the bait. Old Yang is very careful, and there haven't been any issues all these years. He will definitely complete the task, so you can rest assured. That's good. Lower city. Outside Chen family manor. At this moment, old Yang was stirring the wontons in the pot, preventing them from sticking together. As he thought about the order given by the elder of the Church of All Beings just yesterday, he couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know how long he would have to keep up this surveillance. Why did he have to be so good at cooking wontons? If not for that, he wouldn't have been assigned to this mission. Sigh, old Yang could only console himself that his many skills were his strength, and that outstanding people would always shoulder greater responsibilities. The future was bound to be his own. Just then, old Yang's hand trembled slightly, but his face remained calm, and he immediately put on an ingratiating smile. Chen Quan had arrived. Every move of Chen Quan was under the watchful gaze of the vendors and shopkeepers on this food street. It was precisely because of his presence that this gourmet street had flourished. Everyone here thinks they will be the next lucky one. They believe their failure to establish their foundation is due to a lack of blessings. To them, nascent soul master Chen Quan's presence is their greatest fortune. After all, the giving bodhisattva is willing to lend them a hand, and they understand people's hearts even better, don't they? So as long as they have perseverance, they will eventually encounter their chance. They watch Chen Quan enter the wonton shop, and the jealousy in the eyes of the nearby vendors is evident. Old Yang wipes his hands and immediately puts down his spatula, prepares the wontons, and greets Chen with a bow. True monarch, what would you like to eat today? Liang Sheng ignores old Yang's deliberate flattery, and the strong smell of alcohol on him seems unfazed by it. Old Yang's reaction is normal, for who here doesn't know Chen Quan? If they deliberately pretend not to know Chen Quan, that would be counterproductive. Liang Sheng appears entirely lazy and casually says, a few bowls of clear water wontons with some chopped green onions will do. It tasted great yesterday. Perhaps because of the abundant spiritual energy, the ingredients grown in the lower city are incredibly delicious. It's a pity that the cultivators here are always focused on cultivation and rarely enjoy the pleasure of food. Liang Sheng, on the other hand, savors it to the fullest. As long as there is demand, someone will study it, and that's the influence of a nascent soul master in the lower city. Old Yang quickly serves the wontons, and Liang Sheng takes a sip of the broth, finding it incredibly delicious. The wonton's silky dough is enjoyable, and the chewy meat of some unknown demonic beast is used inside. Liang Sheng is eating with great enthusiasm. In the past 1,000 years, he has almost forgotten this kind of happiness, but now he is satisfied with it. His appetite is insatiable, and he unceremoniously devours 10 bowls of wontons before feeling content. Of course, for a nascent soul master, eating 100 bowls wouldn't make him full. But it's just the pleasure of food. Happiness is all that matters. Feeling satisfied, Liang Sheng casually tosses down a mid-grade spirit stone. The sudden sound of inhaling cold air fills the street, making the surrounding temperature drop a little. Old Yang has such great luck. Under this stimulation, the scent of delicious food on the street becomes even more intense, and almost everyone wishes Chen Quan would favor their shop. However, Liang Sheng turns around and leaves without any lingering feelings. Others are naturally disappointed, but they aren't too discouraged. As long as Chen Quan is still in the lower city, they still have a chance. Isn't the struggle of cultivators all about patiently waiting for opportunities to come? Liang Sheng understands their thoughts very well, but he doesn't mind it. As long as he can enjoy life, why not? As for his visits to the wonton shop, he knows that old Yang is a spy of the Church of All Beings. He isn't there to test old Yang but to put him at ease so that he won't bother him. Otherwise, he'd have to kill him, as whoever doesn't make him happy will be sent to paradise. With the city lord of longevity Immortal City yet to show up, Liang Sheng now has the confidence of being invincible. Which fool would be blind to that? However, over the past 3 months, Liang Sheng couldn't help but admire the strength of the Church of All Beings, which had survived under the left and right envoys' investigation. Indeed, their techniques are not simple. Their ability to conceal themselves can be regarded as masterful. Ordinary nascent soul masters would probably be fooled by their disguise. Old Yang is actually a late-stage golden core true person and a prominent figure in the lower city who could establish a sect. No one would have thought that Old Yang would have such a cultivation level. It could only be said that the Church of All Beings is very cautious and well prepared. However, it is precisely because of their cultivation level that the wontons are so delicious. After all, they were specially cooked by a golden core deist who put their heart into it. Liang Sheng does not feel threatened in the lower city, so he naturally does not expose them. Instead, he thinks it's a good thing, as it can satisfy his craving for food. And so, this calm life continues, and another year passes. People in the upper city have almost forgotten about Chen Quan, and occasionally someone brings him up, slapping their forehead. Do you mean that nascent soul master who has given up on himself? What a pity about the left envoy's hard work. That man is beyond saving. However, during this year, the left envoy has been indifferent to Chen Quan, as if everyone has forgotten about him. But who could know that the left envoy has been secretly paying attention to Chen Quan's movements all along? It's been over a year, are there any news from Chen Quan? Reporting to the left envoy, according to Commander Chen's last report, there has been no movement from the remnants of the Church of All Beings so far. It seems that the cave mansion has been completely abandoned, or maybe. Or what? Or it's not the doing of the Church of All Beings, and it may simply be the descendant of the nameless predecessor who took back the inheritance. The left envoy remained silent upon hearing this since it was indeed a possibility. However, the situation at the time was too coincidental, and coincidence meant something was wrong. Never mind that, tell Chen Quan to continue investigating in the lower city carefully. And, for the upper city, don't let your guards down and keep searching. Do not cause any problems, as the city lord might be leaving seclusion. Understood. Upon hearing this, the cultivator below couldn't help but tense up. The left envoy's tone was calm at the moment, but any matter involving the city lord was a top priority. City Lord Shen Yuan was like the sky over longevity immortal city, and no one could go against his will, not even the left and right envoys. Lower city. Chen Family Manor. Liang Sheng was oblivious to City Lord Jinai Yuan's possible exit from seclusion in the upper city. Instead, within a few thousand miles radius in the lower city, the Church of All Beings strongholds were now fully exposed to him. With his current cultivation level, there were no secrets that could be hidden from him in the lower city. As long as he wanted to know something, he would know. For example, the Golden Core ancestor living in the neighboring manor had less than 30 years left in his lifespan. But his most beloved youngest son was not his own flesh and blood. This young son was actually his grandson, born from his most beloved deist partner's bloodline and his eldest sons. Because they were still closely related, the Golden Core ancestor never suspected that his young son was not his own. Moreover, he was frequently gratified with how well his elder son treated the younger one. After all, good relations between the brothers meant that nothing unpleasant would happen. The elder son, however, took a heavenly Dao oath that he would take good care of his younger brother even after his own death, ensuring that no problems would arise between the brothers in the family afterward. Still, Liang Sheng had no intention of getting involved in this, he just found it amusing that even the cultivation world had such dramatic stories. So, why bother with a deist partner when one can be carefree alone? When desire arose, one could just seek the giving bodhisattva. Moreover, he could control whether to engage in dual cultivation and enjoyed the ultimate pleasure. Not to mention the needy expressions of the women. They were utterly compliant. If one were to truly become a deist partner, they would likely overstep their bounds and constantly try to take advantage. They might even take his kindness for granted and expect him to put up with their tantrums. Wasn't that asking for trouble? What he sought was eternal freedom, not tiresome troubles. He would be foolish to take on a so-called deist partner. Although he had been in Immortal City for over 5 years, it was the past 2 years living in the lower city that he had enjoyed the most carefree days. However, today, Liang Sheng had just left home intending to have breakfast at Yang's Wontons when a cultivator suddenly knelt before him. Please, true monarch, accept me as your adopted son. I will serve you as a father, and the heaven and earth can bear witness to my sincerity. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people's eyes flickered, and some were even eager to try. However, they wanted to see the outcome before making any plans. Upon seeing this, Liang Sheng felt helpless. It seemed that the Church of All Beings had taken a foolish approach, as this person was obviously a fool sent by them. In that case, bang! With a soft sound, the cultivator who had just knelt on the ground vaporized and vanished from the world, leaving no trace. This scared the onlookers, but Liang Sheng remained unconcerned, continuing to walk forward. Despite his strong scent of wine, no one dared to look up at him. There had been a rumor in the lower city that Chen Quan had chosen to seclude himself in the lower city due to his inability to produce offspring, and yearned for the bloodline of the Chen family in Chen's village. That person had wanted to gamble on this, but he didn't expect that even the rumored despondent Chen Quan was still a nascent soul master they couldn't trifle with, striking without any hesitation. At this time, the cultivators who had been tempted earlier breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate they hadn't acted rashly, or they too would have been killed. The people looked at the leisurely walking Liang Sheng and the spot where the cultivator had knelt, lost for words. The usual, old Yang, 10 bowls of wontons. As soon as Liang Sheng spoke, old Yang immediately started cooking the wontons. The other customers in the shop wouldn't dare say a word about him cutting in line. After all, he was a nascent soul master and naturally had such privileges. Strength was everything. After finishing his meal, Liang Sheng tossed a mid-grade spirit stone to pay the bill and left without going home. His mood had been ruined by the fool. Since that was the case, Liang Sheng decided to go straight to the Yaoxiang Pavilion in the red light district to relax after dinner. With wine and beautiful women, what more could one ask for? Would the Yaoxiang Pavilion be open during the day? Was that even a question? The moment a nascent soul master appeared, they would open their doors. Lower City. As Liang Sheng was enjoying himself at the Yaoxiang Pavilion, a protector of the Church of All Beings was reviewing today's mistakes in a secluded corner of the lower city. Elder, this was my oversight. I didn't expect Chen Quan to be so calm. It seems almost impossible to play the emotional card with him now. It's clear that he was disheartened due to his severed bloodline, but even faced with a heaven and earth sworn adopted son, he still acted so decisively. It seems his heart is as firm as a rock. There's no point in trying to have someone beside him now. Luckily, our scheming isn't exposed, which is some small consolation. I have mentioned before that we should be cautious. Chen Quan was once the deputy colonel of the cleaning department. He should not be underestimated. Also, have the preparations for the Nameless Senior's cave residence been completed? Elder, rest assured, the cave mansion of the Nameless Senior who underwent divinity transformation has been cleaned up today, and there will never be any trouble from now on. That's good, but what is Chen Quan's state of mind? He indulges in desires of the flesh every day, does he no longer want to progress? Not just he lacks the answer, others feel the same way. But this time, Chen Quan seems to be tough without desire and they couldn't find a way to deal with him. Alright, in that case, we should just keep an eye on him and prevent him from hindering our future actions. Our task is heavy going forward. The church has recently absorbed a batch of new members, so we need to send our cultivation resources over as soon as possible, to avoid delaying important matters. Speaking of this, the elder of the Church of All Beings feels a bit troubled because they have spent most of their energy on the visualization divine method in the cave mansion of the Nameless Senior who underwent divinity transformation, and there is still a shortage in collecting cultivation resources. After all, who could have thought that Chen Quan would pull a scorched earth tactic, humiliating Bright Moon directly, causing the upper city circle to be on its toes till now. Their lifeless sect never dared to take any action. Ah, this damned world! We are struggling to find resources for fresh blood, but Chen Quan is splurging in the red light district, spending spirit stones like water. It's really a case of the rich outdoing the commoners. But precisely because of this, we come together with the same goal. Aren't we aiming to overthrow this decayed status quo and give everyone equal right to cultivation? The current situation is dark, but the dawn will eventually arrive. We just need to keep steadily moving forward, believing that one day the light will eventually come. Elder, you don't have to worry about me. I also believe that victory will ultimately belong to us. But over this past year or so, it seems that left envoy Qingfeng of Immortal City has not taken notice of Chen Quan. If we seized Chen Quan's resources, we would probably have more than enough. No way. It seems that you're somewhat arrogant and unconstrained after obtaining the visualization divine method. You must not act rashly. No matter what, the other party is a nascent soul true monarch. Even if there is an opportunity like this, you can't act without authorization. You have to notify the church, and wait until you are fully prepared and make sure everything is safe. Only then can you take action. Yes, elder, I was a bit impatient. Upon hearing the elder's reprimand, the Dharma protector of the Church of All Beings quickly apologized. He was however excited in his heart, because the elder didn't object. Instead, he asked him to prepare in advance and wait for the right moment to act. If that's the case, then there's an opportunity to make a move. They were accustomed to waiting, and they have this kind of patience. Sigh, actually it's not your fault, the rigid class structure of Immortal City and the exploitations are the reasons. Hence, we have to slowly look for opportunities. You should first comfort our new members now. Conserve our resources temporarily, save as much as we can. These tough times will eventually pass. Yes, elder. After the elder of the Church of All Beings left, everything in the room fell silent. However, the Dharma protector of the Church of All Beings was still restless. Chen Quan was able to casually give a foundation establishment pill to a giving bodhisattva, suggesting that his possession of cultivation resources was beyond calculation. The only catch was that the other party was a nascent soul true monarch, possessing great strength. Otherwise, it's such a shame. Although it was daytime, Yaoxiang Pavilion was already open for business, catering to only one person, Liang Sheng. The four giving bodhisattvas around Liang Sheng at this time were already in a deep sleep due to exhaustion, with smiles on their faces. However, Liang Sheng was not sleepy at this time, but rather a bit unhappy. The Church of All Beings really had designs on him. Even though he didn't provoke them, they insisted on making trouble for him. Their intentions had nothing to do with him, but unfortunately, they were eyeing his cultivation resources. Luckily, they were not foolish and didn't have any immediate intentions to strike. But they tested him in the morning, and unless he taught them a lesson, they would keep on bothering him. Since that was the case, Liang Sheng was not a soft-hearted person. As long as he felt that someone was affecting his leisure plan, the person harboring this thought was destined for paradise. Since they have targeted him, Liang Sheng thought a bit and had a solution. The Church of All Beings cultivator, who was previously responsible for cleaning up the nameless cave mansion, was not far from Chen family manor. Liang Sheng had noticed his movements a while ago, he just didn't want to bother. If the Church of All Beings was plotting against him, then only taking a beating would not do in the face of Liang Sheng's temperament. With this thought, Liang Sheng moved his divine sense slightly, and a mysterious qi separated from his body and appeared in the nameless cave mansion that he had encountered before. Bang! The nameless cave mansion suddenly shined with a colored aura. A massive qi instantly appeared, spreading several hundred miles around it. All the cultivators in Lower City were getting restless. Such a big movement, how could anyone not notice? Everyone was wondering what was going on. However, the top and bottom of the Church of All Beings were all shocked. Could it be that there were treasures yet to be discovered in the nameless cave? Thinking of this, they didn't have much time to think, and the top of the Church of All Beings immediately sent people to investigate the situation. As for Liang Sheng, he was leisurely and calmly reporting the matter to the left envoy. He sensed the nameless cave mansion with his divine sense. The real show seems to be about to begin. Upper City. Left envoy mansion. Someone come. At this moment, the left envoy's mouth was filled with a smile. After a year, there was finally news. It seemed that Chen Quan was still useful and could serve as a useful dog for him. You go inform the cleaning department to go to the Lower City. If they encounter the remnants of the Church of All Beings, remember to try to capture them alive. If the other party wants to escape, kill them first. Yes. Upon hearing the news of the cleaning department going to the Lower City, the Internal Affairs Office department frowned and quickly asked the inspector's office if there were any new clues. However, the inspector's office said there was no news, which made the factory department puzzled. Then what was the reason behind the cleaning department's movement? When the people from the cleaning department arrived in Lower City, they didn't hesitate for a moment and directly headed for the location provided by Liang Sheng. Seeing the vigorous nameless cave of the god transmutation at this moment, the cleaning department couldn't help but feel excited. It was indeed the remnants of the Church of All Beings. They didn't hesitate, directly broke into the cave, and the Church of All Beings practitioners who had been scouting ahead, realized it immediately. Quick! Run, it's the Immortal City's cleaning department's dogs. Don't engage in combat. Quickly, break through the encirclement. However, this time the cleaning department was personally led by a middle-stage nascent soul true monarch deputy colonel. Together with the nascent soul true monarch team leader, their strength was nearly invincible. How could they possibly let the Church of All Beings practitioners escape? If it wasn't for the left envoy's order to capture them alive as much as possible, the battle would have already ended. With the explosion of spells inside the cave, the lower city cultivators hiding nearby were trembling and didn't dare to show up. Before, they thought there might be an opportunity here, so they secretly hid nearby. If there was no danger, they would also rush down and see if they could seize the opportunity. But now they regretted it deeply. With the cleaning department surrounding them, how could they, as lower city cultivators, escape? As the battle between the cleaning department and the Church of All Beings became more intense, and under the aftermath of the high-level cultivators' battles, the ordinary lower city cultivators didn't know what was happening and were shocked by the aftermath. Yaoxiang Pavilion. Liang Sheng looked at the fierce battle outside the nameless cave mansion, especially the explosion of spells, which were like fireworks. He couldn't help but take out his wine jug and take a light sip. Since you want to scheme against me, you have to pay the price. Now Liang Sheng had everything under control, feeling like a chess piece controlling the fate of the masses. Liang Sheng was extremely satisfied with this drama. In the end, the battle at the nameless cave mansion gradually subsided, but the deputy commander of the cleaning department's face didn't look good at this moment. That was because the lifeless sect rebels were really fearless. Seeing that there was no hope of breaking through, they all chose self-destruction, not leaving a single living person. These fearless rebels indeed didn't even leave a little bit of credit for themselves. Without any survivors, how could they trace the clues? At this moment, the battle was over, the deputy colonel sighed secretly. As for the cleaning department people, they cooperated with each other and began cleaning up the battlefield. They were extremely experienced. Now they inspected whether any clues could be found, and perhaps they could trace the Church of All Beings base. At this moment, ordinary cultivators of Lower City felt the terrifying fluctuations of the battle and couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, the situation quickly calmed down, and there was no commotion afterwards. They hid for a night, and when daybreak came without any accidents, they gradually relaxed. The news then spread out that the cleaning department had eradicated the Church of All Beings rebels, so there was such a commotion. As for the nameless cave mansion, no one thought about it anymore. Whether there were any opportunities or not, since the cleaning department was here, it had nothing to do with them. As for the many innocent lower city cultivators who had lost their lives, everyone refrained from cursing and only felt relief in their hearts. After all, in the eyes of high-level cultivators, they were actually like ants. As long as they were alive, they would have the opportunity to go further. Yaoxiang Pavilion. Liang Sheng stretched his arms and looked at the grand performance that had taken place all night. Under his perception, the people of the Church of All Beings were terrified by the sudden action of the cleaning department, so they quickly moved and didn't dare to show up. Liang Sheng's mouth curled up. You brought trouble upon yourselves, and now you're falling before I even make a move. I hope you'll be better in the future and not provoke me again, otherwise. At this moment, Liang Sheng pushed away the four hands resting on his body and left without any reservation, leaving behind only the resentful gazes of the giving bodhisattvas who had woken up. Yesterday, Liang Sheng had only vented his carnal desires but locked away his essence, so he didn't engage in dual cultivation with them. They were extremely exhausted but gained no benefits. As for when they had passed out from exhaustion last night, they didn't know, but they didn't dare harbor any resentment. Now they were even looking forward to the day when they would also have the good fortune of being favored by Chen Quan and complete their chi refinement in one fell swoop. Once they successfully reached Foundation Establishment, they could enter Sky City, and perhaps they could become aloof Golden Core Deists. Thinking of this, they quickly calmed their inner disappointment, refreshed themselves, and started dressing up with a glance at each other. From now on, they will cherish their purity, and in the future, they will only serve Chen Quan because opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. This time, Liang Sheng didn't go to the wonton shop but went directly to the tea house. That was because old Yang didn't open for business today. As for why it was like this, Liang Sheng naturally knew. With the Church of O beings on edge, how could they show their faces? Fortunately, although the spirit tea of Dao Valley Pavilion wasn't as good as the one at the tea house, the food here was exceptionally delicious. After all, Dao Valley Pavilion was more concerned with the benefits of ingredients for cultivation. Lower City didn't have such top-notch resources, so the taste of the ingredients was naturally prioritized. This made Liang Sheng extremely happy. After all, satisfying one's appetite was the key to a carefree life. Just then, Liang Sheng seemed to sense something and couldn't help but look up at the outside of the tea house. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. How could it be? Why had the Zhou family's disciples come to Immortal City? Chapter 158, Another Teleportation Array, Town Lord Yuan comes out? Immortal City. Lower City. Liang Sheng was certain he couldn't be mistaken, as he had once met these Zhou family young members in the far east of the desolate regions. Although they had concealed their cultivation levels, under Liang Sheng's powerful divine sense perception, how could their little tricks deceive him? However, the desolate regions only had teleportation arrays in the far east, and the assigned transfer location was the Internal Affairs Office of the Upper City. So, how exactly did the Zhou family young members arrive in the lower city of Immortal City? The more Liang Sheng thought about it, the stranger it seemed. At this point, he didn't even care about the grudges between the Church of All Beings and the cleaning department, focusing his divine sense closely on the Zhou family young members. Elsewhere, the 4 Zhou family young members were quite delighted. Although the spiritual energy in the lower city of Immortal City was scarce compared to the upper city, the environment was still far richer than the desolate regions. How could they not be overjoyed? However, at that moment, they couldn't help but exchange glances, their inner feelings somewhat strange. It was neither a great fortune omen nor an ill fortune omen, just extremely peculiar. They had never felt this way before. What was going on? Among the 4, the one leading the way was an elder of the Zhou family whose cultivation level was the highest, at the Golden Cordaist realm. He didn't give it much thought, simply making a decision, "Don't panic, everyone. Let's find a place to stay first, then investigate the situation in Immortal City. I'm sure we'll know what's going on by then. But remember, during the next period of time, we will observe more and talk less. Never be careless. After all, this is the legendary Immortal City. If something happens, there is no place for us to escape." "Yes, third uncle, don't worry." The 4 Zhou family members hurriedly left, not realizing that several marks had been placed on them by now. All their actions from then on would be within Liang Sheng's perception. At this moment, Liang Sheng had no intention of appearing directly in front of the Zhou family young members. Because now was not the time to think about such things. Huang Qiang from the cleaning department was approaching, presumably to see him. As the cleaning department was here to carry out a mission in the lower city, how could Huang Qiang not pay a visit to his former superior now that the mission was completed? For some reason, Huang Qiang could always remember Liang Sheng's help when his family was in dire straits. How could he possibly ignore Chen Quan out of such loyalty? "Commander, it's been a long time since we last met. How have you been lately?" "Not bad. Compared to the upper city, life here is carefree. Only now do I understand the true meaning of life. What's the point of cultivation? Without enjoying life, what pleasure is there in it?" "Huh?" Hearing Chen Quan's words, Huang Qiang didn't know how to respond. It seemed that his old superior had indeed fallen. If he no longer has the heart to strive for progress, even if he still has 2,000 years of lifespan, it is feared that Chen Quan would not be able to make any further progress. It's a pity in the end. However, Huang Qiang didn't say anything at this time but changed the topic, not dwelling on Chen Quan's self-destructive issue any longer. As their conversation deepened, Huang Qiang didn't even hide the cleaning department's mission this time. However, he was interrupted by Liang Sheng just as he started. "Huang Qiang, you don't have to tell me what you guys are doing. I just want to live the rest of my life comfortably. So, whatever grudges, whatever missions, all have nothing to do with me. If you still consider me your friend, then drink wine. As for the rest, don't overdo it. We will just talk about daily matters. If you can't do that, today we will end it here and everyone goes home." Upon hearing this, Huang Qiang couldn't help but feel even more helpless. However, he also wouldn't go against Chen Quan's wishes. Raising his cup to toast, they drank for most of the day. When dusk arrived, Huang Qiang returned to his team and left the lower city with the cleaning department, heading back to the upper city. After Huang Qiang left, Liang Sheng didn't show any reaction. He sang a little song, drunk, and left. His peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a guest at the next table, and he couldn't help but slightly lift the corners of his mouth. It seemed the Church of All Beings was still suspicious of him, which was why they sent someone to watch him. After all, the cleaning department's arrival today seemed too sudden, as if they had been prepared. But with Huang Qiang coming at such an opportune time today, the Church of All Beings might be half skeptical now. Although it wouldn't directly eliminate their doubts, at least they wouldn't cause him trouble again. If under these circumstances the Church of All Beings still refused to let go, there would be no choice but to let them go to paradise. And indeed, just as Liang Sheng had expected, in a hidden corner of the dark lower city, someone was cautiously reporting Liang Sheng's whereabouts today. Even the conversation between Huang Qiang and Liang Sheng was shared in full detail. It seems that this matter has nothing to do with Chen Quan. Otherwise, it could only be said that this Chen Quan is too scheming. In that case, it's impossible to let him stay in the lower city. However, if it wasn't Chen Quan who interfered this time, then why did the cleaning department from the upper city come so quickly that we didn't even have time to react? The elder of the Church of All Beings couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had initially suspected that Chen Quan was responsible, but it turned out not to be the case. If he couldn't figure it out, the elder of the Church of All Beings wouldn't act recklessly. After thinking about it, he gave instructions to the Dharma protector of the All Beings sect beside him. Don't alarm them by taking any rash action first. You continue to investigate. Perhaps Huang Qiang's visit this time was to cooperate with Chen Quan in a play. We have suffered huge losses this time. We must not be careless in our next actions. Elder, please rest assured. I have now asked disciples skilled in concealment from our church to lurk around Chen Quan. They will not miss any piece of information. That's good. The two fell silent for a moment before the Dharma protector of the All Beings sect couldn't help but ask. Elder, I heard that the abandoned teleportation array in the lower city was suddenly activated last night. What happened? Upon hearing this, the elder's face turned serious. You don't need to know the specifics about this matter. All you need to do now is find out what actually happened last night. Don't bother with anything else. After all, if we don't figure out what happened last night, we'll be in a passive position, unable to guarantee the safety of our church members. Moving forward, we'll have to think thrice before taking action. So, no matter what, we can't let something like this happen again. Last night's loss was severe, and we gained nothing in return. This is an unacceptable situation for us. The burden on your shoulders is heavy right now, so don't try to multitask. Don't worry about the church hiding anything from you. You are in charge of different fronts, and for the sake of safety, it's better for you not to know about the teleportation array issue. Elder, I'm sorry, I overstepped this time. I won't make this mistake again. Alright, you're just concerned about the safety of our church. As for Chen Quan, you all should keep investigating. As soon as you find any clue, report it immediately. When dealing with this situation, we'd rather kill wrongly than let anyone slip through. Understood. Damn it. At this moment, Liang Sheng was already in Chen family manner, unable to help but shake his head. He just wanted to live an easy life, so why couldn't the Church of All Beings leave him alone? Who was he? A nascent soul master with 41,000-year longevity, whose battle strength could rival divinity transformation spiritualists. Why did they choose to mess with him? They should know that even when they turned into dried bones, he would still be alive and kicking. How could he have the heart to scheme against them? If they weren't constantly hopping around him, always trying to pick a fight, why would he bother with them? If you wanted to go against the City Lord Mansion, just go ahead and do it. Why keep an eye on me, this useless guy? Liang Sheng now wished he could smash the elder of the Church of All Beings with a slap, so they would stop troubling him. Unfortunately, the Church of All Beings could survive under the suppression of the City Lord Mansion and continue to inherit its legacy because they had their means, and the power behind them was by no means simple. He feared that if he made a move and exposed himself, the City Lord Zhen Yuan would personally take action, and he wouldn't be able to escape. If he could make a breakthrough equivalent to the divinity transformation realm of refining spirit from Qi, he might have real confidence to move unimpeded in Immortal City. With that thought, Liang Sheng couldn't help but shake his head. Forget it, anyway, the actions of the lower city assembly of all living beings were happening right under his nose. As long as they didn't provoke him, he would let it go. At this time, Liang Sheng didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he looked in a certain direction in silence, even showing some surprise. So, there was actually another teleportation array in the lower city. The conversation between the elder and the Dharma protector of the All Beings sect had revealed the existence of a teleportation array in the lower city, which was unexpected for Liang Sheng. It couldn't be a coincidence. It was obvious that the teleportation array known to the upper echelons of the Church of All Beings must have a strong connection with the appearance of the Zhou family disciples here. With that thought, Liang Sheng hesitated no longer. He stealthily concealed his qi and left the house. At the moment, no one in the vast lower city could detect his movements. You lie in. At this time, the 4 Zhou family young disciples were staying in the inn, even residing in the upper rooms. The innkeeper even offered an 80% discount. The reason was simple: among the 4 of them, 3 were foundation establishment stage cultivators, and the other one, though inscrutable, was also at least at the foundation establishment stage. That was just an estimation, but if the innkeeper had known that there was an actual golden core deist among the 4, he might have waived the fees altogether. After all, this was an opportunity to get on good terms with a golden core deist. The innkeeper was, fundamentally, a cultivator himself. How could he care about such a small profit? This was his own good fortune. Nighttime was quiet, but Liang Sheng headed straight for the room of the golden core deist of the Zhou family disciples. With his strength, no one could detect his arrival at this moment. In the room, while looking at the Zhou family disciple who had already entered meditation, Liang Sheng didn't attack immediately. Instead, he waited until the disciple had completed his circulation and then took action in an instant. Soul Control Technique. This was a technique Liang Sheng had learned from Chen Quan, and it was what enabled him to perfectly plan his entrance into Immortal City. Now, Liang Sheng had already mastered countless Immortal City techniques, greatly increasing his strength. But the soul control technique remained his preferred method for extracting secrets. At this moment, Liang Sheng was extremely cautious, fearing that he might irritate the other party and damage their soul. Finally, Liang Sheng let out a sigh of relief. It was only because his divine sense was extremely powerful that he could pull off such a delicate technique. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to complete. Other people using soul control technique would not care whether the subject would be affected or not, they would simply read their memories in a straightforward and brutal manner. Liang Sheng's expression changed, and after a short while, he withdrew his mana and ended the soul control technique. He even went so far as to help the other party by combining the residual power from his spell with the other party's internal mana, merging them into one. After all, the cause and effect between him and the Zhou family was already very difficult to untangle, as it was the Zhou family that had helped him greatly in entering the cultivation world at the beginning. After Liang Sheng silently left, Zhou Ye opened his eyes at this moment, checked his condition, and felt pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that in today's cultivation, his mana would grow slightly. It was truly an immortal city with extremely dense spiritual energy. However, Zhou Ye also had some doubts in his heart. Wasn't it said that for the people of the desolate regions entering the immortal city, the difficulty of cultivating and overcoming bottlenecks would be increased several times? Why did he make progress so quickly after just a little bit of cultivation? Zhou Ye was puzzled but couldn't find the reason, so he decided not to think about it any more for now. Instead, he wanted to understand the situation in the immortal city first. If the immortal city was really safe, he could bring all the hidden forces of his family over, as the desolate regions were no longer suitable for cultivation practice. Ever since the Upper Green sect and Huatian sect were consecutively destroyed, the desolate regions had been in turmoil, with only the Danding sect stable like Mount Tai. However, the Danding sect closed their mountain gate right after the turmoil in the desolate regions, making it clear they would wait for the situation to settle down before reopening the gate. Given the situation, without the involvement of the Danding sect, the desolate regions, where the highest battle strength was at the Golden Core Deist level, became increasingly chaotic. Many loose cultivators would face life-threatening situations in the market, making the situation in the desolate regions even more critical. Fortunately, the Zhou family bloodline had the seeking fortune and avoiding evil ability. However, precisely because of this, they were even more apprehensive, feeling a terrible premonition. So after discovering the teleportation array, even though they knew the destination was the Immortal City, which was not friendly to cultivators from the desolate regions, they still decided to come to the Immortal City. Even though they only had a vague understanding of the Immortal City, they preferred to enter it over staying in the desolate regions with the ominous omen. Because as long as they were alive, they had a future. Desolate regions, enveloped in deathly aura. Chen Family Manor. Liang Sheng had silently returned to his room. His expression was a bit odd, and he seemed somewhat astonished. He knew about the abilities of the Zhou family young members' bloodline, but he never expected their bloodline to be so extraordinary. He couldn't help but wonder what their ancestors were like. Could they be illegitimate children of the heaven? The seeking fortune and avoiding evil ability was too heaven-defying. It turned out that during the years Liang Sheng had left the desolate regions, for some unknown reason, the spiritual energy concentration in the desolate regions had become slightly thinner. Originally, nobody had cared too much, thinking it was only a temporary situation. However, the situation escalated, and even the sects began to face difficulties. If the sects were facing such a situation, the situation for loose cultivators would naturally become even more difficult. Even the Danding sect started to reduce the supply of spiritual pills to other sects. As a result, the situation only became more vicious, and the sects became increasingly cautious about their control of cultivation resources. If it weren't for the resources that had become available after the destruction of the Upper Green sect and Hua Tian sect, which were then devoured by other sects, the chaos in the desolate regions would have come even sooner. At first, the sect alliance still had some restraint. But 2 years ago, the spiritual energy in the desolate regions declined even further. This situation made everyone in the desolate regions even more fearful. After all, everything about cultivation and fortune was built upon spiritual energy. Records of the decline in spiritual energy concentration in the desolate regions had occurred before, but such a drastic and continuous decline had never happened. As cultivators contended with each other, the major sects began to deliberately protect their resources to ensure the inheritance and development of their sects. As they began to contract their resources, tensions and conflicts arose between the sects. So now, the desolate regions had become chaotic, and the living environment for the loose cultivators had almost become so harsh that cultivation became almost impossible. Under these circumstances, even strong sects could not help but face resistance from the loose cultivators, as they didn't want to be left without hope. At first, the sects didn't pay much attention to it, because despite their large numbers, they were just loose cultivators after all. But an unexpected situation occurred. A loose cultivator named Huang Yufan, who was a golden core deist, rose to prominence. For a short while, the loose cultivators quickly rallied around him and directly fought against the sects, showing no signs of backing down. When Liang Sheng read the memories up to here, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Huang Yufan's luck to be so great that he had truly broken through to the golden core deist realm. Before, as the sects had been fighting for cultivation resources, friction had already emerged between them. With the addition of the loose cultivators now being led by a person like Huang Yufan, the situation was even more problematic. Despite their weak cultivation level, the sheer number of loose cultivators was a nuisance, especially with a golden core deist leading them. In the past, loose cultivators were nothing to fear for the sects. After all, if a nascent soul master made a move, they would have no other choice but to die. But now, with the exception of the Danding sect, none of the sects had a nascent soul master. Furthermore, the Danding sect had closed their mountain, indicating that they were not participating in the chaos. As a result, the loose cultivators slowly gained a foothold in the markets and stabilized their position. So, the desolate regions was now in constant chaos, and the time for peace had long gone. The spiritual energy was declining, cultivation became increasingly difficult. At this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help touching his chin, because the 2 times he had absorbed the heaven and earth spine energy in the Beast Swamp and City Lord Mansion to make breakthroughs coincided with the 2 times the spiritual energy concentration in the desolate regions had declined. Could it be that he was the real culprit for the decline of spiritual energy in the desolate regions? Immediately afterwards, Liang Sheng buried this thought deep in his heart. No matter whether this was the reason or not, now was not the time for him to investigate. All he could say was that the Zhou family bloodline was extremely mysterious. Because of the turmoil in the desolate regions, some loose cultivators did not want to confront sects, so they went deep into the jungle to hide and cultivate in peace. But in doing so, the young members of the Zhou family discovered abnormalities while seeking fortune and avoiding evil. After investigating the situation in the desolate regions, they concluded with 4 words. A great omen of disaster. If this continues, there will be no safe place in the desolate regions. The conflicts between the sects are intensifying, and with the addition of golden core deists, the loose cultivators, the Zhou family is determined to find a safe haven for their legacy. After that, the young members of the Zhou family worked together to find a safe and auspicious place, just as they did during the beast tide when they retreated to the far east. In the end, the result was perfect. Through their joint efforts, they discovered the teleportation array of the Desolate Valley Divine Temple. However, after discovering the teleportation array, they had no idea how it worked. After some trial and error, their scouting team was teleporting to the lower city. Most of the young members of the Zhou family are still in the desolate regions since it will take some time for the turmoil to sweep across the entire region. Having absorbed the memories of the Zhou family Golden Core experts through the soul control technique, Liang Sheng had a pretty good understanding of their situation. In fact, the young members of the Zhou family almost immediately confirmed that this was the Immortal City, as they already possessed the Huatian sect's inheritance and knew about the existence of the Immortal City. Last night, while the chaos erupted, and the Church of All Beings retracted its forces, the teleportation array was left unguarded, allowing them to arrive seamlessly in the lower city of the Immortal City. After understanding the situation in the lower city for a day, they were extremely satisfied with it. Although they were aware of the suppression of the desolate domain bloodline by the Immortal City, which would greatly magnify the bottleneck in cultivation, they still chose to face the upcoming crisis by bringing their people here first. So what if the breakthrough in the Immortal City is difficult? At worst, they can wait. When the strife in the desolate regions subsides, they can go back. As long as their bloodline inheritance continues, they still have opportunities. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that these young members of the Zhou family would continue their surveillance for a few more days. However, Liang Sheng was now considering whether he should return to the desolate regions to check on the situation, such as the Danding sect and Huang Yufan, his old acquaintances. More importantly, he had no bottlenecks in his cultivation. If he could safely return to the desolate regions, it would not be a problem to go back even if the spiritual energy there was lower, as long as it still meets his cultivation requirements. After all, he was not a nascent soul master with only a few thousand-year longevity. He still had a whole 41,000 years of lifespan left, and he was confident that he could endure it. Not to mention that his lifespan cultivation technique would continue to break through, which meant that his lifespan was virtually infinite. With that in mind, Liang Sheng couldn't help but look at a certain location in the lower city again. He never thought that there would be a teleportation array there, it was simply unbelievable. However, the mysterious Zhou family bloodline was also his great fortune, otherwise, how would he have known that there might be a way back? With Chen Quan's memories, there had never been a teleportation sequence to the lower city. Who would have thought that the young members of the Zhou family had stumbled upon it and were directly teleported to the lower city? If it weren't for that, according to the normal process, they would have been teleported to the upper city's Internal Affairs Bureau. At that time, they would not have been able to escape and would have been subjected to the severe torture of the Internal Affairs Office, ultimately leading to their deaths. Liang Sheng thought for a while and then quietly disappeared from the room. Soon, in the darkness of the night, his figure appeared at a mass burial mound. That's right. The teleportation array of the lower city was located beneath this seemingly ordinary mass burial mound. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the young members of the Zhou family, Liang Sheng might never have known that there was a teleportation array here. However, as soon as Liang Sheng appeared, he couldn't help but frown because he found traces of other people here, the Church of All Beings. Why were they here? Did this teleportation array have something to do with the Church of All Beings? Thinking of this, Liang Sheng did not make any rash moves but hid to one side, secretly observing the situation to understand what was going on. The mass burial mound. An elder of the Church of All Beings looked serious at the moment while 3 people kneeled on the ground, full of guilt. I've told you many times that this is a retreat for our sect of all living beings. In case of an irreparable crisis in the future, this could be our sect's way out. Didn't I tell you not to leave here unless I personally issue the order? You've disappointed me. Someone appeared here last night, and you didn't even know about it. It wasn't until now that you suddenly told me that the teleportation array had been activated. Do you understand how serious this mistake is? Elder, we know our mistake. However, we were worried about the safety of our fellow sect members due to the dogs of the cleaning department last night, so we went to the city to check the situation. No one had ever discovered this place before, since it's a mass burial mound, and there's a concealment array here. We thought it would be safe for one night away. But now that there's a problem, we're willing to accept any punishment, but we still hope to make amends for our mistake. The three on the ground couldn't help but blame themselves. In just one night, they had messed up so badly, they felt deeply sorry for failing the trust of the elder. It's all right. Fortunately, the few people who appeared here last night had low cultivation levels. The church has been cautious beforehand and left a detection array here, allowing us to possibly mitigate the damage in time. From the information left by the detection array last night, the chi of these people has been basically locked. There are only 4 of them. 1 golden cordaist and 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators, and they are cultivators from another place. They are not from the immortal city. Now, based on the residual chi, you immediately mobilize your subordinates to find the traces of the 4. After finding anything, report it immediately, do not take matters into your own hands, and listen to my instructions. Yes. The trio hastily obeyed and prepared to leave, but the elder of the Church of All Beings issued a warning again. You must be cautious this time. Although the hounds in cleaning department have withdrawn, there may still be spies in the lower city. Be careful not to expose yourselves. If it wasn't for the urgency of the matter regarding the teleportation array, I wouldn't want you to show yourselves and increase the problems. Elder, rest assured, we will be careful. After the 3 left, the elder of the Church of All Beings sighed and wore a puzzled expression on his face. Why do these 4 people have the chi of natives from the desolate regions? Are they really from the desolate regions? But how did they know the location of the teleportation array here? The elder of the Church of All Beings was extremely puzzled, but now he didn't dare to leave this place and decided to personally guard here. The teleportation array is the most critical existence for the Church of All Beings. He won't allow taking anything lightly before the situation is clear. At this moment, Liang Sheng, who was hiding in the dark, didn't make any rash moves. He didn't expect that the Church of All Beings had set up a teleportation array right under the City Lord Mansion's nose. The Church of All Beings is really amazing. Liang Sheng thought for a moment and decided to hold off on taking action for now, waiting to see how the situation develops. After all, the Church of All Beings, which has been able to survive under the full force of the City Lord Mansion, must have its trump cards. To deal with them, he must be cautious. Otherwise, why bother with all this trouble when he could have simply slapped them away earlier? He has an abundant lifespan. He has plenty of time to slowly investigate the situation here. Staying safe has always been his top priority. After confirming the existence of the teleportation array arranged by the Church of All Beings, he quietly returned to Chen Family Manor, as this matter needed further deliberation. So, the night passed without incident. The next day, Liang Sheng stretched his body and smelled the wine on his body, extremely satisfied. At this time, he walked along the gourmet street and found out that old Yang from the wonton stall had appeared again. It seems that the crisis of the Church of All Beings has been temporarily resolved. Otherwise, old Yang wouldn't have appeared. Since that was the case, Liang Sheng didn't show any abnormal reactions. 10 bowls of wontons, no chopped green onions. All right, please wait a moment. As before, the delicious wontons were devoured, and Liang Sheng left a mid-grade spirit stone and left directly. This made other vendors around even more envious. Damn it, didn't they say that something happened at his house? Why did he come back so early? In the past few days when old Yang was absent, several other shops benefited from it. Fortunately, old Yang kept a low profile and others couldn't see his depth, so they restrained themselves for the time being. Old Yang secretly noted the instructions of the upper echelons of the Church of All Beings and didn't make any moves. He only needed to observe Chen Quan daily, and he didn't have to do anything else. On the other hand, Liang Sheng continued wandering around and unconsciously arrived at Yu Lai Inn. Without thinking twice, he entered the inn directly. At this moment, looking at the guests in the inn, he couldn't help shaking his head. It seems that the young members of the Zhou family have been exposed already. "Shopkeeper, please serve us one of each of your signature dishes." Many people in the lower city didn't recognize Liang Sheng, but how could any slightly capable cultivator not pay attention to Chen Quan, the nascent soul master? Previously, the story of bodhisattvas giving one-night chi refinement completion and the rumors of casually rewarding a mid-grade spirit stone made the shopkeeper of Yu Lian extremely excited. "Senior, please wait a moment." Then, the shopkeeper personally went to the kitchen to make sure the quality was guaranteed. As for the atmosphere in the hall, it was a bit strange. The people of the Church of All Beings were unnaturally nervous. Why did Chen Quan suddenly come here? If that was the case, they dared not take direct action now. They were originally planning to strike first and find the few people with the same aura as the teleportation array. According to the 10,000 miles tracking technique, they locked onto Yu Lian using the residual aura of the teleportation array. However, Yu Lian naturally had a protection formation, so they were not sure exactly who it was. But they were not worried. After all, they were led by a nascent soul deist, and taking down a golden core deist couldn't be easier. However, Chen Quan's sudden appearance disrupted their plan. Afterwards, under a series of eye signals, someone pretended to be full and left after paying the bill. In front of Chen Quan, using communication techniques was not safe. It was still more appropriate to use a slightly slower method. They didn't make any moves afterwards, just observing Chen Quan and hoping his presence was just a coincidence. It didn't take long for the shopkeeper to bring the delicious dishes with the help of the waiters, and Liang Sheng started eating right away. The shopkeeper was a bit nervous on the side. Fortunately, Chen Quan seemed very satisfied, quickly finishing the food in front of him. Without saying a word, Liang Sheng threw a mid-grade spirit stone, got up, and left. "Thank you, Senior, for your reward." Seeing Chen Quan leave, the people from the Church of All Beings couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then another person entered the inn, looking somewhat strange. "Where's Chen Quan?" After exchanging glances with the previous person, he knew that Chen Quan had left and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was just a coincidence. Upstairs, the young members of the Zhou family were full of worry. Beneath the seeking fortune and avoiding evil technique, they felt that as soon as they went out, it would be a sign of great misfortune. At this moment, the four Zhou family members suddenly changed their expressions. "Huh? Why suddenly a great fortune omen?" As they were stunned, the nascent soul deist leader of the Church of All Beings from below suddenly changed his expression. Why did the aura sensed earlier suddenly disappear? They were staying here in order to wait for the target to appear and quietly take them away at an opportune moment. However, now that the 10,000 miles tracking technique suddenly sensed that the person was not there, they were shocked. Did the person escape? At this moment, the young members of the Zhou family just happened to come downstairs. The people of the Church of All Beings glanced at them and didn't care. Their auras were not the ones they were looking for. At this moment, the aura sensed by the 10,000 miles tracking technique was getting farther and farther away from here. Finally, they couldn't bear it any longer and left after settling the bill. At the same time, they reported the situation to the hidden elder of the Church of All Beings through communication, and they quickly received a reply: "Chase." By now, the Zhou family's young members had already checked out. After all, the sign of bad luck from earlier made them dare not to act rashly. Shortly after, they hurriedly left, and turned the corner to find someone with a grin. Who else could it be but Liang Sheng? How could the Church of All Beings' concealment techniques compare to his? Just as Liang Sheng was feeling proud, his face suddenly changed. Left Envoy Qingfeng sent him a message, ordering him to temporarily return to the upper city. No matter what, he was the deputy commander of the cleaning department, and at this moment, he had no choice but to appear in the upper city. Because City Lord Zhen Yuan had left the retreat. Chapter 159, 30,000 Life Heavenly Earth Calamity, Re-entering the Desolate Regions to Resolve Karma. Immortal City. Upper City. At this moment, Liang Sheng was dutifully working in the cleaning department. Huang Qiang and others were initially taken aback when they saw him, but then they were pleasantly surprised. It had been said before that Chen Quan was always a bully who feared the tough and flattered those above him. However, he was always domineering and overbearing towards those beneath him. Except for his own people, he protected his subordinates like a mother hen. If he weren't this kind of person, he wouldn't have run to the lower realms and thrown himself into grief after his own bloodline was cut off. The root cause of everything can be traced, otherwise, Liang Sheng wouldn't dare to play this desperate and grief-stricken role. Liang Sheng felt helpless at this moment. He was originally planning on how to deal with the Zhou family disciples and the teleportation array, but now he had to return to the cleaning department. Concerning the city master Zhen Yuan, under his own auspicious ability to avoid evil, he knew he didn't have the power to fight. So naturally, he could only cooperate with Left Envoy Qing Feng, do his job right. At this time, Huang Qiang was the most excited. He thought that Chen Quan had regained his spirits at this point, which was why he had suddenly appeared. He began to report his recent action plans, but Liang Sheng didn't care. "Stop, whatever you feel is convenient to do, just handle it your way, I won't have any opinion." Seeing Chen Quan's attitude, Huang Qiang was struck dumb. This wasn't what he had expected. If the commander hadn't regained his spirits, why did he come back? At this moment, the manager of the Left Envoy's mansion hurriedly arrived at the cleaning department. Soon, all people with a nascent soul monarch cultivation level or above were summoned. "Commander, what's going on?" Outside the Left Envoy mansion, seeing high-level cultivators from other foreign affairs mansion departments gathered as well, Huang Qiang felt uncertain. "Don't ask any questions. Don't you have any rules?" Hearing this, Huang Qiang was even sure that Chen Quan knew what was going on, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions and honestly waited outside. At this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. There were hundreds of nascent soul monarchs in the foreign affairs mansion alone, proving the overpowering strength of the immortal city. The desolate regions would be destroyed by just a few mid-stage nascent soul monarchs. At this moment, Left Envoy Qing Feng finally appeared in front of them, albeit late. Without saying a word, he ascended to the sky, and Liang Sheng and others immediately followed him. On the other side, Right Envoy Bright Moon was also leading everyone from the Internal Affairs Office, making the same movements as the left hand, hurrying towards the City Lord Mansion. At this moment, everyone in Immortal City noticed this. Left and Right Envoys were making such a grand move, probably because City Master Zhen Yuan was coming out of seclusion. The last time such a situation occurred was when City Master Zhen Yuan came out of seclusion. No matter what the observers in Immortal City speculated, at this time, outside the City Lord Mansion, the Left and Right Envoys were waiting outside with their subordinates. City Lord's manager, Old Su, reappeared. The Left and Right Envoys immediately greeted him. Onlookers didn't know what they said, they just saw the Left and Right Envoys nodding and then returning to their original positions without saying anything. Liang Sheng also stood in the queue without saying a word, but his divine sense had quietly covered the entire City Lord Mansion. In Immortal City, Liang Sheng was extremely apprehensive about City Master Zhen Yuan, he feared no one else in the city except the City Lord. At this moment, Liang Sheng's pupils slightly contracted, and he was incredibly surprised. He hadn't expected that the City Lord's seclusion wasn't in Immortal City. Because just now, a special qi came from outer space. However, the next moment, Liang Sheng was somewhat puzzled. Why would the City Lord pretend to come out of retreat? The next moment, a special qi emerged from the City Lord Mansion. The Left and Right Envoys immediately moved slightly. The one who had the same reaction was City Lord's manager, Old Su. It seems that the City Lord's manager wasn't as simple as he looked. Though he seemed to be on his deathbed, he was actually a hidden master in the City Lord Mansion. People around seemed to not know that the City Lord's manager's cultivation level was equivalent to that of the Left and Right Envoys. The more Liang Sheng looked, the more he felt that this situation was surprising. However, Liang Sheng's attention soon returned to City Master Zhen Yuan as no one else was his opponent. In Immortal City, the only person he was wary of was City Master Zhen Yuan. "Everyone, come in." Only a calm voice was heard, and then Old Su made a gesture. The Left and Right Envoys instantly led their subordinates into the mansion. In a short while, they had reached a large guest reception hall. However, it was a very simple place rather than a lavish setup, with only 361 meditation mats on the ground. Clear Wind and Bright Moon didn't hesitate at all. They directly sat on the first meditation mat on the left and right side respectively. Others sat down according to their rank and cultivation level, clearly distinguishing between the internal and the external offices. A person was sitting in the highest place in the middle at this moment. People couldn't see his appearance clearly from below, but no one dared to stare at him. Without much contemplation, people knew that this man could only be City Master Zhen Yuan. He glanced at the situation below and then stopped making any other movements. Everyone was nervous. Sometimes silence could make people think wildly. Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being the city master Zhen Yuan. At this moment, the whole body of city master Zhen Yuan was shrouded in qi, rendering ordinary people unable to see his face. As for Liang Sheng, he could naturally pierce through the qi barrier easily. But doing so could get the city lord's attention, and why would he seek his death? After sitting down, the left and right envoys, along with their subordinates, performed a ritual. Then, they began to report the recent affairs in Immortal City to City Master Zhen Yuan. Suddenly, Liang Sheng perked up his ears as left envoy Qingfeng mentioned the marginal domain marked with letter Yi, causing him to tense up a bit. After Deputy Commander Chen Quan of the cleaning department under my supervision investigated the marginal domain marked with letter Yi, no desolate aura was found. The domain can be confirmed to be stable and without any issues. For Immortal City, the turmoil caused by the sects in the desolate regions had no meaning. As long as the Danding sect in the desolate regions still existed, or even if it were destroyed, there would be no issue for Immortal City. Acceptance would be granted as long as there was no desolate aura. Some people couldn't help but glance at Liang Sheng when they heard this. It turned out that Chen Quan had disappeared for over a decade and had actually gone to the desolate regions to carry out a mission. Truly worthy of being the confidant of the left envoy. Then, the left envoy went on to report other important matters. Generally, there hadn't been any significant upheavals. However, while the left and right envoys successively reported, City Master Zhen Yuan remained composed and didn't show any reaction. Until 2 years ago, a mysterious great power in Immortal City failed to condense the visualization technique of the Grand Solar Golden Crow phenomenon. So far, we still haven't found the person responsible or know whether they are alive or dead. Grand Solar Golden Crow phenomenon? The previously unresponsive city lord suddenly reacted to this news, which inevitably made manager Old Su and the left and right envoys feel a little strange. Although the city lord had been in closed-door cultivation at the time, he was known to partially open his divine sense to monitor the outside world. After all, for the city lord, doing so was just a matter of course. This was done in order to respond to emergencies, so that City Master Zhen Yuan could appear in time to resolve any crisis. Therefore, it stood to reason that although the city lord could not have known the specifics of the incident at the time, as long as it threatened the city lord mansion, the city lord would surely wake up in the first instance and suppress the situation. During the previous appearance of the Grand Solar Golden Crow phenomenon, the left and right envoys and others hadn't been too worried, as there was no movement from the city lord mansion. This indicated that the city lord hadn't been concerned about the matter, and that everything was under control. However, it now seemed that the situation might not be as simple as it appeared. Now, the only one who knew the real situation was Liang Sheng, for he knew that the city lord had not been in Immortal City before but had just arrived from outer space. At this thought, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel somewhat relieved. It appeared that he still had deep blessings, and it was evident that the city lord was very interested in matters related to the Grand Solar Golden Crow. If the city lord had been in Immortal City at that time, Liang Sheng might have had to put a lot more effort into escaping, or perhaps he might not have been able to escape at all. However, he had made that decision under the desperate attempt to seek fortune and avoid evil. If the city lord had been in Immortal City at the time, Liang Sheng most likely wouldn't have taken the risk. City Master Zhen Yuan's lapse was just momentary, and he quickly regained his earlier composure. Although the left and right envoys were puzzled, they continued their report. Just recently, my Foreign Affairs Bureau cleaning department wiped out countless church members of the Church of All Beings in the lower city, once again thwarting the church's plot. Upon hearing this, Right Envoy Minjiao couldn't help but turn to look at Qingfeng with disdain in his heart. How dare this man with thick eyebrows and big eyes stir up such a big incident without a whisper of news? Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, as if the city lord was scheming something at the moment. Either way, he could sense an inexplicable divine sense power slowly expanding, enveloping, and observing the entire Immortal City. As for the means the city lord was using now, Liang Sheng didn't know. However, he had already decided to be even more careful and cautious, suppressing his own aura to the extreme. Finally, when Minjiao and Qingfeng had finished reporting the entire situation, City Master Zhen Yuan praised the left and right envoys for their achievements during this period in just a few words. After that, he said nothing more and directly dismissed everyone. This left Old Su and the left and right envoys somewhat bewildered. Ever since City Lord came out of seclusion, this had never happened before. Could it be that there was some special situation this time? They were quite puzzled. However, despite their confusion, they didn't dare ask. Minjiu and Qingfeng left the City Lord mansion with their subordinates in a hurry. As soon as they stepped out of the City Lord mansion, Minjiu couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Looking at Qingfeng with a smile, he said, "Friend Qingfeng indeed has great ability to find the traces of the Church of All Beings in the lower city so quickly. It's truly admirable. In the past, as soon as my Internal Affairs Office received any news, the Inspector's Office would notify the cleaning department. This time, why didn't your Foreign Affairs Mansion inform my factory department and cooperate with you in joint action? Friend Minjiu, you jest. How can the investigations of my Foreign Affairs Mansion be as professional as those of the Internal Affairs Bureau Investigation Department? This time, it was merely a case of a blind cat finding a dead mouse. Next time, if we have definite news, I will definitely notify the Internal Affairs Office. After all, we are one in the same, there's no need for such a distinction." Qingfeng didn't take the bait, leaving Minjiu frustrated and unable to suppress his anger. "Yes, friend Qingfeng is right. We are all working for the City Lord, as one body. I just hope that good fortune will also smile upon the Internal Affairs Office next time." With that, Minjiu took his leave of Qingfeng, and both sides went their separate ways. However, as Minjiu left, he cast another glance at Liang Sheng, leaving Liang Sheng speechless. It seemed that Minjiu was once again trying to pin the blame on him, considering he had already learned about Liang Sheng's past in the lower city. Is there such a thing as coincidence in this world? Chen Kuang goes to the lower city, and the cleaning department swiftly eradicates the Church of All Beings stronghold? What a load of nonsense! The Church of All Beings was not sure whether the sudden incident last time was related to Liang Sheng. They were always afraid of the City Lord Mansion's capabilities, thinking it might be their tactic. But the right envoy is a principal party of the City Lord Mansion and can therefore see clearly and directly point out the truth. He could guess why the Foreign Affairs Mansion could move so smoothly, but Liang Sheng would definitely not admit it. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? However, it seems that from now on, he should be more careful. This time, he was afraid that the right envoy might harbor murderous intent against him. While the other party will definitely not deal with him openly, they will certainly try to trip him up in secret. It's quite vexing. Liang Sheng felt a little helpless, but wasn't too nervous. As long as it wasn't City Master Zhen Yuan, he feared no one. When Bright Moon departed with her followers after bidding farewell to Qingfeng, she immediately ordered the inspector's office to send people to the lower city. No matter what, they had to keep an eye on Chen Quan. It turned out that everything was just a smokescreen. She had underestimated Bright Moon's loyal dog. This time, she couldn't afford to be careless anymore. But Liang Sheng didn't have the luxury of worrying about all these things at this time. Qingfeng and Bright Moon, the left and right envoys, were not in his sight. What he was considering now was what he should do next. If he could obtain the heaven and earth spine once more, perhaps he could break through again. By then, even if he couldn't match Zhen Yuan, he would definitely have the strength to protect himself and escape. At that moment, the left envoy suddenly called Liang Sheng over and said, "You will stay here for the next few days. Don't wander around." Understood. Liang Sheng couldn't refuse at this time. Thinking about the Zhou family young members still in the lower city, all he could do was to wish them luck. City Lord Mansion. No matter the intrigue between Bright Moon and Qingfeng outside the City Lord Mansion, the manager, Old Su, had already found all the scrolls that the City Lord Zhen Yuan had been studying in closed-door cultivation for more than 10 years, according to his will. City Lord Zhen Yuan quickly studied these scrolls, but then remained silent and let Old Su leave, leaving him alone in the room to contemplate. It seems that indeed my fate calamity is imminent. My teacher reminded me to be more careful about the disturbances in Immortal City, and it's best not to let any significant events happen to avoid inviting disaster. Now I am nearing 30,000 years of lifespan, and the year of catastrophe seems to be upon us. With the turmoil in the Immortal City over the years, my teacher's speculation seems not unfounded. Breaking through to the divinity transformation realm will add 10,000 years to one's lifespan. A step further to the soul emergence realm can add 20,000 years, but it would make one susceptible to heaven and earth. However, when a cultivator reaches 30,000 years of lifespan, they will face the fate calamity of heaven and earth. If they pass, they can seek fortune and avoid evil, lengthening their lifespan. If they fail to pass, they will perish. Over the past 1,000 years, City Master Zhen Yuan has frequently entered closed-door cultivation to reduce his qi to the minimum, which will allow heaven and earth to ignore him and give him ample time to prepare and face the fate calamity in the best possible state. 30,000 years of longevity is a threshold for cultivators. If they cross it, they can sense how to seek fortune and avoid evil. While it won't completely eliminate danger, it will enable them to follow the path of cultivation more calmly and smoothly. Only City Master Zhen Yuan knew about this situation. Those who haven't reached the soul emergence realm would have no idea about this secret. If it wasn't for this, there would be people in the immortal city who would specifically target him during this time, trying to bring about his fate calamity. If Liang Sheng knew about City Master Zhen Yuan's thoughts, he might understand why he suddenly gained the ability to seek fortune and avoid evil when he broke through to 30,000 years of longevity. Under the talent of innocent foolishness, there are no bottlenecks in everything in the world. He could directly pass through the bottleneck of longevity and the fate calamity. Truly invincible. Unfortunately, Liang Sheng was completely ignorant of this and still lived cautiously in the left envoy mansion, contemplating how to escape. City Master Zhen Yuan felt helpless. The thing he cared about the most now was the grand solar golden crow phenomenon that occurred in the immortal city not long ago. Such a phenomenon indicates that the cultivator must be a great expert in the late stage of the divinity transformation realm, or they wouldn't have such power. Fortunately, the other party failed to condense the phenomenon, and the result of failing to condense such a powerful visualization divine method is no other than death, and the collapse of the sea of consciousness. However, it reminded him that there are definitely terrifying old monsters in the immortal city, such as the rebels of the Church of All Beings. Normally he wouldn't care, but now his fate calamity is imminent, he needs to be wary and careful, and must not take it lightly. After sensing the desolate aura before, City Master Zhen Yuan immediately left the immortal city and went to the immortal dynasty to seek guidance from his teacher. The timing was too coincidental. If he had been in the immortal city, he might have been able to locate this mysterious master. However, he was not sure whether it was good or not to be in the immortal city. After all, with the appearance of the grand solar golden crow phenomenon, the heaven and earth were in turmoil. He didn't know whether this would bring about his fate calamity earlier. Under heaven and earth, all are ants. Especially the soul emergence great monarch, who can manipulate heaven and earth and understands the rules of heaven and earth. Once the fate calamity appears, it's either life or death. City Master Zhen Yuan let out a long sigh and didn't think about it anymore. He had no idea how many hidden world experts there were in the immortal city now. Observing the bustling immortal city, he could not help but shake his head. Even if they were ants, their powers combined at this moment was something he, who was nearing his fate calamity, didn't dare to suppress and investigate with full force. However, the marginal domain marked with letter Yi did not show any signs of desolate aura, which, to some extent, was a consolation. Otherwise, if the desolate aura were to appear, coupled with his impending fate calamity, he would have no confidence in surviving. City Master Zhen Yuan silently pondered what to do next, but at this moment, he had no particularly good solutions. Although he controlled the immortal city, right now he could only engage in closed-door cultivation year after year, concealing his own aura, and to buy himself time. If it were a peaceful period, there would be no hindrance, but at this awkward time, he did not dare to take drastic actions. Therefore, even if he was to take action, he had to fully understand the situation before making a decision. Fortunately, even if it was a fate calamity, it would not be accomplished in one stroke. The process of this fate calamity might take hundreds or even thousands of years to form the final disaster, which varied from person to person. After pondering over it, City Master Zhen Yuan had a rough idea in his heart and decided to fully understand the situation of nearly 100 years first. After making the preparations, he would make a decision. After all, other than himself, no one in the immortal city knew about his situation. Once the news of his coming out of closed-door cultivation spread, who would dare to show up? City Master Zhen Yuan was not mistaken. Even the Church of All Beings in the lower city did not dare to act rashly after receiving the news of his coming out of closed-door cultivation. Originally, they were still sending people to look for the cultivators who had appeared in the teleportation array, but now they had to temporarily stop their actions. In the past 1,000 years, City Master Zhen Yuan usually left closed-door cultivation for about a year and then closed again. So, they could afford to wait a year. However, they did not expect that this time Zhen Yuan's response would be completely different from before. He actually began to look through all the archives of the Internal and External Affairs Bureau in the past 100 years. Clear Wind and Bright Moon were the third left and right envoys by Zhen Yuan's side. Seeing this situation, they couldn't help but be more careful and cautious. Under these circumstances, Liang Sheng could only report to work every day, hanging around in the cleaning department, and not daring to mess around. At this moment, almost everyone in the Immortal City was waiting for City Master to close again, but not long after, Liang Sheng couldn't help but look extremely ugly. The left envoy suddenly had him come over and asked directly, "Chen Quan, the last time you went to the marginal domain marked with letter Yi, are you sure that there was no desolate aura?" Liang Sheng's face naturally showed no change at this time, and his answer was firm. Reporting to left envoy, I had checked the desolate domain, and did not encounter any person with the desolate aura. Even for caution, I went to the beast swamp connected to the marginal domain marked with letter Yi, and still found no clues. I can swear an oath with the heavenly Dao for this matter. If I am lying, I am willing to be struck by the 5 thunderbolts and die as a result. Liang Sheng wasn't flustered at all. What did the people and demonic beasts Chen Quan encountered in the desolate domain and beast swamp have to do with me, Liang Sheng? So, what was there to be afraid of? Seeing Liang Sheng so determined, the left envoy didn't continue questioning, but didn't admit his mistake either. He was his own subordinate, so shouldn't he apologize? So he didn't admit his mistake, but continued to say, "I knew there was no problem with you. The matter is actually like this. The City Master wants me to send someone to the marginal domain marked with letter Yi again, and it's very simple. It's just..." But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Liang Sheng, "Left envoy, since I didn't manage this matter properly before, I shouldn't go now. You should find someone else who is more capable. Besides, I have been in the upper city for several days now. If I don't return to the lower city soon, I'm afraid it will arouse suspicions from the Church of All Beings. The Church of All Beings is the heart and soul of the Immortal City, so considering this, I am not suitable to go to the desolate domain." Seeing Liang Sheng quickly refuse without even wanting to hear the reason, left envoy completely let go of his doubts. In fact, this matter was very sudden. The City Master suddenly asked about the situation of the marginal domain marked with letter Yi. Although he didn't say much on the surface, the left envoy knew that something must have gone wrong. After all, looking at the new tasks assigned by the City Master this time, Chen Quan might have had some problems when he entered the marginal domain marked with letter Yi last time. So the left envoy tried to test Chen Quan for the sake of safety, but the result showed that this matter really had nothing to do with Chen Quan. "Alright, you have a point. Since the City Master has already met you, you should really return to the lower city as soon as possible and monitor the movements of the Church of All Beings. If you find the traces of the Church of All Beings again, I will give you credit. After all, this time it is an opportunity to make a name for yourself in front of the City Master. I will do my best, and thank you, left envoy, for your trust in me. It is rumored that I am hanging around in the lower city, and I can guarantee that you are not wrong. My intentions have not changed. You are my subordinate. If I don't trust you, who should I trust? Since you don't want to go to the desolate domain again, I'll find someone else. Go. Thank you for your trust, left envoy." After that, Liang Sheng did not hesitate at all. He directly took the task waste token for the lower city and returned to the lower city after leaving the upper city. However, on the way, his face was not good. At this time, he already knew who would take his place to go to the desolate domain again. Just when he left the left envoy mansion, he deliberately left a secret divine sense on the left envoy. This divine sense was short-lived and would automatically self-destruct later, which was extremely safe. Liang Sheng didn't expect that the City Master would directly destroy the entire desolate domain this time, just to make sure there were no mistakes. And the fundamental reason was still the heaven and earth spine. Although he didn't know the specific situation, it must have something to do with himself. Having gained great benefits from both the Beast Swamp and the City Master Mansion, Liang Sheng was now considering what he should do next. Why did he come to Longevity Immortal City? Wasn't it to protect Master Jin Guangxiu and others, and to end the cause and effect? That's why Liang Sheng had previously rejected left envoy so decisively, in order to put himself out of the matter and then consider how to save his master and others. Fortunately, the left envoy did not send anyone to the desolate regions immediately. The people he chose would not be able to enter the desolate regions to carry out the mission until 3 days later. This was not because the left envoy was not in a hurry, but because it took 3 days to go through the formalities for entering the desolate regions, and the prime culprit was right envoy Minjiu. It was obvious that Minjiu was doing this because he had suffered a loss during the previous meeting with the city lord, so after learning the specifics, he was ready to trip up Qingfeng envoy. Although it wouldn't affect the outcome, it could help him vent his anger. Why not? After all, at this point, left envoy Qingfeng could only accept it reluctantly. Making a fuss to the city lord would be the most foolish move, so Liang Sheng still had time to make arrangements. At present, the most crucial thing was the teleportation array of the all-living beings sect in the lower city. At this time Liang Sheng had a general idea, this time there would be almost no danger. If it threatened his life, Liang Sheng would never go to save anyone. All the plans were based on the premise of ensuring safety. Once he returned to the lower city, the members of the all-living beings sect took notice of the matter right away. But outside Chen family manor, besides old Yang's stall still there, most of the other people from the all-living beings sect had entered a state of silence. Zhen Yuan city lord had already exited the closed state. If anything went wrong, the accumulation of all-living beings sect's efforts over the years could vanish overnight. Under such circumstances, how could the all-living beings sect risk causing trouble? Liang Sheng's divine sense was immediately focused on the mass burial mound, and indeed, the people from the all-living beings sect were still present outside the teleportation array. However, there was only one person. Then things would be easy. As he still had 3 days, his actions had to be swift, preferably rescuing Jin Guangxiu and the others before the people of Immortal City entered the desolate regions. With that in mind, Liang Sheng did not hesitate at all. At this moment, he took out a puppet he had made during his idle time. Over the years, his puppet-making skills had become so advanced that he could create fakes that confused reality. At this moment, the puppet in his hand had the same qi as his Chen Quan and its strength had even reached the late gold core stage. In addition to the concealment methods Liang Sheng added to the puppet, no one could see any abnormalities except for divinity transformation experts. After setting up the defense in the puppet, Liang Sheng left it at the Chen family manor. For the next 3 days, the puppet would stay within the manor, enjoying wine and celebrations. Luckily, he used to be so unrestrained before, so it should not arouse any suspicion from others. In case of any accident, Liang Sheng would be alerted at the first moment. In that case, Liang Sheng would give up his identity as Chen Quan. Anyway, the desolate regions would no longer exist. What would he still worry about? Of course, retaining Chen Quan's identity would be good. After all, this way he could get the news of the Immortal City almost immediately. For example, during this disaster in the desolate regions, if it weren't for Chen Quan's identity, how could he know about it at the first opportunity? So abandoning his identity was only the last resort. After making all the preparations, Liang Sheng left the Chen family manor under the cover of the night. It is worth mentioning the young members of the Zhou family's bloodline and their strong ability of seeking fortune and avoiding evil, because Liang Sheng never expected that the Zhou family members he rescued earlier would now move closer to the Chen family manor. It could only be said that the Zhou family bloodline's auspicious ability to avoid evil, no matter where it went, was still extremely powerful. However, at this point, Liang Sheng had no time to worry about them, as he had already arrived quietly at the mass burial mound. Without any hesitation, Liang Sheng found the hidden all-living beings sect practitioner guarding the teleportation array. Soul control technique. Liang Sheng immediately took action without hesitation. The opponent was merely a golden core true person, how could they react in time? By the time Liang Sheng activated the teleportation array, the golden core true person was still under the control of Liang Sheng's divine sense, which then erased all traces of the array's activation. After completing this task, Liang Sheng's thread of soul control divine sense hid deep within the opponent's soul, secretly disappearing. At this moment, the all-living beings sect practitioner finally woke up, but he didn't have the slightest idea of what had happened. Desolate regions. Far East. In the teleportation array of the ancient temple, a faint light flashed by, and Liang Sheng appeared inside, only to vanish in an instant. At this moment, the Zhou family members guarding outside the teleportation array were immediately awakened by the movement below, but when they arrived at the array, they didn't notice anything unusual. Was it just their imagination? Because even the auspicious ability to avoid evil within the bloodline, they didn't have any sense of crisis, so they couldn't help but touch their noses, looking puzzled. At this time, Liang Sheng didn't intend to reveal himself or meet with the Zhou family members outside the ancient temple. It would be better for the Zhou family members to stay here for now. Once he fetched Jin Guangxiu and the others, he could safely leave the desolate regions directly. As for these Zhou family young members, it was just a matter of convenience. At this moment, Liang Sheng took a breath of the wilderness aura and couldn't help shaking his head. At this point, looking back, the aura of the desolate regions was indeed not worth mentioning when compared to the immortal city. The aura of the desolate regions was so thin that it was exasperating. No wonder that despite the scarce resources in the lower city, and fierce competition, no one was willing to come to the desolate regions. What's even more frightening is that those who were born with a bloodline in the desolate regions will have more bottlenecks in their future cultivation. Even if they could return to Immortal City, the bloodline of these younger generations had already been polluted and was irreversible. Liang Sheng shook off all the messy thoughts in his mind, stopped thinking, and set off directly after determining his direction. 3 days' time was enough for him to bring Jin Guangxiu and the others out, but outside the Danding sect, a battle suddenly broke out, not involving the disciples of the Danding sect. Liang Sheng looked surprised and scanned with his divine sense, and found a familiar face. Huang Yufan. What was he doing here? Chapter 160, Saving People to the Extreme, Destruction of Desolate Regions. Desolate Regions. 300 miles outside of Danding sect. At this moment, Danding sect's mountain protection formation was fully activated. Considering the other sects in the desolate regions did not have nascent soul masters, Danding sect was as impregnable as a fortress made of gold. At this time, outside of Danding sect by 300 miles, the sound of incessant fighting rang. The two sides were engaged in a decisive battle of life and death, surrounded by flying spells and dazzling, like fireworks in the horizon. From time to time, talismans would explode, blasting away enemies with a fierce, merciless attack. Once the two opposing sides met, it was a battle to the death. However, at this time, the situation was extremely one-sided. It was clear that one side had already been at a disadvantage and was on the verge of being annihilated. Of course, the ones with the upper hand were sect disciples, and judging by their attire, they seemed to be mysterious sky sect's disciples. There were even 3 golden core deists behind them, bolstering their fighting spirit and making them even more formidable. The reason Liang Sheng stopped was simple: he spotted a familiar face, Huang Yufan. Such was the inexplicable nature of fate sometimes. However, Huang Yufan's situation at this moment looked bleak. His face was as pale as golden paper, and his eyes were lifeless. Where could one see a trace of the might of a golden core deist in him? After Liang Sheng's divine sense scanned, he realized that Wang's situation was not too dire. Although Huang Yufan was severely injured, his Dao foundation remained intact. At this moment, the foundation establishment loose cultivators nearby had an extremely ugly expression on their faces. They couldn't imagine that the sect would track them down. As the spiritual pillar of the loose cultivators, Huang Yufan's location had always been a closely guarded secret among the loose cultivators. Moreover, since it was near Danding sect, other sects rarely came to this area, and there hadn't been any issues for several years. But a few days ago, disciples of mysterious sky sect suddenly appeared. They didn't have any time to react, and even Huang Yufan was caught off guard. As a result, the current situation unfolded. However, the Golden Core deists from mysterious sky sect didn't directly deal a lethal blow. They didn't do so out of kindness, but to prevent Huang Yufan and the others from being cornered and choosing to bring mutual destruction upon them all. At this moment, even though Huang Yufan was severely injured, he remained conscious. He looked around with a bitter smile on his face and shook his head. I ultimately cannot change the course of events. I just hope that I can die with a clear conscience. Upon hearing this, the others were stunned. They were no fools and understood the meaning behind Huang Yufan's words. They exchanged suspicious glances with one another. One of the more hot-tempered foundation establishment experts was about to stand up and speak, but Huang Yufan stopped him. It's fine. I'm just voicing my thoughts. You guys don't need to think too much into it. Quickly choose a group of people, and then escape. What about you? As for me, I will naturally cover your retreat. Go. At this moment, the battlefield was still embroiled in fierce fighting, but Huang Yufan had already accepted his fate. Today, he feared that his time had finally come to end. If asked if he felt any regrets, Huang Yufan, himself, was unsure. However, since he had chosen to resist, death was inevitable. My second and third brothers, I'm coming to join you. Don't blame me for taking so long. At this moment, the Foundation establishment stage cultivators around him had tears in their eyes. Upon seeing their reaction, Huang Yufan cursed and laughed. What are you waiting for? Get out of here! Do you want to see the desolate regions completely dominated by sect disciples, without a single place for loose cultivators like us to stand? Believe in yourselves. As long as you exist, there will always be hope, even if it may take a long time. But perhaps one day, and I say perhaps, even if sects still rule the desolate regions, as long as you exist, there will be hope. With that, they separated, each leading a group of disciples in their escape without hesitation. After breaking away, no one was to contact the other unless someone managed to lead them anew. Otherwise, they were to remain incognito and refrain from making any contact. Huang Yufan hoped none of them would betray the group. However, as long as they did not contact one another, he believed that it was unlikely for all of them to perish. As they feared Huang Yufan would fight to his last breath, the Golden Core Deists of Mysterious Sky Sect had kept their distance from him. However, shortly after the Foundation establishment loose cultivators left, the Golden Core Deists seemed to have received a message and advanced directly into the heart of the battlefield. It seemed there was indeed a traitor among them. At this point, Huang Yufan suddenly turned his gaze towards the Golden Core Deists, and his eyes became resolute. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up. He then turned his gaze towards Huatian Sec's market, feeling a sense of regret in his heart. Master, I couldn't find you in the end. If you were here, you probably wouldn't want to see me like this. Since death is inevitable, I might as well die standing. At this moment, the three Golden Core Deists from Mysterious Sky Sect did not directly attack. Instead, they planned to continue wearing down Huang Yufan from afar. As long as he didn't attempt to flee, even if it took longer to wear him down, it was acceptable. After all, without the guidance of a Golden Core Deist, the loose cultivators were no more than mere livestock to be slaughtered. Seeing this, Huang Yufan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed his plan to take someone down with him had become futile, and he couldn't help but lament the outcome. Just as he was about to stake everything and cause a self-destruction, he suddenly felt his mana stagnate within him. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his body was involuntarily sent flying back. Then, a sudden loud explosion erupted at his location, causing the three golden cores of the Mysterious Sky Sect to retreat in shock. After retreating to a safe distance, the three Golden Core Deists looked at the site of the explosion, relieved, thinking they were lucky to have retreated so fast. A huge pit appeared in front of them, where the sect disciples and loose cultivators who were previously fighting were now gone, evaporated by the impact. At this moment, these Golden Core Deists couldn't help but feel relieved. It's a good thing we were vigilant and didn't get too close. Outside Danding Sect. Now, Huang Yufan was still somewhat dazed as he hadn't realized what had just happened before he was somehow taken out of the battlefield. What was even more terrifying was that he was already severely injured, but a gentle force suddenly spread throughout his body, instantly allowing him to recover. Who was it? At this moment, he could vaguely feel someone in front of him whom he did not recognize. However, Huang Yufan felt the qi emanating from the other party, leaving only 4 words in his heart: Nascent Soul Master. As this place was within the territory of the Danding sect, could it be the legendary Nascent Soul Master of the sect, Jin Guangzhou? But why did he save him? Just as Huang Yufan wanted to ask questions, the next moment, he couldn't remember anything because his 6 senses were suddenly sealed, leaving him with only a faint perception and unable to move at all. He assumed that the other party must have had some purpose in saving him, but they didn't seem to care about him at all. Now he felt like a puppet being controlled by the other party, and Liang Sheng at this moment looked at the mountain protection formation of the Danding sect before him without any turbulence in his heart. At this moment, the mountain protection formation of the Danding sect was no obstacle to Liang Sheng. In the next moment, Liang Sheng moved his mind, bringing Huang Yufan, who couldn't move at all, to seamlessly blend into the mountain protection formation without causing any ripples. Huang Yufan's sixth senses were sealed, but it seemed like there was no ill intent from the other party, who still allowed him to perceive that he had passed through a barrier. Based on the force he just felt, it should be the mountain protection formation of the Danding sect. It seemed that the other party really was Sect Master Jin Kuangziu of the Danding sect. At this moment, Huang Yufan had no more doubts. After all, how could anyone other than Jin Kuangziu enter the Danding sect so easily? But, what happened next left him feeling baffled, as a scene appeared in his perception. The other party actually took him up the mountain step by step, and there were clearly sect disciples nearby, but they didn't even notice them. Even if it was Jin Kuangziu, these disciples should at least greet him, right? Was he now invisible with Huang Yufan? At this moment, Huang Yufan looked at this inexplicable scene and suddenly had an absurd conjecture. What if the other party wasn't Jin Kuangziu? Then who was he? Why did he save him? And why did he bring him into the Danding sect? Wasn't he afraid of the Danding sect's leader Nascent Soul Master Jin Kuangziu? At this time, Liang Sheng didn't care about Huang Yufan's thoughts. At the moment, his appearance was not Chen Quan's, but a random disguise. The matter today couldn't be related to Chen Quan. Huang Yufan was just a lucky encounter, so Liang Sheng naturally saved in passing. The desolate regions would cease to exist in 3 days, and taking him away from there was already the greatest kindness he could offer. At this moment, Liang Sheng was taking Huang Yufan step by step towards Green Cloud Peak, and he had already sensed Xiang Chen's presence. Xiang Chen was quietly staying in his cave mansion at the moment, handling the affairs of Green Cloud Peak. Just then, Liang Sheng looked up and couldn't help but smile, as luck had arrived. It turned out that Shen Wuqi suddenly appeared at this time. The current Shen Wuqi seemed much more composed than before, and no one knew what he had experienced in these years, losing his previous impetuousness. Greetings, senior brother. Junior brother, what brings you here today? The Internal Affairs Office has adjusted the spiritual pill refining plan, and the Master has summoned the Peak Masters to a sect meeting. I have volunteered to come and inform you. For such a small matter, you could have just sent a message. Why bother coming here in person? Haha, didn't I want to see you, senior brother? You're a very busy person, and it's hard to see you. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's go. Liang Sheng intended to follow at this time, but then his divine sense scanned, and he suddenly changed direction, heading towards the cemetery of Green Cloud Peak. Tomb of Disciple Yang Cheng. Liang Sheng looked at the tombstone in front of him, its color still relatively new, and evidence of past offerings could be seen in front of it. It seemed that people often came to pay their respects. At this moment, Huang Yufan had most of his 6 senses closed and could only blindly feel himself being controlled as he walked forward. He suddenly stopped and could feel some changes in the other party's emotions, although he didn't know what was happening. But, what could make a nascent soul master so emotional? Huang Yufan became even more puzzled and found today's experiences quite bizarre. At this time, Liang Sheng was silent, and with a thought, he found an incense stick from somewhere and lit it. He quietly looked at the tombstone as if bidding farewell to the past. Then, Liang Sheng no longer hesitated and went straight up Danyang Peak. Inside the sect master's great hall of Danyang Peak, the peak masters were discussing the desolate domain sect's situation, and soon, they received their tasks under Jin Kuangziu's leadership. Now, the Danding sect was like a stable fishing platform, not caring about the turmoil in the outside world. In any case, as long as Jin Kuangziu was there, the Danding sect would be extremely safe. After all, Jin Kuangziu was currently the only nascent soul true monarch within the sect. You all still need to labor a bit, as the external disturbances may continue for some time. You all continue to stay in the sect, just focus on refining pills, and don't think about anything else. The Danding sect will remain peaceful forever. Understood. When each peak master left the sect master hall, only Xiang Chen and Shen Wuqi stayed behind. Suddenly, Shen Wuqi became somewhat lively again. Master, our master and disciple have finally gotten together, so you won't want to just send us away now, will you? You little rascal! Jin Kuangziu's mouth couldn't help but curl up, about to speak, when suddenly his face changed and he looked outside the sect master hall with a serious expression. At the next moment, a person wearing the attire of a Danding sect disciple appeared. Jin Guangzhou was taken aback because he couldn't see through the realm of the other party. As for the person behind him, Jin Guangzhou's eyes narrowed involuntarily, recognizing the visitor, Huang Yufan, the leader of the desolate region's loose cultivators. This combination left Jin Guangzhou somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen and Shen Wuqi had already stepped in front of Jin Guangzhou, feeling tense. "Who are you?" At this moment, Jin Guangzhou finally spoke, secretly on guard while frantically thinking about what to do next. At this moment, he had no intention of fighting with the other party because he simply couldn't see through their realm. But just then, amidst the tension, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Previously, Chen Quan had come to the wilderness and killed his junior disciples. He was caught in a desperate situation, but was saved by a mysterious senior from his sect. Could it be? Thinking of this, he tentatively spoke, "Senior, is that you?" At this moment, upon hearing his words, Liang Sheng directly nodded. Jin Guangzhou couldn't help but be overjoyed. However, the next moment, he found that his six senses were sealed and he couldn't sense anything. Huh? What was going on? This senior's realm was indeed profound. Jin Guangzhou was puzzled, but he was also somewhat astonished in his heart. In an instant, the other party had stripped away his six senses. This situation was even more powerful than Chen Quan's methods before. Could this be the unprecedented late-stage nascent soul stage true monarch in the wilderness? Such terror! At this moment, seeing Jin Guangzhou and his two disciples gathered together, Liang Sheng also breathed a sigh of relief because it would be easier to deal with them as long as they were together. Afterward, without any other thoughts, he directly controlled the four people behind him to follow him down the mountain. However, halfway down, he thought for a moment and partially restored Jin Guangzhou and the others' perception. "You should take one last look at the Danding sect. It won't exist after this, so consider this last glance a memento." Upon hearing this, Jin Guangzhou and his disciples were somewhat baffled. Where was the senior taking them now? As for whether the other party would kill them, they didn't even think about it. With the other party's strength, if they really wanted to kill Jin Guangzhou and his disciples, why would the mysterious senior go through so much trouble? At this moment, Liang Sheng still gave them enough time, so they didn't understand. Later, they would realize that this was their last glimpse of the Danding sect. Afterward, Liang Sheng directly took them out of the mountain protection formation, which caused even more shock to Jin Guangzhou and his disciples. You need to understand that this was a double mountain protection formation. Even a middle nascent soul stage cultivator would likely be able to withstand it for some time. Therefore, the other party was definitely a late stage nascent soul stage true monarch. Jin Guangzhou was astonished, but also felt somewhat fortunate. He didn't expect that there would be such a senior with such cultivation in the Danding sect. He just didn't know why the senior didn't appear during the beast tide back then. If the senior had made a move at that time, perhaps no disturbance would have occurred, and there wouldn't have been such chaos in the wilderness as there is now. But no matter what they were thinking now, all they could do was watch themselves obediently being controlled to follow behind Liang Sheng. As for Huang Yufan on the side, he had actually calmed down at this moment due to the shock of what had happened earlier. Even Jin Guangzhou had been captured, let alone himself, a mere golden core deist. The group directly flew through the air, meeting several sect disciples on the way, but it was as if they couldn't see the group at all. Soon, they were brought by Liang Sheng to the far east, and upon arriving here, Jin Guangzhou became more certain that the other party was a senior from his sect. Otherwise, how could the other party know about this place? After all, this was the only way to go to the Immortal City, and apart from the Danding sect, who else could know? However, this situation also made Jin Guangzhou even more curious about what the other party wanted to do. After settling down the three of them, Liang Sheng directly went to find the Zhou family's hidden disciples. It was still an extremely simple operation. However, this time, all the Zhou family bloodline members were directly left unconscious in their sleep, completely ignorant of the outside world, and the upcoming situation could not afford any accidents. Once Liang Sheng had dealt with the Zhou family's young members, he quietly hid himself and the four others nearby, not moving an inch. He didn't immediately take these people back to Immortal City because he wanted to see the methods of the Immortal City and how they could cause the destruction of a wilderness with just one nascent soul true monarch. At this moment, Liang Sheng's battle strength was comparable to a divinity transformation spiritualist. Even the left and right envoys of Immortal City were no match for him, but he couldn't destroy the wilderness single-handedly. Since that was the case, he naturally wanted to see for himself what kind of miraculous methods Immortal City possessed that could allow a nascent soul master to easily bring about the destruction of the desolate regions. Although Jin Guangxiu and the others were restrained by their sixth senses at this time, Liang Sheng still allowed them a little bit of perception to sense the outside world. This situation only made them more puzzled and confused, wondering what on earth the senior wanted to do at this time. There seemed to be no pattern to follow. In such a situation, time passed quickly, and 2 days went by. Liang Sheng, who had been hiding in the dark, suddenly opened his eyes, his spirits lifting. The people from Immortal City had finally arrived. He saw the teleportation array below the desolate valley divine temple light up slightly, and then a person appeared in the middle of the array. This individual was a confidant of the left envoy, who had previously interacted with Chen Quan. At this moment, his face displayed utmost relaxedness. However, after inhaling the spiritual energy of the wilderness, his complexion turned a little ugly. The spiritual energy here was indeed thin and impure, as expected of the desolate regions. How could cultivators possibly survive in such a place? No wonder the desolate domain bloodlines were despised by heaven and earth, they deserved it. Fortunately, he was here just to complete his mission. He estimated that in about 7 days, he would be able to finish his task and leave. With this thought, he didn't hesitate and directly soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. At this time, Liang Sheng activated the protective measures he had previously prepared to prevent any accidents for Jin Guangxiu and the others, and immediately followed after the left envoy's confidant. Hi? Danding sect? Liang Sheng followed the left envoy's confidant to the first location, which turned out to be the Danding sect. Seeing the mountain protection formation of the sect, the expression of the confidant darkened slightly. However, he wavered for only a short while before taking out a golden talisman from his storage ring. Upon seeing this, Liang Sheng immediately knew what the confidant was planning to do. As the talisman in the confidant's hand flashed with golden light, it slowly infiltrated the barrier of the mountain protection formation. After a while, a human-shaped hole appeared on the barrier. What a pity for my top-grade melting talisman. It's truly a waste. It was evident that the confidant was a bit distressed. But to complete his mission and return to Immortal City as soon as possible, he couldn't care about these things. Once the confidant entered, Liang Sheng followed closely behind without hesitation, completely unnoticed by the other party. It seemed that the confidant's destination was not Danyang Peak, as Liang Sheng had previously suspected, but instead the back mountain hunting grounds. At this time, no one in the Danding sect had noticed Jin Guangxiu's disappearance, as it was normal for the sect master to be absent for a few days. If it was just a short departure, why would the sect master need to inform them? Moreover, in the desolate regions, there was only one nascent soul master, Jin Guangxiu. Where would danger come from? As such, the Danding sect remained orderly and undisturbed. As for the left envoy's confidant, who had nascent soul monarch cultivation level, the sect disciples guarding the back mountain hunting grounds had no chance of detecting his arrival. The confidant effortlessly entered the back mountain hunting grounds and went straight to the center of the hunting grounds with a clear goal in mind. He took out a jade talisman from his storage ring, made a complicated series of hand seals, and then waited for the right moment before pressing down firmly. The jade talisman penetrated unhindered into the gap linking the back mountain hunting grounds and the beast swamp. Once the confidant completed this task and verified that there were no errors, he immediately left without any hesitation. After he left, Liang Sheng appeared at the place where the jade talisman was buried. Looking at the situation, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel a sense of anxiety in his heart. Was this Immortal City's method to obliterate the desolate regions? As Liang Sheng contemplated, he decided to continue tracking the left envoy's confidant to see what the final move would be. Over the next few days, Liang Sheng watched the confidant bury 9 jade talismans one after another without any signs of panic. It turned out that the centers of the back mountain hunting grounds, where the 3 sects and 6 orders were previously located, had all been embedded with a jade talisman by the confidant. At this moment, Liang Sheng felt a bitter taste in his heart, as it seemed that the previous layout of the desolate regions had been schemed by Immortal City. Otherwise, such a coincidence could not have occurred. At this point, the left envoy's confidant appeared very satisfied, having completed his preliminary plan. He then arrived at the very center of the desolate regions. This place used to be the largest market of the 3 sects and 6 orders, a shared property of all the sects. But now, due to the battles between sects and the resistance of the loose cultivators, it had turned into a mess. However, the left envoy's confidant marched forward without any attempt to conceal his tracks. He directly went to the center of the market and placed the final jade talisman down. As this last talisman fell into place, a rumbling sound echoed throughout the entire desolate regions, resonating in everyone's hearts. The sky suddenly turned pitch black, as though extinguishing the daylight. It was so dark one could not see their own fingers. Following that, the land of the desolate regions shook as though it had been struck, and cracks spread far from the center region. At this moment, all sect disciples and loose cultivators who had been fighting stopped what they were doing, their gazes involuntarily drawn to the direction of the left envoy's confidant. But the left envoy's confidant didn't care about their attention. Seeing that the last part of his mission was completed, he couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Success! Next, after confirming that the desolate regions would be destroyed, he could return to the left envoy and report his mission complete. At the next moment, the other party disappeared in front of everyone, leaving only the sect disciples and loose cultivators in the desolate regions, their hearts trembling, sensing that a great disaster was imminent. In the far east, outside the desolate valley divine temple at this time, Jin Guangxiu and others, who had their senses taken away, were pale-faced. Just now the entire heaven and earth seemed to have exploded with a loud bang, making them feel like the end was coming. What had happened? Thinking of the words Liang Sheng had said to them outside the Danding sect before, the feeling was inexplicable before, but now they were somewhat panicked. Could the desolate regions really be destroyed? This was not alarmist. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhou family's young members had already fallen into a deep sleep. Otherwise, given their bloodline ability, they would probably have been pale-faced, leaving only the sign of great misfortune. At this time, Liang Sheng suddenly appeared in front of them, his face solemn, and not long after, the confidant of the left envoy also appeared in the desolate valley divine temple. Instead of leaving directly, the confidant sat directly in the temple, silent. He was waiting. And Liang Sheng was waiting as well. Suddenly, one day later. At this moment, the desolate regions were still pitch black, as if the sun had fallen and never reappeared since. And just at this moment, a dazzling brilliance suddenly emerged from the far north, illuminating the entire desolate regions, and the light reappeared. However, Liang Sheng's expression didn't look good. Because, the heavens had collapsed. At this moment, under his divine sense perception, the entire far north, the 10,000-year-old ice mountains, collapsed with a bang, snow turned into water, and the far north was instantly submerged. Not only that, but within the range of the far north, it was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had caved in, a scene of complete apocalypse. Even the turbid spiritual energy, which had made the left envoy's confidant frown earlier, was now igniting as if it would burn everything. Upon seeing this, the left envoy's confidant couldn't help but let go of his concerns completely. Since the far north had collapsed, the process of the desolate region's destruction could no longer be reversed. That is to say, the marginal domain with the code name Yi, was about to be destroyed. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate any longer and activated the teleportation array directly, preparing to return to the Immortal City Internal Affairs Office and report the completion of his mission to the left envoy. After the other party had left, Liang Sheng thought for a while and then released a trace of perception for Jin Guangxiu and the others. He should let them know the current situation of desolate regions. After all, they were the masters of the desolate regions before, and this will be their last farewell. Desolate regions, it's over. At this moment, sensing the collapse of the heaven and earth in the desolate regions, Jin Guangxiu, Huang Yufan and the other 4 couldn't help but think of this. Even the sleeping Zhou family young members were given a little bit of perception at this moment, but they weren't panicked in the face of this situation. Because under the seeking fortune and avoiding evil, they knew that there was still a glimmer of hope amidst the danger. As long as they did nothing, it would be a symbol of great fortune omen. Once he felt that Jin Guangxiu and the others had already understood and accepted the current situation of the desolate regions, Liang Sheng once again closed off the senses of everyone, completely sealing them off. He looked once more at the far north in the desolate regions, thinking of the beast swamp, and perhaps this place would become part of the beast swamp in the future. Before Liang Sheng didn't stop the left envoy's confidant from destroying the desolate regions, because if he did, he would most likely attract the attention of the immortal city. In front of City Master Zhen Yuan, he had no confidence in escaping. What he could do was to take away those related to him. He had done all he could. He would not make a move if it endangered his life. At most, he would wait until he was strong enough to seek justice for them. As for now, the next thing he needed to do was to take Jin Guangxiu and the others to Immortal City Lower City. After all, everything in the world would decay, only he could possibly exist forever. Liang Sheng came to the teleportation array and reset the teleportation coordinates. He had to thank the Zhou family's young members for that. Otherwise, how could he know the teleportation coordinates of the lower city? After adjusting the teleportation coordinates, Liang Sheng didn't hesitate and activated the teleportation array in the next moment. After a dizzying spin, he opened his eyes and saw the familiar mass burial mound in the lower city. Successful! He was back. At this moment, he saw a movement in his sea of consciousness, and there was no abnormal situation around him. The divine sense that had been hidden in the deep sea of consciousness of the church members previously was instantly activated again. After ensuring that there was no danger here, Liang Sheng began to travel back and forth between the desolate regions, transporting Jin Guangxiu, the others, and the Zhou family's young members all to the mass burial mound in the Immortal City Lower City. Then, Liang Sheng was still cautious, and after clearing all traces of his previous actions, he finally relaxed, letting out a stale breath. With his abilities, it wouldn't have been a problem to move so many people here. He was just being cautious and making preparations in advance. Then, Liang Sheng continued to hide everyone's qi, and took all those with sealed senses to one place, in the small grove not far from Chen family manor. This way, they would be under his watchful eye, and there was no chance of an accident. Moreover, Liang Sheng had to do one more thing next. That was to arrange for their settlement next, and he couldn't do it openly. At this moment, he already had the best candidate in mind. In the mass burial mound, after Liang Sheng left with the others, the disciples guarding the teleportation array of the Church of All Beings suddenly woke up with a start. However, at this time, he knew nothing, as Liang Sheng's control over divine sense had already wiped away all traces. No one in the Immortal City knew at this moment that the left envoy's confidant Chen Quan had actually come to the mass burial mound, and even transferred a small part of the people from the marginal domain with the code name Yi to the lower city with ease. Outside Chen family manor. At this time, Zhou Ye, who had temporarily settled in, felt something inexplicable in his heart, and the other three didn't feel much better. Fortunately, this was not a sign of misfortune, otherwise, they would have fled without the slightest hesitation. At the next moment, they suddenly sensed an unusual qi, and Zhou Ye's heart was moved. He opened the door and found a jade slip. He hesitated for a moment after picking it up but eventually read the information. After that, he became energetic and somewhat surprised. This was the Zhou family's communication method, and no one other than the Zhou family would use this kind of encrypted messaging. Soon, Zhou Ye deciphered the information inside. At the next moment, he thought for a while and decided to go and check the place mentioned in the jade slip. To be on the safe side, he decided to go alone so that in case of an accident, they wouldn't all be caught in one swoop. When he arrived at the small grove not far from Chen family manor, he stepped in, and his face instantly changed. Huh? Patriarch! Who else could it be, lying unconscious together earlier, if not the secret descendants of the Zhou family? What happened, and how did they all get here? Chapter 161, Heaven and Earth, Human Destiny Calamity, the Wilderness Aura reappears. Immortal City Lower City. The sun still rose extraordinarily, and it was another beautiful day. Liang Sheng put down the bowl in his hand, burped contentedly, and didn't care about his nascent soul master status at all. Then he threw a mid-grade spirit stone directly, and old Yang immediately nodded and bowed, respectfully sending Liang Sheng away. However, after old Yang turned around, he carefully recorded today's situation, and Liang Sheng didn't care about his little actions. At this point, more than a month had passed since he had saved Jin Guangxiu and others from the desolate regions. Nothing unexpected had happened during this time, and Jin Guangxiu and others were fully settled in the lower city. This was not surprising since there was Jin Guangxiu, a nascent soul master, and Xiang Chen, Shen Wuqi, and other golden core deists. Even the lowest cultivation level among the Zhou family disciples was at the Qi cultivation 9th layer. With their cultivation, it was easy to find a place to settle down in Immortal City lower city. Moreover, due to the unexpected existence of Chen Quan, Jin Guangxiu acted extremely cautiously. After all, Chen Quan had seen him before. Besides avoiding Chen Quan, Jin Guangxiu's other main goal now was to understand the situation in Immortal City at this time. In fact, it was because of their meeting with Zhou Yet and others and their previous investigation that they knew this place was Immortal City lower city. However, when they thought of the desolate region's destruction, everyone felt somewhat disoriented. They felt like uprooted plants. From now on, they could only live and cultivate in Immortal City lower city. But because of their desolate domain bloodline, the cultivation bottleneck had become infinitely exaggerated in Immortal City. What should they do from now on? Therefore, Jin Guangxiu's state in the past few days was not very good. On the contrary, the Zhou family bloodline disciples were full of motivation. Shen Wuqi had a more open-minded nature, and he couldn't help but ask a Zhou family disciple why they were so optimistic. We are already fortunate to be alive. If we continue to feel regretful, isn't it a waste of our lives? As long as the Zhou family lineage can go on, we are luckier than most people. After hearing these words, Jin Guangxiu couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that he was also stuck in a dead end. In any case, as long as he was alive, the Danding sect's legacy would continue. He might have a hard time progressing further in the future. After entering Immortal City, he could feel the suppression of the heavenly and earth rules upon him. When in Rome, do as the Romans. Jin Qiangxiu cheered up again, which also made the Zhou family disciples happy. After all, having an additional nascent soul master gave them a greater sense of security. However, when Jin Qiangxiu suggested moving to another place, the Zhou family disciples unanimously refused. Under their own auspicious ability to avoid evil, they felt that this was the safest place. This couldn't help but make Jin Qiangxiu feel a little frustrated. After all, he also knew that this place was not far from Chen family manor. He had met Chen Quan before, and staying here actually had some uncertainties. However, he had also heard about the ability of the Zhou family bloodline, and in the end, he decided to settle down first and decide whether to move later based on the situation. As for Huang Yufan, there had been no movement recently. He was actually quite embarrassed, as he was the leader of the loose cultivators against the sect. Now living under the same roof with Jin Guangxiu and others, coupled with the fact that Jin Guangxiu was a nascent soul master and Xiang Chen and Shen Wuqi had higher cultivation than him, he naturally felt a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, Jin Guangxiu and others didn't object to him. After all, the senior sect members had saved him together. This action must have profound implications. As for where the senior sect members were, they had no idea but could only guess that the other party might be hiding in the dark, protecting their safety. Fortunately, most of the Danding sect's resources were in Jin Guangxiu's hands. After all, where else in the desolate regions would a nascent soul master be safer? In addition to the resources collected by the Zhou family disciples in the desolate regions, they were now many times stronger than the cultivation families of the lower city. Since they intended to integrate into Immortal City, they had to make changes. Otherwise, they would not fit in with Immortal City, and this was not the way to hide. Of course, this matter had to be done gradually and could not be achieved overnight. They needed to be cautious in everything, which would not harm them in any way. Next, they sent the Zhou family disciples to carry activities around them. Everyone abandoned all barriers, and there was no difference between sects and loose cultivators. They were now the last bloodline of the desolate regions. Fortunately, the Zhou family disciples were cautious by nature. Under Liang Sheng's divine sense observation, he found that they had not become panicked due to their haste. However, in the vast lower city, they were bound to have some shortcomings. Plus, the Church of All Beings was present, and their actions were not 100% private and safe. But with Liang Sheng hiding in the dark, helping them clear obstacles and clean up traces, no one had discovered their abnormalities up to now. In such a situation, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. And in Immortal City lower city, there was now an additional Zhou family. It's funny to say that after the destruction of the entire desolate regions, the ones who survived were the Zhou family bloodline, which couldn't help but make people feel both sad and funny. As for Jin Qiangxiu and his disciples, they naturally became guest elders in the Zhou family. Even Huang Yufan had integrated into the Zhou family as a guest elder over the past 10 years. Next, the Zhou family continued to maintain a low profile. Except for the nearby families who knew a little about their strength, nobody paid much attention to the presence of another cultivation family nearby. However, not all the news from these 10 years has been good, as the rumors of the difficulty of cultivating the desolate domain bloodline in the immortal city were not false. Even though the spiritual energy density in the lower city is several times that of the desolate regions, their cultivation progress is more than 3 times slower than in the desolate regions. A Zhou family bloodline practitioner who had reached the Qi refinement completion stage was supposed to have no obstacles in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 100. However, under the suppression of the immortal city's heaven and earth, the breakthrough ultimately failed. This caused the Zhou family, who had been living peacefully for 10 years, to feel a faint shadow over their hearts, and they suspected that their situation would only get worse and worse. Although they can still cope now, what will happen to the Zhou family hundreds or thousands of years later when their members' lifespans are exhausted? At this moment, faced with this predicament, the Zhou family members did not give up. Instead, they began to let their Qi training disciples seek deist partners. After all, their low cultivation meant that their years of living in the desolate regions would be the shortest. Therefore, they had the best chance to break through bloodline suppression and not be dominated by the immortal city's heaven and earth once they combined with the city's bloodline. Under the Zhou family's careful exploration, they soon found suitable cultivation partners from smaller families in the lower city. Under the attack of spirit stone dowries, the other party quickly surrendered, and their daughters were willing to form deist partnerships with the young members of the Zhou family. Upon seeing this situation, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel surprised and wondered whether the Zhou family truly wanted to break the limit or just preserve their bloodline. It seemed as if giving birth to children was entrenched in the bones of the Zhou family disciples, whether in the mortal world, the wilderness cultivation world, or even the longevity immortal city. They never stopped having children. Even now, Liang Sheng had not seen through the mystery of why the Zhou family bloodline was so magical. He could only say that the founder of the Zhou family must have had an extraordinary origin. However, the Zhou family had always been low profile and did not cause any accidents. Therefore, Liang Sheng naturally pretended he didn't see anything and let it go. If the Zhou family bloodline could truly break through heaven and earth restrictions, it would be a good thing. Unfortunately, 1 year later, when a newborn arrived to the Zhou family, their expressions were not very good. The reason being, the heaven and earth bloodline suppression remained in place and had not changed after the Zhou family members had combined with the bloodline from the immortal city. However, in the end, Jin Guangziu stepped forth and gave them hope. Under the divine sense perception of the nascent soul masters, the suppression on the child's bloodline had thinned a bit. Although the situation was not obvious, this was the fact. This conclusion made the Zhou family disciples ecstatic. Then keep giving birth. However, at this time, Liang Sheng had no time to care about them, because he had received another summon from the left envoy without any warning signs. Liang Sheng couldn't help but secretly become more cautious. However, when he arrived at the upper city, he learned that this time the issue was related to the Church of All Beings. For the past 10 years, City Master Zhen Yuan had reversed his previous habits of closed-door cultivation. To everyone's surprise, he had not gone into secluded cultivation. Instead, he ordered the left and right envoys to strengthen the immortal city's defenses and search for traces of the Church of All Beings. At first, Liang Sheng was somewhat nervous. After all, the city lord mansion had wiped out the marginal domain marked with letter Yi as a precaution, and then strengthened defenses. The situation seemed a bit wrong. However, over the past 10 years, apart from the city master's command, the situation in the immortal city had not changed significantly. This reassured the left and right envoys and others with ulterior motives. At this time, it has to be said that the Church of All Beings had a wide range of divine powers. Their every move was as if they knew the city lord mansion's commands in advance, hiding themselves in a perfect manner over 10 years, almost as if they had disappeared. Today, the left and right envoys were suddenly summoned by the city master. Although City Master Zhen Yuan's words were very calm, the two envoys listened with cold sweat on their foreheads. As the left and right envoys, they naturally knew the city master's temper. The tone of his speech meant that he was dissatisfied with their work in recent years. Of course, they felt somewhat helpless in their hearts. After all, the Church of All Beings was akin to a mouse that simply refused to show up. What could they do about it? At this time, left envoy Qingfeng couldn't help but think of Liang Sheng. His loyal subordinate had never disappointed him, he seemed decadent but still possessed exceptional abilities at handling matters. When Liang Sheng saw left envoy Qingfeng, he still received a warm reception from him, and the left envoy even directly gifted him a cake of spirit tea. After all, this was the treasure of Dao Valley Pavilion, which was usually sold by the pot. It was unheard of for someone to receive an entire cake directly. How has your life been in the past 10 years? I heard you have been enjoying drinking wine during the day and donating to the giving bodhisattva at night. It's quite enviable. Left envoy, you're joking. As you know, I should live life to the fullest and not waste the rest of my life. You. Unable to endure any longer, left envoy Qingfeng pointed at Liang Sheng and said straight away, recently, the city master's temper hasn't been good, so my pressure has increased as well. In the past 10 years that you've been in the lower city, have you found any clues about the Church of All Beings? Don't tell me you've done nothing but indulge in pleasures all this time. As he said this, the left envoy stared closely at Liang Sheng, who didn't think too much, as he was not afraid of the left envoy at all. Let him fend for himself? Liang Sheng couldn't wish for anything better. As for whether the left envoy would kill him, there was no need to worry about that. The previous incident had already put the left envoy in a difficult position. Left envoy Qingfeng was kind-hearted to his subordinates, especially when they were loyal and worked hard. They would not be treated harshly. So, who could be more loyal than Chen Quan? That was someone who could hard-headedly go against the right envoy for the left envoy. If he were killed by the left envoy's previous image would completely collapse. However, he still needs to show loyalty since the city lord was pressuring him. If he finds no way out, he might vent his anger on others. Left envoy, rest assured, although I have no definite leads at the moment, give me a month, and I will help you relieve your worries. Good. Chen Quan, you have indeed shown loyalty to me. Since that's the case, I promise you once more, as long as you contribute again, I will give you the opportunity in 90 years. Although you gained nothing during the last attempt, I can let you try a few more times. Maybe after a few hundred years, you might get the opportunity and soar into the sky with a single step, and achieving divinity transformation wouldn't be impossible. Hearing this, Liang Sheng's eyes brightened involuntarily. Heaven and earth spine. In these 10 years, Liang Sheng's cultivation progress was slow. After all, he had reached the late nascent soul stage of refining qi to divinity transformation, and taking another step forward was extremely difficult. But with the heaven and earth spine, things would be different. At that time, he could break through the divinity transformation stage, and even have the power to fight the city master Zhen Yuan. If only he had known about this advantage earlier, he wouldn't have said such nice things and directly provided a lead. The current situation was no longer suitable for revealing the truth after all. Or would he tell his story that he wouldn't speak unless there was a benefit? Liang Sheng couldn't help but complain in his heart. It seems he still had to pretend to investigate for a while before reporting the situation. Wasn't this a waste of time? Straightening out his feelings, Liang Sheng took his leave with an expression of wanting to share the left envoy's burden. Understood. I will depart now, hoping to find the clues from the Church of All Beings as soon as possible, so that you will no longer be troubled. Begone. When Liang Sheng left, the left envoy's smile disappeared immediately, and his face became somewhat grim. The pressure of these 10 years had made him somewhat exhausted. He didn't know what was wrong with City Master Zhen Yuan. Why was he so urgent in these 10 years, even giving off a subtle sense of oppression? However, City Master Zhen Yuan was far from the end of his lifespan, so why should he be anxious? At this time, not only was the left envoy troubled, but right envoy Minjiao was also venting his anger at the inspector's office. Trash, you are all trash. If you can't find the traces of the Church of All Beings, all of you shall go to the lower city. This subordinate is incompetent. Get out, get out, get out. At this moment, the atmosphere above Immortal City was extraordinarily subtle. The lower city. After returning to his manor from the left envoy mansion, Liang Sheng was extremely relaxed. After all, at this time, how could the practitioners of the Church of All Beings in the lower city hide from him? Naturally, if Liang Sheng was like City Master Zhen Yuan, who came to the lower city to investigate at this time, he would also have gained nothing. But as luck would have it, Liang Sheng had already implanted breath seeds in the practitioners of the Church of All Beings when they were active. As a result, the movements of the Church of All Beings could hardly escape his perception. And because of this, he couldn't help but admire the practitioners' ability to conceal themselves. This was definitely the most formidable means of concealment Liang Sheng had ever encountered, other than himself. No wonder the Church of All Beings could survive under the immortal city lord of Yuan Town with such skill. Liang Sheng didn't act immediately but continued to relax. After all, what does the left envoy's urgency have to do with him? As for the heaven and earth spine, whether or not it is a pie drawn by the left envoy, wouldn't it only be revealed after waiting for another 90 years? So what's the hurry? Liang Sheng had no sense of urgency and was in a great mood. Everything looked pleasing to the eye, and as a result of hearing about the heaven and earth spine, he considered that today could be counted as a good news day. With such joy, he should take care of giving bodhisattva, for they were all pitiful people. How could he not comfort them? While Liang Sheng was loafing around, City Master Zhen Yuan was still feeling somewhat uneasy at this moment. He didn't know why, but as time passed, he felt that the fate calamity was getting closer and closer to him. Moreover, his teacher in the Immortal Dynasty had specially written to him yesterday, advising him to pay more attention to the situation within Longevity Immortal City. According to his teacher's calculations, the calamity he would encounter was most likely a human tribulation, which was a blessing amidst misfortune. In the 30,000 tribulation, there are divisions among sky, earth, and man tribulations, and the tribulation number of each person varies depending on their own fortune. Heavenly tribulation enforcer, 1 in 10,000. Earth robber, 1 in 1,000. Human tribulation carrier, 1 in 100. Among the tribulations of fate, the human tribulation is the simplest. Once it has passed, it would be smooth sailing, because with the support of the Immortal Dynasty, the City Master of Immortal City who transcends the tribulations of fate can directly carry out closed-door cultivation in the land of Heavenly Spine until they break through, or until their lifespan is exhausted, and their body and deo die. Moreover, after breaking through, that would be the true step to immortality. After all, breaking through divinity transformation adds 10,000 years, and achieving soul emergence adds 2,000 years. But breaking through the illusion realm adds 100,000 years to the lifespan. This is the true path to immortality, enjoying eternal celestial blessings. At this moment, the City Master Zhen Yuan's mind flashed through the information about human tribulation. He was very likely to perish because of a certain person. However, among the Longevity Immortal City, only the Church of All Beings could make him feel the danger of human tribulation. That's why the pressure on the Internal and External Affairs Bureau managed by the left and right envoys of Immortal City was so great at this time. He must capture the Church of All Beings as soon as possible and eliminate all the dangerous signs before the tribulation aura condenses. As for why City Master Zhen Yuan didn't take matters into his own hands, it was because, at this moment, he could only try to conceal his aura as much as possible to delay the arrival of the tribulation aura. In this way, he could also have more time to prepare. If he could survive the fate calamity, whether he could make a breakthrough or not, he would still have a chance to reincarnate in the future. However, if he were to fall during the fate calamity, he would die, and his existence would vanish from the world. But neither the Foreign Affairs Mansion under the left envoy Qingfeng nor the Internal Affairs Office under the right envoy Minjiu had any good news over so many years. Moreover, the previously active Church of All Beings, which had been active before he closed himself in cultivation, seemed to have completely evaporated from the mortal world now. There had been no news at all. The more worried the situation made him, the more likely this human tribulation crisis would be. Otherwise, how could the Church of All Beings hide so thoroughly? He had only blamed himself earlier for thinking that his fate calamity would not come so soon, thus, during his closed-door cultivation, he did not pay much attention to the Church of All Beings, these rats. Because according to the cultivator's nature, as long as they sensed anything that could pose a danger to them in the future, they would utterly destroy it. However, the City Master Zhen Yuan hadn't seized the opportunity, and now, he was sure that this was his human tribulation, otherwise, why would he have overlooked them so much? This was the result of heaven and earth's intervention, and his fate calamity had been there all along, he just hadn't noticed it. However, due to the fear of leaking his qi and causing an early disaster, City Master Zhen Yuan did not dare to divulge his divine sense too much at this time. He could now only rely on the left and right envoys to quickly find traces of the Church of All Beings. If it really didn't work out, City Master Zhen Yuan might only have one last path to follow. However, if it were to happen, the result would not be much different from his fall. He hoped he wouldn't have to use such a method. At this moment, City Master Zhen Yuan was hidden in the place where he had previously closed the door for cultivation. With a thought, Manager Su Jintian soon appeared in front of him. City Lord, what are your orders? You go and urge clear wind and bright moon. If there is no news from the Church of All Beings, they should consider stepping down from their posts. Yes. When left and right envoys Qingfeng and Minjiao learned of City Master Zhen Yuan's order from Old Su, their faces turned extremely ugly. The left and right envoys directly took action themselves and each led the Internal and External Affairs Bureau in the upper city to search for traces of the Church of All Beings. As for the lower city, Qingfeng could only pray that Chen Quan would achieve results soon, so as not to embarrass him. Just when they were somewhat helpless, Chen Quan's information arrived late, but upon seeing the content clearly, Qingfeng couldn't help but stand up excitedly. Well done! At this time, Left Envoy Qingfeng did not hesitate at all, summoning people from the cleaning department and then directly going to the lower city of Immortal City. Minjiao also received the news and did not hesitate, immediately taking her people and following. City Master Zhen Yuan soon learned of Qingfeng's report, and his heart slightly relaxed. Just by catching one member of the Church of All Beings, they could get to the root of it. At this time, Old Su did not show any expression, however, as he looked towards the lower city, a trace of worry flashed across his face. Lower city. When Left Envoy Qingfeng personally led people to the lower city, Liang Sheng was also frightened. Liang Sheng was still enjoying some delicious food at the time, but even so, he had to hurriedly pay the bill and leave. However, this time he was not eating wontons, but old Yang was still secretly monitoring Liang Sheng from a nearby shop. At this time, seeing Liang Sheng leave, he did not recognize the seriousness of the situation and simply recorded Liang Sheng's daily activities. After Qingfeng gathered with the cleaning department personnel and Liang Sheng, he didn't stop and directly asked Liang Sheng to lead the way. Chen Quan, are all the people still there? After receiving Liang Sheng's affirmative answer, Left Envoy instructed his subordinates, remember, this time I want to go all out. If you encounter any Church of All Beings traitors, you must act swiftly. But I only want live captives this time. If you don't leave any behind, you can imagine the consequences. Because of the immense pressure on him, Left Envoy Qingfeng was not content to merely destroy an insignificant Church of All Beings stronghold. He wanted a hen that could lay eggs, thus, they set off mightily but concealed their qi before proceeding, and the masters of the lower city knew nothing about it. The same was true for the Zhou family. Even Jin Guangzhou, who was a nascent soul true monarch, did not sense the qi of the cleaning department in the lower city. Liang Sheng led the way in front, and soon after, they all stopped in front of a courtyard. Everyone held their breath involuntarily, waiting for orders. Then, the Left Envoy gave an order, and the cleaning department instantly encircled several miles around. The cleaning department's commanders had just wanted to take action, but didn't expect Qingfeng to instantly disappear and directly attack. Huh? The Left Envoy actually took action himself? The situation alarmed everyone present, who then immediately reacted and followed. This place was originally a small stronghold of the Church of All Beings, with a low cultivation base. They were usually only responsible for trivial matters, and even the highest cultivation level among them was a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Therefore, since Qingfeng was personally taking action, the Church of All Beings practitioners did not react in time and were directly suppressed by Qingfeng's divine sense. Soul Control Technique. Qingfeng Left Envoy applied the soul control technique at this time to avoid any night-long dreams. After extracting their memories, he did not hesitate any further. Come with me. As soon as Liang Sheng saw this situation, he immediately realized that he had underestimated Qingfeng's determination. The other party was indeed desperate for merit. He originally thought that Qingfeng would take the members of the Church of All Living Beings back to the upper city for questioning, but he didn't expect that he would act so directly this time. And the church members of the Church of All Living Beings who were just controlled by the Left Envoy had now become idiots. Left Envoy waved his hand, and they instantly vanished into thin air. Not far away. Bright Moon couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw this. Judging by Left Envoy's reaction, it was clear that they had indeed found the traces of the Church of All Living Beings. With this thought in mind, Bright Moon hurriedly led his men to follow. However, because of his eagerness, he exposed his own qi, allowing Qing Feng to discover the tale behind him. Deist friend Bright Moon, why are you in the lower city too? At this moment, since Bright Moon found that he had exposed himself, he didn't bother hiding any longer and directly appeared in front of Qing Feng with his subordinates. Why pretend, deist friend Qing Feng? I had no choice. The pressure has been too great lately, so I have no choice but to follow behind you. After all, I have nothing but incompetence under my command, and there has not been a single useful piece of information for so long. Since that is the case, I have no choice but to follow you. Upon hearing these words, Qing Feng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. For the other party to be so shameless just showed that they were really desperate. If he didn't act tactfully, the other party would probably flip the table. So the left envoy didn't say anything, as it was not easy for him to acquire clues. Now was not the time to quarrel with Bright Moon. Overall, the pressure exerted by the city master Zhen Yuan on them was too great at the moment, so they couldn't afford to have conflicts among themselves. They had to deal with the Church of All Living Beings first. If they didn't, the other party would definitely tear them apart, and neither of them would have a good time. Their movements, however, had given the Church of All Living Beings time to make arrangements. The elder of the Church of All Living Beings was still hiding at the concealed location and suddenly received a secret message. After reading it, he was instantly shocked. He didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately stood up. He frantically sent messages to his subordinates, ordering them to move immediately. Now that Clear Wind and Bright Moon had joined forces, and given that Bright Moon had previously leaked out his qi, he immediately saw the location of Clear Wind and Bright Moon. Although he acted quickly and sent messages to all Church of All Living Beings practitioners in the lower city to move, this would take time. With this in mind, he didn't hesitate for a moment. After making preparations for his demise, he headed straight towards the direction of the left and right envoy. Hi! At this moment, the left and right envoys, who had just reached a preliminary agreement, suddenly looked towards the west. Their subordinates reacted immediately and stood in front of them. Get out of the way! However, Qing Feng merely smirked and blasted his own subordinates away, glancing at Bright Moon out of the comber of his eye. The person coming was a big fish, and he couldn't let Bright Moon get an advantage. As for why he was sure that the other party was a big fish, it was because the other party's qi was actually at the nascent soul late-stage cultivation level. Since the other party appeared so openly and upright, it was obvious that they were trying to prevent him from continuing the investigation and buy time for others. Chen Quan, bring people to Mao Family Lane. If anyone wants to escape, use the soul control technique immediately and don't let anyone out. Yes. Liang Sheng was stunned for a moment, and then, without hesitating, he called Huang Qiang and others to turn around and leave. However, he still secretly paid attention to the movements here with his divine sense. He had a premonition that the next situation would be beyond imagination, and he would not allow himself to miss the upcoming performance. At this moment, the left and right envoys ordered their remaining subordinates, all of you, don't take action. I'll handle everything. Now, Qing Feng had already thought about how to capture the other person and interrogate them with the technique of soul control. After obtaining all the information known to the other party, he would immediately stir up trouble in the lower city. After all, the other party was a late-stage nascent soul stage true monarch and must be in the top echelon of the Church of All Living Beings. He just wanted to capture the other party alive and extract more information. While Liang Sheng's divine sense was hidden from the left and right envoy's awareness, he felt something was wrong. Of course, this was not dangerous for him, but it was definitely dangerous for others. It seemed that the Church of All Living Beings also had some hidden means. Otherwise, how could a mere late-stage nascent soul stage true monarch make Liang Sheng feel this way under the watchful eyes of the left and right envoy? The series of events had taken place in just a moment. The left and right envoys were now ready and would immediately take action the moment the other party appeared in front of them and then use the soul control technique. At this moment, the figure of the Church of All Living Beings elder had already appeared in front of them. The smiles on the faces of the left and right envoy did not fade, but their faces suddenly changed. Not good. Retreat. That was because the body of the elder of the Church of All Living Beings suddenly expanded dramatically, and in an instant, turned into a huge monster. His body had now become tens of feet in size, his head resembling a lizard, yet covered with hundreds of eyes. A beast-headed human body. Could it be that the other party is a demonic beast demon saint? No, the other party is a human. At this moment, Liang Sheng sensed this situation and was a little frightened in his heart, but the other party's aura was not that of demonic beasts. Instead, the other person's aura was somewhat similar to the strange aura that appeared in Liang Sheng's body when he refined the nascent soul pill in the past. It was the same special aura that had allowed Yu Longzi to recondense his nascent soul after breaking through the nascent soul mastery stage and failing due to the consumption of the nascent soul pill. What was going on? Why was the other party's aura so similar to his own when he absorbed the nascent soul pill at a lower realm after cultivating ancient techniques? What was going on? But Liang Sheng had no time to think about this now, as the left and right envoy were quickly retreating alongside their subordinates. However, how could their speed compare to that of the left and right envoy? It was at this moment that a loud explosion resonated throughout the lower city. The elder of the Church of All Living Beings, who had transformed into a lizard-like monster, had suddenly self-destructed. Immortal City, Upper City. When the elder of the Church of All Living Beings self-destructed, City Lord Zhen Yuan violently opened his eyes, showing a rare astonished and frightened expression on his face. Desolate Aura. Chapter 162, Obtaining the Heaven and Earth Spine. Again, people from the East Victory Immortal Dynasty arrive. Immortal City. City Lord Mansion. The appearance of the desolate aura in the lower city made City Lord Zhen Yuan's face extremely unsightly, as it was completely beyond his expectations. He had always known that the Church of All Beings was his fate calamity, but he never thought that an operation to track down the church would actually involve the desolate regions. What is the desolation? It is the first prohibition in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Encountering the desolation means killing without mercy. But after the initial shock, he thought about it and felt that it might not be a bad thing for himself right now. Thus, he temporarily ignored the sudden situation in the lower city, and urgently took out a highly confidential communication jade slip, reporting the whole incident in detail to his teacher. In reality, the sudden self-destruction of the Church of All Beings traitor did not affect much, at most causing more deaths in the lower city. However, it also gave City Lord Zhen Yuan a chance to survive the fate calamity, since this was the desolation, not just a simple desolate aura. Desolation is the common enemy of everyone in the Immortal Dynasty. Maybe this time, he could borrow the power of the Immortal Dynasty to completely eradicate the Church of All Beings from the longevity Immortal City. In this way, maybe he could successfully overcome his human tribulation. Unexpectedly, considering his own situation, this bad news turned out to be good news for him in the end. It seems that heaven and earth favor me, and good fortune is with me. After sending the message, his heart settled down for some reason, and at this moment, he even had the leisure to watch the developments in the lower city. Clear wind and bright moon are quite capable, perhaps I was a bit too harsh on them before. Since that's the case, it seems I have to compensate them. Right, I heard that Qing Feng tried to bring benefits for his subordinates last time, so he let someone named Chen Quan into the spiritual veins of the Immortal Dynasty. Since that's the case, my teacher had specifically applied to the Immortal Dynasty to help me deal with the fate calamity by opening a passage for the longevity Immortal City, allowing entry twice. Because the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual veins can counteract part of the power of the heaven and earth fate calamity. Although the effect is average and doesn't affect the overall situation, it's my teacher's heartfelt intention. Since I'm facing human tribulation now and the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual veins are useless, moreover, how many people can truly absorb the heaven and earth spine by being in the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual veins? Thinking of this, City Master Zhen Yuan's expression became resolute. I'll award them with this passage quota as a way to make up for my previous harsh treatment of them, since the longevity Immortal City still needs them. Lower City. At this moment, Qing Feng and Minjiao were unaware of City Lord Zhen Yuan's decision, and they were taken aback by the sudden transformation and self-destruction of the Elder of the Church of All Beings. The transformation into desolation was indeed a shocking blow, but left and right envoys Qing Feng and Minjiao were divinity transformation spiritualists, and they calmly retreated in the face of such self-destruction, not suffering any injuries at all. Moreover, they even had the strength to bring their subordinates out of the range of the explosion. Other than a few unlucky ones who were directly injured by the aftermath of the explosion, there wasn't much loss. Fortunately, it was an attack in mid-air, not affecting the ground, otherwise, the area within a few hundred miles radius would have become ruins. Damn it! At this moment, left envoy's heart filled with anger. He had finally found a clue, but he didn't expect the end result to be like this. However, in his heart, he actually felt somewhat frightened. He didn't expect the remnants of the Church of All Beings to be able to transform into desolation. Desolation was the most terrifying existence in the legend of the Immortal City, otherwise, why would a mere marginal domain marked with the letter Yi be destroyed due to the mere suspicion of the presence of desolate aura? At the moment, the place where the Elder of the Church of All Beings self-destruct still had spiritual energy turbulence, and it had not stopped. Even heaven and earth had some changes. But it seemed that because the Elder of the Church of All Beings self-destruct and didn't leave anything behind, heaven and earth could not lock onto the Qi, which gradually calmed down, leaving only the region where the spiritual energy turbulence was still somewhat oppressive. Seeing this, left and right envoys didn't hesitate much, and directly expelled the volatile spiritual energy in this area. If remnants of the desolate aura were left behind, it would not be a good thing. In fact, it was just that the incident happened suddenly, otherwise, with the cultivation level of left and right envoys, they would not have let the other party's plan succeed. It was just a late-stage nascent soul stage true monarch. After all, how could it be possible to get close to them? Unfortunately, in the end, there was still an accident. Left envoy's face was extremely ugly, but luckily, he reacted quickly, hoping that Chen Quan could bring good news to him. Thinking of Chen Quan, there was movement below at this time, but the left envoy's face immediately darkened and looked extremely ugly. Chen Quan returned safely with the members of the cleaning department, but they were carrying a few lifeless bodies, already dead. Without having to ask, the left envoy understood what had happened. It must have been the shocking self-destruction earlier that gave the practitioners of the Church of All Beings time to react. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so decisive, committing suicide without even resisting, showing no hesitation at all. Seeing the situation, left envoy Qingfeng could no longer hold back his angry emotions. He originally thought that today he could follow the vine to find the base of the Church of All Beings and make great contributions, but he didn't expect it to end like this. At this moment, the atmosphere here was extremely oppressive, and even the right envoy Minjiu, who always opposed the left envoy, had a very ugly expression at this time. The Church of All Beings was actually able to turn things around in a situation where both left and right envoys were attacking at the same time, which was simply a slap in their faces. The authority of the city lord mansion had been greatly challenged this time, and for a short while, naturally, no one was speaking, making the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Liang Sheng, seeing this situation, also remained silent. He actually just wanted to expose some of the Church of All Beings' secrets, not expecting the other party to be so unyielding. The death of the Elder of the Church of All Beings was indeed somewhat unexpected for him. He even admired the other party in his heart. What kind of faith would make them act like this, guarding the safety of the Church of All Beings with their lives and deaths? At this time, the Elder of the Church of All Beings was the biggest leader in the lower city, but now he easily went to his death, dying as if he had no value at all. Because the information Liang Sheng provided this time actually wouldn't affect the Church of All Beings much, at most killing more than 100 peripheral members. After all, Liang Sheng's goal this time was just to complete the mission, not wanting the Church of All Beings to suffer too much loss. Once in control of the secular world, he had already understood that as long as the Church of All Beings existed for one day, Immortal City would be safer for him. Chaos, for someone like him on the outside, was the best environment for fishing in murky waters, but now the sudden death of the Elder of the Church of All Beings left him somewhat helpless. At this moment Liang Sheng admired them in his heart. If he were in their shoes, he couldn't have done as they did, but that didn't prevent him from respecting such people. Alright, since things have reached this point, I'll take my soldiers from the Internal Affairs office and leave first. I won't bother you any longer, friend. Qingfeng. No need, let's go back together. Hi. Bright Moon really hadn't expected Qingfeng to make such a decision. At this time, Bright Moon didn't say much to Liang Sheng but directly withdrew her team and returned to the upper city. Because her thinking was simple, if things went wrong, she couldn't let Bright Moon go back alone, who knows what she would report to the city lord about this matter. Sometimes the first impression could lead to death without a grave, as the left envoy who had been fighting with Bright Moon for so long, how could he make such a mistake at this time? Even enraged, the left envoy did not lose his sanity. In fact, this time Bright Moon really didn't plan to complain. It was because this incident with the Church of All Beings left him deeply shocked, and with the unpredictable mood of the city lord, having one more person to share the burden would reduce the risk. Otherwise, if he were left alone, what would he do in the future? He would not be so foolish as to dig his own grave. Since the two decided to return to the upper city together, they looked at each other and immediately understood each other's intentions. They then jointly met the city lord and reported the matter. At this moment, they were prepared to be scolded, but they didn't expect that when they met the city lord this time, he wasn't as angry as before and was extremely calm. This situation was completely different from the city lord's state in previous years. It was like a heaven and earth difference. It was like the wise and martial city lord of the past, dealing with things without fear, had returned once again. What happened? The following situation made the left and right envoys even more confused. After they finished reporting, the city lord didn't get angry, he even reassured them that it wasn't their fault. Moreover, not only were they not punished this time, but they were also rewarded. City Master Zhen Yuan told them to be ready and could enter the Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins at any time. Weren't there still 90 years left? Why could they enter the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual vein tributary again and try to absorb heaven and earth's spine before the 100-year interval? What on earth happened? When they left the city lord mansion, both of them felt a bit dizzy and doubtful, wondering if they had experienced an illusion. What is going on? According to the previous situation, it would be impossible for them to pass if the city lord didn't scold them after the failure of this operation. The left and right envoys looked at each other after leaving the city lord mansion and could hardly believe what had just happened. What was going on? Lower city. After the left and right envoys left, Liang Sheng observed the situation in the upper city closely. However, nothing dramatic happened in the upper city, it became calm instead, which made Liang Sheng feel a little strange. He thought that the upper city would initiate a significant operation due to the inefficient action this time, and he was prepared to deal with the left envoy. Who would have known that upper city was peaceful today, as if the previous operation to capture the Church of All Beings was just an exercise? There was a mutated desolation. With the memory of Chen Quan and the situation of today, Liang Sheng, of course, knew how emergency it was for the elder of the Church of All Beings to transform into desolation. Obviously, he could also confirm that the reason for the initial investigation of the desolate wilderness aura by the immortal city was the unique qi generated after Liang Sheng practiced the ancient techniques. However, the elder of the Church of All Beings was different. His qi was similar but not the same, not pure ancient cultivation qi. The body of the mutation resembled that of a demonic beast, which also puzzled Liang Sheng, wondering what other secrets the Church of All Beings had. There was no answer for the time being and Liang Sheng needed to find it slowly. But time was on Liang Sheng's side and one day, he would find the truth. Just as Liang Sheng was closely following the movement in the upper city, he suddenly received a message of praise from the left envoy, asking him to visit Immortal City 3 days later. It meant he had prepared something good and would definitely satisfy Liang Sheng. However, Liang Sheng wasn't concerned, but instead, he noticed something strange. Previously, the left envoy, who was nervous, shouldn't have been even more depressed after the failure of this operation, right? Why was he so calm and even a little excited? Things were confused. At this moment, Liang Sheng was a bit disoriented, wondering why the situation was so strange, almost making him unsure of what to do next. Seeing his thoughts in disarray, Liang Sheng quickly calmed himself down, stopped having chaotic thoughts. However, the unexpected gain from the Church of All Beings this time made him wonder what to expect from the left envoy's preparation, making it seem as if he would definitely be satisfied. At this moment, the lower city was undoubtedly affected by the self-destruction of the elder of the Church of All Beings. Not to mention the church members had gone into complete hibernation, even people like Jin Guangziu had become more cautious in the lower city. Other than necessary circumstances, they hardly went out anymore. Seeing this, Liang Sheng nodded his head, it seemed that they could feel the pressure. After all, the power of the elder of the Church of All Beings' self-destruction was comparable to the divinity transformation stage, with his cultivation level at the late-stage nascent soul. In front of him, Jin Guangziu's cultivation was like an insignificant ant. Fortunately, under the protection of seeking fortune and avoiding evil, the Zhou family young members didn't feel any danger. They hadn't lost their composure and continued living cautiously in the lower city. However, Liang Sheng's life remained the same. The next day, he appeared at old Yang's wonton stall, which might be the only remaining spy of the Church of All Beings. Old Yang seemed unaffected. Liang Sheng reasoned that Old Yang might have received different orders, and he could even feel the other party's hatred for Chen Quan. However, the other party carefully concealed this thought, treating Liang Sheng warmly without showing any abnormalities. Liang Sheng couldn't help but admire them in secret. The Church of All Beings organization was just too well hidden. If not, they would have been wiped out by the City Lord Mansion long ago, and wouldn't have been able to develop to this extent. Apart from Old Yang, all the other Church of All Beings members hiding in the lower city had completely gone into hibernation as if they were waiting for the right moment. However, it was strange that the City Lord Mansion in the upper city suddenly had become quiet as well, catching many people off guard. But Liang Sheng guessed that this calmness was actually the calm before the storm. The more tranquil it was, the bigger the upcoming event would be. However, he was not too worried, as long as the city master Zhen Yuan did not go insane, his safety was completely guaranteed. Another peaceful day passed. At this moment, Liang Sheng was in the Yaoxiang pavilion, helping those unfortunate people. But just then, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards a direction in the lower city with some surprise. The Church of All Beings was indeed powerful. They quickly dispatched another late-stage nascent soul elder. There were many masters in the immortal city, but the vast territory made them stand out. A single nascent soul master was considered a higher being. Easily dispatching a late-stage nascent soul elder, one could only say how powerful the Church of All Beings truly was. In fact, if there was no other situation, Liang Sheng wouldn't care. He had been monitoring the other party while they were unaware of being exposed to Liang Sheng's eyes. As long as they had nothing to do with each other and everyone lived peacefully, it would benefit all. But this time, the new elder of the Church of All Beings was an old acquaintance of Chen Quan. The patriarch of the Li family in the upper city, Li Qixiu. A late-stage nascent soul stage true monarch. Moreover, the Li family still had a middle-stage nascent soul brother named Li Kaiming, who was working in the cleaning department and was a colleague of Chen Quan. It seemed that the power of the Church of All Beings far exceeded what Liang Sheng had previously thought. Even the Li family was part of the force of the Church of All Beings. The truth was simply unbelievable. After all, there were very few families in the upper city that could surpass the Li family in terms of strength. Li Qixiu had a promising future. Being an elder of the Church of All Beings was completely beyond Liang Sheng's expectations. Liang Sheng couldn't understand why they were doing this. They enjoyed the treatment of higher beings, weren't they deliberately destroying themselves? But regardless, Liang Sheng didn't worry, as long as he didn't face powerful beings like City Master Zhen Yuan, he wouldn't care about anything. However, after seeing Li Qixiu arrange for the Church of All Beings to continue laying low, Liang Sheng noticed that the other party's divine sense was placed on Chen family manor. They wanted to monitor him personally. It seemed that the death of the previous elder of the Church of All Beings had caught their attention. However, this situation didn't matter. As long as they didn't take action directly, otherwise, Liang Sheng's expression darkened, he'd have no choice but to send them to paradise. Early the next morning. Old Yang's wonton shop. As usual, Liang Sheng went to the shop and after finishing his wontons, he strolled back. At this time, his daily routine hadn't changed at all. But he knew that at this very moment, there was someone constantly watching him from 100 miles away. Sigh. Li Qixiu, let's see how long you can keep an eye on me. Liang Sheng was in a good mood, because under his auspicious ability to avoid evil, he felt that his current situation was described in 4 words. Great fortune omen. This left him scratching his head, wondering what kind of happy event was waiting for him since he couldn't think of any surprises that could bring him such a great fortune omen. At this moment, Liang Sheng's footsteps suddenly stopped. After reading the content of the message, his eyes were slightly puzzled. The left envoy hadn't mentioned the pleasantries previously. He had said it would be 3 days, and now he suddenly had to go to the upper city again. With a vague explanation, what surprise was waiting for him? Immortal City. At this moment, Liang Sheng stood in front of the City Lord Mansion once again. His mind was buzzing, surrounded by an enormous surprise. Heaven and earth spine. At first, he thought that the left envoy was just painting him a big pie in the sky, and he'd have to wait 90 years to know the truth. Was this a pie, or true fate? However, in just a few days, the big pie turned into reality. The surprise came so fast, it was truly a great fortune omen. If he had known this before, he wouldn't have given a clue related to an outer organization of the Church of All Beings. He would have given the location of a Dharma protector of the All Beings sect to the left envoy instead. Regardless, Liang Sheng felt delighted, but he also thought of the left envoy's intention. It was not just to fulfill the promise but also to win his loyalty. Even when they were idle and waiting for death, the left envoy still had absolute trust in them. It could only be said that the left envoy was generous and magnanimous, a good master. He believed that once people paid attention to the current situation and the sincere messages from the left envoy regarding his subordinates, the news would soon spread throughout the whole immortal city. At this moment, the right envoy also appeared in his field of vision. The left envoy couldn't help but snort coldly. What a lucky fellow, reaping benefits from his actions. It turns out that the city lord Zhen Yuan had been in a particularly good mood these days. Although hidden in closed-door cultivation, he still met with the left and right envoys to arrange the city defense of the immortal city. He had a clear understanding of the Church of All Beings. It was not only a problem for the immortal city but also his personal tribulation. If this was the case, he had to kill them without mercy. Given that the actions of the left envoy had previously exposed the details of the Church of All Beings in the wilderness, it also gave him a chance to survive the tribulation, and thankfully, he was not stingy with his rewards. However, the left and right envoys were his wings, so he couldn't favor one at the expense of the other. Therefore, the opportunity to enter the immortal dynasty's spiritual vein tributary was also given to the right envoy. As such, the left envoy couldn't help but grumble that the other party was benefiting from their efforts. What also left the left envoy Qingfeng speechless was the fact that the other party brought along a subordinate, Xu Yong, the commander from the inspector's office. Were they trying to steal their thunder? The right envoy stared back at the left envoy unflinchingly. Liang Sheng and Xu Yong obviously kept their heads down, pretending to see nothing. Facing the provocative eyes of the right envoy, the left envoy ultimately did not lose his temper. This was the city lord mansion after all, how could he act recklessly? Friend Qingfeng, I didn't expect you to allow your subordinate to have a try and see if he can get an opportunity. It's just that my subordinate, Chen Quan, isn't that capable. He was kicked out shortly after stepping in last time. Of course, I don't judge my subordinates by their talents. As long as they are loyal, even if they don't have enough luck, I will give them an opportunity, showing them that I am their greatest good fortune. Hearing this, Minjiu narrowed his eyes. This cunning left envoy took the opportunity to play the perfect superior when he noticed that Minjiu brought a subordinate as well. Chen Quan is a living advertisement. The last time he entered the heaven and earth spine, he went directly upstream, so he didn't know how Chen Quan was doing. When he came out, he found out that Chen Quan was lacking in luck, his attributes weren't compatible, and he was kicked out as soon as he entered. Yet, the left envoy was willing to give him another chance under these circumstances. If this wasn't a wise leader, then what was? Under these circumstances, he had again been outperformed. Damn it! Just when Minjiu was feeling disgruntled, the city lord's major steward, Su Jintian, came out, making him shut his mouth immediately. While they, the left and right envoys, were indeed the trusted people of the city lord, old Su was the personal steward of the city lord who, although not seeming to care about any official business, was someone they couldn't afford to offend. They, as the left and right envoys, could have internal struggles, but they'd never cross the line with old Su, because he was someone who hid his power, and you couldn't risk offending him. Both of you are giving this opportunity to your subordinates. Su Jintian looked at Xu Yong and Liang Sheng, who were standing next to the left and right envoys. His question confirmed their intent. The left and right envoys nodded. Although they could benefit each time, acquiring a tiny bit of the heaven and earth spine, for them who had reached the divinity transformation realm, it was simply a drop in the bucket. If so, it was better to use it to win people's hearts. After all, with the city lord returning to normal, they naturally had to consider their own power. Both work and power struggles needed people. Having received their confirmation, Su Jintian nodded without saying another word. He directly asked Xu Yong and Liang Sheng to follow him to the backyard of the city lord mansion. Seeing their figures disappearing from his sight, the left envoy suddenly turned his head and asked, "Does the inspector's office have any leads on the Church of All Beings now?" The right envoy shook his head. If there was any clue, why would he have followed the left envoy instead of making his own move? The left envoy smirked at this moment and said meaningfully, "If that's the case, it seems that Commander Su has some significant contribution." Otherwise, you wouldn't have cared for him so much, friend Qingfeng. Huh? Upon hearing this, the right envoy Minjiao was taken aback and couldn't help feeling annoyed. This was a mockery of him, suggesting that he was showing favoritism and not rewarding based on merit. For the past few years, the inspector's office had indeed not brought any good news, but the left envoy's comment suggested that he was showing favoritism, neglecting merit. His heart was as black as coal. The right envoy couldn't help but curse under his breath, "Friend Qingfeng, you don't need to worry about this. Better think about the task the city lord has entrusted to us. Otherwise, none of us will have a good end." Just when the left envoy was about to respond, they both suddenly turned to look at the backyard of the city lord mansion, each with an expression like constipation. "What's going on?" Immediately thereafter, Xu Yong and Liang Sheng appeared before them following Su Jintian, and in their confusion, the left and right envoys questioned directly. "Steward Su, what's this about?" Xu Yong looked embarrassed, having trouble speaking, while Chen Quan maintained his indifferent expression as if none of this had anything to do with him. "Nothing much, it's just that both of your subordinates were kicked out as soon as they entered the tributary of the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual vein." "What?" The left and right envoys gazed at each other in astonishment. How could both of them be so unlucky? At this point, the left envoy couldn't help but ask, who was kicked out first? He. Without any hesitation, Su Jintian firmly pointed at Xu Yong. Then, the left envoy suddenly burst into laughter, unable to control his laughter. "Chen Quan, who would have thought there would be someone in more trouble than you? Don't lose heart. Unlike some, as long as there is an opportunity for you to make merit, I will allow you to enter again. Doesn't it show that your experience this time was effective? You stayed longer than last time at least, haha." The right envoy was already looking unhappy from the humiliation by the left envoy earlier, and now Su Yong's performance was even worse than Chen Quan, making him more displeased. However, the left envoy didn't give him a chance to vent. "Chen Quan, come here. The right envoy just said we should complete the city lord's orders as soon as possible. So, don't waste any more time, hurry to the lower city and do your best to find clues about the Church of All Beings." "Yes." Then, the left envoy left with Liang Sheng, laughing loudly, leaving the right envoy with an ugly expression on his face, glaring at Xu Yong. "You useless fool, aren't you coming with me?" After the left and right envoys left, Su Jintian's gaze was unpredictable as he watched their departing figures, and a trace of murderous intent emerged in his heart. From the conversation just now, it's very likely that the previous exposure of the Church of All Beings in the lower city was a result of Chen Quan causing mischief. As expected, even he was fooled by Chen Quan's plan to expose himself. In this case, he had to be cautious of this Chen Quan in the lower city. If it came to a desperate situation, Chen Quan might not be allowed to stay, but of course, not now. The time wasn't right. With this in mind, Su Jintian's eyes became calm again, and his whole aura became extremely indifferent as he turned and walked towards the backyard of the city lord mansion. It's a pity that a spot in the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual vein tributary was wasted. Once the long river was closed this time, it would be another 90 years before the next opportunity. When would the people of the Immortal City have the chance to enter the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual vein tributary? Lower City. After Liang Sheng successfully humiliated the right envoy once again, the left envoy was extremely happy and wanted to keep Liang Sheng in the upper city for some time. However, Liang Sheng politely declined and returned to the lower city. Indeed, his loyalty was unshakable, and he was always thinking of sharing the worries for himself. The left envoy was touched and couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Chen Quan, it's your doing. I can assure you that as long as I am here, I am your greatest blessing. Go on, if you find any traces of the Church of All Beings again, I will directly ask the city lord for a reward. Your contributions will not be erased." "Thank you, left envoy." Afterwards, Liang Sheng successfully returned to the lower city and arrived at his own mansion. At this moment, he was enduring the discomfort in his body and let out a sigh of relief only after getting into his residence. Then, without any hesitation, he used a top-grade spirit stone to construct a concealment array, ensuring that his qi would not leak out. As soon as that was done, he began meditating and activating the primordial mysterious technique. At this moment, his upper, middle, and lower dantians were still filled with heaven and earth spine. Compared to the last time, his cultivation level was higher, so naturally, the amount of heaven and earth spine stored in his dantians was more. In fact, Xu Yong was not expelled from the spiritual veins of the immortal dynasty, but by Liang Sheng. After all, if Liang Sheng was around, how could he not be aware of his own movements? Unexpectedly, by doing this, the left envoy became even more satisfied with him, allowing him to quickly and smoothly reach the lower city. At this moment, Liang Sheng no longer thought too much. Since heaven had given him such an opportunity, how could he not seize it? Primordial mysterious technique, activating at full power. Longevity Immortal City, an unknown distance away, was like a fairyland on earth, and its superior immortal dynasty was none other than the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Solsong Capital City. There was a huge cave mansion that, if any cultivator was here, would undoubtedly exclaim that this place was a blessed land. Within the cave mansion, the spiritual energy had condensed into a liquid, forming streams flowing within, and the number of immortal plants and spiritual grasses was countless. The birds and beasts here had shining spiritual light, and it was clear that they had opened their spiritual wisdom, which was different from ordinary demonic beasts. At the highest point of the cave mansion, there was a cushion on which a person was sitting. It was none other than Ling Xiaozi, a great figure of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. At this moment, he was still in closed-door cultivation with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his heart stirred, and then he received a communication. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but after reading the content, his pupils contracted. Wilderness. He didn't expect that his junior brother Zhen Yuan's fate calamity would actually involve the wilderness, so it turned out that it was a human tribulation that he had experienced. However, according to his speculation, his junior brother's fate calamity should still be nearly 100 years away, so why had it appeared so soon? Where exactly had the mistake occurred? However, Zhen Yuan's message was clear in asking for his help and to eliminate the wilderness, which would also help him get through the fate calamity. If the wilderness really appeared in the Longevity Immortal City's Church of All Beings, his intervention would not be considered a violation of the rules. With this thought, Ling Xiaozi didn't hesitate and prepared to send someone to the Longevity Immortal City to confirm the situation first. If the situation was dire and the rank of the wilderness was indeed high, he might even intervene personally. Kaiwan, come here. Upper City. At this moment, City Lord Zhen Yuan had actually left his closed-door cultivation location in person, but his own aura was almost reduced to the lowest level, making him almost silent. By his side were two people, the left and right envoys Qingfeng and Minjiu, and behind them was the ever-silent manager Old Su. These three individuals were Zhen Yuan's closest confidants for controlling the immortal city of demonic beasts. This unusual situation made Qingfeng and Minjiu secretly take their hearts seriously. It seemed that something big had happened today, otherwise, the city lord would not be so cautious. Today, the Internal Affairs Office was empty under Minjiu's orders. So now, only City Lord Zhen Yuan, the left and right envoys, and Old Su were left, quietly guarding the area outside the teleportation array. Zhen Yuan, the City Lord, stood straight, and although the left and right envoys were puzzled, they didn't dare to speak out, so they followed Zhen Yuan with a confused expression on their faces. As for Old Su, his expression was still as calm as ever, which impressed the left and right envoys. As expected, the City Lord's manager had a more profound state of mind than themselves. Time quietly passed, and even the wind seemed to be still, leaving only the four of them standing motionless like sculptures. At this moment, the teleportation array in front of them flickered with a faint light, and City Lord Zhen Yuan's eyes brightened. It's here. An elderly man in a daoist robe, with white hair and whiskers, appeared in the teleportation array, looking unremarkable. However, at this time, Zhen Yuan was already bowing, greetings to eldest senior brother. It turned out that the person who had arrived was Kaiwan, Zhen Yuan's eldest senior brother. Upon hearing the city lord's words, the left and right envoys and Old Su behind them immediately bowed, their hearts filled with shock. They had naturally heard of City Lord Zhen Yuan's eldest senior brother. He was a commander in the Forbidden Army of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, with a cultivation level even higher than Zhen Yuan's. Why did he come? Could it be that something big happened in the Immortal City? The left and right envoys were puzzled, and Su Jintian's heart tightened even more. Chapter 163, Achieving Double Breakthrough in Health Preservation and Becoming a God, 57,000 Years of Life. Immortal City, Lower City. Chen family manor. At this moment, Liang Sheng did not know that people from the Immortal Dynasty capital city had arrived, because his mind was entirely immersed in cultivation. It's a sign of great fortune. Liang Sheng was extremely delighted when he saw the great fortune omen under the seeking fortune and avoiding evil. However, he soon calmed down and forcibly suppressed his excited emotions. Quickly, he entered a calm state of mind, and in a flash of spiritual light in his mind, he placed thousands of top-grade spirit stones and tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones around him, constructing an extremely luxurious gathering spirit array. The reason for doing this was not because of anything else, but to avoid causing too much commotion when absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world during cultivation. Afterwards, he fully activated the primordial mysterious technique in his body. At this moment, Liang Sheng's cultivation level was equivalent to the late nascent soul realm, which was much more than the heaven and earth spine he absorbed from the upper, middle and lower danshan when he first entered the City Lord Mansion's Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins. As the primordial mysterious technique circulated Zhou Tian, it was still the strength of the lower danshan that erupted like a volcanic eruption, with the heaven and earth spine stored within it directly flowing into a vast river, causing a sudden tumultuous wave of water. However, such a tremendous force was docile like a well-behaved child under the operation of the primordial mysterious technique, running peacefully within Liang Sheng's body without any accidents. As the power within him was gradually being absorbed and controlled, Liang Sheng's aura became increasingly ethereal, and at this moment, his body was wrapped in a profound and faint spiritual energy. As for Liang Sheng, aside from a tiny bit of awareness to ensure his safety, the rest of his mind was completely immersed in cultivation. Half a month passed in this cultivation, and only then was the heavenly earth spine energy in the lower danshan finally exhausted. At this time, the primordial mysterious technique in his body operated even more like a swift dragon, madly devouring the spiritual energy of the surrounding gathering spirit array. Fortunately, Liang Sheng had arranged such a setup before he began his cultivation. Otherwise, the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred miles would probably surge into Chen family manor instantly. What would happen at that time is hard to say, but one can only say that success leaves signs, and everything must be handled with caution. Especially before success, one should be more cautious. As Liang Sheng was in closed-door cultivation, a Zhou family disciple's face turned pale. It seemed that he had been targeted by someone. The Zhou family had already settled in Lower City. For safety reasons, they lived in a residence not far from Chen family manor. Most people were cultivating quietly without going out. On the other hand, some of them were responsible for the operation of the Zhou family's cultivation resources. Near the gourmet street of Chen family manor, they opened a cultivation grocery store. As the storekeeper, Zhou Ye also acted as the person in charge of the Zhou family's activities outside and communicated directly with the main residents of the Zhou family. At this time, he was organizing the shelves with cultivation resources in the store. When he saw the strange behavior of the Zhou family disciple, he immediately called him over. "You look so upset, what happened?" The young disciple of the Zhou family looked even more teary-eyed when he saw Zhou Ye's concerned expression. "Third great uncle, I think I've caused trouble." After the Zhou family and Jin Guangzia went into hiding at the main residence, most of the Zhou family's disciples could not show their faces for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. However, with so many of them, if they relied solely on Jin Guangzia's cultivation resources for their daily lives, it would be too difficult. After all, Jin Guangzia was just a guest elder of the Zhou family, not an ancestor of the Zhou family bloodline. Thus, the Zhou family disciples inherited the refining weapons abilities from Hua Tian sect as their side practice, which was considered their family's unique skill. They came up with the idea of opening a cultivation grocery store to accumulate cultivation resources. When Jin Guangzia heard about this plan, he volunteered to refine some qi refining pills so that the store would have more variety of items. As the refining pills were for qi training, they would definitely be in high demand among lower city cultivators. After all, the environment in Lower Immortal City was much more advantageous, but its cultivation methods were not as comprehensive as in the desolate regions. Although immortal law in Immortal City is quite powerful, it is mainly relevant to the upper city. In simple terms, in Upper City, various exquisite techniques and spells are unparalleled, but they are exclusive to the Upper City. For the Lower City cultivators of Immortal City to make a breakthrough in foundation establishment is a glorious thing, as it means they can enter the Upper City and cultivate even better techniques, going further on the path of cultivation. However, few cultivators can continue improving after leaping from lower city into upper city like a fish jumping over the dragon's gate. Most cultivators eventually return to the lower city with disappointment after experiencing a series of setbacks. Of course, due to their past experiences of establishing a foundation and entering upper city, they possess more immortal law skills compared to ordinary lower city families, and naturally, they are much more powerful than the cultivators born and raised in lower city. After all, the difference in perspective leads to different opportunities in cultivation, and with stronger spells, one's strength is naturally also stronger. Therefore, in the lower city of Immortal City, elaborate techniques or side cultivation skills are considered to be the heritage of a family and are the very foundation of a family's survival. In comparison with the desolate regions, the class solidification in Immortal City is even more severe. No matter whether it is the upper or lower city, their heritage is cherished as their most valuable possessions. That is why the lower city cultivators in Immortal City are so eager to go to the upper city, so they can find better resources and walk further on the path of cultivation. In order to obtain cultivation resources and avoid trouble, the Zhou family disciples were only refining ordinary lower-level magical weapons. Low-level magical weapons, ordinary qi refining pills, along with some talisman array method skills that the Zhou family disciples had practiced as a side cultivation, were now all put to use and became the source of the store's goods. These were all things that could be used for aiding cultivation. Whether it was talisman medicine or magical weapons, they were a long-term business in the lower city. Zhou family young members would carefully seek and purchase these basic materials, such as spiritual grass, talisman paper, or refining materials. During this time, they haven't had any problems. As a result, the Zhou family's shop would occasionally sell low-level magical instruments. In doing so, they indeed made a profit and acquired many spirit stones. This formed a positive cycle. In the lower city, where the majority were qi cultivating stage cultivators, the cultivation goods at the Zhou family's shop were naturally in high demand. However, the Zhou family's young members were still cautious. When they purchased materials, they would rarely make repeat appearances in one place. Thus, they hadn't encountered any problems thus far. But today, while purchasing the spiritual grass that Jin Guangziu especially designated, a Zhou family young member felt watched by someone's gaze. Upon careful investigation, he didn't find anything abnormal. In normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any problems, but under his seeking fortune and avoiding evil sense, he immediately realized that something was amiss. After listening to the story of the disciple who had been purchasing materials, Zhou Ye felt somewhat uneasy as well, because he had the same feeling. Fortunately, under his seeking fortune and avoiding evil sense, no overly worrying ominous signs had appeared. So, he cautiously instructed that particular Zhou family young member not to go out for a while. However, when the other disciples returned, Zhou Ye's face became even more somber, because they all more or less encountered the same situation. Zhou Ye immediately knew they were being watched. He ordered everyone to stay in the shop and not to move. He then returned to the back residence and directly sent a message to the Zhou residence. Fortunately, the Zhou family was still cautious this time, placing the main residence in another location, having no substantial connection with the shop. Zhou Ye, along with a group of Zhou family young members, lived and worked outside without having any contact with the main family. Zhou Ye speculated that it might be precisely because of this that he had no significant ominous signs. When the Zhou family master received the message from Zhou Ye, his heart couldn't help but clench. However, under his seeking fortune and avoiding evil ability, there weren't any major ominous signs, and only then he breathed a sigh of relief. However, this situation still needed to be treated cautiously, as in the Zhou family's history, there had been cases where calamity strikes one step at a time. For instance, during the desolate domain beast tide, had the Zhou family not been cautious and left a hidden vein, they would have long ceased to exist. Go, immediately invite Senior Jin and the guest elders. After Jin Guangziu, his disciples, and Huang Yufan arrived, the Zhou family master didn't hesitate to explain the situation in detail. After hearing the story, Jin Guangziu's group had a serious expression, as they were also worried about the current situation. After all, they were survivors of the remnants of the desolate domain and not natives of Immortal City. If the Immortal City finds out that they were of desolate domain bloodline, they wouldn't know what kind of trouble awaits them. Zhou family master, have Zhou Ye and the others stay put for now. I will secretly investigate. If there is a real problem, I'm afraid we might have to move immediately. Thank you, Senior Jin. Although most cultivators in the lower city were at the Qi cultivating stage, the recent sudden chaos in the lower city exhibited a battle strength comparable to divinity transformation stage. How could the Zhou family dare to act recklessly? After all, Jin Guangxiu and the others now knew that the lower city was also a place where hidden high-level cultivators resided. Not to mention others, the nearby Chen Quan was not someone they could handle. They didn't dare to cause trouble during this time simply because they didn't know if they would encounter any hidden high-level cultivators. Jin Guangxiu nodded at this moment, instructing Liang Sheng and the others to be careful, and it would be best to follow the arrangements of the Zhou family master. He then concealed his figure and quietly came outside Zhou Ye's shop to check the surroundings, looking for any abnormalities. It was not far from the Chen family manor, so Jin Guangxiu was very cautious in bypassing it on his way here. However, when he arrived at Zhou Ye's shop, Jin Guangxiu breathed a sigh of relief, as he didn't find any peeping individuals nearby. Therefore, Zhou Ye and the others weren't likely to have been exposed. However, Jin Guangxiu couldn't be entirely certain if it was safe. Therefore, he planned to observe the surroundings for a few more days before making a final decision. What he didn't know was that the moment he appeared, someone in the shadows saw his every move and felt excited. However, the person in the dark didn't strike right away, as they had the same idea as Jin Guangxiu. They also planned to observe for some time before making the final decision. I wonder if it might be one of my former peers from the Seeking the Truth sect? Immortal City, Upper City. This time, the arrival of senior brother Kaiwan in the Immortal Dynasty capital city made City Master Zhen Yuan involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. After all, senior brother Kaiwan had safely overcome his fate calamity, and he was a great cultivator who had reached the late-stage soul emergence cultivation level. If he could make another step, he would become a great ability in cultivating immortality. Ascending to immortality and becoming a founder wouldn't be impossible. Senior brother, I didn't expect you to come personally this time. I am truly grateful. City Master Zhen Yuan was extremely excited, while Kaiwan Child nodded and glanced at the left and right envoys and Su Jintian, nodding slightly. Divinity Transformation Realm, Zhen Yuan Junior Brother has a wealth of talent under his command. Junior Brother, you're too polite. Since our master ordered me, I will naturally help with all my strength. So, Junior Brother, you don't need to worry. However, you will have to explain the specific situation to me. There's no hurry about this matter. Since it's senior brother's first time at my longevity immortal city, I, as your junior brother, naturally have to entertain you properly. Please. After that, left and right envoys and Su Jintian accompanied Liang Sheng on both sides, respectfully welcoming the arrival of eldest senior brother Kaiwan. It was not until the banquet was over that City Master Zhen Yuan explained the previous situation one by one. So, the remnants of the all-living beings sect are to blame. After the rebellious Kaiu Chen was killed by the great emperor, some remnants still lived in various immortal cities, and even some hidden in the immortal dynasty itself. According to my master's words, the remnants of the all-living beings sect in the longevity immortal city should be connected to the rebellion of Kaiu Chen and should have been eradicated completely. So this time, Junior Brother's fate calamity is a result of the human tribulation, and it still falls on the remnants of the all-living beings sect. I don't know if it's your luck or misfortune. As soon as these words came out, Su Jintian's eyes moved slightly. At this moment, he had already found the reason for City Master Zhen Yuan's intermittent closed-door cultivation over the past 1,000 years. So that's how it is. No wonder he didn't come out of the closed-door cultivation before the calamity of destiny arrived when his lifespan hadn't weakened yet. However, when left and right envoys Clear Wind and Bright Moon heard this, they were a little confused. What is the so-called fate calamity? Since eldest senior brother Kaiwan didn't explain, they, as City Lord's subordinates, naturally didn't dare to ask at this time. As they looked at each other, they found out that Clear Wind, Bright Moon, didn't know what the fate calamity was either and immediately calmed down. Maybe this is the secret of the experts above the out-of-body realm. Since that's the case, it doesn't matter. Even though they are divinity transformation spiritualists, they have no confidence in breaking through to the out-of-body realm in their hearts. At this time, they were only in the early stage of divinity transformation, as the middle stage was still beyond their reach. How could they break through to the out-of-body realm? Kaiwan didn't care that Su Jintian and others were nearby, and City Master Zhen Yuan didn't care either, because with Kaiwan's presence, he was now reassured. As long as Kaiwan exists in the Immortal City, the situation will be controllable, because the remnants of the all-living beings sect in the city can only be the remnants of Kaiuchen. If the opponent didn't hide well, he wouldn't be able to inherit for such a long time, and he himself could eradicate the all-living beings sect completely. After understanding the situation, Kaiwan had no doubts in his heart. He told City Master Zhen Yuan to rest assured that before he went through the Fate Calamity, he would always stay by City Master Zhen Yuan's side. These words made City Master Zhen Yuan extremely excited, and he immediately expressed his gratitude. After going through the Fate Calamity, even if his life was coming to an end, there would still be a chance for reincarnation and recultivation. Eldest senior brother, if I can safely survive the Fate Calamity this time, I will not take a share of my longevity Immortal City's 1000-year income. I will give it all to senior brother as a reward for this time. Hearing these words, even Kaiwan's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't refuse at this time, but the smile on his face became more sincere. The 1000-year income of the longevity Immortal City, even for him, is a considerable cultivation resource. It's worth coming to the longevity Immortal City. At this time, the left and right envoys Qingfeng and Minjiu didn't dare to say anything. They naturally knew what the 1000-year income of the longevity Immortal City represented. It seems that for the next tribute to the Immortal Dynasty, the City Lord is ready to use his private treasury. After all, the 1000-year income has been promised, and how else could he fill this gap without using his private treasury? However, this also shows how serious the City Lord is about this matter of eldest senior brother Kaiwan's arrival. Clear wind, bright moon, from now on, you must pay attention to the movement in the Immortal City. Whether it's the upper or lower city, I need you to have everything under control. Yes. A storm is brewing. Clear wind and bright moon looked at each other and couldn't help but think of this sentence. There must be no mistakes in what's to come. Otherwise. Lower City. Due to City Master Zhen Yuan's sudden order, the confinement in Lower City became very strict, and the cleaning department directly stationed more than 10 teams in Lower City. This sudden change in the situation made Zhou Ye and others even more nervous. However, fortunately, the situation did not worsen after that. Moreover, under his ability to seek fortune and avoid evil, there was still only a faint sense of misfortune. The ominous sign didn't intensify. Therefore, his life was still the same as before, doing business in the shop as usual, and the guests coming and going didn't find anything unusual. Only the young members of the Zhou family no longer went out to search for materials. Zhou Ye now knew that Jin Guangxiu was actually protecting their safety nearby, but Jin Guangxiu had not made any moves yet, indicating two possibilities. The first possibility is that Senior Jin didn't sense any abnormalities, but the perception of the Zhou family bloodline can't be wrong. This means that the cultivation level of the person hidden is stronger than Jin Guangxiu. The second possibility is that Jin Guangxiu has already found the exception but doesn't know what to do and can only wait and see, as he doesn't have absolute confidence in success either. However, no matter the reason, Zhou Ye doesn't dare to take any rash actions right now. The sudden strict confinement in Lower City actually makes him feel a little uneasy and slightly relaxed. This situation indicates that at least the Immortal City Master's residence is not targeting him this time. Otherwise, with the strict confinement, the inauspicious premonition of his auspicious ability to avoid evil would have intensified. But where did the mistake happen that attracted attention to the actions of his shop? Just as Zhou Ye was puzzled, Liang Sheng had reached a critical moment in his cultivation. At this moment, Liang Sheng's upper, middle, and lower dantian were full of heaven and earth spine, and it had been completely consumed. Just as the heaven and earth spine was depleted, Liang Sheng's vitality within his physical body had nearly reached its peak since his travels. In the face of this burst of vitality, to maintain the balance of his physical state, Liang Sheng's health cultivation method in his body automatically operated, making a clear distinction from the primordial mysterious technique. As the health cultivation method circled around Zhou Tian, his health energy within his body was like a gluttonous feast, devouring the vitality of the heaven and earth spine. Consequently, the health cultivation method within his body instantly received feedback. Amidst the complementation of yin and yang, a faint, illusory chant like the sky and earth emerged from Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness. It seemed as if all the immortals and Buddhas had descended together, appearing within Liang Sheng's physical body, celebrating his breakthrough in health cultivation with their chanting voices. At this moment, Liang Sheng noticed his breakthrough in health cultivation method and immediately found that his data panel had changed. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 1067. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Primordial Mysterious Technique, 4th Layer, Ascending Immortality Scripture, 17th Layer, 20 Health Maintenance Methods, 24th Layer, Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique, Curse, Grand Solar Golden Crow Contemplation Method, Divine Ability. Realm, Chi Refining and Spirit Transformation, Nascent Soul Late Stage. Lifespan, 47,659. An unexpected delight. However, the next moment, Liang Sheng didn't care much about his breakthrough in health cultivation method because the sudden surge in vitality had once again nourished his physical strength. This made his entire situation, which was initially undergoing a drastic transformation, even more complicated. Under the operation of the primordial mysterious technique, his body was now emitting a faint fluorescent light, like jade. His body at this moment was like the most perfect gemstone in the world, containing explosive power akin to a prehistoric behemoth beneath his delicate skin. In this moment of physical strength explosion, his entire body and his nascent soul, combined with his physical self, experienced the sensation of tearing for the first time. If previously the primordial spirit was intangible compared to the physical body, this time the primordial spirit experienced the illusory existence of the sea of consciousness. Previously, the sea of consciousness existed in the space between the eyebrows, like a sensory existence, indescribable, and it just existed. But now, his entire primordial spirit had separated from his physical body, becoming even more illusory. The next moment, it seemed to be floating in the primordial spirit sea. At this moment, the grand solar golden crow phenomenon in the sky seemed to appear like reality, giving his primordial spirit a sense of warmth. Just then, Liang Sheng's entire body, with the surging of qi and blood in the Zhou-Tian acupoints, gradually merged into one within the fluorescent light. As this change became more uncontrollable, his entire being seemed to appear in an illusory state, unable to distinguish where his primordial spirit existed or the difference between his physical body and primordial spirit. But the next moment, things changed again. Liang Sheng's body suddenly swelled and then shrank rapidly. All the 360 acupoints around his body seemed to be summoned by Zhou-Tian. Amid the fluorescence, golden light shone. At the same time, in the direction of Immortal City, the bright sun suddenly appeared in the complete heaven star battle array amidst the sun's radiance and sparkling starlight. This situation made the entire Immortal City fall into silence in an instant, with two figures appearing in the City Lord Mansion, gazing upwards together. If not Kaiwan and City Master of Shen Yuan, who else could it be? Complete Heaven Star, immortal as bright. The once famous Complete Heaven Star battle array of Seeking Truth Remnant? How is this possible? Fortunately, the next moment, the Complete Heaven Star disappeared, as if everything was an illusion, leaving only the eternal sun suspended in the sky. Kaiwan looked at the City Master of Shen Yuan, his composure no longer as steady as before, and whispered, "Junior brother Shen Yuan, it seems that I must take action regarding your fate calamity this time." City Master Zhen Yuan was initially a little hesitant, but at this moment, upon hearing Kaiwan's words, a flash of joy passed through his eyes, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Senior brother. However, at this moment, Kaiwan didn't bother with junior brother Zhen Yuan. A bronze compass suddenly appeared in his hand, and he cast a spell directly with his hand gestures. All living beings rebel, where can you hide? City Lord Mansion. Su Jintian looked up at the sky, his heart shaking. Who on earth is this? Complete Heaven Star, why did it suddenly appear in the Longevity Immortal City? What exactly has happened? The chaos in the Immortal City had nothing to do with Liang Sheng. The moment the vision of the Complete Heaven Star disappeared above the Immortal City, there was a loud explosion in Liang Sheng's space between the eyebrows. The next moment, Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness expanded drastically as if the universe was beginning to form, separating heaven and earth, and evolving into the three Qing. In the next instant, Liang Sheng's divine sense appeared in the sea of consciousness, for the first time, truly separated from his physical body and his primordial spirit. Previously, under the primordial mysterious technique, his nascent soul was hidden beneath his physical body as the primordial spirit, causing his physical strength and divine spirit's power to surge, thus achieving the strength to battle across a higher realm. Now, his primordial spirit had separated. At this moment, besides the vast divine consciousness like the sea, the sky above was reflected with stars from the complete heaven star battle array. Previously, the grand solar golden crow contemplation method resembled the sun, while now, it seemed to correspond with the complete heaven star battle array. At this moment, Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness roared as if it were a morning bell and evening drums, making him feel as if he were sensing the heaven and earth. At this time, his primordial spirit was in the sea of consciousness, yet it was connected to his physical body through the sea of consciousness and the space between his eyebrows, forming a balance of yin and yang. The sea of consciousness does not wither, the primordial spirit does not die. At this moment, Liang Sheng sensed an inexplicable connection with the world. Even if his mortal body were to perish at this instance, his primordial spirit could continue to exist. It could seize another body to continue its lifespan in this world. However, he didn't know the disadvantages that such a process could bring. Liang Sheng didn't realize that he had crossed what was regarded as the hardest hurdle, the transformation from nascent soul to divinity, which even the most accomplished nascent soul masters found difficult. No one had ever accomplished divinity transformation as smoothly as him with modern cultivation methods. Every cultivator had to endure the harsh process of transforming their nascent soul into divinity. However, Liang Sheng remained oblivious to the fact that his greatest fortune was that he had already weathered the storm of fate calamity while transcending into divinity. Fate calamity is essentially a bottleneck that all cultivators face when they try to transcend into the divinity stage by mirroring the heaven and earth. The reason why cultivators in the divinity transformation stage could condense the visualization technique was that only they could genuinely perceive the world and hence condense the world into existence. The reason why the soul emergence great monarch had to go through the fate calamity was to repay the cause and effect of the world. Regardless of whether he had condensed the visualization divine method, by the time he had entered the soul emergence realm, he was already immersed in the world, accepting the ultimate principles of the world. As such, the world naturally presents many tests, setting obstacles for the soul emergence great might to see if they can withstand the fate calamity and truly earn the recognition of the world. Yet, all of this was unknown to Liang Sheng. He could not understand that even though he was in the divinity transformation stage, he didn't have the bottleneck of fate calamity due to his talent of innocent foolishness. Despite this joy, Liang Sheng's primordial spirit inadvertently left the sea of consciousness and appeared directly in the sky above it. He wandered in the celestial starry sea, feeling light and floating higher and higher. His consciousness seemed to merge with the stars. The world is unkind, treating everything in it as a straw dog. The principles of the world are naturally heartless. However, in the next moment, Liang Sheng's primordial spirit felt a wave of heat, and then his personal emotions returned. Fortunately, he was in the state of the primordial spirit, otherwise, he would have broken out in a cold sweat. Just now, it felt as if he was about to be assimilated by the world. Thankfully, he regained his senses in time. His primordial spirit immediately returned to the sea of consciousness, and he looked at the celestial starry sea in the sky with a hint of fear. If he had immersed himself in it, would he have been able to wake up? If it were not for the existence of the grand solar golden crow in the sea of consciousness, which sobered him with a burning sensation, there would have been a major problem. He had been too reckless just now. However, at this moment, a surge of vitality emanated from Liang Sheng's physical body, replenishing the loss instantly and revitalizing his primordial spirit. Only then did Liang Sheng understand the principle of yin and yang complementing each other. The primordial spirit is yin, the physical body is yang. The realm of divinity transformation is terrifying in this sense. At this moment, as Liang Sheng relaxed, his consciousness spread silently, as if the whole universe was within his grasp. However, Liang Sheng didn't dare to spread his divine sense to the upper part of Immortal City. After all, the city master Zhen Yuan was there. Why should he trouble himself? Moreover, having had the crisis of being on the verge of assimilation with the world earlier, Liang Sheng didn't dare to be too reckless, so he immediately withdrew his consciousness back into himself. Finally breaking through to the divinity transformation stage, he was still in the stage of qi refining and divinity transformation. However, at this moment, Liang Sheng, as a divinity transformation cultivator, had extended his lifespan by 10,000 years. Without thinking, Liang Sheng switched the method of cultivation within his body to the ascending immortality scripture. This was a habitual action formed out of utmost caution, and the ascending immortality scripture was once again upgraded. At this moment, Liang Sheng's data panel had once again undergone a change. Name, Liang Sheng. Age. 1067. Talent, innocent foolishness, Top grade. Techniques: Primordial Mysterious Technique, 4th level, Ascending Immortality Scripture, 18th level, 20 Health Maintenance Techniques, 24th level, Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique, Curse, Grand Solar Golden Crow Contemplation Method, Divine Ability. Realm: Chi Refining and Divinity Transformation, early stage of Divinity Transformation. Lifespan: 57,659. Presently, Liang Sheng's primordial mysterious technique was still at the 4th level. However, he was now at the Divinity Transformation stage of the Chi Refining and Divinity Transformation stage. The final stage of Chi Refining and Divinity Transformation was equivalent to the Soul Emergence realm of the City Master Zhen Yuan. Once he entered the 5th level, that would be the stage of refining the God and reversing the void. By that time, he would probably have less restraint in the world. However, even if he hadn't reached the Soul Emergence realm yet, Liang Sheng no longer had any fear. Even the thought of City Master Zhen Yuan no longer invoked the same fear in him as before. Under the ancient cultivation methods, he has the ability to battle opponents who are in a significantly higher cultivation realm than him. Therefore, even though he is currently only in the early stage of Divinity Transformation of the Chi Refining and Divinity Transformation stage, he probably will not be at a disadvantage even when facing the City Master Zhen Yuan, who is in the Soul Emergence realm. In the City of Longevity, he finally has the means to protect himself. Add to that his current lifespan of 57,659 years. He reckoned that even if the Longevity City Lord were to perish, he could go to Yaoxiang Pavilion to rescue the Giving Bodhisattva. What a wonderful life! At this moment, it seemed like a very long time had passed since his cultivation, but in reality, it had been less than a month. However, at this moment, Liang Sheng's face changed suddenly. Under his perception, there was a significant change in the vicinity of Chen Family Manor. What is happening? Why has Zhen Yuan City Lord suddenly appeared here? And who is this white-haired strongman beside him? Why does he feel stronger than Zhen Yuan City Lord in his perception? At this moment, facing the sudden appearance of Zhen Yuan City Lord and Kaiwan Child, two powerhouses at the Soul Emergence stage, Liang Sheng was not entirely confident that he would win in a fight. If a combat situation arises, he probably could only escape. Fortunately, he had already broken through, otherwise, under such circumstances, there will only be a dead end for him. But now, even if he were faced with such a situation, he could escape unscathed. Though I can't win, I'm not foolish, I'll run away. But the next moment, Liang Sheng stopped worrying about his own safety as he realized that he was not their target. Li Qixiu? Why did he come here? Moreover, Li Qixiu didn't even realize that Zhen Yuan City Lord and Kaiwan Child were hiding in the air. But upon seeing Zhou Ye's shop in Li Qixiu's line of sight, Liang Sheng's expression grew a bit strange. What on earth is happening? Chapter 164, Liang Sheng slightly uses his skills. Su Jintian, so you are the real old six. Immortal City, Lower City. Right now, Zhou Ye was inside a shop, organizing inventory like any ordinary shopkeeper, not making a single move that crossed the line. As for Jin Guangxiu, he was hiding in the shadows. Although more than half a month had passed, he had yet to find any abnormal discoveries. Of course, he didn't give up because he believed in the abilities of the Zhou family bloodline. In this sort of situation, he believed that there was only one possibility in his heart. That was, the person secretly spying on them had a cultivation level far above his, otherwise, why would it be like this? But what Jin Guangxiu didn't know was that, at this moment, all of his actions were within Li Qixiu's line of sight, leaving no secrets at all. Through his observations over this period of time, Li Qixiu was now more and more certain that the few people before him were not natives of Longevity Immortal City at all. Could these people really be from my Seeking Truth lineage? It's just that I don't know which ancestor master's inheritance they belong to. Of course, the actions of the other party during this half-month didn't seem like the behavior of the Seeking Truth lineage. It was extremely strange. Just as he was preparing to continue observing Zhou Ye and the others, suddenly in the sky, the Zhou Tian star formation phenomenon appeared. Although it was only a flash, it looked extremely similar to an illusion. However, Li Qixiu was left in a daze on the spot, looking at the sky, feeling somewhat at a loss. No one knows how many eras have passed since the last time Zhou Tian star formation appeared, and who would have thought that it would reappear in the world? Could it be that the main lineage of the Seeking Truth lineage still exists in this world? However, after being shocked, he found that the nascent soul master he was monitoring right now seemed to be somewhat surprised at this phenomenon but did not show any excitement. It was as if he didn't know the meaning of the Zhoutian star formation phenomenon. What kind of background did the other party have? This situation made Li Qixiu somewhat doubt his previous judgment. And just as he was about to reveal himself and investigate the other party's background, an accident suddenly occurred. Longevity Immortal City Lord Zhen Yuan and his eldest senior brother Kaiwan Child had arrived. After discovering the Zhoutian star formation phenomenon in the upper city, the two immediately investigated the entire Immortal City's condition, daring not to be negligent. Although the Zhoutian star formation phenomenon was only a flash, it still alerted them, and they dared not be careless. After all, this was the fate calamity of City Master Zhen Yuan. Since the human tribulation had fallen on the head of the Church of All Beings, no matter how cautious they were, they could never be too cautious. At this moment, Li Qixiu just happened to have an emotional fluctuation due to the Zhoutian star formation phenomenon, which led to the leakage of his qi. Moreover, right at this moment, Liang Sheng broke through to the divinity transformation realm, and due to his joy, he emitted some unusual movements. Although Zhen Yuan and his party could not lock onto Liang Sheng's exact location of the breakthrough, they could still determine the general direction. This way, under multiple coincidences, Li Qixiu was suddenly exposed under City Master Zhen Yuan's watchful eyes. Therefore, before Li Qixiu could make any move, the two great out-of-body realm masters instantly locked onto his position. Li Qixiu was a nascent soul late-stage cultivator. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, he instantly felt a sense of urgency. His heart had never beat so fast before. It's over. Exposed. At this critical moment, he made a decision in his heart. He saw his body suddenly expand rapidly, and then turned into a monster with a human body. Wilderness. Not only that, but an illusory figure also appeared in the sky at this time. Drought. Thousands miles of barren land. It turned out that Li Qixiu was one of the successful practitioners of the visualization technique left by the nameless cave of the god transmutation from the Church of All Beings. In an instant, within the Chen family manor's territory, flames raged in the sky, and the cultivators who saw this crisis moment directly fled from the scene. Among them were Jin Guangxiu and the others. However, for some reason, this feeling of impending calamity in Zhou Ye's heart disappeared instantly when he was fleeing. When he told Jin Guangxiu about his feelings afterward, Jin Guangxiu couldn't help but look back at Li Qixiu's transformed location. Could it be that this was the source of danger from Zhou family bloodline these past few days? And since the other party was going to fall today, is that why Zhou Ye had such a premonition? Seeing this situation, City Master Zhen Yuan and Kaiwan were overjoyed in their hearts. As expected, the other party was a wilderness, and this Church of All Beings was probably related to the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage. Today, they must capture this person. However, after seeing Li Qixiu's drought thousands miles of barren land visualization technique, the two of them frowned slightly. It wasn't because they couldn't handle this situation. In fact, for them, this drought phenomenon was just something that could be resolved with a wave of their hands. They were just curious about the methods of the Church of All Beings. They were so varied that even the visualization technique could be used, which meant that there must be divinity transformation cultivators among them. At the very least, there were divinity transformation cultivators in the past. Otherwise, where would the visualization technique come from? Of course, the worst-case scenario would be that there are still divinity transformation cultivators among the Church of All Beings today, or even greater-powered cultivators. Thinking of this, City Master Zhen Yuan's face couldn't help but become even uglier. He didn't expect that under his watch, such a loophole would still happen. At this moment, the lower city was in chaos. A cultivator below hesitated for a moment, then approached them. However, perhaps because the pressure from the two of them was too great, he couldn't help but stop after moving some distance. Since the other party was in the air at the moment, they simply bowed their heads in salute. When City Lord Zhen Yuan saw the face of the other party, he also had an impression. Isn't this one of the deputy colonels of the cleaning department under his left envoy? It seemed that his name was Chen Quan. Recalling that the left envoy had reported earlier that it was because of the information provided by this Chen Quan that they were able to locate the tracks of the Church of All Beings. Now that the other party has appeared here so coincidentally, it seems that they had found some clues before and were secretly waiting around. Indeed, a loyal and responsible subordinate. Not bad. At this moment, Zhen Yuan nodded at Liang Sheng, and with a wave of his hand, Chen Quan was unable to resist and retreated instantly, further away from the battlefield. After all, this was not a battle that a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator could get involved in. The strength of this remnant from the Church of All Beings was already at the nascent soul late stage, and with the visualization divine method, it was like a half-step transcending tribulation existence. Since this was the case, why keep Chen Quan here and have him affected by the aftermath of the battle? In fact, when Liang Sheng left the pass earlier, he looked at the confrontation in the sky and made a decision to move closer to the two city lords after a brief thought. Because this was Chen Quan's character. When the force from City Master Zhen Yuan came just now, he suppressed the urge to counterattack in his heart and cooperated with the retreat. Although it seemed like these actions took a long time, in fact, they happened in an instant after Li Qixiu transformed. At this point, Li Qixiu was anxious. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of being captured alive by the other party. After all, he was now the elder of the Zhongsheng Church in the lower city, and all the Zhongsheng Church followers in the lower city were under his control. If he were to be captured alive by City Master Zhen Yuan, perhaps all it would take was a soul control technique, and there would be no more secrets for the Zhongsheng Church in the lower city. So his transformation this time was not for resistance, but to buy time. He suddenly soared into the sky with the impact of the thousands miles of drought, unstoppable. A remnant of the all-living beings sect, nothing more. Since you've chosen this way, let me capture you alive, and all the remaining members of the living beings sect will be buried with you. Seeing Li Qixiu's reckless attack, Zhen Yuanzi felt humiliated. How could a mere nascent soul ant have such courage? Just as the opponent appeared 300 meters in front of him, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He had already thought of how to torture the opponent. Li Qixiu also felt helpless in his heart. He only hoped that he could successfully self-destruct, or at least damage his own soul. Facing City Lord Zhen Yuan alone, the drought visualization technique was of no use at all, it was merely used to make his soul function to the extreme and disrupt the divine consciousness. But just as they were stunned, City Master Zhen Yuan and the others were too late to stop Li Qixiu, and there was a tremendous explosion. Li Qixiu actually self-destructed. How could this be possible? Li Qixiu managed to catch them off guard. Did he hide his cultivation level? This sudden situation left City Master Zhen Yuan and Kaiwan Child looking at each other in dismay. The power of Li Qixiu's self-destruction this time was even stronger than that of the previous all-living beings sect elder. Chen Quan, who was still far on the ground, also put his hands in front of him at this time, pretending to be struggling hard. In fact, although Li Qixiu had decided to sacrifice himself just now to protect the living beings sect, he didn't know that he wouldn't have had time to self-destruct and would have been captured by the two city lords. But just before the moment of self-destruction, a force suddenly emerged from within his body, and then his mana circulation became more than twice as fast. It was precisely because of this that he could successfully self-destruct, catching City Master Zhen Yuan off guard. The mysterious force within Li Qixiu, of course, was caused by Liang Sheng. Just now, he used the stealth function of the data panel to give a bit of power to Li Qixiu, resulting in the current outcome. Even powerful beings like Kaiwan Child and City Master Zhen Yuan couldn't detect Liang Sheng's small maneuver at all. At this point, the expressionless City Master Zhen Yuan in the sky waved his hand, and in an instant, the lower city's chaotic aura due to Li Qixiu's self-destruction became completely calm, as if the violent feeling just now was just an illusion. Right at this moment, two more people appeared in the sky. If it wasn't left and right envoys Qingfeng and Minjiu, then who else could it be? City Master Zhen Yuan was annoyed in his heart, but this was not the time to blame the left and right envoys. After all, the self-destruction of church remnants happened right in front of him. If he were to blame the left and right envoys now, wouldn't that mean he was incompetent? It could only be said that the remnants of the all-living beings sect were indeed cunning, hiding their strength, and taking on a do-or-die attitude, which allowed them to snatch the opportunity to self-destruct. These people were all madmen, and he was too arrogant. Qingfeng, Minjiu, you two immediately mobilize and search the entire city. I don't care how many people you need to mobilize or how vast the longevity immortal city is. In any case, I want the results of your search in 3 days. City Master Zhen Yuan paused and added, however, you can let that deputy commander of the cleaning department named Chen Quan take charge of the lower city. He's a good subordinate indeed. At first, Jingfeng and Minjiu were shivering, especially when they heard the angry voice of City Master Zhen Yuan. They felt even more uneasy. But when they heard the last sentence, King Feng's face flashed a hint of joy. He didn't expect Chen Quan to have attracted the attention of the city lord. In this way, wouldn't it mean that he had completely overshadowed Minjiu this time? Chen Quan really was my loyal dog. Minjiu, hearing City Master Zhen Yuan's words, couldn't help but be a little puzzled. How did this involve Chen Quan again? Why was it always him? Why did everyone humiliate him? What could this Chen Quan do? However, Bright Moon also felt helpless in his heart. At this time, Chen Quan had already caught the attention of the city lord. Would he dare to act recklessly? If he had known this earlier, he should have killed the other party regardless of the consequences so that Chen Quan wouldn't have become an important factor for Left Envoy to suppress himself now. As the thoughts of Clear Wind and Bright Moon changed, their internal joy and sadness varied, but their surface behavior was exactly the same. Like a conditioned reflex, they immediately followed the order and promised to complete the task of inspecting the whole immortal city as soon as possible. Kaiwan Child and City Lord Zhen Yuan didn't say anything after seeing this, but they soon disappeared. However, in the heart of City Lord Zhen Yuan, there was a hint of unease. Perhaps this time, overcoming his crisis of human tribulation wouldn't be so easy. The remnants of all living beings sect seemed to have grown stronger than they were 1,000 years ago. When the two of them left, Chen Quan still looked a bit pale at this time. However, he appeared in front of the left and right envoys as soon as possible. Greetings, Left Envoy and Right Envoy. Just as Liang Sheng was about to salute, he was interrupted by Clear Wind. At this moment, Clear Wind patted Liang Sheng's shoulder affectionately, full of smiles. Chen Quan, are you okay? Have you been here all the time? Liang Sheng nodded when he heard the words. He could, of course, guess why Clear Wind was so enthusiastic, given that after the breakthrough, his divine sense was silent and even Zhen Yuan couldn't detect it. But why did these two old men have him investigate the lower city? However, Liang Sheng could only act as if he knew nothing. Clear Wind then explained his task to him again. In a while, you will come back with me to the cleaning department. As for personnel, you can pick whoever you want. I sincerely hope that you can achieve new merits this time and show your face in front of the city lord. In this way, my previous promise will still hold. After 90 years, I will still give you the opportunity of the heaven and earth spine in the immortal dynasty spiritual veins. In Bright Moon's ears, Clear Wind's words seemed particularly harsh. He felt the humiliation from the other party very clearly. Both men used the heaven and earth spine as a means to win over their subordinates, but at this moment, he felt like a poor imitation, only adding to the ridicule. Thinking of this, Bright Moon's face naturally turned extremely ugly. However, because he wanted to maintain the dignity of the right envoy, he couldn't leave in anger. Instead, he had to return to the upper city with Clear Wind and the others. Fortunately, Clear Wind also knew when to stop showing off at this moment, so he tried his best to control his emotions and didn't provoke too much. Liang Sheng, on the other hand, had some other thoughts. It seemed that Clear Wind and Bright Moon had arrived late and didn't know the person who self-destructed was Li Qixiu. Otherwise, they would have gone straight to the Li family in the upper city by now, and Li Kaiming, the deputy colonel of the cleaning department, would have been directly controlled. However, everything was just a possibility. City Lord Zhen Yuan didn't recognize the late-stage nascent soul-stage true monarch Li Qixiu, which led to the current situation. But Liang Sheng secretly schemed that since things were this way, there might be room for him to take control. As for the specifics, he still needed to plan carefully. When they arrived in the upper city, the left and right envoys bid farewell directly. As for Bright Moon's reason, it was very simple. He said he had to arrange tasks to complete the city lord's orders and leave first. After this, Clear Wind could no longer restrain the smile at the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, a sense of pride emerged in his voice. Chen Quan, come with me. After arriving at the cleaning department, Clear Wind immediately announced that everyone in the cleaning department was at Chen Quan's disposal. This time, everyone couldn't help but look at Liang Sheng. The look in their eyes was a bit strange. It seemed that everything Chen Quan had done previously was a disguise, otherwise, why would it be like this? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but be cautious, reminding themselves to be careful and not to offend the deep-thinking Chen Quan. Liang Sheng naturally didn't hold back now. After all, this was a task assigned to him by the city lord. How could Chen Quan not care? So Huang Qiang and other old subordinates were directly included by him, followed by picking some men from 3 other squads, of course, excluding Li Kaiming. However, Clear Wind didn't seem satisfied with this arrangement and directly added 2 more deputy colonels subordinates to Chen Quan's team. At this moment, the number of cleaning department personnel under Liang Sheng's command had become the number 1 person among the 8 deputy colonels. Even the colonel of the cleaning department looked at him with an inexplicable expression. However, Liang Sheng didn't care about it. If he was confident of dealing with City Lord Zhen Yuan and Kaiwan Child, he would have dared to act directly. How much did a mere nascent soul late-stage commander matter? Even the left envoy Qingfeng seemed to be of no threat to Liang Sheng at this moment, nothing more than ants. Then, after Liang Sheng had picked his personnel, he quickly bid farewell to the left envoy and left. The excuse was simple, he wanted to complete the task earlier. He even said he might gather more men in the lower city. As for Chen Quan requests, Clear Wind naturally green-lighted all of them and agreed to all of his demands. Watching Chen Q.Yuan leave, Clear Wind's heart suddenly felt a bit dazed. Perhaps after this time, he would forever keep Bright Moon under his feet. As such, why wouldn't he give more power? With this thought, Clear Wind quickly collected his thoughts and looked at the remaining people in the cleaning department. His face became serious. Everyone, listen up. Immediately inspect all the cultivators in the upper city of Immortal City. If anyone resists, kill without mercy. As soon as his words fell, a chilling murderous aura filled the air. A storm was brewing in Immortal City. Lower City. Li Qixiu's self-destruction was not harmless. Many cultivators in the lower city were hit by the aftermath. Some unlucky ones even died instantly, their spirits and bodies completely annihilated. The Chen family manor remained intact, but some areas had become ruins. Liang Sheng, leading Huang Qiang and others from the Immortal City, instantly silenced the entire lower city. Originally, there were people in the ruins searching for their undamaged belongings to save their losses, but upon seeing Chen Quan and his imposing group, they immediately hid and dared not act recklessly. Fortunately, Chen Quan didn't pay much attention to them. He directly took his people to stay in the Chen family manor and didn't take any immediate action. At this time, Huang Zhang was still boiling with excitement, all set to make a big stir, but was stopped by Liang Sheng. Think thrice before acting to avoid any oversights. The Church of All Beings rebels have existed for so long. If they had been easy to find, why had the previous efforts been futile, he said. Instructed by Liang Sheng, Huang Qiang, and the others, impatient as they were, had to temporarily suppress their excitement, calm their emotions, and wait for Liang Sheng's final decision. In fact, Liang Sheng did not want to make much noise in the following actions. The situation of the Church of All Beings was under his control, and he was in no hurry. So, to avoid King Feng's urging, he especially explained his plan to make preparations before taking actions, which naturally got King Feng's affirmation. Then Liang Sheng retreated to his mansion. After ensuring no one would intrude, his divine sense immediately concealed itself and went to the upper city. As for the Church of All Beings, actually it held no meaning to Liang Sheng. At this moment, he needed only 2 people. City Master Zhen Yuan and that mysterious white-haired Kaiwan child with great powers. Immortal City, City Lord Mansion. As City Master Zhen Yuan and Kaiwan child returned, the manager Su Jintian had been waiting outside the City Lord Mansion for a while. Seeing them return, he hurriedly welcomed them. City Master Zhen Yuan didn't mind Su Jintian. Over the years, he had become accustomed to old Su's presence. While walking, he discussed with Kaiwan child, expressing some dissatisfaction in his remarks. He was very close to succeeding but eventually failed. However, upon reflection, he felt something was wrong, but he couldn't point it out. So he could only sigh that he had underestimated the remnants of the Church of All Beings. He didn't know that the current situation was to a large extent due to Liang Sheng's subtlety. Senior brother Kaiwan, everything is my fault. If I hadn't allowed the remnants of the Church of All Beings to grow previously, my longevity Immortal City wouldn't have been in such a state, he said. Kaiwan child shook his head. His voice didn't fluctuate much. Actually, you can't be blamed for this, my junior brother. After all, considering today's situation, the remnants of the Church of All Beings are indeed from the Seeking Truth rebel lineage. Moreover, based on the method of the rebel turning into a demon body at the end, they are likely from the Seeking the Truth lineage that refines flesh horizontally, and they don't cultivate properly. However, the Seeking Truth rebels are best at disguising and infiltrating. The current situation is indeed somewhat difficult to handle, but I previously promised you that I would help you through the human tribulation. Until I succeed, I won't return to the immortal dynasty. Senior brother. Hearing this, City Master Zhen Yuan was moved. Then he quickly ordered Su Jintian to prepare the celestial jade dew to treat Kaiwan child well. By now, the left and right envoys had also returned to the immortal city and set up the patrol and inspection plan for the immortal city. So, they specifically went to the city lord mansion to report. Since it was a coincidence, City Master Zhen Yuan naturally asked them to accompany him and listen to the report from the two while eating. Indeed, the capability of the left and right envoys was great. They made the entire immortal city inspection plan foolproof. If there were still problems, it could only mean that the strength of the Church of All Beings was much higher than they had imagined. So City Master Zhen Yuan didn't say much at this time. He simply asked the left and right envoys to act freely. His previous bad attitude was just because of Xiao Qixiu's self-destruction in front of him, which had somewhat confused him. The left and right envoys breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. During this period, Zhen Yuan also asked about the situation of Chen Quan. Fortunately, Liang Sheng had already made preparations before. So after hearing Qingfeng explaining Chen Quan's idea of planning before moving, City Master Zhen Yuan didn't forget to praise him a bit, saying that Qingfeng's training of his subordinates was in place. Bright Moon had a full smile on his face and highly praised Chen Quan, but his heart was heavily gloomy. Next, he had to work hard to perform better than Qingfeng, otherwise once he fell behind, he would always be behind. By then, it would be hard to catch up. When the banquet ended, Clear Wind and Bright Moon immediately excused themselves and left, leading the people from the Internal and External Affairs Bureau to start a thorough investigation of the entire upper city of the Immortal City. As for Su Jintian, he leisurely directed his subordinates to clean up the banquet after he finished arranging the closing work of the banquet. Then he directly went back to his own room. At the same time, Li Kaiming stayed at home, very anxious. At this time, he also received instructions from the Church of All Beings and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Safe. But then he shed a silent tear. From now on, the Li family had to rely on him to support, because his elder brother would never be there anymore. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the city lord mansion, full of resentment. One day, they will stand on top of the city lord mansion, celebrating their freedom, no longer having to hide anymore. Lower City. Liang Sheng suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that Su Jintian would also be a member of the Church of All Beings. The one informing Li Kaiming of the news was the City Lord Mansion's manager, Su Jintian. I'm afraid even the Zhen Yuan city master doesn't know that the biggest hidden threat around him is hidden right beside him, and he's none the wiser. Because of Li Qixiu, Liang Sheng naturally wouldn't miss an opportunity to monitor Li Kaiming's family. However, he didn't expect that while there wasn't much to gain from the City Lord Mansion, there would be a surprise with Li Kaiming. This despicable man, Su Jintian, is indeed hiding deep. At this moment, he couldn't help but sympathize with the city master of Zhen Yuan. No wonder the City Lord Mansion went to great lengths, yet still let the Church of All Beings survive. So that's how it is. At this time, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel a sense of sitting on the high platform, and he actually admired the concealment methods of the Church of All Beings. If not for Liang Sheng's special abilities, he would probably be in the same situation as the city master of Zhen Yuan, being kept in the dark about Su Jintian's true identity. But now the situation is different. No matter whether it's the City Lord Mansion or the Church of All Beings, they are all in plain sight, with only Liang Sheng himself hiding in the dark. Since this is the case, the next situation needs meticulous planning. Li Qixiu's previous location clearly revealed the abnormalities of the Zhou family young members. Fortunately, the interference of the Zhen Yuan city master didn't allow other members of the Church of All Beings to discover the abnormalities of the Zhou family. Since this is the case, Liang Sheng still has a chance to make up for the shortcomings, and he has more room to maneuver because both the Church of All Beings and the City Lord are almost all in his calculations. Let's do it that way. 3 days later, Huang Qiang and the others staying in Chen family manor have become a little tired of it. However, considering the order of the Qingfeng left envoy, they don't dare to make their own decisions. Fortunately, today Chen Quan finally has some movement, and they can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would have felt bottomless. You all already know the orders from the City Lord Mansion. If we want to complete the task, we need to find some spies in the lower city first. After all, the lower city is too big. Despite our numerous people and superior cultivation levels compared to the lower city cultivators, our monitoring range is limited. How many people can we check? So we must make full use of our advantages, directly recruit people in lower city. You don't need to worry about the reliability of the people we find. After all, I haven't really become a waste after so many years in the lower city. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but rejoice. It seemed that Chen Quan was already prepared, so they could relax a little too. Then, Liang Sheng told them about the suitable places for recruiting people in each area of the lower city and asked them to recruit separately. Of course, they were not without precautions in recruiting lower city cultivators. After all, nothing can be perfect, so they had to take measures for mutual supervision among the lower city cultivators. After hearing Liang Sheng's almost perfect plan, with every step having a second defense plan, Huang Qiang and the others fully relaxed. Even those from the cleaning department who initially followed Chen Quan's orders under pressure from the left envoy now fully accepted his plan. After that, the people from the cleaning department began to recruit people in their respective assigned areas under Liang Sheng's instructions, and Liang Sheng himself also took action. After all, he, as Chen Quan, also had to join forces with his colleagues from the cleaning department, but the area he was responsible for was within a few hundred miles of the Chen family manor. With Chen Quan personally participating this time, coupled with the subordinates from the cleaning department, where would the lower city cultivators refuse? This is a great fortune. Perhaps as long as they make contributions following the cleaning department, they could successfully establish a foundation and go to the unattainable upper city. So the recruitment task went extremely smoothly, and seeing the people from the cleaning department enter Zhou Ye's shop, Liang Sheng couldn't help but smile. In fact, all these actions were just an excuse. The real purpose of Liang Sheng was very simple, to recruit Zhou Ye and others. From then on, if there was any movement in the lower city, the Zhou family disciples could be notified at the first moment. With their ability to seek fortune and avoiding evil, even if the Church of All Beings reappeared, they would not be in any danger. Zhou Ye was originally reorganizing the shop at the moment, as the previous self-destruction of Li Qixiu caused a great deal of damage. But in front of the cultivators, repairing was easy, he just didn't expect that they would be called over by the cleaning department just as they reopened. At first, he was puzzled, but his heart for seeking fortune and avoiding evil revealed 4 shining characters. Great fortune omen. Huh? So this is actually a good thing? So, under the arrangement of the cleaning department, they began to serve as the external investigation team of the cleaning department in the lower city. Liang Sheng's work was quite appropriate. Today, he allowed them to go home for a final farewell, but they must report back to Chen family manor before dark. As for those who didn't return at night, the outcome is obvious. Zhou Ye tactfully returned to the Zhou family's hidden mansion once, and after analyzing all the pros and cons, the Zhou family decided to let Zhou Ye stay in the Chen family manor. From then on, no matter what happened in the lower city, they would have an additional pair of eyes. Why not? When night came, all the recruited lower city cultivators came back as scheduled, with no absences. At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't personally take charge of the assembly, as there were already subordinates from the cleaning department responsible for it. Soon, the lower city cultivators recruited from various areas received tools to communicate with the cleaning department. Then, they dispersed in every corner of the lower city. In an instant, the heaven and earth net of the lower city was formed. Upper city. Upon receiving Liang Sheng's report, left envoy Qingfeng couldn't help but smile, becoming more and more satisfied with Chen Quan in his heart. Well done! Up next, the mission of the City Lord Mansion was simple: find the location of the Church of All Living Beings, no matter the cost. After hearing the left and right envoy's report, the Zhenyuan city master looked at the Kaiwan child and nodded lightly. Now, it's time to find the whereabouts of the Church of All Beings and then kill without mercy. As for Su Jintian, who was hidden in the shadows, he could only watch the many arrangements in the upper and lower cities with some helplessness. After deep consideration, he began to issue continuous orders. In the end, Su Jintian gritted his teeth. It seems that this time they have to cut off the tail to survive. That means the Church of All Beings has to kill people. Chapter 165, Church of All Beings Seeking Death, Liang Sheng's puppet slays nascent soul. Upper City. The Church of All Beings wants to kill people. However, how to kill and who to kill, Su Jintian felt that he still needed to consider, since it's all for the survival of the Church of All Beings. Su Jintian wasn't so rash as to start a killing spree, which would only lead to self-destruction and ruin their foundation. Everything needs to be done step by step and without impulsiveness. Immortal City's tight layout might not affect the life and death of the Church of All Beings in a short time. Su Jintian's actions are only for precautions. The Church of All Beings has survived so far due to their cautiousness. They have to wait until the situation is clear enough to know who to kill and how to kill. Even if he bears the sin, he will never regret it. Everything he does is for the survival of the Church of All Beings. Lower City. Outside Chen Family Manor, Gourmet Street. Liang Sheng was still leisurely strolling around. This time, he didn't go to old Yang's shop, but casually chose another one, which surprised the shop owner. Indeed, when Liang Sheng left, the shopkeeper was grateful, holding a piece of mid-grade spirit stone tightly in his hand. He made a fortune. Meanwhile, old Yang's shop was also doing well. As he busied himself, he kept an eye on Liang Sheng's movements. Whether it was due to being in the dark or not, according to the intelligence from the church, the cleaning department was now monitoring all regions of the lower city with great strictness. However, because he was in the Chen Family Manor area, the situation here was much more relaxed than elsewhere. Although the cleaning department's people were working hard, Chen Quan remained lazy, but old Yang didn't dare to underestimate him. This Chen Quan was extremely cunning. He had been pretending to be harmless for years. The plan for monitoring the lower city was proposed by him, so old Yang had to be careful. Since Li Qixiu's self-destruction in front of City Lord Zhen Yuan, the top of the Church of All Beings hasn't sent any elders to manage the situation in the lower city. They only told them to continue to hide and remain silent. As a result, the cleaning department under the City Lord's command was busy in the lower city, while the Church of All Beings remained motionless and maintained a state of inaction. For a while, the two sides maintained a strange balance, but this was only temporary. Something unexpected would be discovered over time. Liang Sheng still maintained his daily life routine, and the cleaning department's subordinates were still desperately searching for traces of the Church of All Beings in the lower city. Because they also hoped that one day, their loyalty would be seen by the left envoy, and they might have the same opportunity for rapid promotion as Chen Quan. Zhou family was a newcomer in the lower city, but with Zhou yet as their liaison, nothing unexpected happened. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Early in the morning, Liang Sheng woke up with a fragrant body in his arms. He couldn't help but stretch lazily, feeling that this splendid life was not a waste of his long lifespan. Today, in a good mood, he gave an opportunity to the giving bodhisattvas. After all, one must give rewards occasionally, lest their expectations turn to disappointment. He needed someone in Yaoxiang Pavilion to represent him and show his worth from time to time. For example, today's giving bodhisattvas got lucky. After Liang Sheng left, there were screams of joy in Yaoxiang Pavilion. News spread, making other lower city cultivators envious. Last night, all the giving bodhisattvas who served Chen Quan reached Qi refinement completion. They even received foundation establishment pills as gifts from Chen Quan. Everyone else was jealous, and some in Yaoxiang Pavilion scolded themselves for not being patient enough and giving up a great opportunity halfway through. However, Liang Sheng was unconcerned with the joy and sorrow of others. Now that he had the power to protect himself, all he wanted was a carefree life. He didn't want too many cause and effect ties. In fact, Liang Sheng was a ruthless person. Aside from his relationship with Jin Guangxiu's master and disciple and the Zhou family's past, he had forgotten to help Xiang Chen's disciple. At that time, he didn't remember that he had such a junior nephew, and all he cared about were the people around him. After all, they were all passers-by in the world. Over the long years, even Jin Guangxiu and others would eventually turn to dust, and the cause and effect would end. On his way back, Liang Sheng shook his head. This was his path, destined to end up alone in the end. At this moment, the cleaning department's cultivators who were on the move saw Liang Sheng and quickly saluted. Liang Sheng told them to carry on as usual and not to mind him. Liang Sheng had already received news that the investigation in the upper city wasn't going well either. The atmosphere in the entire immortal city was somewhat peculiar. In such a situation, as the person in charge of the lower city, he shouldn't achieve anything, otherwise, how would the left and right envoys save face? However, plans always lag behind changes. Since the Church of All Beings was seeking their own demise, they couldn't blame him for the trouble they brought upon themselves. He really just wanted to live a peaceful life, but some people always tried to make things difficult for him. Unbeknownst to Su Jintian, who was being monitored silently by Liang Sheng, the plan he had been carefully plotting for a month had already been exposed to Liang Sheng. However, if Su Jintian were to really be exposed, with his ability to seek fortune and avoid evil being of ill omen, Liang Sheng would have no choice but to punish him slightly and make Su Jintian stop targeting himself. Why don't you just focus on City Master Zhen Yuan? Why do you have a problem with me? Liang Sheng made up his mind. Actually, doing this had its benefits. At the very least, if he performed well, the city lord mansion wouldn't take over the lower city and he could continue living his carefree life. He could naturally paint a big picture and satisfy everyone in the city lord mansion. With that thought, Liang Sheng prepared to expose a not-so-valuable informant, who was planning to stir up trouble for the Church of All Beings. After going through the whole plan in his heart and feeling that there were no omissions, Liang Sheng began to follow his plan. Then, right at noon, good news came. Huang Qiang, with a face full of redness, hurriedly walked over. His voice was clearly suppressing his excitement. "Commander, we have a clue." It had been more than a month. Heaven did not disappoint a devoted person, and he finally found a trace of the rebellious members of the Church of All Beings. This was the first clue at present. During this period, whether it was the upper city or the lower city, no traces of the Church of All Beings had been found so far. Now, Huang Qiang had been diligently searching and finally found a clue. If he succeeded, he would be the first to achieve merit. "Oh, so soon? Tell me what's going on." When Huang Qiang finished his report, Liang Sheng didn't hesitate and immediately told him to prepare for action. "Huang Qiang, there's no need to use a long line to catch big fish. These members of the Church of All Beings are tricky. It's better to have them in our hands before we feel at ease. You take a few trusted confidants right now and make a move directly. Remember, once you get to the place, don't hesitate and try to capture them alive. If we really can catch them alive, I believe both the left envoy and the city lord will be very happy. On the contrary, you don't need me to say much, do you?" Upon hearing Liang Sheng's words, Huang Qiang nodded fiercely. Because Liang Sheng's thoughts actually coincided with his own. Even the city lord had failed previously. These church members were really cunning. Merits gained in hand are real merits. What's the point of using a long line to catch big fish? When facing these rebellious members of the Church of All Beings, if you want to delay time and get the greatest gains, that means variables. Huang Qiang left at this moment, and Liang Sheng looked at his disappearing figure with a slight smile. If it wasn't for his deliberate move, how could the church be exposed to Huang Qiang so coincidentally? At this point, Liang Sheng continued with his own plan, reporting every detail of the current situation to the left envoy. At this time, both Qing Feng and Minjiao were in a headache. They were both busy wondering why the church members were so good at hiding after such a long time of investigation. It seemed like the other party knew all their plans well. After a year of intense investigation, there was actually not a single clue. What kind of divine ability do the remnants of the Church of All Beings have that allows them to hide so deeply? In the past month or so, the cleaning department has achieved nothing. He thought he would incur the city lord's reprimand, but he did not expect City Master Zhen Yuan to be quite tolerant of them. That was because Kaiwan Child said a sentence at the beginning, which made City Master Zhen Yuan calm down and start to look at the matter rationally. "Junior brother, the Church of All Beings is indeed your human tribulation. It's been so long and there's still no clue. It can only be said that the edge of the fate calamity is really unpredictable." Upon hearing this, City Master Zhen Yuan suddenly realized that if it were so easy to resolve, would it still be his fate calamity? So, with Kaiwan Child's assistance, City Master Zhen Yuan gradually calmed down. He was now a person facing the tribulation, so he couldn't be impatient, and his heart couldn't be disturbed. It was true that the rebels of the Church of All Beings could hide, but this was his longevity immortal city. Could they hide for a while, let alone a lifetime? As long as there was any movement from them, under such high-intensity investigation by his subordinates, they would definitely get clues. Now was the time for both sides to compete for patience. Just as City Master Zhen Yuan was preparing for a protracted battle, Left Envoy Qing Feng suddenly received a message from Liang Sheng, which instantly brought him joy. Good job, Chen Quan. He did not expect that it was his own loyal dog who broke the deadlock when he was at a loss. Immediately, Qing Feng felt somewhat ashamed. It was because he heard that during more than a month, Chen Quan was still wandering around. He was originally considering whether to give a warning or change personnel. Now it seems that he was too impatient. Perhaps it was precisely because of Chen Quan's behavior that the Church of All Beings let down their guard. That's why he was able to obtain new clues. He had misunderstood him. However, thinking back, could he do the same? With this thought in mind, the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Only by numbing the enemy would they become more unscrupulous and expose their weaknesses. But now Huang Qiang was still capturing people, so he could only sit and wait for news. He hoped it would be good news. It didn't take long for Liang Sheng's message to arrive, starting with just 4 short words. Fulfilled my duty. Well done. Left Envoy couldn't help but excitedly slap his desk. Huang Qiang was now escorting the remnants of the Church of All Beings to the Left Envoy mansion. This time, all the rebellious members of the Church of All Beings were captured alive. Huang Qiang couldn't believe that the operation went so smoothly. The rebels of the Church of All Beings were practically unresponsive when they were apprehended by Huang Qiang. Nicely done. Left Envoy couldn't help but praise again in his heart. When Huang Qiang brought the remnants of the Church of All Beings in person, Left Envoy didn't hesitate to express his praise, promising generous rewards afterwards. But thinking about Chen Quan not showing up, Left Envoy couldn't help but say, Huang Qiang, you should remember the kindness of Commander Chen. Huang Qiang hadn't reacted at this point. The Left Envoy changed the topic. Huang Qiang, bring these remnants of the Church of All Beings to the City Lord Mansion with me. In a flash, Huang Qiang realized, after meeting the City Lord this time, the credit would be all his. No wonder the Left Envoy said he should thank Chen Quan. It turns out that if Chen Quan had taken the credit, he could have personally delivered the remnants of the Church of All Beings, and then he would have been the one to see the City Lord. It seems that Commander Chen really trusts me, I must repay him 100-fold to express my gratitude. No matter how excited Huang Qiang was at this moment, Left Envoy had already done the strongest protection and led the group directly to the City Lord Mansion. The journey was extremely low-key, no one knew that there were remnants of the Church of All Beings among the Left Envoy's party. When City Master Zhen Yuan heard about this, he immediately had the Left Envoy bring the remnants over, and Su Jintian beside him shuddered. At this time, he was understandably anxious, worried about who had been arrested, and then took advantage of everyone's negligence to send a secret message to the lower city. They should investigate as soon as possible which members of the church were uncontactable. This way, they could make timely arrangements and minimize their losses. How could such a problem arise when his plan of execution hadn't even started yet? It's really unacceptable. Just as Su Jintian was nervous, City Master Zhen Yuan and Kaiwan Child had already seen the unconscious Church of All Beings sect practitioners. After listening to the Left Envoy's report, City Master Zhen Yuan spoke kindly and encouragingly to Huang Qiang, which made Huang Qiang uncontrollably excited. From this point on, I might be a notable person in the sight of the City Lord. City Master Zhen Yuan immediately interrogated these practitioners of the Church of All Beings. He had no time for anything else, so he directly used the soul control technique to explore all the memories of the remaining church members. But after doing all this, City Master Zhen Yuan's face didn't look good. He and Kaiwan Child looked at each other, the ones they caught were merely insignificant figures. Because these people were only responsible for some peripheral matters. They were just external staff who couldn't get close to the core. Qing Feng, you immediately send people to monitor Shifang building in the lower city. Once you see any suspicious person, regardless of who they are, arrest them immediately. Yes. After Left Envoy took the command, he immediately sent a message to Liang Sheng, and Liang Sheng was well prepared. Soon, a squad of the cleaning department was undercover in Shifang building. Of course, by this time, it was already late, because Shifang building was already empty. This surprisingly raised questions in everyone's mind. Since the arrest of the rebels of the Church of All Beings by Huang Qiang, until the time when people were sent to monitor Shifang building, there was no leakage of any news. So how could the Church of All Beings sense any anomaly? What on earth is going on? Could it be that the Church of All Beings could foresee the future? Kaiwan Child and City Master Zhen Yuan looked extremely displeased. But the following comment, just a mutter from Huang Qiang, made them see the light. Huang Qiang was still in the City Lord Mansion at this moment, waiting for the final outcome. He certainly hoped the bigger the gains from this arrest, the better. But after hearing that there was no movement at Shifang building, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. How could the remnants of the Church of All Beings have foresight like being present at our actions, otherwise how could they always be one step ahead? Kaiwan Child and City Master Zhen Yuan were startled by this complaint, and perhaps they had been too arrogant. Because of their extreme confidence in their own cultivation level, City Master Zhen Yuan felt that nothing could elude their perception. Therefore, they never doubted the people around them. However, they couldn't blame themselves for this. After all, in Immortal City, they were high and mighty, and those around them were all old people who had been tested. In their extreme arrogance, how could they suspect there might be a spy among them? But besides having a mole, how could they explain how each time the Church of All Beings seemed to escape capture so coincidentally? Even a nascent soul master could self-destruct in front of them. This was absolutely absurd, but it happened right before their eyes. City Master Zhen Yuan and Kaiwan Child looked at each other and immediately understood that the other was thinking the same thing, but they did not act rashly. Instead, they pretended to be regretful, telling Huang Qiang and the others to work harder. Because where there's smoke there's fire, they just needed to continue to make more achievements. Afterwards, it seemed that nothing had changed in the City Lord Mansion. Even Su Jintian didn't notice anything out of place. When he received a message saying that everything was safe with the believers in the lower city, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But when he heard the report that everything was as usual from his subordinates, he always felt as if something was wrong, even though he thought he hadn't overlooked anything. Wait a minute. If people in the city master's mansion found out about the clues, how could everything be as usual? He immediately realized what was going on, and his face turned pale. I've been careless. City Master Zhen Yuan probably suspects everyone around him. Thinking of this, he immediately took action, telling the people in the lower city to move immediately, and to be quiet. The execution plan is temporarily put on hold. When Su Jintian came to his senses, Liang Sheng also noticed this anomaly and couldn't help but praise that it was indeed City Master Zhen Yuan. Never underestimate the opponent, after all, they are all undying beings in the soul emergence realm. It's just that they have been high above for too long and have grown somewhat conceited. Thinking about his own plan, which also put old Su into danger, he could only apologize. After all, it was the other party who tried to scheme against him first. Since it had come to this, whether Su Jintian lived or died was no concern of Liang Sheng's. What goes around comes around. Upper City. Kaiwan Child and City Master Zhen Yuan were sitting opposite each other at this time, and after not too long, they both shook their heads. Left Envoy Qingfeng and Right Envoy Minjiu had no unusual movements at this time and were fulfilling their tasks wholeheartedly. The people working in the Internal and External Affairs Bureau of the City Lord Mansion hadn't shown any abnormalities at this time either. As for the mansion itself, there was nothing out of the ordinary. So how did the Church of All Beings find out about their operation? The two were puzzled but could only suppress their emotions and continue monitoring everyone around them. This was their fate calamity. Don't be impatient. Just as City Master Zhen Yuan calmed down, Liang Sheng had taken action. After all, every time he thought about Su Jintian trying to scheme against him, he became angrier. If it weren't for the fact that directly confronting Su Jintian would bring about disasters due to the seek fortune and avoid evil ability, Liang Sheng would have started taking action a long time ago. However, since Su Jintian had already started planning and was only held back by his own schemes, he couldn't let him off the hook so easily. Although the assassination plan of the Church of All Beings was put on hold, the cultivator who was supposed to assassinate Liang Sheng had already arrived in the lower city. How could Liang Sheng not react in such circumstances? Therefore, when he saw the immortal city becoming calm again, Liang Sheng began his revenge plan. Since he couldn't kill Su Jintian openly, could he not kill the nascent soul late-stage cultivator? At this moment, the cultivation resources Liang Sheng had were comparable to several big sects, and he wanted to vent his anger. He spared no expense, taking out the best materials. He even used 2 spiritual weapons longswords, which showed how resolute his determination was. At this moment, he looked at the puppet in front of him with immense satisfaction. Liang Sheng's strength had soared to the divinity transformation stage. Moreover, his puppet refining techniques had become superb, but because of the cultivation level constraints, he couldn't refine puppets beyond his cultivation realm. Now, the puppet in front of him appeared ordinary, but its combat power was comparable to a nascent soul late stage. Moreover, Liang Sheng had prepared spiritual weapons for it. Su Jintian, I hope you learn your lesson. If you dare to meddle in my life again, making my life miserable, don't blame me for flipping the table. This time, Liang Sheng was preparing to kill the nascent soul late-stage cultivator sent by Su Jintian as a warning and to vent his anger. If it wasn't for this, it wouldn't be merely a puppet responsible for the assassination. After checking everything, Liang Sheng no longer wasted time, and with a single thought, the puppet before him opened its eyes. Go. Yes, sir. In an instant, the puppet disappeared from Liang Sheng's room. As for Liang Sheng himself, he was not worried about his puppet. Instead, he leisurely went to Yaoxiang Pavilion to enjoy himself. After all, whatever happens tonight has nothing to do with me, Chen Quan. I will be in Yaoxiang Pavilion all night. Lower City. 300 miles outside Shifang Building. At present, in a residential house cave mansion, it seemed ordinary, just like an ordinary Qi training cultivator's dwelling. But who could have imagined that there were several high-level cultivators inside at this time, with the leader being a nascent soul late-stage true monarch. Every breath he took was accompanied by a surge of green mist, and the transformation of spiritual energy produced faint sounds of thunder. This was Feng Sanli, the person in charge of Su Jintian's assassination plan. However, due to Liang Sheng's scheming, the plan was temporarily suspended and he was hiding here. At this moment, a golden core cultivator, seemingly unable to restrain himself, spoke up, "Elder, how much longer do we have to hide here? I heard that Chen Quan, this hound under the left envoy of the city lord mansion, is the mastermind behind our recent losses in the Church of All Beings. Although this man seems defeated and fallen in Lower City, he has been secretly investigating our church all along. Hasn't someone said before that Li Qixiu's elder's death may also be related to Chen Quan? Therefore, we cannot let such a hazard remain in the world. The longer he lives, the more dangerous it is for our church brethren. Calm down. Since the church has ordered us to wait here for now, we should not take any action for the time being. We are now treading on thin ice, and with old Zhen Yuan going crazy, we must be more cautious and not act recklessly. Why did elderly Qixiu's die? Isn't it because he wanted to protect our roots in Lower City? So, how can you justify his sacrifice with your current behavior?" Hearing this, several church members fell silent, and the person who just spoke up drooped his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Seeing this, Feng Sanli couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. These were the passionate church members. Without their passion, they, as golden core cultivators, would have already been higher beings in the immortal city. Why would they need to devote themselves to the Church of All Beings? Thinking of this, his tone softened. "Xiao Ying, I know you are eager for revenge now, but this is currently a dark period before dawn, with a never-ending and bleak path ahead. We are like sparks of a fire, and every decision we make could affect our flames. Therefore, we must be cautious. Don't worry, once the situation changes, I will be the first to take action and let you personally take the head of that dog thief Chen Quan." Perhaps being reassured by Feng Sanli's words, or perhaps having already thought things through, their emotions gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Feng Sanli couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In recent years, the situation of the Church of All Beings has indeed been very difficult. But there is a message from above that the old thief Zhen Yuan has reached the time of his fate calamity, and he won't be able to jump around for much longer. As long as the old thief Zhen Yuan dies, then this longevity immortal city will become the foundation for the rise of their Church of All Beings. Soon. One must not be too anxious. At this time, the more adverse the situation, the more cautious they should be. He, too, wanted to kill Chen Quan. However, after so many years of resistance, he had learned to suppress his emotions and quietly wait for the dawn of the Church of All Beings to arrive. The more they were in this situation, the more they needed to be calm, and all their actions at this time must be cautious. Just then, his brow furrowed suddenly. Why is it so quiet outside? In an instant, he stood up, his face full of vigilance. Be on your guard. Xiao Ying and the others were still recovering from their emotions when they suddenly heard Feng Sanli's words and immediately reacted, taking out their magical weapons and assuming a defensive posture. At this moment, they realized that the outside was unusually quiet. Under the pressure, they could even hear their own heartbeats. Something's not right. At this time, Feng Sanli stared closely at the door outside, and the disciple responsible for guarding outside had already lost any sense of qi. Those who are coming are probably not kind, but it is not known if the one coming is a hound of the city lord mansion. Feng Sanli was a little uneasy, but he was also puzzled. He was a nascent soul late-stage cultivator, and it would be extremely difficult to deceive his perception. So, by this guess, the other party would be at least a nascent soul late-stage cultivator. But in this situation, if they wanted to retreat safely, it would be difficult. Thinking of this, he said softly without looking back, Xiao Ying, when I make my move later, you must immediately break out and not engage in battle. Remember, if you can't escape, remember your oath, and the Church of All Beings will not forget your sacrifices. Elder. Feng Sanli didn't care about Xiao Ying's cry at this time. If they waited any longer, the situation would probably become even harder to deal with. Because to compete with a master, one must seize the initiative. Unfortunately, even if he could win this time, it would likely cause quite a disturbance. This time, they might attract the hounds of the city lord mansion, but they had to overcome the immediate crisis first. The time was slow, and then fast. With a sudden concentration of his mind, Feng Sanli's 3-feet-long sword surged with imposing power and struck at the door of the room in front of him. But even more terrifying was that Feng Sanli's shocking qi seemed to be trapped in the room. Not good. The other party had even set up a trap array, making it difficult for Xiao Ying and the others to escape. As expected, under the comber of his eye, Feng Sanli saw that Xiao Ying and a few others were trapped in the array and couldn't break through. Seeing this, he quickly called out. Xiao Ying, come behind me. Before Xiao Ying and the others could react, the door suddenly exploded, and a figure appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Feng Sanli's pupils couldn't help but contract, staring closely at the two long swords in the opponent's left and right hands. Spirit tools. If Feng Sanli were a nascent soul late-stage cultivator in the city lord mansion, he could naturally obtain spirit tools easily. But he was an elder of the Church of All Beings. So, he didn't have any spirit tools, but the other party actually had two, and their killing intent was pervasive without any intention of hiding. In this situation, Feng Sanli had a thought in his heart, the other party was not from the city lord mansion. Who are you? Unfortunately, there was no response, and the person charged directly at him. Feng Sanli hurriedly deployed spells to block, but the next moment, there was a loud bang. The other party actually self-destructed. At the last moment, Feng Sanli couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Such decisive self-sacrifice should only be possible by the brothers of the Church of All Beings, right? Why did the other party choose such a decisive death? Unfortunately, Feng Sanli's consciousness was extinguished, and this question had no answer forever. He died a sudden death. But with a nascent soul late-stage puppet along with two spirit tools self-destructing, especially when the opponent was caught off guard, how could Feng Sanli possibly escape? As for Xiao Ying and the other cultivators of the Church of All Beings, they naturally also lost their lives in the self-destruction. The commotion here naturally drew the attention of everyone in the lower city. The last time a nascent soul late-stage cultivator self-destructed was when City Master Zhen Yuan was present, and at this moment, the cleaning department generals who heard the commotion in the vicinity were rushing towards this place frantically. In Yaoxiang Pavilion, Liang Sheng also pushed away the giving bodhisattva who accompanied him with wine and headed directly towards the place where the explosion occurred. His face looked bad, but his heart was calm as water. Su Jintian, this is just a lesson. If there's a next time, I'll kill as many people of the Church of All Beings as they send. Even if you, Su Jintian, are stubborn, I will still kill you without hesitation. At worst, it's just losing a few thousand years of lifespan. Since we are both in the divinity transformation realm, using the nail-head 7 arrows technique, I can make you die without knowing why. Look out for yourself. At this moment, Liang Sheng had figured it out. After all, it was just an omen. If he used the nail-head 7 arrows technique to kill Su Jintian, there would be no danger to his life. So, for this small price, he was willing to pay for his own peace. As for why he didn't expose Su Jintian to City Master Zhen Yuan? Compared to Su Jintian, what he least wanted to offend was City Master Zhen Yuan, especially since there was a soul emergence realm Kaiwan child beside him. Therefore, it was in Liang Sheng's best interest for the Church of All Beings and the City Lord Mansion to fight to the death. As for how to deter Su Jintian, it was very simple. Meanwhile, in the upper city. In the City Lord Mansion, Su Jintian's heart suddenly moved, and the communication jade slip showed some activity. However, he didn't dare to check the jade slip directly at this time. When he returned to his room alone and pretended to enter a sitting meditation, he cautiously laid out concealment measures and quietly glanced at the jade slip. It was a report from the spy in the lower city that Elder Feng Sanli had been attacked by an unidentified person and had already been killed. Seeing this, Su Jintian's vision went black, and he almost fell to the ground, his heart still somewhat incredulous. How could this be possible? What exactly happened? For some reason, a thought popped into Su Jintian's mind. Has the calamity of our Church of All Beings arrived? Chapter 166, My cultivation is not to become a superior person, but to eliminate the concept of superior person in the world. Immortal City. After receiving the news, Left Envoy didn't hesitate and immediately led people to Lower City. If it were an ordinary accident, even if a late-stage nascent soul stage true monarch perished, he wouldn't have cared. But since it was related to the Church of All Beings, the nature of the matter changed immediately, which is why Left Envoy rushed from Upper City to the scene of the incident. Left Envoy. At this time, Liang Sheng had already arrived at the scene. Looking at the mansion that had become ruins, everyone present couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. The spiritual energy here had already become chaotic. After experiencing an extreme burst of powerful energy, this place was no longer suitable for cultivation. If left unattended, it was feared that it would take 100 years for this small area to recover. However, Huang Qiang and others still forcibly endured the trembling in their hearts, carefully searching through the ruins. After all, they had sensed clues that might be related to the Church of All Beings. Because they found that the aura in the explosion did not seem to be from the Immortal City techniques, but somewhat like the desolate aura. This naturally made the people from the cleaning department eagerly sniff out the scent of merit, thus making them so proactive in trying to find the slightest clue. As soon as the Left Envoy arrived, Liang Sheng immediately stepped forward and bowed. I have neglected my duty, please punish me, Left Envoy. When the incident happened, I was still at Yaoxiang Pavilion indulging in pleasure. After the incident, I hurried over, causing me to miss the best time for investigation. Liang Sheng took the initiative to admit his mistake at this time. After all, after Huang Qiang searched for so long, wouldn't it be difficult to find clues when the aura was chaotic at this time? As for the possessions of the deceased cultivators, almost nothing had been left behind after such a powerful explosion. Chen Quan, why do you need to blame yourself? After all, the incident happened suddenly and it was unexpected. At this time, how could Left Envoy blame Chen Quan? Because he had done a good enough job, and now Left Envoy had already secretly pressured Bright Moon. The biggest contributor was Chen Quan. As the search by Huang Qiang and others slowly came to an end, Left Envoy couldn't help but feel disappointed, because in the end, nothing was found. However, he still felt a little strange in his heart. Why was the power of this accident so great? It was obviously unusual. But Left Envoy knew that he couldn't find any clues if he continued searching like this, so he was ready to leave. After all, Upper City was busy with affairs now, and he didn't have much time to linger. But just at this moment, Left Envoy, who had already turned and was about to leave, suddenly froze and then looked sharply at the ruins. Before Chen Quan and others could react, they saw Left Envoy taking a step forward, passing through the others, and returning to the position where he had previously stood. Chen Quan, immediately order the area to be sealed at the highest level of vigilance. No one is allowed to enter. Understood. Immediately after, Left Envoy did something in the ruins and then left without dealing with anyone, heading straight for Upper City. Chen Quan let Huang Qiang arrange for the area to be sealed off and forbade anyone from entering. At this time, no one saw the faint smile on Liang Sheng's lips. Su Jintian, I am sending you a big gift today, and I guess you won't have time to bother me in the future. Don't blame me, after all, I Chen Quan am just a meticulous villain. It was extremely simple for the puppet Liang Sheng had created previously to retain some of the desolate aura. After all, the so-called desolate aura was the remnant aura of ancient techniques. Li Qixiu was able to self-destruct successfully back then, but it was also because Liang Sheng had secretly helped a little. Otherwise, the Church of All Beings would have been exposed to City Master Zhen Yuan earlier. But not only did Su Jintian not appreciate his kindness, he even wanted to frame him. How could he balance himself without making Su Jintian pay? If it wasn't for keeping the Immortal City forces balanced and preventing them from caring about Liang Sheng's leisure, he would probably not be bothered by the affairs here and let Immortal City descend into chaos. After all, under the breakthrough limits of Liang Sheng's soul control technique, imitating Chen Quan's stay in Immortal City without causing any trouble, wouldn't it be easy for him to imitate a trace of Li Qixiu's aura? Of course, when Liang Sheng went to Upper City last time, he confirmed that Li Kaiming would not expose Su Jintian's existence, otherwise, he would not have made such an arrangement. The more chaotic Immortal City is, the more turbid water is, the easier it would be for him to enjoy life. Immediately after, Liang Sheng silently hid his smile and ordered his subordinates from the cleaning department to continue to increase their patrol efforts before leisurely returning to Chen Family Manor. Along the way, those who saw him couldn't help but bow their heads and flatter him, since news of giving Bodhisattva's successful foundation establishment at Yaoxiang Pavilion had aroused the people of Lower City. As the shopkeepers and vendors on Gourmet Street saw Liang Sheng passing by, they looked forward expectantly. After all, who wouldn't want to do the business of just one mid-grade spirit stone? Huh? Old Yang's not here? It seems that the news of Feng Sanli being killed by his own puppet has made Old Yang unable to sit still, so he went back to confirm the situation. Although this was understandable, it wasn't a good thing. After all, the constantly moving Church of All Beings practitioners were just inviting trouble for themselves, right? So Liang Sheng stood in front of Old Yang's wonton shop and shook his head, but he didn't say anything else and went into the shop next to Old Yang's wonton shop. Although the others regretted not being chosen by Chen Quan, many of them also rejoiced in Old Yang's misfortune. The wonton shop's owner, Old Yang, seemed to have his heart covered in lard. How could he not be here at this time? It seemed like he had offended Chen Quan. Did he still want to make a living in Lower City? When Old Yang returned and saw the mocking eyes of the neighbors around him, he was still a little puzzled. Still, a kind-hearted person couldn't help but remind him, explaining the situation of Chen Quan shaking his head at the door of the shop. Old Yang's face couldn't help but turn a little unsightly. In his haste to confirm if there were any dangers within the church, it seemed like he had caused trouble this time. However, now that things had come to this point, Old Yang could only try to make up for his losses. Even if he felt regretful in his heart, he could only hurry to open up for business and minimize the losses. From then on, he hardly dared to move for fear of missing Chen Quan again. On the other hand, Zhou Ye's grocery shop was also doing quite well. Because he was deliberately arranged to join the inspection squad by Liang Sheng, the safety of their Zhou family was also ensured. Previously, the ominous sign in his heart had disappeared without a trace after Li Qixiu's self-destruction. Moreover, because the cleaning department staff had come and gone several times and found that the talisman power of Zhou Ye's shop was quite good, they specially came to order several talismans for backup. After that, the reputation of Zhou Ye's shop spread, and the spiritual pills, talismans, and magical weapons in Zhou Ye's shop were in high demand. Moreover, most of the sales were to the cleaning department, so as their relationship with the cleaning department improved, their security strengthened. However, today's puppet self-destruction made by Liang Sheng with such a big commotion made Zhou Ye feel nervous and scared. It had been so long since they had arrived from the desolate regions, and now they had almost figured out the situation of the lower city. To put it bluntly, this place was like the mortal world of the wilderness cultivation world, mostly home to ordinary Qi practitioners, but they couldn't be arrogant. Because no one knows what great cultivator might be hidden here. Take today's sudden incident, for example, even senior Jin Guangzhou couldn't have done anything to such an extent. Although the Zhou family had been relatively safe in the lower city these years, their cultivation speed was extremely slow due to the desolate domain bloodline. Over the years, their cultivation level had hardly made any progress. Fortunately, they had entered the lower city with their cultivation levels hidden, so there was still a solution to not let others be suspicious. They simply undid their own seals step by step, giving others the impression that the Zhou family members were making breakthroughs one after another. As for the issue of their lifespans not increasing, it's simple. Every year in the lower city, there are numerous cultivators who die in accidents. What's so strange about that? Moreover, as the Zhou family kept a low profile and didn't cause trouble outside, who would keep an eye on them all the time? However, today, Zhou Ye closed his shop early. It was not because Feng Sanli was killed today and he was worried about unexpected situations, but because a new bloodline of the Zhou family was about to be born today. Earlier, the Zhou family's sowing plan had been successful. Over the years, the young members of the Zhou family who had cultivated with their Daoist partners had also worked hard to sow seeds. Today was the day when the first Zhou family bloodline arrived. Naturally, the entire Zhou family was overjoyed. A bloodline descendant is a legacy ingrained in the bones of the Zhou family. Whether or not the cultivation speed of their future bloodline descendants can be recovered, everything is in the hands of heaven. No matter what, as long as the bloodline is passed on and the Zhou family has successors, there will be hope and a solution to everything. Zhou Ye, suppressing his excitement at this moment, hurriedly put up the closed sign and rushed to the Zhou family's separate residence. At this moment, Jin Guangxiu and several guest elders were present. Just then, a loud cry rang out, and the people of the Zhou family heard this, overjoyed. As for the newly given birth Daoist partner of the Zhou family young disciple, seeing the elders value their bloodline so much, she couldn't help but feel moved. It was only after becoming a Daoist partner with the Zhou family young disciple that she realized she was in a powerful family hidden in the lower city. How lucky she was! After all, she couldn't see through the cultivation levels of many elders in the family. Now that her bloodline is so highly valued by them, she feels moved and a little curious, will her child soar to the heavens? However, she soon got used to it because the other female cultivators who had given birth to the Zhou family's bloodline were treated the same. It seemed as if this was the tradition of the Zhou family, and they didn't favor anyone. Almost all the disciples of the Zhou family received the best care and resources. At this time, Jin Guangxiu saw that there were no accidents and left. As for the situation of the Zhou family bloodline cultivation later on, it would take a few more years to find out. At this time, Liang Sheng, who had returned to the Chen family's separate residence, sensed the situation of Zhou family through his divine sense. Seeing that a new bloodline of the Zhou family was born once again in the immortal city, he couldn't help but feel some emotion. He didn't expect the Zhou family to be able to pass down their bloodline no matter where they were. It has to be said that the Zhou family's legacy was perhaps thriving in any place. Moreover, as time passed, life and death, inheritance and continuity were the laws of heaven and earth. Only he could sit leisurely in the world, watching flowers bloom and wither. May heaven and earth wither away, but I remain immortal, living an eternal and unrestrained life. Liang Sheng raised his wine cup and respectfully raised a toast towards the direction of the Zhou family residence. Then he drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Upper City. At this time, the left envoy hurriedly left the lower city and didn't return directly to his mansion but went straight to the city lord mansion. At this time, he reported the investigation results of the sudden incident in the lower city. When he said that the cleaning department hadn't gained anything, the city lord didn't blame him, either. If the tale of the Church of All Beings could be found so easily, why would they still be here after so many years? Su Jintian secretly heaved a sigh of relief at this time. However, there was still some helplessness and pain in his heart. Because in just a short decade, several great generals were lost in succession. How does the loss in the church these years compare to those in the previous 1,000 years? Where exactly does the problem lie? Is this Zhen Yuan dog thief's fate calamity, or is it my sect of all living beings disaster? After the left and right envoys left, City Master Zhen Yuan hesitated for a moment, then dismissed everyone and sat with Kaiwan Child on a cushion without moving. Next, a person came in carefully, and if it wasn't left envoy Qing Feng, who else could it be? Qing Feng, I wonder what important matter you have to report, which even made me dismiss the left and right helpers. What is it? City Master Zhen Yuan's voice remained stable, but Qing Feng knew that if he didn't speak, there probably wouldn't be a good outcome. Of course, he was extremely confident right now. City Master, I feel there is a spy among us, which is why our actions have been repeatedly thwarted over the past few years. Zhen Yuan city master had never spoken to anyone about the suspicion of a spy from the Church of All Beings, so now that Qing Feng was reporting it, it indicated that he might have obtained some clues. Immediately after, a weak chi appeared in the left envoy's hand as he spread it out. City master, this is the chi of Li Qixiu from the Li family in the upper city. His younger brother, Li Kaiming, is the deputy commander of the cleaning department. Then, left envoy mixed the chaotic qi from Feng Sanli's accident site with Li Qixiu's qi. At this time, Zhen Yuan city master immediately stood up. This was exactly the same as the qi of the sect of all living beings practitioners who self-destruct in front of him before. Li Qixiu and his younger brother, Li Kaiming, turned out to be the deputy colonel of the cleaning department. No wonder the left envoy wanted to see him secretly. King Feng's lack of trust in anyone was in line with his previous speculations. Zhen Yuan city master glanced at Kaiwan Child, who nodded slightly. Qing Feng, you will be fully responsible for this matter. Since even the cleaning department has been infiltrated, I am afraid the upper city has long become a den for the Church of All Beings. Amazing! My city lord mansion must be full of holes. Qing Feng, only you will investigate this matter now. No one else is allowed to interfere. You should have confidence, right? Zhen Yuan city master didn't ask what the left envoy would do, but everyone could guess what the left envoy would do next, check if Li Qixiu was still alive. If he had indeed fallen, then Qing Feng would definitely arrest Li Kaiming immediately. With his divinity transformation stage power, capturing a small deputy colonel would be a piece of cake. At that time, I want to ask him why he betrayed me. Is there something I did wrong to him? The nascent Soul Master's family, who also served as the deputy commander of the cleaning department, was a higher being in Immortal City. Why would he do this? Zhen Yuan city master clenched his teeth in anger when he thought about this. How dare these people betray him? They all deserve to die. City Lord Mansion. At this moment, Su Jintian was sitting in his room, and inexplicably, he felt unease in his heart. However, after thinking back and forth and checking for any gaps, he found no problems. Everything was properly arranged. How could he possibly know that there was an old despicable man in the lower city who, in order to frame him, had deliberately fabricated a scene that he couldn't explain? If he knew the causes and consequences, he would regret it so much that his intestines turned green. Why did he provoke Chen Quan, who was minding his own business? But no matter what, Su Jintian didn't know what would happen next, so he could only force himself to calm down and wait quietly for the situation to unfold. As Su Jintian's heart was uneasy, left envoy Qing Feng had already secretly arrived at Deputy Colonel Li Kaiming's mansion in the cleaning department. By this time, the cleaning department had finished its work, so Li Kaiming was already in the study. How could Li Kaiming, a mere nascent soul master, discover the presence of left envoy Qing Feng, who had reached the divinity transformation realm? So when he saw the left envoy suddenly breaking in, he greeted him subconsciously. Greetings to the left envoy. However, before he could finish his words, the left envoy attacked directly. Previously, the left envoy wasted time and didn't act immediately, resulting in several losses, so how could he make the same mistake again this time? After all, Li Kaiming was most likely a spy arranged by the sect of all beings in City Master Mansion. Given their mysterious methods, he had to be cautious. Li Qixiu was not in Li family mansion, which allowed left envoy to act so decisively, proving that his speculation was not wrong. If it wasn't for having Zhen Yuan city master personally use the soul control technique, the left envoy might have directly used it. But now, of course, he should capture the person first. With his middle nascent soul stage cultivation, Li Kaiming didn't have any time to react when the left envoy launched a strong attack, and he lost consciousness immediately. The left envoy was not worried about any other remnants of the sect of all beings in Li Kaiming's mansion at this time, because as long as he caught Li Kaiming, everything would be problem-free. Then, the left envoy disappeared from Li Kaiming's study, and no one in Li Kaiming's mansion noticed that he was no longer there. Although the system of longevity Immortal City was similar to the mortal world, it was still inhabited by cultivators. No one dared to disturb Li Kaiming in the study unless he ordered them to. Perhaps nobody would discover that Li Kaiming had disappeared even after several days. When the left envoy brought Li Kaiming to the city lord, Zhen Yuan city master didn't hesitate to use the soul control technique directly. Soul search! The next moment, Li Kaiming collapsed to the ground, and Zhen Yuan city master's face turned pale because Li Kaiming was indeed a member of the sect of all beings, and his position within the church was not low. As for Li Qixiu, it was even more outrageous. He was an elder of the Church of All Beings and previously in charge of the lower city of Immortal City. If it weren't for City Master Zhen Yuan's mistake at the time when Li Qixiu self-destructed, the lower city would have been turned into a living hell with a massive killing spree. However, what a pity! Although Li Kaiming knew many secrets as well, compared to Li Qixiu, it was not even close. Li Qixiu did not tell Li Kaiming many things, and Li Kaiming almost always acted under Li Qixiu's instructions. Despite some disappointment, Zhen Yuan city master still praised Left Envoy Qingfeng and affirmed his merits. Qingfeng, you did an excellent job this time. Once this matter is over, I will reward you with the first merit. Thank you for cultivating me, City Lord. Left Envoy Qingfeng was excited. At this time, City Master Zhen Yuan asked him to sit down, then gently waved his hand, and Li Kaiming opened his eyes the next moment. At this moment, he was still somewhat groggy, but at the sight of City Master Zhen Yuan, he immediately regained his senses. Not good. Then, the words spoken by City Master Zhen Yuan at the next moment made his heart sink to the bottom. Perhaps this time, he had indeed been exposed. Since it was so, Li Kaiming simply lifted his head, not nodding blindly, staring closely at City Master Zhen Yuan, without any panic. Why did you betray me? The anger in City Master Zhen Yuan's heart was overwhelming. After all, he believed that he had given Li Kaiming such honor. This was the position of Deputy Commander of the Cleaning Department in the City Lord Mansion in Immortal City, which made him a person above others. Li Kaiming enjoyed all the benefits of Immortal City but stabbed him in the back. How could this not make him angry? Betray you? No, old thief Zhen Yuan, you must be overestimating yourself. When have I ever been loyal to you? I just fight for the light in my heart. To me, where does betrayal come from? I might as well tell you that in my eyes, you are nothing but a dog. At this time, Left Envoy Qingfeng bowed his head, not daring to raise it, and pretended not to hear anything. At this moment, he somewhat regretted why he hadn't withdrawn earlier. How could he listen to these words? But now he couldn't leave, so he could only try to reduce his presence. However, Li Kaiming's words, instead, calmed City Master Zhen Yuan down. Li Kaiming, do you want to infuriate me so you can die and end it all? Let me tell you, this idea of yours is just wishful thinking. Do you think I haven't used a soul search on you just now? Upon hearing this, Li Kaiming suddenly raised his head. He knew that he knew too many things. If City Master Zhen Yuan learned these secrets, the Church of All Beings would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, he wanted to provoke him and die heroically just now. Now that his plan had failed, Li Kaiming was both angry and relieved. Fortunately, the secrets he knew did not involve the most critical secrets of the Church. Additionally, due to the death of his elder brother Li Qixiu, the high-level members of the Church were considering whether to let him take over his brother's position. Fortunately, he had not yet succeeded his brother. Otherwise, just as Li Kaiming was feeling lucky, Zhen Yuan's voice rang in his ears again. However, I can give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. As long as you are willing to be loyal to me again, I can let bygones be bygones for everything that happened before. I know you were supposed to succeed Li Qixiu. So, this time, you can safely return home. As long as you are willing to spy on the Church of All Beings for me, I can guarantee your safety, and you can continue to enjoy everything in Immortal City while atoning for your sins. This was the reason why City Master Zhen Yuan had spared Li Kaiming before. However, Li Kaiming just sneered at this moment. Old thief Zhen Yuan, do you think I am a coward who fears death? Bah! At this moment, Li Kaiming suddenly spat out, but it didn't go far and dissipated in mid-air. Yet, Zhen Yuan's expression remained unchanged. If Li Kaiming could control himself, he would probably self-destruct already. However, apart from being able to talk, there was nothing he could do. City Master Zhen Yuan seemed to ignore Li Kaiming's rude action, and his voice remained calm. I can also promise you that the next time the spiritual vein of the Immortal Dynasty surges, I will let you in, and you don't have to worry about me taking revenge later, because I can swear by the Heavenly Dao that I will protect you. Left Envoy was stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but sigh at Li Kaiming's good fortune. However, this also showed how much City Master Zhen Yuan dreaded the Church of All Beings. Otherwise, why would he go so far? But Li Kaiming just laughed after hearing this. Old dog, are you upset because you can search my soul but can't control it? Otherwise, why would you let me live now? It's just because you've reached the end of your rope and have no other options. Don't worry, after I die, there will be thousands upon thousands like me, and you will forever live in a nightmare. Your fate calamity is destined to be us. Thinking of a great might like you dying at the hands of our Church of All Beings, how invigorating and satisfying, a perfect cycle of the heavenly Dao. Left Envoy Qingfeng heard this and completely lowered his head. Li Kaiming was just courting death, and he could only pretend not to hear anything. However, he had heard the phrase fate calamity for the second time, and he couldn't help but wonder what it was all about. Finally, City Master Zhen Yuan could no longer endure, his eyes filled with rage. Li Kaiming, you should know that if you don't obey, it's not just you who will die, but everyone in the Li family. I hear that your grandson is a gifted child who has already achieved perfection in the foundation establishment stage at such a young age. All he needs to do is succeed in core formation to reach the golden core realm. Your Li family is destined for untroubled succession. Yet why are you distraught? Are you so intent on ending your lineage that you'd bring complete destruction to your family for your own selfishness? A flash of pain passed through Li Kaiming's eyes, but his subsequent words were full of magnanimity and passion, showing no signs of retreating. What meaning is there in living in such a world? Even death can hold its place. You wanted to ask why I abandoned the life of a higher being as you claimed, didn't you? It is because I'm disgusted. My elder brother once told me something that his guide had told him. That very statement made me completely devoted to the holy sect. It was then I understood the true meaning of life. We cultivators strive in this world, not to be higher beings, but to eradicate the existence of higher beings, so that everyone can rise like a dragon. I have no regrets in this life. It's just a pity I didn't have the fortune my elder brother had, to meet that old man in person and to listen to his teachings directly. Upon hearing this, City Master Zhen Yuan's eyes were filled with disappointment. He knew that the individual in front of him was seeking death beyond saving. Damn the Church of All Beings, with its bewildering, eye-opening manipulation. Qingfeng. This subordinate is here. The left envoy, who had been playing dead up until now, stood up immediately as he heard City Master Zhen Yuan's call. Go, bring people and arrest all the members of the Li family, and everyone here as well. Try to capture them alive. If anyone resists or tries to escape, kill them without mercy. Immediately after the directive entered his mind, the left envoy was shocked. He couldn't believe there were so many remnants of the Church of All Beings hidden under his Foreign Affairs mansion. What about the Internal Affairs office? The left envoy didn't dare to think further. He was just relieved that he had made merit, otherwise, if the Foreign Affairs mansion had become a sieve for the Church of All Beings, he couldn't even imagine the punishment from City Master Zhen Yuan. However, are these people idiots? They had the option of being higher beings, yet they choose to devote their lives as lowly, soldiers. Aren't they wasting their prime years of cultivation? The left envoy was already gone on his mission, and he firstly arrested all of the spies within the Foreign Affairs mansion. Then with the remaining reliable men, they headed towards the Li family mansion and the residences of a few other families that harbored rebels of the Church of All Beings. City Master Zhen Yuan had said none should be spared. However, it was a pity that Li Kaiming was certainly not from the upper levels of the Church of All Beings. If they had caught Li Jixiu earlier, the lower city would probably be in turmoil already. But the left envoy couldn't worry about that now. As long as no mishap occurs today, it would be a huge accomplishment. No one could steal that from him. With the left envoy's large-scale operation, high-level cultivators in the Immortal City certainly couldn't be unaware. The right envoy had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He wondered how Qingfeng had managed to get ahead of him again, given that he was the one in control of the Internal Affairs Office who were supposed to excel in intelligence investigation. Damn! He furiously cursed his subordinates from the Internal Affairs Office in his heart. But then again, there was nothing he could do now. At that moment, with Qingfeng had the city master's orders, and during his action, he had already ordered everyone not to move. Otherwise, they would be punished as rebels. At this moment, the most helpless person was Su Jintian. By now, where would he not know that the sky of longevity Immortal City had been breached? Previously, he was considering having Li Kaiming take Li Qixiu's position. Looking at it now, it was lucky that he had delayed this decision. If not, he didn't even dare to think about what would happen. In fact, he didn't know that if Li Keiming took over Li Qixiu's position, Liang Sheng's plan might have changed. However, everything has already happened, and he could not change anything. Yet, Su Jintian had confidence in people like Li Keiming. But even so, he still felt pain in his heart watching the left envoy imprison a large number of all living beings sect practitioners. These were the elite of the Church of All Beings. Where did the problem lie? How were Li Keiming and the others exposed? Su Jintian wondered, but he couldn't do anything at the moment. He couldn't take any risks now because the Church of All Beings foundation in Longevity Immortal City could no longer be maintained. However, there was something he could do in this situation. Right now, the practitioners of the Church of All Beings needed to hibernate completely beneath the pain, including himself. This time, all members of the Church had to follow this order. Unless there was a wake-up command, all practitioners of the Church of All Beings were to pose as ordinary people and forget their experiences with the Church of All Beings. To execute this, the signal needed to be sent out by those who would be implicated in the arrests made by the left envoy. Thinking of this, he forcefully suppressed his pain and looked in a certain direction. There was someone who would send out the signal in that place. This was a measure they had taken beforehand. Of course, the Church of All Beings had protective measures in place like discarding a tail to escape or sacrificing a pawn to save the king. The last resort of Li Keiming's line was a shadow. Normally, he wouldn't carry out any tasks, but now he was destined to be discovered. Given that he had no way to escape, he could issue the final command before the accident occurred. So, while extensive searches were being conducted by the left envoy, a voice suddenly echoed throughout both the upper city and lower city of Longevity Immortal City. Nascent Soul Late Stage True Monarch. Even more so, he was already at Nascent Soul Perfection. The next step would be a breakthrough to divinity transformation. Under the influence of drought visualization, the phenomenon of 1,000 miles of barren land appeared. This time, the whole phenomenon spread across both upper city and lower city of the Immortal City, causing all cultivators to look up at the sky involuntarily. All beings are equal. Hereafter, completely hibernate. Within 1,000 years, unless there is a wake-up instruction, forget your identities. Everything we do has one purpose: to survive. To survive. The left envoy had already made his move, but someone was quicker than him. It was City Master Zhen Yuan himself, who had acted from the City Lord Mansion. Unfortunately, the other party had apparently prepared for death. As soon as the voice appeared, he had already self-destructed. And the generals of the cleaning department also suffered heavy losses in the self-destruction. Seeing this, the left envoy had only one thought in mind. Madman. The Church of All Beings were all madmen. Did they really not care about their own lives so much? It took a tough journey of cultivation to reach Nascent Soul Masters. At this time, he couldn't help but think of the words Li Keiming had spoken in City Lord Mansion. They are cultivating not to become higher beings, but to make everyone a higher being. At that moment, the left envoy couldn't help feeling a shiver from his heart. How is one to deal with such madmen? Chapter 167, Living is Courage, Liang Sheng's ingenious method to repair the transmission array. Lower City. In the end, the world was not just full of purely selfish people like himself, and Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Because of the existence of the attribute panel and Liang Sheng's ability to cross classes with his battle prowess due to his cultivation of ancient techniques, his divine sense placed on left envoy Qingfeng eventually succeeded in hearing the information from the City Lord Mansion. My cultivation is not to become a higher person, but to make everyone a dragon where there are no higher people in this world. This statement was truly ear-shattering, making Liang Sheng respect Li Keiming even more, as he himself couldn't achieve such a thing. To be able to face the sacrifice of hundreds of his own family members for the sake of the world could be called a saint. Liang Sheng considered himself just a commoner. If it weren't for Golden Finger, he would most likely be an ordinary person. Now, he just wanted to attain eternal life, and at most, he would plan for the life and death of the people around him without harming himself. But once it would endanger Liang Sheng's life, it would be impossible for him to make a move again. This was also the reason why Liang Sheng didn't want to tie too many karmic ties. He wouldn't falsely present himself because he was just an ordinary person who was clear about the bottom line of gratitude and grievances. At this moment, after finishing the wine in his cup, he had an inexplicable feeling of sorrow in his heart. He was not this great person, but it didn't stop him from respecting a person like this. Then, Liang Sheng poured a cup of wine on the ground, thinking that if Su Jintian hadn't provoked him, then what would have happened to the Church of All Beings? What was the point? Upper City. The capture at the City Lord Mansion continued. The Church of All Beings suffered heavy losses this time. Even the citizens of Upper City never noticed how many hidden rebels lurked around them. But at this moment, Left Envoy Qingfeng was in high spirits. This was the first time he had carried out such a significant operation on his own since the City Lord left the mansion. Great victory! Because they had screened the Foreign Affairs Mansion previously, there were no spies from the Church of All Beings involved in this operation, which went smoothly. He couldn't help but wonder if the reason for the setbacks of their previous operations was due to the Church's spies. However, he still had some concerns about the Church of All Beings. The voice of the nascent soul late-stage rebel that echoed throughout the immortal city just now had ordered all the Church's members to forget their identities and hibernate in the city. If they still couldn't get any clues this time, could the City Lord really perform a soul search on every cultivator in the immortal city? If they really did this, they would probably have more Church of All Beings practitioners than the rebels. Plus, the immortal city was a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, who knew if there was an expert hiding in it. The city master Zhen Yuan may not be afraid, but he was worried that there might be an accident. But soon he shook his head. This was not his responsibility. All he needed to do now was to complete the capture operation. Right, Envoy Minjiu, what will you have to compete with me after this time? Quick, none of you should relax. These rebels from the Church of All Beings are not interested in cultivation, they just want to self-destruct like idiots. So, you must prevent them from doing such foolish things. These are not your average people, these are merit-worthy. The task force then started to congregate under the guidance of Left Envoy and directly assembled at the City Lord Mansion. The reason for this was that the City Lord Zhen Yuan no longer trusted the Internal Affairs Office prison. Once the Left Envoy escorted the prisoners to the City Lord Mansion, the City Lord and Kaiwan Child took action together. They didn't have much patience and didn't care about the fate of the church members. Instead, they directly conducted a large-scale group soul search. But as time went on, their expressions didn't look good as the church's organization was incredibly tight-knit. Each member of the church had a single-line contact structure, and they would eventually gather to one top end. The problem was that Li Qixiu was the top end of one of these lines, but unfortunately, he had already died an unexpected death, and the clue was cut off here. The City Lord Mansion indeed scored a significant victory this time, almost capturing all the people on Li Qixiu's line. However, the other lines of the Church of All Beings practitioners had no contact with them whatsoever, so it was impossible to track them down. What a terrifying Church of All Beings! As they couldn't obtain any further clues at this time and the Church of All Beings practitioners were determined to die, each awakened rebel cursed loudly at the City Lord Mansion. Finally, in a moment of anger, City Lord Zhen Yuan ordered the execution of these useless people by dismemberment. The message spread, and countless people's hearts were filled with grief. However, on the surface, there was no pain. In this time of darkness before the dawn, this kind of pain was destined to be endured by them. Afterward, the blood of these Church of All Beings practitioners stained half of the sky in the immortal city, echoing with the evening glow. There was a rumor in the city that these people had left wearing the evening glow. Kaiwan Child and City Master Zhen Yuan looked at each other in silence. They were truly at a loss this time. Were they going to have to search every soul and screen everyone? Not to mention that there were billions of people in the immortal city. Even if they had 1,000 years, they might not be able to complete the screening. It was simply a futile effort. Even if the City Lord Zhen Yuan didn't care about time and was willing to spend a large amount of manpower and resources to do this, the operation of the entire immortal city would collapse completely. The East Victory Immortal Dynasty would not allow him to do this. It was doubtful that the Longevity Immortal City's fortune would be turbulent on the first day, and the Immortal Dynasty would intervene directly to question what had happened. What to do? What to do? A sense of helplessness overwhelmed the City Lord Zhen Yuan. He could only resort to consulting with the teacher of the Immortal Dynasty for solutions, only to receive the most helpless answer in return. Defend. This was City Lord Zhen Yuan's human tribulation. It must be endured. If he tried to escape, the heaven and earth's response would assuredly cause the human tribulation to escalate. No matter if it was the heavenly tribulation or the earth tribulation, compared to the human tribulation, the difficulty of enduring either of them was far higher. This was simply unrealistic. At this moment, the Kaiwan child could only stay by the side of City Lord Zhen Yuan. This human calamity was far beyond his imagination. If such was the case with the human tribulation, what sort of power would the heavenly and earth tribulations possess? At this moment, a sense of foreboding rose within the Kaiwan child. Though his cultivation level was higher, he did not know whether it was because of his deep-seated good luck that he had managed to endure through his fate calamity in closed-door cultivation, which could be considered extremely fortunate. At this time, City Lord Zhen Yuan could only feel helpless as he ordered the Internal and External Affairs Bureau to cooperate and examine themselves thoroughly. Regardless of who had an issue, they would directly conduct a soul search, before deciding on any further action. City Lord Zhen Yuan had already reached a dead end. He didn't even consider whether this course of action would result in resentment from his subordinates. Before the human tribulation, this was of no significance. At this moment, Su Jintian, who stood by his side serving him, was filled with sorrow. Could it be that sacrifices from our sect of all living beings warriors were needed once again? He was filled with rage inside as these were the church's most devoted fighters. Now, however, their deaths were completely meaningless. Yet Su Jintian could not ultimately make up his mind, for if they started to resist now, I fear that all the arrangements of the Church of All Beings would be destroyed at once. Flee. Given such circumstances, they could not care about anything else at this moment. The teleportation array in the lower city must be activated. It doesn't matter if they are exposed at this point. After all, the people on the other lines were now silent. Without any awakening instructions, they would wait at least 1,000 years. They would wait silently, living like ordinary people according to the rules of the immortal city, and he too would continue to fight, but merely wanted to avoid senseless sacrifices. Luckily, the left and right envoys were still in the final stages of their assignment. After all, it would take some time to handle all of the church members on Li Qixiu's line. Therefore, Su Jintian didn't hesitate much. He immediately began to conceal his communications right next to City Lord Zhen Yuan. The Three Realms Communication Concealment Talisman. This was a top-grade talisman. Over the years, he didn't even have a few on his person, but he had no choice but to use it now. He only hoped that all the church members could successfully escape. In an instant, the Three Realms Communication Concealment Talisman was activated, transferring the message into the communication jade slip of every church member. Then, before long, the members of the Church of All Beings from the Internal and External Affairs Bureau who had not yet been exposed began to flee in an orderly manner. Given the current chaos in the Immortal City, few people noticed their unusual behavior for a short while. After all, the City Lord's mansion was arresting people all over the place. Who had the time to leisurely speculate whether they were merely carrying out their duties? As soon as the practitioners from the Church of All Beings reached the lower city, without any hesitation, they made straight for the mass burial mound. Then, they began to activate the teleportation array. Just as City Lord Zhen Yuan summoned the left and right envoys, and started preparing for self-inspection within the City Lord mansion. But before he can fully explain the situation, he heard that the Internal and External Affairs mansion noticed something strange, as an increasing number of people flocked to the lower city. Pursue them. City Lord Zhen Yuan was well aware that the Church of All Beings was planning an escape. He immediately ordered the left and right envoys to follow him down to the lower city to pursue them, leaving the Kaiwan child behind to guard the main camp. The sudden actions of the Church of All Beings couldn't be permitted to set their course. What would they do if an incident occurred in the upper city while everyone had gone to the lower city? At this time, several thousand members of the Church of All Beings had already successfully activated the teleportation array and left, with a small group of people who didn't get the chance to leave. Just as they received the warning, without any hesitation, they self-destructed. The coordinates of the teleportation array absolutely could not be revealed. Given the circumstances, if they couldn't escape and the teleportation array was exposed, they had to destroy themselves. With this in mind, there was no hesitation as one explosion after the another echoed. They had no intention of dragging any enemies down with them. Since City Lord Zhen Yuan had arrived personally, they absolutely couldn't escape. When City Lord Zhen Yuan arrived, he saw the ruined mass burial mound, his face gloomier than a stormy sea, and his heart filled with extreme rage. A teleportation array. He hadn't expected these rebels of Church of All Beings to have created a teleportation array right under his watch, and they hadn't noticed anything at all. If they haven't captured Li Keiming on a whim, who knows how long this teleportation array would have stayed hidden. It was totally unpredictable. Although the teleportation array was nearly completely destroyed at this moment, it was like a slap in the face of City Lord Zhen Yuan. The left and right envoys kept their heads down, not daring to utter a word. Fortunately, City Lord Zhen Yuan didn't allow his rage to cloud his judgment and instead held it back before issuing orders. The Internal and External Affairs Bureau must be investigated. At this moment, Liang Sheng stood by, nodding in agreement. After all, being the person in charge of the lower city, he had to respond to such great upheaval, doing otherwise would be asking for trouble. Soon after, City Lord Zhen Yuan left. Not long after, the cultivators under the command of the City Lord's mansion from the Internal and External Affairs Bureau began to examine their own ranks. The left envoy never suspected Liang Sheng. After all, most of the clues about the Church of All Beings had been given by Chen Quan. When it came to investigating leads in the lower city, he was always the most proactive. If Chen Quan really were a member of the Church of All Beings, the people before would not have been exposed. Would there have been so many issues now? The whole immortal city was in an uproar because of this incident. Everyone was hiding at home, not daring to go out. But as the self-examination under the City Lord Mansion was completed, order began to gradually restore in the upper and lower city. Because if this continued, the immortal dynasty might become dissatisfied. Kaiwan Child was still in the immortal city at this time, as his current task was to help City Lord Zhen Yuan survive his fate calamity. This was their teacher's wish and Kaiwan Child didn't dare to defy it. For a while, the whole immortal city quieted down. The all-living beings sect hadn't shown its face again, and before they knew it, 90 years had passed. Liang Sheng hadn't expected the immortal city to remain calm for so long. It could only be said that the all-living beings sect had suffered heavy losses and was determined to recuperate and regain its strength. Lives of the cultivators in the immortal city were unremarkable, with virtually no changes. The cultivators in the lower city were still striving hard in their cultivation, each wishing to make a breakthrough and reach the foundation establishment, to go to the mysterious upper city. The cultivators in the upper city, living high and mighty, were still enjoying the best resources. Thus, the strong get stronger, and occasionally, a grasshopper would make a breakthrough and enter the upper city, attracting envious glances. But without the right opportunities, they would inevitably return to the lower city in disappointment a few hundred years later, and continue to pass on their teachings to next generations. While the Zhou family has been thriving recently, their bloodline has been suppressed by heaven and earth, resulting in a very slow cultivation speed. Although they have made progress from generation to generation, it's now only the fourth generation of the Zhou family in the immortal city, and there haven't been any significant changes. Perhaps only after tens of thousands of years, could the Zhou family's bloodline be the same as the natives of the immortal city, no longer restricted by heaven and earth. So the Zhou family had long-term plans, carefully storing all the spirit stones and other cultivation resources they had previously brought from the desolate regions. Every year, they carefully maintain them. Any item that is damaged or destroyed is quickly replaced and then carefully stored again. This was their long-term plan to ensure that their descendants wouldn't struggle for cultivation resources. Even though their prime time had passed, they wanted to make sure that their descendants would be taken care of. After all, they had already run out of hope. To put it bluntly, they were just waiting for death, so the Zhou family's life had become increasingly low-key and cautious. People like Jin Guangxiu and Huang Yufan also had no expectations at this time, their cultivation realms had hardly made any progress. Given that, besides their daily cultivation, they have also begun to slowly enjoy life, with Shen Wuqi still being the most open-minded among them. Living requires adaptation. If you can't adapt, what use is such a long lifespan? They were already living in the immortal city, and compared to the cultivators who were wiped out in the desolate regions, they were far luckier. At least they were still alive. Being alive itself requires courage. Living in the immortal city does not require aggression, nor does it require shouting. If they were to shout, they would become like the practitioners of the all-living beings sect, who only resisted because they felt that their fate was unfair. Perhaps several generations ago, cultivators in the city could obtain more cultivation resources and increase their cultivation level through hard work and ambition. But now, such a situation is impossible. No matter how hard you work or how ambitious you are, without a family background, you can only rely on fate. It's not to say that ordinary cultivators will always be rewarded with progress for their hard work, as they can hardly bridge the class divide now. Just like the cultivators in the lower city, they exhaust their lives just to build up resources, betting on the chance that they may successfully establish their foundation. But for a nascent soul master like Chen Quan, spending a piece of mid-grade spirit stone on food and drink is nothing. They are on a very different level. Ordinary cultivators, in truth, are just surviving with difficulty. Their greatest quality is their strong will to live. Because a shortage of cultivation resources is sure to accompany them throughout their life, while the descendants of those high and mighty beings live a life of ease, their starting point might already be the end point of ordinary cultivators. This might be why there are so many practitioners of the all-living beings sect. Faced with an unfair fate, they shout out their life's protests. If you don't have the courage to protest, then just live a normal life. That's the only thing the Zhou family can do now. In this world, it's already a sign of bravery for ordinary people to continue living. The lower city. Chen family manor. At the moment, nothing much has changed around the Chen family manor. With Chen Quan standing guard, who dares to be presumptuous around the Chen family? If one were to say there are any changes within the Chen family's territory, it would be that the spiritual fields within 100 miles around have all become Chen family's properties. This is not because Chen Quan forcefully seized them, but rather the proprietors of these spiritual fields actively chose to align with him. After all, it feels good to rest under a big tree. With the protection of the Chen family, these proprietors no longer need to pay taxes to local forces, hence their annual income is even higher. Liang Sheng, of course, would not refuse. Given Chen Quan's temperament, he wouldn't refuse such a benefit given to him. Unbeknownst to all, within several hundred miles, Chen Quan had become an uncrowned king. When he so much as sneezed, it would cause 3 rounds of reverberations. Early one morning, as per usual, Liang Sheng leisurely left his home and went to the gourmet street that had come into existence because of him. The faces on the gourmet street now were greatly changed. 90 years had passed, many cultivators failed to make breakthroughs, their lifespan exhausted, and they turned into dried bones, leaving no trace in the world. The vendor at the wonton stall immediately wore a smile when he saw Liang Sheng coming. However, the vendor was no longer the old Yang from before but little Yang. Decades ago, old Yang found his deist partner and little Yang was their blood descendant. Unfortunately, a few years ago, old Yang exhausted his lifespan and died. Thankfully, old Yang left behind a business for little Yang. This wonton shop, because of Liang Sheng's business, made little Yang's cultivation resources worry-free. Little Yang was also very glad that he inherited old Yang's skills. Even though he was only in his 30s, he had already reached the Qi cultivation 3rd level. Perhaps in less than a year, he could break through successfully, with this cultivation speed having much to do with Liang Sheng occasionally patronizing their wonton shop. After all, Chen Quan casually gave away mid-grade spirit stones, so how could little Yang's cultivation resources be lacking? At this time, almost the entire gourmet street was supported by Liang Sheng. After all, how many low-grade spirit stones could they earn from cultivators who visited their shops? So, Chen Quan was the greatest fortune in their lives. Of course, in the past 90 years, not only had old Yang perished, but also many other cultivators on Gourmet Street were no longer in the world, having died in obscurity. Since the left envoy eliminated Li Kaiming's lineage 90 years ago, his position in Immortal City has been consolidated, firmly suppressing the right envoy. Liang Sheng naturally rose with the tide, and he is now the first vice-commanding officer under the commanding officer of the cleaning department. However, Chen Quan didn't seem to care about these powers, he hardly went to Upper City unless it was necessary. But as long as someone mentioned the person most trusted by left envoy, the first name that flashed through most people's minds was almost always Chen Quan. After all, for the past 90 years, left envoy's rewards for Chen Quan had been extremely generous. He even found the legendary Heavenly Maiden, who was best suited to be a cauldron, and gave her to Chen Quan as his deist partner. Unfortunately, Chen Quan refused outright, saying that he only wanted to enjoy the secular world and had no desire to bear more cause and effect. He still preferred freedom, but Chen Quan rejected left envoy's kindness, which made left envoy even more caring and trusting. After all, who wouldn't like a subordinate without personal motives, and there was no need for worries when employing someone like Chen Quan, who had no family inheritance. However, in the past 90 years, Immortal City had been extremely peaceful, and left envoy hadn't needed to use Chen Quan as his knife. So, he simply let him live a carefree life. Under these circumstances, Liang Sheng had gradually become the most untouchable person in Lower City, making Jin Guangxiu increasingly afraid to show his face. Otherwise, if discovered by Chen Quan, disaster might strike the Zhou family. After all, they were people who had escaped from the desolate regions. At this time, Liang Sheng sat down at the wonton shop as usual, and little Yang respectfully served the wontons. Soon, Liang Sheng let out a satisfied belch, feeling extremely content. Little Yang had fully inherited old Yang's skills. Then, Liang Sheng threw out a spirit stone, and little Yang was full of gratitude. It's better for people to be muddled. Before old Yang died, he didn't tell little Yang about his identity or the Church of All Beings. Thus, little Yang didn't know the hatred he carried. Old Yang had actually died prematurely because of the hatred in his heart, the pain of seeing like-minded people tortured to death, and the sorrow that he couldn't escape. Even cultivators should not be emotionally low, otherwise, their lives would be short-lived. In the end, it's better for people to be muddled rather than too sober. Liang Sheng now casually walked out of the shop and suddenly smelled a strong fragrance, stopping in place for a moment. He had never smelled such a fragrance before, so he couldn't help looking towards the source of the fragrance. It turned out to be a newly opened barbecue shop. There was a burly man with a delicate face, now turning a huge grill with a red blood bowl on it. A third realm demon beast. No wonder the other shopkeepers kept their distance, not daring to offend the burly man. For a cultivator who could roast a third realm demon beast, how could they be offended? However, it was still evident that the shopkeepers were somewhat resentful. Since they had already reached the foundation establishment, why not go to Upper City instead of coming here to compete for business? At this time, Liang Sheng didn't hesitate and walked straight over, taking a look at the red blood bowl on the grill. When will it be ready? Senior, please wait a moment, a quarter of an hour will suffice. The muscular man didn't try to flatter deliberately, but his goal was obvious. Clearly, he was targeting Liang Sheng. Seeing that Liang Sheng had sat down, he worked even harder. A female cultivator and a child in the shop quickly served dishes and a few cold dishes. Liang Sheng didn't hold back, picking up the chopsticks and putting the cold dishes into his mouth without considering if there were any problems with them. With the seeking fortune and avoiding evil strategy, could anyone harm him directly? If it weren't for the city lord, Zhen Yuan, and Kaiwen child in Immortal City, Liang Sheng would be extremely free in longevity Immortal City. After all, both left envoy Qingfeng and right envoy Minjiao could kill him with just a punch. Such was his confidence. As soon as the cold dish entered his mouth, Liang Sheng's eyes lit up. It was crisp and refreshing, extremely delicious, so much so that even Liang Sheng felt a little amazed. It was said before that the structure and system of Immortal City were similar to the secular world, but due to the strength of cultivators, the quality of ingredients was different. At this time, Liang Sheng was increasingly looking forward to the taste of the red blood bowl being roasted by the burly man, and indeed, the taste of the grilled red blood bowl did not disappoint Liang Sheng. Liang Sheng never stopped eating, and in half an hour, the entire red blood bowl had entered his stomach, satisfying his appetite. Satisfying? New here? Liang Sheng casually inquired, and upon hearing this, the muscular man quickly replied, in response to Senior, I am Xiao Fan, originally from Upper City. Because it was difficult to obtain resources in Upper City, after hearing rumors about Senior's love for good food, I decided to come to Lower City to seek an opportunity. You are really an honest person. Liang Sheng nodded at the words. In the Upper City, every industry had its own experts and geniuses, and making a name for oneself was extremely difficult. However, Xiao Fan, daring to take a gamble in his prime and move to the Lower City, proved his resoluteness. Moreover, he was wise and didn't beat around the bush since he couldn't possibly hide anything from him anyway. Since he was smart and able to satisfy Liang Sheng's appetite, Liang Sheng, who enjoyed a carefree long life, naturally preferred being able to taste delicious food whenever he wanted. So, Liang Sheng didn't think much. After getting up, he left without saying a word. The female cultivator in the house couldn't help but feel disappointed upon seeing this. However, the next moment, her eyes lit up, as there were now 10 mid-grade spirit stones gleaming brightly on the table. It's worth noting that a red blood bull was just a third realm demon beast, and its overall value was only a few dozen spirit stones at most. At this moment, she wanted to rush out and collect the spirit stones, but seeing Xiao Fan's sudden gesture, she secretly suppressed her excitement and held her son's hand as they waited in the shop. Xiao Fan stood at the entrance of the shop, and the owner of the other shops didn't dare to make eye contact with him. After all, the big man was a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and they were no match for him. Although they were envious that he had easily obtained 10 mid-grade spirit stones, they still greeted him with a smile when they saw the big man coming over. In Immortal City, after all, strength is supreme. Only then did Xiao Fan pick up the 10 spirit stones and hand them to his deist partner. Patting his son's head, he couldn't help but laugh out loudly. He was right to come to the lower city. What he said to Liang Sheng was simple. If he were able to stay in the upper city, why would he come to the lower city? He must have been unable to stay there anymore. Before coming here, he had heard about Chen Quan's habits in the upper city. As long as he liked the taste, he would visit the place multiple times. Just like the old Yang, the wonton shop owner who had disappointed Chen Quan before, hadn't encountered any difficulties. In fact, he often patronized the shop, providing a stable family business for his son, little Yang. Upper city, I will return, and it won't be too long. After calming down, Xiao Fan took out another demonic beast, quickly skinned and prepared it, and continued to grill it. Apart from Chen Quan, he would also serve others. As expected, those cultivators who were surprised that Chen Quan had given 10 mid-grade spirit stones at once could no longer control their curiosity and sat down. The female cultivator led her son back and forth, busy with the work. The child's cheerful laughter filled the entire barbecue shop in an instant, making people unconsciously relax. Yaoxiang Pavilion. As soon as Liang Sheng appeared in Yaoxiang Pavilion, everyone, from old turtle public to giving bodhisattva top girl, came over to greet him. In the lower city nowadays, where could one find a more precious guest than Chen Quan? The answer, of course, was nowhere. In the 90 years since, more than a dozen giving bodhisattvas have successfully achieved foundation establishment and headed to the much coveted upper city. This made Chen Quan almost a legend, and no one dared to treat him lightly, because perhaps the next lucky one would be themselves. At this time, Liang Sheng didn't talk much. He directly pulled several familiar giving bodhisattvas and went straight to the VIP building prepared for him. Yaoxiang Pavilion already had a tower exclusively for Chen Quan's use. Even if Chen Quan didn't come, they would still reserve it for him. As for the lower city cultivators, where could they dare offend Chen Quan? They could only look on enviously and not say anything. If they achieved success in cultivation one day, they too would live a carefree life in the world like him. A real man should be like that. 90 years had passed, and the events that had taken place in the Church of All Beings had long been forgotten. No one knew that there were people who had once fought for their future. In fact, they were just ordinary cultivators who only wanted to become higher beings. Only with successful cultivation could they enjoy greater privileges. After a night of debauchery, the bright moon shone high above. At this moment, Liang Sheng pushed away several hands on his chest. Under his silent and unperceivable means, those giving bodhisattvas had already lost consciousness. It was time to continue his work. In these 90 years, Liang Sheng hadn't been doing nothing. In fact, he had been working on one thing, repairing the teleportation array left behind in the mass burial mound. Previously, when the Church of All Beings practitioners self-destructed, the teleportation array was completely scrapped, but its basic core structure was preserved. Others might not be able to repair it, but it did not mean Liang Sheng couldn't. With the disguise of Chen Quan and cultivation resources equivalent to several sects, plus his talent of innocent foolishness, rebuilding the teleportation array had become possible. No one could have imagined that the discarded core frame of the teleportation array would be collected by Liang Sheng and placed under the Yaoxiang Pavilion. If it weren't for this reason, why would Liang Sheng care so much about a tower that only he could enter and no one could enter during normal times? All of this was just to conceal the truth. Liang Sheng closed the protective barrier he had prepared himself and looked down at the basement. Even the madam of Yaoxiang Pavilion didn't know about the secret beneath the tower. In 90 years, Liang Sheng's skill in refining array formations for teleportation had long been completed. Today was the final step in repairing the teleportation array. If all went well, he would have his own teleportation array. In this way, Liang Sheng would have an additional means of escape. In case an irresistible accident occurred in Longevity Immortal City, he could flee at the first opportunity. What Liang Sheng cared most about was naturally his own safety, and being cautious had already been etched into his bones. With a long lifespan, wouldn't it be a pity if he died halfway through? That's why Liang Sheng was in such a good mood today. If not for that reason, even though the red blood bowl was delicious, would it be worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones from him? It was all just because he was happy today. If he couldn't share the joy openly with others, why not vent his emotions secretly? At this moment, Liang Sheng tried to calm his excited emotions. Repairing the teleportation array would be done today. Chapter 168, Su Jintian's Desperate Struggle, Immortal Dynasty's Spiritual Pulse encounters another opportunity. Lower City. Yaoxiang Pavilion. At this moment, Liang Sheng was extremely focused, having already surrounded himself with layers of protective arrays, as he wouldn't allow for any accidents to happen here. Liang Sheng formed hand seals and, while using secret techniques, conjured the materials he had already prepared in mid-air. These precious materials circled around him, and Liang Sheng would carefully pick them without looking up to add them to the teleportation array. Liang Sheng's every move was just right, like playing a pleasing musical piece, faintly exuding a unique charm. However, Liang Sheng paid no mind to this, as to him, all worldly methods amounted to nothing more than mere skills. Under the talent of innocent foolishness, everything was no more than the result of practice making perfect, not to mention that Liang Sheng had prepared for 90 years. Apart from occasionally being called to the upper city, he had devoted most of his efforts to this task, and now the time had finally come for him to reap the rewards. As Liang Sheng performed his hand seals, countless precious materials were placed into the array in an orderly manner. Liang Sheng couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the Church of All Beings. If it weren't for their abundant resources, which were not used for setting up the teleportation array but for cultivating cultivators instead, they might have managed to nurture dozens of nascent soul masters at the very least. As for how they could have so many resources, it could only be said that Li Keiming and those with such selflessness were not few, and he had to thank them for their generous contributions. Without the many cultivators who were supposed to enjoy the status of higher beings and who selflessly contributed to the Church of All Beings, it would have been impossible for them to create such a teleportation array. However, while Liang Sheng admired their efforts, he didn't think about the fact that he alone had gathered all the materials, which was even more astonishing than the Church of All Beings. At this moment, Liang Sheng pulled back his thoughts and didn't think any further, as only one last piece of material was left in his hand. He held his breath and focused, and although he had already internalized the process by heart and mentally simulated it countless times, he was still extremely cautious and didn't dare to be careless. As the last piece of the puzzle was completed, the teleportation array's patterns suddenly flashed with radiance, like a circuit filled with sparks, yet it was incredibly beautiful. But this scene lasted only for an instant. At the flicker of Liang Sheng's thoughts, the teleportation array returned to its original state. If the teleportation array was placed in front of others, it would appear ordinary and unremarkable now, yet Liang Sheng's heart was filled with excitement and surprise. Because from now on, he had an extra means of escape. Although he might only be able to use it once, it provided another layer of safety and security. Of course, it would be best not to use this teleportation array unless necessary, as his current life was perfect for him. Undisturbed and carefree, he had nothing to worry about except for the possibility of City Master Zhen Yuan going mad. There was simply no danger at all. To become a divinity transformation spiritualist was as easy as overcoming an opponent with a single punch. But once he achieved great power and the right moment arrived, he would truly be free to roam the world. Liang Sheng admired his masterpiece more and more, and when he was finally satisfied, he activated the protective array and returned to the ground. At this time, the giving bodhisattva inside the tower belonging to Liang Sheng was still in a deep sleep, not knowing what miraculous occurrence had taken place in such a short time. Liang Sheng laid down on the bed and recalled the teleportation coordinates he had memorized in preparation for the past few decades. This was also thanks to the left envoy, as during these 90 years, he had almost completely suppressed the right envoy, allowing Liang Sheng an opportunity to look through the archives at the Internal Affairs Office. Liang Sheng took advantage of this opportunity to find the teleportation coordinates recorded in the Longevity Immortal City, marveling at the fact that the number of desolate regions under the Longevity Immortal City had reached 100,000. If not for his successful breakthrough to the divinity transformation realm, it would have been difficult for him to instantly memorize so many teleportation coordinates. Of course, apart from the desolate regions, he had also memorized several special teleportation coordinates located within the territory of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Previously, Liang Sheng had already thoroughly reviewed Chen Quan's memories, but Chen Quan only knew that the Longevity Immortal City belonged to the East Victory Immortal Dynasty and was unaware of the locations of other cities. So relatively speaking, Liang Sheng had already taken a step further, as even if Chen Quan were to be reborn, he wouldn't have as much knowledge as Liang Sheng now possessed. After confirming that there were no oversights, Liang Sheng closed his eyes and fell asleep. Having an abundance of lifespan, he should sleep more and waste some time. Otherwise, indulging in pleasures all the time would eventually lead to boredom, as cultivators need to temper their minds by finding a balance between work and rest. Moreover, having reached his current state, he could cultivate without rest while multitasking. For example, at this moment, the primordial mysterious technique and lifespan cultivation technique within his body were running separately, making a clear distinction. It was only because of the excessive reluctance of the talent of innocent foolishness that he couldn't feel progress being made every single day. As Liang Sheng closed his eyes and slept peacefully, someone within the immortal city couldn't sleep, and in fact, hadn't slept for 90 years. A few days ago, another pillar of support in the church had passed away, and his descendants didn't know that their father, or ancestor, was a member of the Church of All Beings. Previously, he had underestimated the situation. They had once hidden in the darkness and hibernated for a millennium. However, during that time, they were in their prime, with no worries about their lifespan, so they didn't think hibernation was an issue. However, now this realistic problem was right in front of him, and many were waiting, unknowingly exhausting their lifespan. They still held on to the duties of the Church of All Beings, not revealing their identities in the slightest, but it wasn't the city lord mansion that brought harm, time was their biggest enemy. So changes had to be made, otherwise, they would be pushing themselves into the grave of time without the need for City Master Zhen Yuan's intervention, leaving none behind. Thus, since 30 years ago, Su Jintian had been planning on how to deal with this crisis of racing against time. The Church of All Beings must not perish in his hands seeking the truth, being pragmatic, everyone like a dragon, this was the idea passed down through the lineage. If there were no successors, this immortal city would lose all hope, and after that, this city would remain where the strong stayed strong, and the weak had no chance to rise again. This was not a reasonable world. Why were they born as cattle and horses? It was said that Chen Quan from the lower city had, within just 90 years, occupied all of the spiritual fields within Feng Yuan for himself. Wasn't it that he had already given up on cultivation in despair? But this waste occupied so many resources, so how could ordinary cultivators with no resources who wanted to work hard and rise manage? Thus, he could not wait any longer. Su Jintian at this time slowly reviewed his plan in his heart, searching for the most appropriate time to take action. Even if he died in the process, it was worth it, only hoping not to let the Church of All Beings slowly disappear as time went by. They were like a spark, which could not be extinguished, otherwise, he could not imagine when the darkness would finally fade away. Of course, he couldn't let the crisis get to his head, everything needed to be carefully planned. Otherwise, other than sacrificing himself in vain, he wouldn't gain any benefits, but after 30 years of planning, his plan was almost perfect. Almost there, almost there. He must not be impatient. Over the past 90 years, he had gone through countless records left by the lineage of the Church of All Beings, and finally found the answer to what the so-called fate calamity above soul emergence was. Without this, he wouldn't have had the confidence to plan to change the current situation. After all, City Master Zhen Yuan was at the soul emergence level. However, precisely because the gap was too large, for his plan to succeed, he had to wait for the right moment. City Lord Mansion. At this moment, City Master Zhen Yuan looked at Kaiwan Child with a touch of reluctance in his eyes, but during the 90 years of peace in Immortal City, he had no reason to keep him around. In truth, the Church of All Beings was somewhat beyond their expectations. They had not thought that the Church could have such a strong execute force, staying in their normal lives as they said, which scared them a bit. No wonder it was his human tribulation, but City Master Zhen Yuan was also a little confused. After all, fate calamity started, and tribulation was accumulating all the time. However, strangely, City Master Zhen Yuan didn't feel any tribulation accumulating. this was not in line with the general rules of fate calamity. City Master Zhen Yuan had even sent a communication to his teacher, who was far away in the Immortal Dynasty capital city, but the teacher's reply was that he did not know the reason but could only instruct Zhen Yuan City Master to be careful and cautious, because according to calculations, his fate calamity was still brewing. This situation made City Master Zhen Yuan helpless, but now he indeed didn't perceive any danger, as if fate calamity was caused by someone, so the more calm it was, the more panicked he was. So he had discussed it with Kaiwen Child before, not hiding anything. Senior brother, do you think this could be the result of the Church of All Beings hibernating and concealing themselves, so that I have no sense of crisis at all? Kaiwen Child actually did not know much about fate calamity, after all, he passed through it while in closed-door cultivation. Everyone's fate calamity was different, and circumstances varied, but generally speaking, the calmer it was before the storm, the heavier the rain. So all he could do was let City Master Zhen Yuan stay as much as possible in the closed-door cultivation area, try not to move around, and ensure that his qi would not stimulate the changes of fate calamity. It could only be said that the Church of All Beings had previously gone too far. In these 90 years, it was as if they had never existed. City Master Zhen Yuan looked at Kaiwen Child with reluctance. Senior brother, it's been 100 years since the last spiritual title, and the teacher said it's time for the heaven and earth spine in the Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins to surge again. As eldest senior brother, the teacher will summon you back to Immortal Dynasty to participate in the grand competition. I wonder if this time there will be a lucky one born? I hope you have a chance in this competition, to make it into the top 10, and glorify our teacher's name. For so many years, Kaiwen Child had been with him, and City Master Zhen Yuan was filled with gratitude. He also knew that staying in Immortal City was far worse than being in the Immortal Dynasty. This Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins once in 100-year spiritual title didn't have much attraction in and of itself, but it was related to the face of the senior authorities. However, Kaiwen Child shook his head. I've entered countless times before, and each time my gains were not big. If I wanted to absorb more heaven and earth spine, everything depended on fate. So I might as well go back to cultivating normally, focus on refining elixirs for auxiliary cultivation, and not be obsessed with breaking through using heaven and earth spine. After all, how many people can get what they want by just relying on it? This time the teacher has already told me, the important thing is participation, don't take gains and losses too seriously. On the other hand, junior brother, you can give it a try. After all, Immortal City is located on a sub-vein of the Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins, so why not go in and see if there's any luck? If you absorb heaven and earth spine, you'll have a higher probability of passing through this human tribulation. Kaiwen Child's words were quite reasonable. Heaven and earth spine was indeed a treasure of both heaven and earth, greatly benefiting cultivation, but to gain this opportunity, everything depended on fate. Upon hearing this, City Master Zhen Yuan was moved by Kaiwen Child's suggestion, which seemed reasonable. Senior brother makes a good point. Maybe I should go and have a look. Perhaps, just like senior brother, I might unknowingly pass through the fate calamity during my closed-door cultivation. Kaiwen Child nodded. Cultivation is all about fighting for good fortune, and anything is possible with deep-set blessing. In fact, this also serves as a means of protecting Zhen Yuan. After all, the Church of All Beings is currently concealed, and anything could happen. It's better to give it a try. This Immortal Dynasty spiritual vein has a spiritual tide eruption once every 100 years, which represents the opportunities of heaven and earth. Since City Master Zhen Yuan had decided to explore the Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins, he decided to exit his cultivation and summon the left end. Right envoys. Both of you, come with me to the Immortal Dynasty spiritual vein. Let us see if you can find your opportunity during this spirit tide eruption. The left and right envoys glanced at each other and nodded immediately. At this moment, left envoy remembered the promise he had made before and noticed that City Master Zhen Yuan seemed to be in a good mood. After some thought, he decided to speak up. City Lord, can I bring my subordinate Chen Quan into the spiritual vein as well? After all, I promised him that as long as he found the clues of the Church of All Beings, I would grant him this opportunity. Chen Quan? Upon hearing this name, City Master Zhen Yuan instantly had an impression in his mind. It was this Chen Quan who had first discovered the clues of the Church of All Beings in the lower city. It was he who had opened the gap for the Church of All Beings. Besides, it didn't really matter how many people entered the immortal city's spirit vein branch vein. As a result, City Master Zhen Yuan nodded, agreeing to the left envoy's request. Right envoy Minjiu also hoped to bring someone into the spiritual veins, but after some thought, he gave up on the idea. Now, Jingfeng is the favored one, damn it. At this time, Su Jintian, the old servant beside City Master Zhen Yuan, suddenly stepped forward and said to City Master Zhen Yuan, Master, I have recently felt an improvement in my cultivation level. May I also go in with you? Upon hearing this, the most surprised ones were actually the left and right envoys. They, of course, knew Su Jintian's cultivation level, which was at the divinity transformation realm. But they didn't expect that the low-profile Su Jintian would actually come to them and possibly make a breakthrough before them. No wonder he has been by the city master's side since childhood. However, they have never compared themselves with Su Jintian because it was simply incomparable. He had been following City Master Zhen Yuan since he was a child and was his confidant and retainer. His status was not comparable at all. Sure enough, City Master Zhen Yuan heard this request and agreed without any hesitation, not even giving it much thought. However, let's talk about this later. Today, I called you here to make some preparations. Tomorrow, I will bid farewell to senior brother Kaiwan as he leaves. Huh? Su Jintian was first stunned and then overjoyed. Heaven is helping me. Originally, he thought that the biggest obstacle was leaving. Now, he was wondering how to solve the problem in the spiritual veins. At this time, the left and right envoys also immediately obeyed the order, understanding City Master Zhen Yuan's intentions. He wanted to express his gratitude for the care shown during this time by letting Kaiwan Sr. leave satisfactorily. As the left and right arms of City Master Zhen Yuan, they naturally wouldn't bother him with this, so the people of the Internal and External Affairs Bureau immediately got busy. As for Liang Sheng, he was currently in the lower city and received the order from the left envoy. He rushed to the upper city immediately, feeling somewhat excited at this moment. Immortal Dynasty Spiritual Veins. Heaven and Earth Spine. Left envoy didn't deceive me. Just thinking about the Heaven and Earth Spine made him excited. Was it possible that after 90 years, his cultivation level would explode once more? Innocent foolishness? Please call me the proud son of the heavens. Liang Sheng also learned other news that before they entered the spiritual veins, City Master Zhen Yuan would first send Kaiwan Child away. For Liang Sheng, this news was like a double blessing. The reason he was still somewhat cautious in the immortal city was because of the presence of both Kaiwan Child and City Master Zhen Yuan. If there were only City Master Zhen Yuan. Longevity Immortal City, my life is no longer in jeopardy. Who in the world knows that under the ancient techniques, I, Liang Sheng, have already gained the battle strength to cross a major realm. Even if I am not an opponent of City Master Zhen Yuan now, at the very least, I can escape safely. Kaiwan Child's departure couldn't be more timely. In that case, I hope he will never return. At this moment, the immortal city is peaceful, and for Liang Sheng, it couldn't be more comfortable. When Liang Sheng arrived at the immortal city, he entered the city lord mansion on the next day, only to find that it was already filled with greenery and vitality within its territory. Liang Sheng had never seen so many nascent soul masters. At this moment, those without urgent matters in the Internal and External Affairs Bureau were gathered here. It seemed that City Master Zhen Yuan wanted to express the greatest respect to Kaiwan Child at the time of their parting, which was why such a grand banquet was held. At this time, other nascent soul stage true monarchs looked at Liang Sheng who had just arrived, greeted him with a smile, and treated him with great politeness even if they were at the late stage nascent soul stage. Although their cultivation levels were higher, who could deny that Chen Quan was the left envoy's top confidant? As for the nascent soul masters of the Internal Affairs Office, they kept their distance at this time, feeling helpless in their hearts. For the past 90 years, they had been suppressed by the Foreign Affairs Mansion. Who could blame them, now that the left envoy firmly suppressed the right envoy? Soon, the entire city lord mansion began to fill up with banquet tables and an array of delicious dishes, all of them top-grade nourishing food materials for cultivation. Even nascent soul masters couldn't help but praise City Master Zhen Yuan for his generous actions this time. When the preparations for the banquet were almost complete, the left and right envoys arrived just in time, neither early nor late. When the left and right envoys met, they behaved extremely cordially towards each other. On the surface, it seemed as if the two of them had no conflicts, but everyone knew how they were cursing each other in their hearts. The left envoy strode over to the chief seat on the left and sat down without any hesitation. He then turned his head to look around, and when he saw Liang Sheng, his eyes lit up. "Chen Quan, sit by my side." All those who saw this couldn't help but feel shocked inside, as the left envoy was being extremely affectionate towards Chen Quan. Under the jealous gazes of others, Liang Sheng couldn't remain low-key and had to stand up from his seat at the last table, quickening his pace to the left envoy's side. The left envoy then pressed his hand down and made him sit down beside him. "What, nervous this time?" Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng immediately shook his head. "I am excited, subordinate. I can only shatter my body into pieces to repay the left envoy's kindness." The left envoy seemed to be very satisfied with Liang Sheng's words. At this point, he wanted to say something more, but seeing Su Jintian within his sight, he immediately shut his mouth. Since Su Jintian was already out, it meant that the city lord wouldn't be far away. Soon, everyone was seated according to their status with the guidance of the city lord's servants. There were many people in the hall, but not a single disorder occurred. When the entire banquet area quieted down, Su Jintian walked to the front and shouted, "The city lord has arrived." Liang Sheng looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but feel a bit disoriented, as if he was seeing a mundane world imperial dynasty, because they also carried the same manner. However, the people seated here were all cultivators with great might. They could easily destroy a secular world dynasty with just the wave of a hand. Other than their strength, there was no distinction. At this moment, City Master Zhen Yuan and Kaiwan Child were already seated in front of the two chief tables. City Master Zhen Yuan directly spoke up without any nonsense. "Begin the banquet." Upon hearing this, everyone below was taken aback, but seeing City Master Zhen Yuan raising his cup, they all hurriedly raised theirs as well and offered a toast to City Master Zhen Yuan. After the first cup of wine was swallowed, City Master Zhen Yuan spoke up again. "Today, Kaiwan elder brother is about to head to the immortal dynasty. Let's all join me in a toast to Kaiwan elder brother." Afterwards, the toast was offered again in unison. Kaiwan Child didn't say anything and directly drank the wine from his cup. As Su Jintian's voice initiated the banquet, the feast officially began. Immediately, a group of dancers appeared in the hall. Liang Sheng could not help but sigh at the sight, thinking that the city lord mansion was truly extravagant. That's because all of these dancers were actually female cultivators in the Golden Core realm. Who else, besides City Master Zhen Yuan, could have gathered so many high-quality dancers? As the others watched the dancers' graceful movements, they couldn't help but gradually relax, and the atmosphere of the banquet became more and more laid back. As the wine was served in 3 rounds and everyone became more pleasantly intoxicated, the left and right envoys stood up almost simultaneously and jumped into the hall to seek pleasure and enjoyment with the dancers. This move seemed rash, but deep in their eyes was an extreme calmness, as they were well aware of why the city lord had organized this grand event. Seeing this situation, Liang Sheng did not hesitate to reach out and pull a nearby musician. Since the city lord wanted to see a harmonious and joyful scene, he naturally couldn't disappoint him. Other smart people acted quickly as well. By the time those who reacted more slowly caught up, all they could do was watch them play and make merry while secretly sighing. It was inevitable that these people would rise to prominence, but who could blame them when their own reactions were so slow? City Master Zhen Yuan and Kaiwan Child both wore smiles watching the situation. They were very content. Only Su Jintian stood beside the city lord, unmoved and attentively serving them. The thoughtful among them could not help but sigh in their hearts that Su Jintian was truly the city lord mansion's #1 manager in the heart of the city lord. The banquet lasted for several hours, and at the end of it, Kaiwan Child suddenly burst out laughing. "Junior brother, thank you for your hospitality. As soon as I complete the elder's task, I will rush back immediately." "Don't rush." Immediately afterwards, Kaiwan Child's figure appeared in mid-air. City Master Zhen Yuan also stood up and said loudly, "Elder brother, have a safe journey." At this moment, the left and right envoys had already abandoned the dancers and sat back down, also bidding Kaiwan Child farewell. The others echoed their sentiments in unison. "Senior, have a safe journey." The next moment, Kaiwan Child disappeared from sight. Under Liang Sheng's perception, Kaiwan Child had already gone to the Internal Affairs Office's teleportation array, heading straight to the capital. With Kaiwan Child gone, the banquet naturally came to an end. At this time, Liang Sheng also bid farewell to the left envoy and stayed at the Foreign Affairs Mansion. Afterward, he would have to follow the left envoy into the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual veins, so he didn't need to rush back to Lower City now and waste time. As for Su Jintian, after City Master Zhen Yuan left, he started to take care of the aftermath of the banquet. No one knew that behind his calm eyes, his heart was filled with rage. Rich men's feasting, bones along the road. What a world! Today's banquet consumed resources that could have made countless cultivators worry-free in their cultivation. However, now this was merely the consumption of a single banquet. Nevertheless, such absurd days wouldn't last forever. At this point, he was already prepared for the next course of action, and he didn't expect his opportunity to come so quickly. Thank the spirit tide eruption. If Kaiwan Child hadn't left this time, Su Jintian would still have had to consider how to take action. But now, the situation couldn't be better for him. Although he was a divinity transformation realm powerhouse, he could never go against City Master Zhen Yuan alone. However, just because he couldn't defeat him didn't mean he couldn't exacerbate City Master Zhen Yuan's fate calamity. Only when you die, Zhen Yuan, can this immortal city be saved. Of course, Su Jintian's plan will not let Zhen Yuan perish directly. In fact, he couldn't make City Lord Zhen Yuan fall in an instant, but letting City Lord Zhen Yuan gradually perish would give the Church of All Beings time. As long as they could transform the immortal city before the immortal dynasty reacted, they could wrap themselves in the skin of the immortal city and promote the equality of all beings. By then, he believed that the reborn beings would not kneel again. Would you be willing to go back to a life worse than that of pigs and dogs after enjoying it? As for the hounds and thieves of the City Lord Mansion, like the left and right envoys, it was only natural for them to go with City Master Zhen Yuan. If they don't die, how can the church members of the Church of All Beings proceed with the follow-up plan after his death? The more such people die, the better. At this time, Su Jintian slowly calmed down. At this moment, he couldn't reveal any flaws. After all, City Lord Zhen Yuan was not an ordinary person, otherwise, why would he be like this? 3 days later. During these 3 days, Liang Sheng had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Fortunately, it was not a sign of great misfortune, but rather the extreme of great fortune. It was like a great fortune omen hidden within a misfortune omen. In this situation, Liang Sheng naturally kept an eye on Su Jintian. But at this time, Liang Sheng didn't find anything. He only knew that some information was seemingly transmitted halfway through by Su Jintian, but he didn't know the content. However, Liang Sheng was secretly extra cautious at this time. All he needed to do this time was to absorb enough heaven and earth spine, and then leave immediately. Anyway, he didn't know if it was because of the ancient techniques, but the heaven and earth spine, which was difficult for others to absorb, was extremely easy for him. Even in the past, because he absorbed too much of the heaven and earth spine, he would be kicked out by the spiritual vein, just like a beggar who was despised at the door. During these 3 days, Liang Sheng didn't do nothing. Because of his bad feelings, he specially prepared many means. For example, he specially prepared a puppet. Once something went wrong, he could cast off his mortal body and escape immediately. Although the heaven and earth spine was precious, his life was more important. When he arrived outside the City Lord Mansion, the left and right envoys were already there. Chen Quan, this is already your 3rd time entering the spiritual vein, but I can tell you that the situation is different this time. I heard that the spirit tide eruption might be your good fortune, allowing you to absorb the heaven and earth spine. A spirit tide? Does that mean that the heaven and earth spine in the sub-vein of the immortal dynasty this time will be even richer than before? It really is a great fortune omen. It seems that if Su Jintian didn't have any schemes now, this time might truly be a great fortune omen for me. Just at this moment, he was suddenly struck by an idea and saw Su Jintian appear at the door, then come over. Left envoy, right envoy, please follow me. As for Chen Quan, a mere true monarch at the middle nascent soul stage, how could he be regarded by Su Jintian, the city lord's confidant? So Su Jintian's attitude was the most normal. The left envoy gave a glance, and Liang Sheng hurriedly followed. Then the 3 of them arrived in the backyard, where City Lord Zhen Yuan was already waiting. Liang Sheng couldn't help but be surprised. The City Lord was going into? The left and right envoys knew about the discussion between Zhen Yuan and Kaiwan Child, so they weren't surprised and their faces didn't change. Only Liang Sheng pretended to be somewhat anxious. But no one paid attention to him. However, Liang Sheng's attention was always on Su Jintian, but he found that Su Jintian seemed a little disturbed. He really is planning something. Liang Sheng secretly prepared himself, watching City Lord Zhen Yuan wave his hand, and then they entered a strange environment. Mustard Seed Sumi. Seeing City Lord Zhen Yuan's means this time, although Liang Sheng had experienced it before, this time it was City Lord Zhen Yuan who personally carried it out, making it even smoother. However, with all his strength, he should be able to escape, Liang Sheng secretly estimated, feeling that there was no big problem with escaping. When they entered the Immortal Dynasty spiritual vein in an instant, City Lord Zhen Yuan didn't say much. They were all people who had been here before, so why bother saying more? My lord, can I follow you? I feel that if I follow you, I'll have a greater chance. Su Jintian spoke, and City Lord Zhen Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse his old servant. He nodded. He went straight to the deepest part of the spiritual vein. Su Jintian immediately prepared to follow, and the left and right envoys were about to take a different direction, but Su Jintian suddenly spoke up. Left and right envoys, following the city lord is the most likely way to absorb the heaven and earth spine. Are you going the other way because you think the city lord's luck is not enough? Hearing this, Lord Zhen Yuan thought that Su Jintian was defending his authority, and he didn't care too much, because this had happened before. The left and right envoys couldn't help but feel helpless. How could they dare to argue? They hurriedly followed as well. As for Liang Sheng, he naturally didn't dare to say more and secretly followed behind. It was only at the point of death that City Lord Zhen Yuan would find out that there was a wolf in sheep's clothing beside him. At this time, only Liang Sheng could see the situation clearly. Su Jintian seems to be up to something. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng secretly readied himself, deliberately slowing down by a few steps, distancing himself from them, and secretly forming hand signs. As for the puppet he had prepared earlier, it was already set to switch positions with him in an instant. This was also the reason why Liang Sheng kept some distance from them. After all, safety was the first priority, and this was Liang Sheng's first principle of survival up to now. But when they reached the spiritual vein, Su Jintian didn't make any other moves. The next moment, City Lord Zhen Yuan directly jumped into the spiritual vein. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but be taken aback. Could it be that he guessed wrong? When the left and right envoys followed Su Jintian and jumped in, Liang Sheng was far away and suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelids. Here it comes.